This place should be surrounded by police by now. Even if you get the ransom, you won't be able to escape. In Pengcheng's most famous rooftop restaurant, the Rose Shi Lian, sitting by the window, looked coldly at the man in the white suit in front of her. Chen Luo had a playful smile on his face, not showing the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he sized up Shi Lian with interest. I've met countless women in my life, but Miss Shi is one of the most beautiful and charming women I've ever seen, and also one of the hardest to win over. Shi Lian frowned, then suddenly asked, "Are you dying?" Chen Luo clapped his hands and laughed. "What makes you say that? Even though you took down my bodyguards quickly and decisively, your physical strength dropped rapidly after that. Your complexion is poor and your face is pale and lifeless. I've seen many chemotherapy patients, and their symptoms are exactly the same as yours. And when you knew this place was surrounded by police, instead of panic in your eyes, there was a trace of playfulness. This means you aren't afraid of the police at all. If I'm not mistaken, late-stage cancer?" Just half an hour ago, Chen Luo appeared at Shi Lian's table carrying a black leather suitcase. He then pulled out 2 guns and fired twice into the air. The entire restaurant descended into chaos, with all customers and staff fleeing instantly. Only Shi Lian's 4 personal bodyguards tried to resist. But after Chen Luo took down 2 with his bare hands and pulled his gun on the remaining 2, they immediately backed down. Now, the 4 bodyguards in black suits were handcuffed together, and a pretty girl in her early 20s cowered trembling behind Shi Lian. She was Shi Lian's private secretary, Xia Fan. Chen Luo laughed loudly, but seemed to laugh too hard and began to cough violently. Miss Xi is known for her beauty and wisdom, and she truly has a reputation. So, here's the question: since I'm already dying, I naturally don't care about escaping. What about you, Miss Xi? Shi Lian couldn't help but frown when Chen Luo confirmed he had a terminal illness, because there were too few things that could threaten a dying man. Then what do you want that ransom for your family? You should know that even if you get the ransom, you won't be able to give it to them. Shi Lian quickly regained her composure and continued calmly, "Since you know who I am, you should understand that it would be easy for me to deal with your family." A curve appeared at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth and he sighed. "As expected of Miss C, this is the first time I've seen a hostage threaten a kidnapper. Aren't you afraid I'll rape you first and then kill you?" Shi Lian sneered and said coldly, "Do you still have the ability?" Chen Luo finally couldn't help but laugh, laughing so hard he doubled over until finally tears came out. "Incredible, incredible. Miss Chi is truly one of the most interesting women I've ever met. How about this? If Miss Chi takes the initiative to kiss me once, I'll let you go." Shi Lian was stunned for a moment, then coldly said, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I have many flaws, but there's one thing: I always keep my word." Chen Luo said with a smile, "Miss Xi has nothing to lose. Are you afraid?" Shi Lian snorted, seemingly not believing what Chen Luo said, and simply turned her head to look out the window. Chen Luo looked as if he had just realized something and continued smilingly, "I almost forgot, Miss Xi has a fear of men. You can't come within a 1-meter range of men, let alone accept them touching your body." Shi Lian's expression changed abruptly. She suddenly turned her head and said coldly, "How do you know about this?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Naturally, you told me." Shi Lian was stunned again. The fact that she had a fear of men was something only she knew, and she hadn't even told her family. As for what Chen Luo said, Shi Lian didn't believe it at all. She had never known the man, let alone actively told him such a private thing. How did this kidnapper know? Shi Lian looked at Chen Luo again with uncertainty. This man looked about 27 or 28 years old, with an ordinary face, neither handsome nor ugly. Only his temperament was unforgettable at first sight, especially those eyes, which seemed to contain vicissitudes and countless stories, not like the temperament a young man could possess, and even less like that of a vicious criminal. Impossible. Chen Luo laughed and said calmly, "What's impossible? I also know you have a vermilion mole on your back and 2 rope marks on your ankle, left behind from the first time you were kidnapped." "You, who on earth are you?" Shi Lian finally lost her calm expression. There was no way an outsider could know about marks on such private parts of her body, except for her parents and herself. The first kidnapping was Shi Lian's taboo in this life. Her parents would never mention to outsiders that the scars caused back then still remain, let alone reveal the mole on her back. Was her bathroom bugged with cameras? Chen Luo smiled slightly. "Remember what I said just now, Miss Chi is one of the hardest women to win over that I've ever seen, is that fear of men is too troublesome. But I happen to have endless time, so I did this as one of my pleasures. Finally, it took me several years and creating countless opportunities to ultimately win you over." Let me think, it was probably over 100 years ago? Shi Lian was stunned for a long while, then suddenly sneered, only thinking that the man in front of her was crazy. She was only 29 now, and this man actually said he won her over 100 years ago. It was simply preposterous. It wasn't just Shi Lian who thought this. Even her secretary, Xia Fan, behind her, and the bodyguards all had expressions of disbelief, thinking that the man in front of them was probably a mental patient. But if he weren't really crazy, how would he dare kidnap the eldest daughter of the Xi family? "Do you think I'm crazy?" Chen Luo seemed to have guessed what Shi Lian was thinking and continued with a smile, "Actually, I'm really going crazy. How about this? It's still early anyway, why don't I tell you a story?" Shi Lian had a sneer on her face, but a thick look of doubt appeared in her eyes, because the questions in her mind were indeed growing. On New Year's Day 2019, I was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. The doctor told me I only had 3 months to live. I'm the same age as you, only 29. Do you know how I felt receiving a death sentence at such a young age? Chen Luo gave a sudden, self-deprecating laugh and continued, I felt like the sky was falling at that moment, so dazed that I didn't know how I left the hospital. Though I wasn't married and had just broken up with my girlfriend, my parents were still with me. I didn't dare tell them the news. I didn't even dare go home, fearing they might notice something was wrong. For those final 3 months of my life, I took all my savings to pay for chemotherapy, but the result was that all my money went to the hospital, my body got worse, and I lived in constant fear of dying at any moment. Toward the end, I didn't even have the strength to walk, so I had to tell my parents to come and care for me, just so I could see them one last time. I still remember the look of utter collapse on my parents' faces when they saw me. I knew they wished they could take my place, but they could only watch helplessly as I withered away. Then, one day 3 months later, April Fool's Day, 2019, fate played a cruel joke on me. Seeing my parents about to spend their life savings on a bottomless pit, I figured I was dead anyway and didn't want to drag down with me. So, on April 1, 2019, I jumped off the roof of the hospital ward. As Chen Luo said this, a look of mockery crossed Shi Lian's eyes, for today was indeed April 1, 2019. Ha, then you should be dead by now, so why are you here, or did the chemotherapy cause you to have a mental breakdown? Chen Luo laughed heartily. You see, this is the most fascinating part. After I jumped from those 20-something floors, I was, of course, as dead as anyone could be. But soon I discovered something absolutely shocking. I suddenly regained consciousness, returning to January 1, 2019, the very day I was diagnosed at the hospital. To be precise, I was reborn. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, I finally accepted the truth. But this cruel fate played a massive prank on me. The date of my rebirth was exactly the day I got my death notice. In other words, I was still doomed to die, only now I had been granted another 3 months of life. Shi Lian paused for a moment before bursting into a sneer. Huh, rebirth? I thought you were going to tell an exciting story, but it turns out it's just your own delusion. Xia Fan, the bodyguards, also looked at him with utter disbelief, assuming Chen Luo must have escaped from a mental institution. Their gaze was filled with strange anxiety, as no one knew what a mentally ill person might do. Chen Luo paid no mind to Shi Lian's mockery, seemingly lost in his own memories as he continued. During that first rebirth, I felt excited, incredibly excited. I thanked the heavens for giving me a second chance. This time, I didn't spend a single cent on treatment. I used all my savings to take my parents on a tour across the country. We had a great time for 2 months, until I could no longer hide my deteriorating condition. Not wanting to burden them, I said my goodbyes and chose to take my own life again. However, to my total shock, I returned to January 1, 2019 once again. The second time, I was still excited, thinking it was destiny's way of artificially extending my life. This time, I took my parents abroad and spent all my savings, but I still couldn't escape the clutches of cancer. My physical condition grew weaker, and it was impossible to hide. I chose suicide again, and as if there were some hidden force at work, I returned to January 1 again. Just like that, I kept being reborn. At first, I was still excited, but by the 100th time, I began to ask why. In a short span of 3 months, the time it takes to barely get to know a stranger, I couldn't maintain any intimate relationships, because I would be dead in 3 months, and it would only cause others distress. What pained me most was that I couldn't tell anyone about my situation, because as soon as I died, the whole world would reset to January 1, they would forget me, and everything would start all over again. At that point, I felt as if I had been ripped out of this world, becoming someone discarded by reality. By the 200th rebirth, I was roaring at the world in anger. I was wrong. Release me from this cursed prison. Let me die. As Chen Luo reached this point, the expressions of Shi Lian, Xia Fan, and the others began to shift. Because the loneliness and wariness in Chen Luo's tone and expression were incredibly infectious. Just listening to him inexplicably affected their emotions, making them feel as if what he was saying might actually be true. But what Chen Luo was saying was so absurd that any sane person would find it impossible to believe. I started trying every possible way to die, jumping off buildings, hanging, lying on train tracks, drinking poison, jumping into the sea, crashing cars, catching bullets in the chaotic Middle East, acting as a human bomb. If I counted carefully, I must have experienced over 100 different ways to die. But to my frustration, no matter how I died or if I died early before the 3 months were up, I always returned to January 1, 2019. And no matter what method I used, whether going to the world's best liver hospitals or using cryogenics, I could never live past April 1. I was like someone under a curse, forever trapped within those 90 days. By the 300th rebirth, I finally resigned myself to my fate. Chen Luo laughed self-deprecatingly as he continued, since this cruel fate wants to play games with me, then I'm gonna have a little fun with it too. In those short 3 months, although people would forget me, the knowledge I acquired remained with me. In this infinite time loop, I had enough time and energy to learn everything I ever wanted. As of today, this is my 10,000th rebirth, which amounts to nearly 2,000 years. I have learned every language and script in the world, even teaching myself the languages of the 4 ancient civilizations. I mastered all musical instruments, treasure appraisal, combat, driving, dancing, acting, cooking, and so much more. By now, I don't even know how many skills I possess. Using these skills, I've worked every job imaginable, from a drifter, hitman, biologist, doctor, and lawyer, to a factory worker, celebrity, and hacker. To seek thrills, I've been a mercenary in the chaotic Middle East, a pirate in the Caribbean, and even the CEO of the world's most valuable company. After I had done every job I could think of, I spent hundreds of rebirth cycles studying mathematics, physics, chemistry, and medicine. I've won the Nobel Prize over 100 times. When I had maxed out every skill I could think of, I found I had nothing left to pursue. I just wanted to find bigger thrills so I wouldn't lose my mind. Xi Liyan stared at Chen Luo, analyzing his expression and tone to judge whether he was truly a mental patient. But the more Xi Liyan analyzed, the more confused she became, because she couldn't tell. Whether from his tone, demeanor, eyes, or aura, Xi Liyan could feel that Chen Luo was telling the truth, yet the content of what he said was like pure fantasy. Xi Liyan quickly reached a conclusion in her heart. The man in front of her was either hypnotized, making himself firmly believe in such absurd things, or he was a master actor of the highest caliber, disguised flawlessly. But this was not what Xi Liyan cared about most right now. She wanted to know what exactly Chen Luo wanted to do. The Xi family was not an ordinary family. As a rising local family in Guangdong province, their influence spread across the south of the Yangtze River. The market value of its subsidiary, Yaoshi Real Estate, alone was nearly 50 billion, ranking in the top 4 among all listed real estate enterprises nationwide. And Xi Liyan herself held shares in Yaoshi Real Estate worth over 10 billion, easily making her one of the richest women in the country. Even on a global scale, it was rare for someone of her age to possess such massive wealth. Xi Liyan did not obtain this much wealth purely by relying on her family background. In the Xi family, everything had to be earned through one's own efforts. You must prove your own value to gain the wealth and status that matches it. Xi Liyan held dual degrees, a doctorate in law from Oxford and an MBA from Harvard. After joining Yaoshi Real Estate, she started from the very bottom and worked her way up to become the executive director of Yaoshi Real Estate, all earned through her own abilities. Furthermore, the direct descendants of the Xi family had all undergone professional training. This training was not about corporate management skills, but rather about response measures in the event of a kidnapping, specifically to guard against situations like the present one. This was especially true for someone like Xi Liyan, who had already experienced a kidnapping when she was 18. Among the knowledge Xi Liyan had acquired, the first step was to figure out the kidnapper's demands. No matter what conditions the other party proposed, she should agree to them as much as possible to ensure her own personal safety, while at the same time gathering as much information about them as she could. So the purpose of you kidnapping me is just to seek a thrill? Xi Liyan's eyes flickered slightly as she suddenly asked. Chen Luo smiled and repeatedly shook his head, saying, No, kidnapping you isn't thrilling at all. In the constant rebirths of the past, I had to set goals for myself to keep from going crazy. Well, to be precise, it should be role-playing. For example, starting from the 1000th rebirth, I played the role of a playboy, relying entirely on my own charm to sleep with 1,000 top-tier women. Oh, to clarify, my definition of a top-tier woman is someone like you, Miss C, a woman who is perfect in appearance, personality, figure, temperament, and family background. Chen Luo looked at Xi Liyan with a chuckle, his eyes full of appreciation. Xi Liyan's expression remained indifferent. Chen Luo's eyes at this moment carried no trace of lust. It was entirely like appreciating a work of art. Xi Liyan naturally knew how devastatingly attractive her looks were, because the usual gazes from men when they saw her were enough to explain everything. Xi Liyan had long learned to ignore the gazes of those men, but for some reason, Chen Luo's look inexplicably made her feel very displeased. Then I am very curious. Since you knew I had androphobia, how did you manage to conquer me? Xi Liyan snorted coldly, her face full of disdain and provocation. Chen Luo burst into laughter. That's why I said you, Miss Xi, are the hardest to conquer and yet the most interesting woman. Actually, it's quite simple. I have obtained PhDs in psychology from many internationally renowned universities, so I have done a certain level of research on androphobia. To break through this is also very simple. Just continuously create opportunities for you to be alone with a man, allowing you to gradually accept my presence near you. A cold sneer arose on Xi Liyan's face again. For example? Chen Luo smiled and continued. For example, I first kidnapped your parents, your best friend Tang Xinren, and your little secretary Xiafan here. Using various hypnosis and interrogation techniques, I learned to force out information about your preferences. Anyway, it would soon reset and they wouldn't remember a thing. The expressions of Xi Liyan and Xiafan changed simultaneously. The moment Chen Luo opened his mouth, he called out the names of Xi Liyan's best friend and Xiafan. Whether he was telling the truth or talking crazy, he had clearly put some effort into it. Upon learning what I wanted, I began applying for a position in the president's office of the Yaoshi Group. Although your requirement was for a female, with my experience and ability, I was still recommended to your office and became the only male in the president's office. What followed was very simple. When you worked overtime until the early hours of the morning, I would get off work at the same time, artificially creating opportunities for us to be alone. For instance, when taking the elevator, I used hacking skills to hack the building's elevator and make it stop running, leaving us alone in the elevator for a whole night. I remember it was winter. It was cold and dark in the elevator, so I took off my jacket and put it on you. I ended up in the hospital from the freezing cold, and that was the first time I touched your heart. You like art and have a certain level of appreciation for music and painting. From time to time, I would show off my extraordinary abilities in these areas in front of you, which naturally caught your attention. Combined with my outstanding work ability, I repeatedly provided you with various plans to increase Yoshi Real Estate's profits, and they were all proven successful. So in less than a month, you promoted me to the position of assistant to the president, making me your first male assistant. By the second month, I became the first man who could freely enter and leave your home. I played some tricks in your house, causing things to break or stop working properly from time to time. Over the previous months, you had grown accustomed to having me handle everything. So whenever something broke down, your first reaction was to call me. Since I frequently appeared at your house late at night, I would intentionally or unintentionally touch your body. From your initial resistance, you slowly got used to it. By the third month, when I finally kissed you, you had no resistance left at all and instead completely relaxed. When Chen Luo reached this point, there was a deathly silence throughout the dining room. Because what he said was so detailed that it almost didn't seem like it was made up on the spot. Xia Fan and the several bodyguards looked at Chen Luo dumbfounded. For a moment they were speechless, not knowing how to describe their feelings. Especially Si Luyan, she was stunned for a long while. She was imagining that if a man really did exactly as Chen Luo said, would she be moved? Would she even overcome her androphobia? After a long pause, Si Luyan came to a conclusion. If a man approached her with such careful deliberation, calculated step by step, she really might fall for it. However, Xi Lian quickly felt that something was wrong with her emotions. It was as if she had inexplicably started believing Chen Luo's words. One must remember that everything he said was predicated on the assumption that he had truly been reborn 10,000 times. But can a person really be reborn 10,000 times? Xi Lian had never met such a person before, and she couldn't possibly believe it now. You make it sound so real. Chen Luo smiled. When you were 18 and in your senior year of high school, a classmate named Li Zixuan pursued you. After you humiliated and rejected him multiple times, in a fit of rage, he had someone kidnap you. Even after being kidnapped, you still threatened Li Zixuan, saying the Shi family would destroy the Li family. This further enraged him, and he stripped you naked on the spot, intending to rape you. Fortunately, at that moment, your bodyguard noticed something was wrong and arrived just in time to save you. It was precisely because of that incident that you developed an extreme aversion to men, to the point where not even your father could touch you. The moment Chen Luo said this, everyone present instantly fell silent again, voluntarily turning their gazes toward Ji Liyun. Impossible. How? How do you know about this? Xi Liyun's face turned several shades paler in an instant. Apart from her, the only people who knew about this were Li Zixuan and the thugs who kidnapped her. After the incident, the Xi family patriarch Xi Yuan was furious and launched an incredibly brutal retaliation against the Li family. Not only was the Li family destroyed, but although Li Zixuan survived, he was physically castrated by the Xi family, could not stay in the country, and was forced to flee abroad. The Li family, which still had considerable influence in Pengsheng at the time, ended up like this, not to mention those few thugs. In less than a month, they all died in various accidents. The outside world only knew that Li Zixuan had kidnapped Xi Liyan, leading to the Xi family's revenge. No one knew the details. Apart from the old patriarch of the Xi family, Xi Luyan's parents and the bodyguard who saved her, no other outsider knew. Noticing Xi Liyan's expression and what she said, Xia Fan and the bodyguards knew immediately that this story was true. But each of them was silently suffering in their hearts, knowing that being privy to this secret was a curse for them, not a blessing. As I said earlier, in one of my births, I don't remember which one, I captured your parents and found these things out through hypnosis. I know many things, so many that I don't even want to remember them. Chen Luo smiled faintly and continued. For example, your favorite music is a piano piece called Unspoken. Your favorite dish is the caviar tofu that's on your dining table right now, your favorite. Enough. Xi Liyan suddenly interrupted Chen Luo, her eyes filled with shame and anger. What Chen Luo was saying now made her feel a sense of humiliation, as if she were stripped bare and exposed to everyone's gaze. What on earth do you want to do? Xi Liyan stared coldly at Chen Luo. What you want is definitely not money. Chen Luo clapped and laughed loudly. As expected of the eldest Miss Xi, you immediately grasped the core of the problem. Indeed, I'm not short of money. Regardless of anything else, with the lottery winning information in my head, I could make countless amounts of cash. Moreover, I've enjoyed everything there is to enjoy. Money is just a meaningless number to me now. The reason I kidnapped you was to fulfill a promise. What promise? Xi Liyan frowned, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Luo. She had to admit that this man exuded a unique charisma that made him utterly impossible to read. Chen Luo sighed softly. That's another story. However, please allow me to do one more thing before I tell that story. Chen Luo glanced at his watch. About 1 minute left. Xi Liyan and the others all had baffled expressions, not knowing what Chen Luo meant. My name is Zhuang Liming. I am a police negotiator and I've come to hear your conditions. Chen Luo suddenly spoke, saying this passage without any warning. Xi Liyan and the others were all taken aback, even more confused. But at this moment, with a sudden ding, the elevator doors of the top-floor restaurant opened, and a middle-aged man wearing a gray suit and glasses walked in with his hands raised. My name is Zhuang Liming. I am a police negotiator, and I've come to hear your conditions. Hearing this, Xi Liyan and the others immediately showed horrified expressions, looking at Chen Luo as if they had seen a ghost. If Chen Luo had just predicted that the negotiator would come up in a minute, it might be one thing, but knowing even the person's name and the words they were going to say was truly hair-raising. When Zhuang Liming saw that Xi Liyan was unharmed, he couldn't help but let a long sigh of relief. Hello, may I come closer? I'm too far away here and have to speak very loudly. Before Zhuang Liming could open his mouth, Chen Luo spoke again, looking at Xi Liyan and the others with a smile. Then, inexplicably, Xi Liyan and the others turned their gazes toward Zhuang Liming at the elevator entrance. The next moment, as expected, Zhuang Liming held his hands up, walked toward them cautiously, and then spoke, Hello, may I come closer? Xi Liyan was deeply shaken. If that first sentence could be regarded as standard opener for a negotiator, deducing what the opponent would say might not be that hard. Even the negotiator's identity could be researched beforehand. But this second sentence clearly was not within the realm of possible deduction. Recalling the details Chen Luo had just revealed, Xi Liyan couldn't help but feel an utterly absurd sensation. Has this guy really been reborn 10,000 times? Stay right there, don't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. Chen Luo didn't even glance at Zhuang Liming. He bent down to lift a long black case from the floor, placed it on the dining table, and then opened it in front of Xi Liyan and the others. When Xi Liyan saw the contents of the case, her expression couldn't help but change once again. Inside the long black case, there was also a laptop, and beneath the laptop, a sniper rifle appeared. Chen Luo set the laptop aside, took out the sniper rifle, and began to assemble it as if no one else was there. Chen Luo's hands were extremely fast. In less than a minute, he had finished assembling the sniper rifle and mounted it on the dining table. Although Xi Liyan didn't recognize the type of sniper rifle, Chen Luo's practice movements were clearly not something learned overnight, but the result of long-term immersion in the craft. She didn't understand it, but Zhuang Liming, who was behind her, suddenly changed his expression. As a police negotiator, he naturally recognized firearms. The weapon Chen Luo had just assembled was clearly an L115A3 sniper rifle, a super sniper rifle produced by the British military with a market price of about $50,000, but normal people cannot buy such foreign military weapons. You have to buy them on the black market, where the price is at least doubled. In other words, this rifle costs at least $100,000, nearly 700,000 RMB. It is an expensive weapon, but you get what you pay for. Its performance is truly excellent and well worth the money. It performed brilliantly on the battlefield in Afghanistan, earning great honors for the British military, and it even set a world record for an ultra-long-range kill of 500 meters, earning its reputation as the world's longest-range and most precise sniper rifle. Miss, she is so smart. Why not guess why I'm standing here instead of sitting down, even though my body is so weak? As Chen Luo spoke, he laughed and leaned over to calibrate the scope toward the window. Xi Liyan was slightly taken aback. She looked at Chen Luo and then scanned the surrounding environment as if she realized something. There is a sniper out. Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter again, and as he laughed, he began to cough. But this time the cough was particularly intense, causing fresh blood to spill from the corners of his mouth. Miss C's insight is truly sharp. Chen Luo casually wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed again, his face full of vibrant energy. In this place, 3 sides are covered by walls, so the sniper cannot shoot. While the direct line of sight in front is clear, with Miss Xia Fan and you as human shields, they wouldn't dare to fire. The moment this negotiator came up, that sniper started locking onto me. As long as I step more than a meter away from this position, I'll be taken out. Xi Liyan looked at Chen Luo and suddenly asked, "This isn't the first time you've kidnapped me, is it?" Chen Luo wasn't surprised at all that Xi Liyan guessed it. He smiled and spread his hands, saying, "You see, this is the benefit of being able to resurrect infinitely. I can keep trying and failing, figuring out where I went wrong, which ensures I never make the same mistake twice." As Chen Luo said this, he suddenly leaned over the sniper rifle, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Chen Luo's movements were astonishingly fast. The entire process was seamless and took only a few seconds. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. Chen Luo's body shuddered slightly, and the force of the rifle's recoil pushed him back several steps before he stabilized himself. Immediately after, a second crisp sound was heard, and a clear bullet hole appeared in the tempered glass of the restaurant. Xi Liyan and the others didn't react much because they didn't know anything about firearms, but Zhuang Liming's went wide. Because this super sniper rifle has a large caliber, the recoil is terrifying. Usually it must be fixed to the ground with mounts and screws to maintain stability while firing, otherwise the recoil could break a person's shoulder. Just then, a voice suddenly cleared the earpiece in Zhuang Liming's ear. "Liming, please be careful. Our sniper's rifle was destroyed by the opponent. The sniper doesn't dare to show his head now and has already retreated." Zhuang Liming gasped. It was late at night and Chen Luo was in a brightly lit restaurant, yet he had hit the sniper's rifle in the darkness. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. And looking at Chen Luo's actions, it seemed he had anticipated a sniper would be there and had prepared a sniper rifle in advance. Chen Luo steadied himself, walked slowly to the seat opposite Si Lian, sat down and smiled, saying, "Finally, I can catch my breath." He unhurriedly picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup, took a delicate sip, and continued, "Now, let's talk about the second story. As I said before, to keep from going crazy, I had to set various goals for myself and start playing different identities. This time I chose the identity of modern urban thief. Yes, a so-called modern Robin Hood, protecting those oppressed by society and authoritarianism who don't receive fair treatment." Seeing Si Lian's speechless expression as he said this, Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Does it sound ridiculous? I didn't want to find such a lofty excuse either. But after living for these 2,000 years, I've tried all sorts of reasons, and I found that only by giving myself such a grand reason can I feel at ease. As for the means to achieve the goal, well, that doesn't really matter. While Chen Luo was talking, Zhuang Liming, who was behind them, felt very awkward. Chen Luo had completely ignored him from start to finish, leaving him standing there in a dilemma. "Liming, we've identified the kidnapper." Zhuang Liming froze for a moment but didn't speak, knowing there must be more coming through the earpiece. "He is the night god, a wanted criminal in over 70 countries. Zhuang Liming was shocked to the core and looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. Because this night god was no ordinary person, but a world-renowned fugitive. 3 months ago, the night god infiltrated the Louvre and stealthily stole the world-famous Mona Lisa. What's even more outrageous is that after stealing the original, he painted a copy and swapped it in, and it took a full week before anyone noticed. When the Louvre staff removed the copy, they were shocked to find that the painting was almost indistinguishable from the original. It was precisely at that moment that they found the Chinese signature of the god of dark night left on the back of the painting. Immediately afterward, the priceless masterpiece was sold on the black market for a staggering $100 million, and despite the French government and Interpol joining forces to set up a dragnet, they never caught the night god. After that, well-known international charities received massive dollar donations, and in the donation remarks, the Chinese characters for God of Dark Night were left behind. Those funds added up to exactly $100 million. And what's even more shocking is that in the following 2 months, billionaires on the global wealth list were robbed one after another. Bill Gates's original Da Vinci Codex hammer, purchased over a decade ago and worth more than $100 million, vanished from his home, and the name of the God of Dark Night was left at the scene as well. After these incidents, the name of the night god shook the world, and the victimized billionaires teamed up to offer a huge bounty of $500 million to bring him to justice. However, this didn't stop him. Every feat the night god committed was more inconceivable than the last. Just 10 days ago, he broke into the US president's residence, stole the portrait of Lincoln, and even wrote the God of Dark Night was here on the president's forehead, all without anyone noticing.
When Zhuang Liming found out that Chen Luo right in front of him was the night god, he was so shocked that he couldn't snap out of it for a long time. He couldn't figure out why Chen Luo would take Si Lian hostage. Based on Chen Luo's past behavior, his targets were always world-famous treasures, and every move he made was flawless, leaving no traces behind, leaving the public completely unable to guess how he did it. This being Chen Luo's first time taking a hostage made it even harder for Zhuang Liming to understand. After all, the man wouldn't be short of money, and although the Shi family was incredibly powerful in Guangdong province, there was still a certain gap between them and those globally renowned wealthy families and tycoons. Given Chen Luo's extraordinary theft skills, even if the Xi family possessed some rare treasures, stealing them shouldn't be a difficult task for him. Just what was it all for? While Zhuang Liming was racking his brain over this, Chen Luo spoke up on his own accord. Not only did he tell him the reason, but he also told many other people. Chen Luo unhurriedly brought over the laptop from earlier, and his fingers began operating rapidly on it. Shi Lian and the others across from him saw Chen Luo's fingers dancing across the laptop keyboard, as if they were flying, moving so fast it was almost a blur. At the same time, on all major video and live streaming platforms globally, the feeds were forcibly hijacked and Chen Luo's face appeared on screen. Whether on a computer or a phone, anyone watching a video or a live stream at that moment was stunned to find a man in a white suit appearing on their screens. Chen Luo smiled and waved at the camera. "Welcome everyone to my first live broadcast, which is also my last. This show will be incredibly exciting, and I believe you will all love it." This very moment, there were over 100 million people worldwide watching videos and live streams simultaneously. Seeing this scene, they all thought their devices had malfunctioned. Foreign viewers in particular couldn't understand Chinese at all, so naturally they were completely bewildered. For most of them, their first reaction was to turn off their devices and then try logging in again. However, to everyone's utter shock, whether they exited the platform or restarted their devices upon logging back in, they were still greeted by Chen Luo's Asian face. It didn't take long for most people to realize that all major video and live streaming platforms across the globe seemed to have been hijacked at the exact same time. This caused the jaws of both domestic and foreign audiences to practically drop to the floor. This meant that a hacker had simultaneously hacked into all the video and live streaming platforms, forcibly redirecting the visual feeds. Oh my God, what on earth is happening? To hack into all video and live streaming sites at the exact same time, I'm afraid this is something only a hacker syndicate could pull off. Good heavens, how on earth did they manage to do that? This guy looks a bit familiar. I remember now. This man seems to be the international fugitive, the night god. It really is, the man with a $500 million bounty on his head. Before the audience could even recover from his terrifying hacking skills, someone recognized Chen Luo's identity in shock, and soon everyone was staring wide-eyed at their screens. They instantly lost interest in whatever videos or streams they had been watching previously. They were now extremely curious to know exactly what Chen Luo was trying to do. If Chen Luo wanted to, he could have even hacked into all the major television networks worldwide. But the difficulty of doing so would be too high. Relying solely on the laptop in his hands made it extremely difficult, and would also consume a massive amount of time. The current audience was already enough for Chen Luo, so after finishing his greeting, he turned his gaze toward Zhuang Liming. Mr. Zhuang, if the internet connection here gets cut off, people are going to die. Zhuang Liming's expression changed abruptly, because he had just received a notification from the command center informing him about the platforms being hacked. Even though they didn't know what Chen Luo was planning to do, it was blazingly obvious that this matter had blown completely out of proportion and had already evolved into an international incident. If not handled properly, not to mention the people directing this rescue operation, even the big shots of the city would find themselves in massive trouble. That was why the command center had just officially notified him that they were preparing to use jammers to block the signals here and cut off the internet connection. However, right after Zhuang Liming received the notice, the other party directly threatened him and did so right on the live stream. If they really cut off the network and Chen Luo ended up killing people, who would take the blame for it afterward? A chill crept into Zhuang Liming's heart. Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated all their actions and had prepared countermeasures for them, making him feel that this situation was exceedingly tricky. This was the first time since he became a negotiation expert that he felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Right now, he felt like a completely helpless child having absolutely no idea what to do. After warning Zhuang Liming, Chen Luo shifted his gaze back to Xi Liyan and smiled. I haven't finished the second story yet, let's continue. At this moment, Xi Liyan's expression was filled with shock and uncertainty. On one hand, her resolve had wavered a bit, and she was starting to believe what Chen Luo had said. On the other hand, she was equally baffled about what Chen Luo was actually trying to do. Xi Liyan had naturally heard everything he just said. It never crossed her mind that this man would actually start a live broadcast at a time like this. Just what on earth was he thinking? Ignoring everyone's bewildered expressions, Chen Luo simply smiled faintly and continued, 10 days ago I had just returned from the US. Because I am wanted by many countries, I couldn't enter through regular channels and had to contact a smuggler to sneak my way in. Unfortunately, just as the smuggling boat was about to dock, it was discovered by the police. I had no choice but to jump into the sea early and swim all the way back to Pengcheng. By the time I reached the shore, not only had I lost all my belongings, but I also didn't have a single penny on me. Coupled with being stuffed among the cargo in the ship's hold for so long, I basically looked just like a beggar when I emerged. However, to me this wasn't a big deal. It just meant I needed to spend a little more time. The first thing I did upon coming ashore was to find someone to borrow money from. Yes, I was trying to borrow money from complete strangers on the street. My exact words were, lend me 1,000 in cash, and I can grant you one wish. Not only did Xi Liyan and the others look astonished, but everyone watching the live stream who could understand Chinese almost burst out laughing. Approaching strangers on the street to borrow money like that, it would be a miracle if anyone actually lent it to him. Chen Luo noticed their expressions and laughed. Don't look at me like that. Having lived for so many years, one always needs to find something peculiar to amuse themselves with. However, it turned out pretty much as you'd expect. Everyone thought I was a crazy beggar. Some didn't even wait for me to speak, bestowing looks of disgust and dodging far away from me. But there was one single exception. When Chen Luo got to this point, Shi Liuyan and the others all had looks of astonishment on their faces. Chen Luo's meaning was clearly that someone really had lent him money. Chen Luo smiled and continued. That was an elderly man in his 60s. When he heard my nonsensical words, he didn't mock me or show a look of disgust. He just said I didn't look like a beggar and asked if I was in trouble. When Chen Luo said this, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Actually, even I was very surprised at the time, because I knew that although I didn't look like a beggar, I was acting like a madman, and the chances of success in doing that were slim to none. But I didn't care, because I was truly too bored and possessed endless time, so I didn't care about wasting time and energy doing some meaningless things. That elderly man's name was Han Jiwei, and he ran a roadside noodle shop called Jiwei Pavilion. At that time, I happened to have entered his small shop. This name shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, eldest Miss Ji? When Shi Lian heard the name Han Jiwei, her expression suddenly changed. Clearly Chen Luo had hit the mark. Chen Luo smiled calmly. Old Mr. Han didn't say whether he would lend me money or not, but first asked if I was hungry. At that time, I was exhausted and indeed both tired and hungry. I didn't stand on ceremony either and directly said I was hungry. Old Mr. Han went to the kitchen and brought me a bowl of noodles. When I tasted that bowl of noodles, I immediately slapped the table in amazement. In over 2,000 years, I have tasted all the delicacies of the world, and I am a master chef myself, extremely picky about flavor. But that bowl of noodles made by old Mr. Han still made me feel it was one of the best tasting foods I'd ever tried. I was extremely surprised in my heart, because if these noodles were so delicious, how could Jiwei Pavilion not have a single customer? After I carefully savored the noodles, I immediately called out the main recipe and seasonings used in the noodles on the spot. There were still some key things I hadn't figured out for the time being. Old Mr. Han was also very shocked and immediately asked me if my surname was Ji. Upon learning that my surname was not Shi and that I had nothing to do with the Shi family, old Mr. Han relaxed. I chatted casually with old Mr. Han while eating, and then the two of us each became surprised again. The things we talked about ranged from astronomy and geography to commerce and technology, all sorts of things under the sun, and old Mr. Han actually had some knowledge of them all. If it were me, it wouldn't be surprising at all, but for old Mr. Han, a noodle shop owner, to have such insight, it did surprise me a little. When I pressed old Mr. Han about what he used to do, he just told his son, who was helping in the shop, to go to a nearby ATM and withdraw 1,000 yuan, telling me to leave quickly. Seeing that old Mr. Han didn't want to answer, I didn't force him either. When I got that 1,000 yuan, I asked old Mr. Han if he had any wish that I could fulfill for him. Old Mr. Han smiled and said he was almost in his coffin, so what unfulfilled wish could he possibly have? I knew old Mr. Han took my words as a joke, but I just persistently kept asking. Seeing how stubborn I was, old Mr. Han, perhaps in a hurry to get rid of me, offhandedly said, I have only one wish, and that is for the Han family to escape this fate. When Chen Luo got to this point, he suddenly paused, looked at Shi Liuyan and smiled. Eldest Miss Tsai, you should have guessed now why I kidnapped you, right? Shi Liuyan's expression was somewhat ugly. As Chen Luo said, she had indeed guessed the reason. Only she couldn't believe that Chen Luo would go to such lengths just for a casually made promise. Shi Liuyan didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was silent for a moment. That matter. If I can resolve it, will you let us leave? Chen Luo laughed loudly. No, no, no. If it was simply to resolve this matter, I have at least dozens of ways to do it, and I don't need to waste this much effort. And most importantly, after today my world will reset, so I want to choose the most sensational method. Okay, now these viewers don't know what we're talking about. Please allow me to finish telling the story. At this very moment, the situation of Night God kidnapping Shi Liuyan in Peng City and starting a live stream spread across the globe rapidly, like a nuclear bomb exploding. This also caused the number of people watching the live stream globally at the same moment to start increasing exponentially. Although many foreigners couldn't understand, TV stations began to broadcast it at this time. Unlike ordinary video and live streaming platforms, most TV stations have translators or even simultaneous interpretation. With the broadcasts of these TV stations, at this moment at least 1 billion people globally were watching this live stream simultaneously. In fact, as Chen Luo said, all the viewers were in a fog, not knowing what the reason was for Chen Luo's kidnapping of Qi Luoyun, and all were anticipating his next content. After I left Xiwei Pavilion at that time, I intentionally waited outside the door for a bit, and then I saw a Bentley with an 8888 license plate stop at the entrance of Xiwei Pavilion. Then an elderly man who looked around 60 years old, wearing an ordinary Zhongshan suit, entered Xiwei Pavilion. And at that time I recognized who that person was at a glance, because in these over 2,000 years, I have come to know anyone even slightly prominent in Peng City. That person was precisely the head of the Xi family, Ji Yuan, which is eldest Miss Xi's grandfather. Old Mr. Han and his son welcomed Xi Yuan at the door, their posture respectful like servants. Chen Luo sighed slightly. Not long after Xi Yuan was in the noodle shop, old Mr. Han brought up a bowl of noodles. He then buried his head and started eating the noodles, his movements slow and focused, seemingly completely oblivious to the outside world, only that bowl of noodles remaining in his eyes. When he finished eating, he didn't say goodbye, just exited Xiwei Pavilion and then got in his car and left. Then old Mr. Han closed the shop and went home with his son. When I saw this at the time, I felt somewhat surprised at first, but in a very short time I deduced that the Xiwei Pavilion seemed to be open for Xi Yuan alone. It was only open for that little while each day, and closed after only making that one bowl of noodles for him. The location of Xiwei Pavilion is very good, in the middle of a commercial center. If it were rented out, the monthly rent would not be less than 50,000. Of course, this sum of money is nothing to the Xi family, and this is not a big deal either. If Xi Yuan was willing to smudge to have old Mr. Han become his exclusive chef, that would be nothing after all. It's a matter of mutual consent, nothing strange. But after I spent a few days investigating the cause and process of the entire matter, I had to sincerely admire the Xi family's tyranny and run of the show. Jiweixuan was opened back when Shenzhen was just becoming a special economic zone. It has a history of nearly 40 years. The original owner was old Mr. Han's father, which is why he named the shop after himself. Not long after opening, Jiweixuan became famous far and wide for its unique flavor. Many people would queue outside all morning just to get a single bowl of noodles. It was right around that time that Xi Yuan, who had just turned 30, took notice of this noodle shop. Upon tasting his first bowl, he offered old Mr. Han's father a compensation that was impossible to refuse, and even bought the shop's property rights from the landlord to gift to the Han family. From that day on, Jiweixuan only made noodles for him, and he was the only one in the world who could taste such a heavenly delicacy. Old Mr. Han's father kept at it for 20 years. By they was over 60, frail, and suffering from pancreatic cancer. His skills had deteriorated, and the quality of his noodles began to slip. So old Mr. Han wanted to find an apprentice to inherit the craft. But the noodle recipe was a Han family heirloom, and since his father only had one son, he didn't want to pass it on to an outsider. At the age of 20, old Mr. Han had gotten into Yale University. He worked hard there for 20 years, successfully immigrated to the United States, and became the CFO of a listed company in Silicon Valley. Given his status at the time, he naturally had no intention of inheriting his father's humble family business. However, Xi Yuan used certain means to force him to return and learn the craft. When Chen Luo said this, not only did the restaurant go silent, but even the audience watching the live stream couldn't help but gasp. CFO stands for Chief Financial Officer. It is one of the top executives in a public company, second only to the CEO. Han Jiwei was a CFO of a Silicon Valley listed company. Even today, you can count on one hand the number of Chinese people who have reached such a position in the US, let alone 20 plus years ago. Although Chen Luo didn't specify what means Xi Yuan used to force Han Jiwei to give up his position, anyone with half a brain knows it wasn't anything legitimate. This just goes to show how terrifying Xi Yuan is. For his own selfish desires, he could ruin a person's future and force them to return to work as his private chef. At the same time, viewers across the country began frantically searching for everything related to the Xi family, sending the topic to the top of the trending list in an instant. Who is Xi? The Xi family of Guangdong province. Jiweixuan. In a split second, these keywords dominated the top 3 spots on the hot search list. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the Shi family was incredibly low profile. Even with the public real estate firm Yaoshi Properties, details about family members and other assets remained vague. Both direct and collateral members of the Shi family rarely appeared in media reports. Even for a nationally famous executive like Shi Luoyun, information about her was limited to her age, education, and work history at Yaoshi Properties. Everything else was a blank slate. In our modern, information-saturated society, this is basically impossible, yet the Shi family managed to pull it off. But the more they did this, the more terrifying the Shi family seemed. Such a behemoth hiding silently in the shadows posed a far greater threat than any family in the public eye. Chen Luo paused there and let out a silent laugh. Do you think this is the end? Remember what I said earlier about both old Mr. Han and his son being in the noodle shop? Old Mr. Han's son was born in the United States and received a Western education from childhood. He couldn't accept the situation of the Han family at all. He once tried to resist and leave China, but in the end, he still returned to that noodle shop and began learning the ancestral craft from old Mr. Han. If nothing goes wrong, old Mr. Han's grandson will also inherit the shop, keeping Jiweixuan running solely for Xi Yuan, or perhaps for the next head of the Xi family. There is a line in the story of Yugong moves the mountain that fits the Han family's situation perfectly. Children and grandchildren, generation after generation without end. As long as the Shi family possesses power beyond what ordinary people can reach, the Han family will never escape their fate as the Shi family's private chefs. When Chen Luo finished this, the air in the restaurant felt frozen, quiet to an extreme. Except for Shi Luoyun, those who worked for the Xi family, like Zhuang Liming and Xia Fan, were hearing this for the first time. They all felt a chill crawling up from their heels, making them shudder. Xi Yuan didn't just force 3 generations to work as his chefs. He didn't even intend to let their descendants go. Xia Fan and the others had been with the Shi family for some time and had heard various legends about Xi Yuan and knew how terrifying the head of the family was, but hearing this still made their hearts skip a beat. The audience in the live stream exploded. It's 2019, and yet this kind of bullying is still happening to such an extent. The arrogance and tyranny of the Shi family had reached an outrageous level, instantly inciting the rage of countless people. The situation is clear now. As long as Xi Yuan is alive, or even just as long as the Xi family exists, the Han Jiwei family will likely never escape this fate. In a moment, every business associated with the Shi family was hunted down. For instance, the official website of Yaoshi Properties was subjected to malicious attacks by netizens, causing it to crash immediately and become inaccessible. Those who had planned to buy houses developed by Yaoshi Properties, or who had signed contracts but hadn't paid yet, were all contacting account managers at that very moment to cancel. Indignant netizens even organized to leave messages on the official police social media accounts demanding a thorough investigation into the Shi family. By this point, everyone knew that the Shi family was likely done for. If this had been exposed online, they could have used connections to suppress it. But Chen Luo was broadcasting live to the whole world, and by holding people like Xi Luoyun hostage, he made it impossible for them to cut the feed. At this point, whether Xi Yuan actually did these things no longer mattered. Xi Luoyun's face turned pale. She could already foresee tomorrow's reality. Once the market opened, Yaoshi Properties stock would likely hit the daily limit down, and no one would be able to save it. Xi Luoyun had never imagined that the powerful Shi family could be so fragile. She knew that even with her grandfather Xi Yuan here, there was no way to resolve this. Because the man in front of her was betting his life on this, while the members of the Xi family wouldn't risk their lives, which meant the two sides were on unequal footing from the very start. Inside a manor in Pengcheng. This was a seaside manor consisting of over a dozen luxury villas, covering several hectares. Outside there was a helipad and even a golf course, showcasing extreme luxury. However, from one of the villas in the main estate, a frantic and furious roar rang out, accompanied by the crashing sound of things being smashed. The bodyguards, butler, and servants in the villa kept completely silent out of fear, instinctively staying as far away from the villa as possible. At this moment, Xi Yuan was frantically smashing things in the living room. Neither the porcelain nor the jade ornaments on the table were spared. All were shattered to pieces by him. Although he was 70 years old, living a life of privilege for so long had kept him in excellent shape, making him look only in his 50s. But right now he was flying into a violent rage, smashing things while roaring furiously. Han Jiwei, you ungrateful wretch. I will make you know what a fate worse than death is. Besides Shi Yuan, his 4 sons and other core members of the Xi family were also in the living room, including Xi Yixian, the father of Xi Luoyun. Although these people had different expressions, they all shared one thing in common: deep worry and panic. With such a thing happening, everyone present knew that the Xi family was likely in deep trouble this time, and it was entirely possible that they would completely collapse from this. Especially seeing Xi Yuan lose his composure like this, the ominous premonition in their hearts grew even stronger. For everyone present, it was the first time they'd ever seen Xi Yuan so enraged. As the helmsman of the Xi family, Xi Yuan had been their stabilizing pillar for all these years. No matter what kind of turbulent storms they encountered, Xi Yuan could always handle them calmly, as if there was nothing he couldn't solve. Xi Yuan losing control of his emotions at this moment allowed a sense of panic to spread into everyone's hearts. Xi Yuan stared at Chen Luo's face on the screen, taking a long time to calm down before saying gloomily, "This night god, did someone in our Xi family offend him?" "Dad, we checked. This night god is named Chen Luo. Although he's always been in Pengcheng, he doesn't have any connection with our Xi family." Xi Yixian carefully glanced at Xi Yuan before speaking. "Is it your precious daughter?" Xi Yuan's gaze suddenly turned. Xi Yixian's heart skipped a beat. The Xi family had arranged many blind dates with suitable matches for Xi Luoyun, but she had rejected them all. Moreover, her cold and ruthless manner of rejecting them had offended quite a few people. Not just Xi Yuan, but the entire Xi family had a lot of complaints about Xi Luoyun. "Dad, this really has nothing to do with Luoyun. You saw the live stream yourself." Xi Yixian suddenly stopped talking, not daring to continue. In the live stream, Chen Luo had said it was because of Xi Yuan. Bringing this up now was equivalent to a slap in Xi Yuan's face. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xi Yuan was instantly enraged. He casually grabbed a piece of blue and white porcelain from the table and hurled it at Xi Yixian. "You bastard! Are you actually stupid enough to think it's because of the Han Jiwei incident?" Seeing the porcelain flying toward him, Xi Yixian hastily dodged it. "Dad, don't be angry. I didn't mean it was because of you. Listen to me explain." Missing his target, Xi Yuan flew into a rage again, grabbing things and throwing them wildly while roaring. This night god put himself in such a desperate situation just for a promise, just to mess with our Xi family. What is he after? He obviously planned this long ago. There must be someone plotting behind the scenes. It's either the Fang family or the Zhang family. In Xi Yuan's eyes, there was no hatred or love without reason in this world. Everyone did things for a certain benefit. It was either monetary gain or emotions, status, and so on. It was absolutely impossible for Chen Luo to do this just because of a promise. Who would take such a huge risk and put their life on the line to fulfill a promise? Thinking of this, Xi Yuan stopped throwing things at Xi Yixian. He said coldly, "The blood assassins shouldn't have left Pengcheng yet. Tell them to immediately send someone to take out this night god." Xi Yixian opened his mouth, looking as if he wanted to say something but stopped. "Dad, if we kill him now, everyone will know we did it." Xi Yuan looked at Xi Yixian as if looking at an idiot. "First, there is a $500 million bounty on this night god. If assassins do it for the bounty, what does that have to do with our Xi family? Second, there are police snipers at the scene. Even if he's taken out, everyone will just assume the police did it to rescue the hostages." Xi Yixian froze for a moment, then hastily replied, "I'll go contact them right away." Xi Yuan gave Xi Yixian a look of disappointment, then turned his gaze back to a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa who looked 70 or 80% like him, and said indifferently, "Eldest son, sell off all properties and company shares that can be traced back to our Xi family as quickly as possible. Contact your second uncle in the US, activate the burn the boats plan, and start transferring our assets." Xi Yinian, who was Xi Yuan's eldest son, was stunned when he heard this. "Dad, by doing this, conservative estimates say we'll lose more than 50% of our assets. Have things really come to this point?" Xi Yuan coldly retorted, "What do you think?" Xi Yinian was instantly left speechless, not daring to ask any more questions. He immediately took the order and went out to make the call. Dad, Luoyun is calling." Just as Shi Yixin finished contacting the assassins, he noticed his phone ringing. Seeing that it was his daughter calling, he instantly cried out in shock. Everyone in the living room was stunned. They all knew that Shi Luoyan was currently being held hostage. If a call was coming from a phone at this time, it was obvious without thinking that it was coming from the live broadcast scene. They immediately focused their gazes on the TV screen, which was broadcasting the scene at the UAG restaurant. On the screen, Chen Luo, dressed in a white suit, was waving a mobile phone. He smiled and waved at the camera, also pointing at the phone, clearly gesturing for them to answer it. Shi Yuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't know why, but even though Chen Luo on the screen didn't specify who he wanted to talk to, he could feel that Chen Luo was pointing at him. "Give me the phone." Shi Yuan's eyes flashed as he reached his hand out to Shi Yixin. "Dad, people all over the world are watching this live stream right now. Answering the phone at this time might... If we don't answer, wouldn't that just prove we have a guilty conscience?" Shi Yuan sneered. "I actually want to see exactly what this kid is trying to do." Shi Yixin didn't dare spout any nonsense and obediently handed his phone over. "Hello, Mr. Shi." Chen Luo's calm voice came through the phone. "You know who I am?" "Of course I know. The elder Mr. Shi Yuan, after all." Shi Yuan was silent for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. "How did you know it would be me answering the phone?" Chen Luo laughed, turning his gaze toward Shi Luoyan in front of him. "They say like father, like son, but that doesn't seem to hold true for the Shi family. Old Mr. Shi has 4 sons and 3 daughters, but most are mediocre, and they love infighting so much that none will yield to the other. That is why the old man is nearing 70 and still hasn't chosen his successor. In the current situation, there are only 2 people in the Shi family who would dare answer my call. The old man himself, and of course, the eldest young lady right in front of me. It is a pity though. If the eldest young lady were a man, I fear the old man would have already skipped the 2nd generation and made her the heir by now." As Chen Luo said this, Shi Yuan's expression in the Shi estate manor turned hideous in an instant, and even the 4 sons and other core members of the family in the living room looked visibly uncomfortable. With just a few words, Chen Luo had laid bare how many core members the Shi family has and what their current state is. And from the information revealed in his words, it was clear he knew the Shi family deeply. However, most felt deeply unconvinced, as Chen Luo's words clearly reeked of contempt for the family, implying that only 2 people in the entire Shi clan were worth his attention. Shi Yuan fell silent again because he knew Chen Luo spoke the truth. At nearly 70, his energy and stamina were clearly declining, and he had long wanted to retire. It wasn't that he couldn't let go, but truly that none of his 4 sons could give him any peace of mind. Shi Yuan had tried to find a suitable heir among the 3rd generation, but unfortunately, apart from Shi Luoyan, the grandchildren were even more hopeless than the children. It could be summed up in one sentence. It had reached the point where they were just comparing who was the least terrible. Old-fashioned people like Shi Yuan held deep-seated patriarchal views. In their eyes, a daughter would eventually belong to another family, so Shi Luoyan was destined never to be the heir. Shi Yuan had lamented more than once that Shi Luoyan was a woman, but in the end he could only pick the tallest among the dwarves. He was even forced to look at the 4th generation to cultivate a successor, even though the oldest of them was barely in their early teens. "You didn't call just to spout this nonsense, did you?" Shi Yuan said coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, it was our competitor who hired you to kidnap Luoyan and smear my name on this live stream." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh loudly, as expected of old man Shi, coming up with a counter-narrative in such a short time. Chen Luo knew exactly what Shi Yuan was planning. The reason the other party dared to answer the phone was to tell the audience watching the live stream that Chen Luo might be a hired gun, acting under someone else's direction. Shi Yuan sneered. "Did I guess wrong? People in this world act for profit. You, night god, have stolen treasures from around the world in just 3 months and sold them on the black market at high prices. Even if you donated the money to charity, stealing is still stealing, and it doesn't change the fact that you are a thief. Perhaps the profit you seek isn't money but fame. I really don't understand why so many people would believe someone like you." Shi Yuan's righteous-sounding voice echoed through the dining room via the phone's speaker, reaching the countless people watching the live stream. His words made many in the chat stunned, as most of them had believed Chen Luo without thinking twice, never questioning if the events were true. Now, reminded by Xie Yuan, many viewers started to doubt. After all, Chen Luo is an international thief, and his credibility is questionable. Chen Luo laughed heartily. The more he laughed, the happier he seemed. Old man Xie, you got one thing right. I didn't call to listen to your nonsense. I called to make a demand. Hearing Chen Luo not respond directly, Xie Yuan felt a surge of joy. With his understanding of human nature, he knew the less Chen Luo explained, the more the audience would doubt him. I'm listening. Nothing much. Just have old man Xie go and kowtow to old Mr. Han's family and apologize. Xie Yuan felt a surge of anger, his face turning beet red, but he knew he could not lose his temper at this moment. Xie Yuan sneered. While I have been to that noodle shop called Shiweixuan, I have never done what you claimed. Don't think you can threaten me with this. Chen Luo didn't seem surprised by the answer, laughing. What if I kill the eldest young lady if you don't go? As soon as Chen Luo said this, the dining room went silent again. Even Xi Luoyan bit her lip, seemingly waiting for Xie Yuan's answer. The audience in the live stream broke into an uproar, not expecting Chen Luo to use Xi Luoyan's life to threaten Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan spoke almost without thinking. Since you are using Luoyan's life as a threat, even if I haven't done those things, I will do as you ask, even if it means throwing away this old face of mine. I only hope you release Luoyan after I apologize. If you're worried, I can go and be your hostage instead. I have already lived for 70 years. I don't have much time left, but Luoyan still has a long life ahead. As Xie Yuan spoke, his voice grew lower, finally ending with a whimper of plea. Xie Yuan's words immediately stirred sympathy among the viewers, as they saw a kind old man forced to compromise in the face of a ruthless thug to protect his granddaughter. Chen Luo laughed again, but the exertion triggered his illness and he started coughing violently. Ha ha ha, old man, see, it's a real shame you didn't become an actor. Between bouts of heavy coughing, Chen Luo turned back to Xie Luoyan and said with a wheezing smile, Eldest miss, do you believe what your grandfather said? Xie Luoyan's expression changed. She knew exactly what kind of person Xie Yuan was. If there weren't hundreds of millions of people watching this stream, he would have let her die rather than kowtow to the Han family. His instant agreement was nothing but a performance. If he refused to kneel to save his granddaughter, his earlier high-minded words would be exposed as pure nonsense, causing everyone to question his integrity.
Of course I believe what my grandfather says. Even if Xi Luoyan didn't trust Xie Yuan, he knew that he couldn't show the slightest sign of wavering at this moment. Chen Luo laughed out loud. Good, very good, then let me offer old Master Xi another choice. After saying that, Chen Luo suddenly grabbed the laptop, his fingers flying across the keys before he finally pressed the send button. Old Master Xi, I just sent a file to the email address of Miss Xi's father. Why don't you take a look at it before listening to the other option I'm offering you? A smirk curled the corners of Chen Luo's mouth. Clearly, his mood remained completely unaffected. Xie Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Chen Luo was acting too relaxed, even though he had been guiding the audience in the live stream to question Chen Luo and had painted himself as the victim. Yet Chen Luo didn't care at all. Instead, he calmly sent a file to Xi Yixian, which meant the man still had an ace up his sleeve. Xi Yixian had already fetched a laptop and was fumbling in a panic to open his email. Sure enough, there was a new email, but the content was massive, with the attachments alone totaling several dozen gigabytes. When Xi Yixian clicked on the contents, his hand trembled so hard that he nearly dropped the laptop on the floor. Dad. Xie Yuan and the others had been watching Xi Yixian closely. Upon hearing his gasp and seeing his deathly pale expression, everyone's hearts sank, knowing for certain that it contained something truly disastrous. With a grim face, Xie Yuan rushed over in a few strides, snatched the laptop away, and looked at what was on the screen. The others, overcome with intense anxiety, crowded around to see what was on the laptop. As Xie Yuan read the email's body and clicked on the videos and photos in the attachments, his face turned deathly pale in an instant, his expression mirroring Xi Yixian's. The other members of the Xi family looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces instantly filled with panic, unease, and terror. The email contained details of the many illegal activities the Xi family had committed over the years, including bribery, stock market manipulation, insider trading, hiring hitmen, money laundering, and illegal possession of firearms. If it were just a mention of these crimes, the Xi family wouldn't have been afraid, but the crucial point was that Chen Luo's email contained a complete chain of evidence. From planning to execution, there were photos, audio recordings, video evidence, and even confessions from the perpetrators. And these were exactly the things that the people present had done or had ordered others to do. They were certain that if this evidence were made public, everyone present would go to prison, and some might even face the death penalty. How did Chen Luo manage this? Boundless fear rose in everyone's hearts. With this evidence in the hands of their enemy, Chen Luo, it felt like the end of the world. It was no problem for Chen Luo, because although he had only met Han Jiwei 10 days ago, he hadn't just started collecting evidence against the Xi family overnight. In a previous life cycle where he had wooed Xi Liuyan, Chen Luo had spent quite some time gathering evidence of the Xi family's crimes to help her gain control of the family. With Chen Luo's near omnipotent and omniscient abilities, obtaining these things wasn't too difficult. For instance, some of these events actually took place during the 90 days Chen Luo had been trapped. Chen Luo had hacked directly into their computers, phones, and surveillance systems, even managing to record the entire criminal process in full. Furthermore, the Xi family wasn't the first. Chen Luo had once dubbed himself a super whistle. He didn't bother with celebrity gossip. He specialized in digging up the privacy and dark secrets of powerful figures. He was bored enough to conduct a detailed investigation into every prominent figure in Pengcheng, and then went on to investigate all the top-tier cities in the country, as well as the secrets of foreign mega families. As it turns out, very few people can withstand a thorough investigation. Chen Luo held countless dirty secrets about powerful people, and because of the constant resets, he had simply memorized them all. As for the actual criminal evidence, some things couldn't be discarded. For example, the bribery evidence that the Xi family kept to blackmail those they had bribed. Chen Luo knew exactly where these pieces of evidence were hidden, so naturally he found them with ease. It is no exaggeration to say that the secrets Chen Luo possesses could fill over 10 books, and exposing them would be enough to turn the entire world upside down. So now I believe Old Master Xi is ready to hear my other option. Chen Luo smiled slightly and continued to address the screen. Now, Old Master Xi, please make a choice between this file and Miss Z. There are only 2 copies of this data, one I've sent to you, and one original backup. Choose the data and Miss C dies and I will delete the backup. Choose to keep Miss C alive and I will release this data to the public. You only have 1 minute to consider, Old Master Xi. Be careful. As soon as Chen Luo said this, the restaurant fell deathly silent again. Everyone except Xi Liuyan couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, even though Chen Luo wasn't threatening them directly, everyone could feel the crushing pressure and tension in the air. The hundreds of millions of viewers watching the live stream exploded with activity. They never expected Chen Luo to suddenly pose such a condition. But what they were even more curious about was what exactly Chen Luo had sent to the Xi family. Xi Yuan fell silent on the other end of the phone. Chen Luo didn't rush him. The silence was eerie. Even the viewers held their breath, watching the screen in suspense, waiting for Xi Yuan's answer. Xi Yuan muted his phone and quickly instructed Xi Yinian and the others, transfer our assets out as fast as possible, spare no cost. Everyone head to Hong Kong first, then move on to Europe and the United States. Xi Yinian and the others were in a state of panic, losing their composure, and had been waiting for Xi Yuan's orders. Upon hearing his instructions, they woke up as if from a dream and began to rise and prepare for their escape. Time is up. Chen Luo's calm voice drifted from phone. Xi Yuan walked toward the door while holding the phone. I can't trust you. No matter what I choose, you will still release this data. Offering me this choice is just to make me look like a fool in front of the whole world. Chen Luo chuckled. Old Master Xi, I am a man of my word. Wait, oh I see, you are just stalling for time to make your escape, aren't you? Xi Yuan's expression shifted involuntarily upon hearing this. He had no idea how Chen Luo had guessed that they were preparing to evacuate. But he knew very well that he had to steady Chen Luo right now. Otherwise, once the call was disconnected or he admitted to it, he feared the other party would immediately turn the evidence over to the police. Our Xi family walks with integrity and stands tall. Why would we need to run away? Xi Yuan let out a cold snort, quickly slowed his pace, adjusted his breathing, and then spoke with a disdainful scoff. Chen Luo laughed silently. Oh, then let's get back to the point. Mr. Zhu, please make your choice. Xi Yuan sneered. As I just said, why should I believe what you say is true? You are just trying to sow discord. Chen Luo laughed out loud. Mr. Xi, you have no choice now. You have to take a gamble. If you don't choose, that file will be sent directly to the police and published all over the internet, and your escape plan will go down the drain. Xi Yuan on the other end of the phone fell silent because he knew Chen Luo was telling the truth. Although the Xi family had connections with the police, if Chen Luo released those documents to the entire internet, who would dare to stand up and help the Xi family? Moreover, Chen Luo's tone was incredibly firm, as if he were certain the Xi family was currently preparing to relocate. Once those documents were exposed, if the police didn't take action, they would be drowned by the public spit afterwards. And once the police issued an order restricting the Xi family members from leaving the country, none of them would be able to escape. Chen Luo's words also made the audience watching the live stream extremely curious. They were dying to know what exactly Chen Luo had sent to Xi Yuan that could make the entire Xi family prepare to flee. Judging from Xi Yuan's words and reactions, anyone with half a brain could guess that what Chen Luo sent must be something fatal. The escape might not necessarily be true, but Xi Yuan's panic was real. Otherwise, his tone wouldn't have softened so suddenly, nor would he have questioned whether Chen Luo would keep his promise. After an awkward silence, Xi Yuan finally spoke. I choose. Wait. A crisp female voice suddenly rang out, interrupting what Xi Yuan was about to say. Not only were the people on the scene and the audience in the live stream stunned, but even Chen Luo looked at Xi Liuyan in her seat with some surprise. Does the eldest miss of the Xi family have something to say? Shi Lian looked at Chen Luo indifferently. Since you claim that you always keep your word, I want you to fulfill the promise you made at the beginning now. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, then immediately realized that Shi Lian was referring to what he had said at the start. As long as the eldest miss of the Xi family gives me a kiss, I will let you go. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good, very good. You truly deserve to be the eldest miss of the Xi family. I admire you, no, I should say I like you. You're worthy of being the woman I have my eyes on. Shi Lian must have guessed what Shi Yuan wanted to say. Given her understanding of her grandfather, there was a 99% chance he would choose the file and abandon her. If Shi Yuan said those words, even if Chen Luo kept his promise not to leak the documents, the Shi family's reputation would be completely destroyed. Shi Lian saw it clearly. Chen Luo was planning to destroy the Xi family piece by piece. Although it felt unbelievable, Shi Lian had started to somewhat believe that Chen Luo really had been reborn 10,000 times, because everything happening with this mysterious man was too miraculous enough that one had to believe it was the only explanation. If Chen Luo had truly been reborn 10,000 times, then everything happening today was likely within his calculations and control. Even if Shi Yuan actually said he would abandon Shi Lian, Chen Luo likely had a backup plan to finish off the Xi family completely. That was why Shi Lian spoke up to interrupt him, forcing Chen Luo to keep his promise, creating a dilemma for him regardless of whether he honored it or not. If he let Shi Lian go, Chen Luo would lose his most important bargaining chip. If he didn't, it would be equivalent to admitting in public that he was a scoundrel who didn't keep his word. As I said, I have many flaws, but keeping my word is one of the virtues I possess. As long as the eldest miss of the Xi family kisses me, I will let you go, and I will never go back on my word. As Chen Luo spoke, he got up and walked in front of Shi Lian, looking at her with a beaming smile. Shi Lian's face clearly showed she was struggling with discomfort, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. But as soon as she thought of what she had just said, she suppressed the discomfort in her heart and walked back again. Chen Luo stood comfortably before Shi Lian, pointed to his lips and leaned in proactively. The audience in the live stream was stunned as they didn't know what promise Chen Luo had made to Shi Lian earlier. When they saw Chen Luo clearly about to kiss Shi Lian, they were dumbfounded, confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. You didn't say it was a mouth. Shi Lian bit her red lip tightly, glaring at Chen Luo with an expression of extreme anger. The right of final interpretation rests with me. My kiss means a kiss on the mouth. Does the eldest miss of the Xi family have a problem with that? Chen Luo looked at Shi Lian with a smile, speaking unhurriedly. Shi Lian's expression shifted several times. Clearly she was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. But after a moment, she bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Shi Lian, looking as if she were summoning all her courage, walked up to Chen Luo with the determined look of someone sacrificing herself to a tiger, closed her eyes, and leaned in to kiss Chen Luo's lips. Watching Shi Lian's panicked yet shy demeanor, Chen Luo suddenly placed his phone on the table, wrapped one arm around her waist, placed his other hand on the back of her head, and kissed her immediately. The moment their lips touched, Shi Lian shuddered. An instinctive feeling of disgust rose in her heart, and she started to push Chen Luo away. But at that very moment, Chen Luo grabbed her tightly and used his tongue to pry open her lips, pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. Shi Lian's eyes went wide. She was both angry and anxious, struggling violently, trying to escape Chen Luo's hold. Just then, Chen Luo also abruptly opened his eyes and suddenly reached out with one hand, firmly gripping the table knife that Shi Lian was trying to stab him with. Shi Lian looked stern, and with a backhand motion, she slammed her elbow hard into Chen Luo's stomach. Chen Luo smiled slightly, using his right foot as a pivot, and spun his body quickly to get behind Shi Lian, not only avoiding the strike, but also grabbing her from behind. Shi Lian's expression remained calm as she stabbed the knife in her right hand fiercely behind her. Chen Luo laughed, pulled his body back slightly, and after dodging the blade, he raised his thigh and struck the nerve point on Shi Lian's right arm. A wave of soreness and weakness hit her, and the table knife slipped from her hand, falling to the floor with a crisp clatter. Shi Lian's expression remained cold, yet she did not give up. She threw a fierce backward strike with her left elbow, and simultaneously she stomped her high heel hard onto Chen Luo's foot. The smile on Chen Luo's face widened. Unfazed, he extended his left hand, turning his palm into fingers, and struck the nerve point on Shi Lian's left elbow once again. Shi Lian felt a wave of intense numbness surging through her arms, and her hands dropped limply to her sides. Miss Shi, I told you before that I've set my sights on you. Naturally, I know that ever since your kidnapping, you've been training hard in combat and even earned a black belt in Taekwondo. Chen Luo shifted to dodge her high heel strike, wrapped his arms around her waist, and leaned in close to her ear, chuckling as he spoke. Shi Lian was instantly overcome with discomfort. She had always been repulsed by any physical contact with men, and now that Chen Luo was holding her tightly and whispering in her ear, the feeling was far worse than death to her. You let me. Shi Lian struggled with all her might several times, only to find that she couldn't break free. Though Chen Luo appeared weak and frail, he seemed to possess a special technique that trapped her completely. It felt as if she were being constricted by a giant python, with absolutely no room to fight back. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. One moment the pair was kissing, and the next they were fighting for their lives. It left them completely dumbfounded. What shocked them even more was that while the fighting looked like nothing to those involved, the movements were actually incredibly fast and vicious, with the entire sequence lasting less than a minute. Even without personal experience, just by watching Ji Lian's skilled and rapid attack patterns on screen, they knew that being on the receiving end wouldn't be pleasant. This showed that Ji Lian was clearly trained, and seemingly an expert at that. When Chen Luo mentioned that Ji Lian was a Taekwondo black belt, the audience erupted again. But what surprised them more was that even with a black belt level of skill, she was no match for Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled, then immediately released her. In fact, ever since Ji Lian asked him to fulfill his promise, Chen Luo knew she was trying to take advantage of his weakened state to finish him off and resolve the crisis facing the Xi family once and for all. That was why Chen Luo admired this woman. There weren't many people in this world who caught his eye, and Ji Lian was exactly one of them. In such a critical situation, instead of thinking about how to escape safely, she was focused on solving the Xi family's trouble once and for all. Ji Lian knew very well that her fate was tied to the Xi family. If the family fell, she wouldn't have a good ending either. It was simple for Chen Luo to subdue her. Despite his physical weakness, he had already mastered every form of martial arts in the world. The technique he used against her was the famous Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which utilizes the principle of overcoming strength with softness. It is a form of combat based on grappling and throwing, using progressive submission as its primary tack. Miss Xi, you may leave along with your entourage. Chen Luo smiled and gestured for her to proceed. As soon as he said this, everyone, both inside the UAG restaurant and the hundreds of millions of viewers on the stream, was stunned. They never expected Chen Luo to actually let Ji Lian go, and even allow her to take her guards with her. Wasn't that the same as giving up all his leverage? Once that happened, the police would have no more concerns. Wouldn't Chen Luo just be digging his own grave? Are you really letting me go? Although her eyes were filled with loathing, Ji Lian was somewhat surprised. She had just attacked him, so it wouldn't have been strange if he used that as an excuse to keep her there. Chen Luo gave a faint smile. I said before that I always keep my word. Since you were able to overcome your psychological barriers, I will naturally keep my promise. Please go ahead. After saying this, Chen Luo tossed the handcuff keys to Xia Fan and said to her, unlock them. Xia Fan hesitated for a moment, cautiously glancing at Chen Luo and then at Xi Lian. Upon receiving an affirmative look from Xi Lian, she hurried over to release the 4 bodyguards who were cuffed behind their backs. You all leave here first. The moment those words were spoken, everyone froze again, and even Chen Luo looked at Xi Lian in surprise. Miss, are you okay? Aren't you leaving? Xia Fan was baffled. Seeing Xi Lian sit back down as if nothing had happened, she nearly broke down. The kidnapper told them to leave, yet Xi Lian was refusing to go. Had she lost her mind? It wasn't just Xia Fan and the guards who thought so, even the people in the livestream were watching in shock. Chen Luo looked at the calm Xi Lian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because he laughed too hard, he began to cough violently once more. You heard Miss C, get out now or I'll kill you all. Chen Luo pulled out a handgun from behind his back and slammed it onto the table. Xia Fan and the bodyguards were startled and, daring not to linger, scrambled toward the elevator. Miss Xi, please don't be impulsive. Whatever the issue is, let's discuss it downstairs, shall we? Zhuang Liming was dancing with anxiety. He couldn't understand why Xi Lian would stay behind when she clearly had the chance to leave. Bang! Chen Luo grabbed a gun from the table, didn't even look, and fired a shot back at Zhuang Liming. Zhuang Liming was horrified. He never expected Chen Luo to open fire without any warning. At the sound of the gunshot, he tried to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. A wave of fear washed over him, and Zhuang Liming closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death. But after a long moment, death never came. He only felt a chill in his lower body and nothing else. When Zhuang Liming looked down in astonishment, his face turned bright red. His trousers had been grazed by the bullet, which explained the cold draft. Zhuang Liming was deeply humiliated and annoyed, but above all, he was terrified. The man clearly had no intention of killing him. If he had really wanted to, the shot would have hit his manhood directly. The fact that Chen Luo fired it right past his crotch was clearly a warning. Zhuang Liming recalled Chen Luo had used a sniper rifle to take out the hidden sniper earlier. These 2 instances were enough to show how terrifying Chen Luo's marksmanship was. Mr. Zhuang, if you say one more word, the next shot will be an inch higher. Chen Luo turned, gave Zhuang Liming a slight smile and said, now please follow them and leave. Zhuang Liming's expression shifted, and not daring to say another word, he followed Xia Fan and the others into the elevator. Soon only Chen Luo and Xi Lian were left in the restaurant. Chen Luo looked at Xi Lian, who was sitting across from him with keen interest, and asked with a smile, does Miss C really think I wouldn't dare to kill? Xi Lian replied calmly, it's not that you don't dare, but that you wouldn't. Chen Luo chuckled, oh, what makes you say that? Xi Lian said with a composed expression, because your goal from the very beginning was not me. The kidnapping was merely a means to create this situation, and your ultimate objective is just to destroy the Xi family. Besides, I can tell that you aren't only unrestrained and bold, but you also possess a pride that runs deep into your bones. A person like that would naturally disdain breaking their own word. Chen Luo clapped his hands and sighed. That's why one shouldn't be too clever. Overly clever people are often narcissistic and prone to an early death. But there are too many fools in this world. I still prefer dealing with intelligent people. After saying this, Chen Luo continued, "So, Miss Shi, are you staying behind to stop me from ruining the Shi family?" Shi Liyan shook her head and said, "No. Since you said you've been reborn 10,000 times, you must have made plenty of mistakes and preparations beforehand. Even if I left, I'm sure you'd have a backup plan. Besides, I wouldn't be able to do anything even if I left here. I might as well stay. I want to see whether you will actually die." Chen Luo asked in surprise, "You believe what I said?" Shi Liyan said indifferently, "I cannot fathom how you managed to reach this point no matter how I think about it, so the only logical explanation is the one you gave." Chen Luo stared at Shi Liyan for a moment before bursting into loud laughter. "Interesting, how interesting. You know, I have told this story to so many people, and Miss Shi is the first one who truly believes it." Chen Luo had incredible discernment, backed by over 2,000 years of life experience and his expertise in psychology. He could tell if most people in this world were lying just by looking at them. Shi Liyan genuinely believed he had been reborn 10,000 times, and she even had the guts to stay and watch if he would die today. Even Chen Luo had to admit that she was a fascinating woman to the extreme. If it weren't for the fact that he kept being reborn and had long since adopted a cynical attitude toward life, he might have tried to woo her in his next life. "Since Miss Shi is interested in seeing my performance to the end, then I shall naturally satisfy you." Chen Luo smiled slightly and picked up the phone on the table again. "Old man Shi, you should already know what just happened. Miss Shi is now a free person, so the premise of your choice no longer exists. So let's try another one. If you go in Kaudo to apologize to the Han family, I will delete the backup files." Shi Yuan's expression flickered. He found it difficult to read Chen Luo now. "Since you are bent on destroying our Qi family, you will release that information regardless of whether I go or not. Why should I listen to you?" Chen Luo laughed. "It's simple. You have no choice at all, old man Xi. If I release it, no one in your Qi family will be able to escape. You can only place a bet now, a bet that I will keep my word. At the very least, I won't release the files until you go to see the Han family. I can buy you some time, don't you agree?" Shi Yuan's heart sank. Chen Luo had truly seen right through his psychological state. Shi Yuan's actual plan was to stall Chen Luo for some time, as Shenzhen was adjacent to Hong Kong and it took less than half an hour by helicopter. As long as he could stall for those 30 minutes, the members of the Xi family could arrive in Hong Kong and immediately charter a flight to Europe or the United States. Shi Yuan had created a scorched earth plan years ago, precisely to be prepared for such a crisis. Shi Yuan was silent for a long time, then said, "Fine, I agree. Then please get moving, old man Xi, and whatever you do, don't hang up this call." Shi Yuan didn't speak again. Instead, he muted the phone so the other end couldn't hear, and whispered urgently to his eldest son, Xi Yinian, who was standing behind him, "Immediately transfer all liquid assets out through the underground banks in Hong Kong and get the blood of blood assassins to head over right now." Xi Yinian hurriedly responded, grabbed the phone, and rushed to make the calls. Chen Luo smiled, placed the phone back on the table, and looked at Xi Liyan sitting across from him with leisure. However, with the time nearing midnight, Chen Luo's body became increasingly weak and his complexion was as pale as paper. Even while sitting on the sofa, he was gasping for air, as if he found it difficult even to breathe. Chen Luo struggled to take a small box from his pocket, pulled out a few pills, and tossed them into his mouth, head tilted back. As the pills went down, an unnatural flush appeared on his face, and in an instant he regained his radiance, his breathing becoming much smoother. "Are you using stimulants?" Xi Liyan had been watching silently. The man before her was mysterious and possessed a peculiar charm. Even though he had kidnapped her and was going to destroy her family, she felt very little hatred except for just now, that tongue kiss. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. "Yes, little trinkets I researched myself. They function similarly to adrenaline and fully stimulate one's physical strength, but they have terrible side effects. Still, it should be enough time." Just then, a ding sound came from Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled, reached into his pocket for another phone, and opened a text notification written in English. "Your account 62665XX has received a transfer of $5 billion US. Chen Luo turned the phone around to show the content of the message to Xi Liyan. "Are you familiar with this number, Miss Xi?" Xi Liyan naturally knew English. She didn't feel much when she first saw the number, but when she saw Chen Luo's suggestive smile, a chill instantly crept through her heart. Xi Liyan was extremely familiar with the Xi family's financial situation. Their liquid assets currently hold exactly over 30 billion yuan, which converted to about $5 billion US. Is the Xi family's money? Chen Luo laughed loudly. "It seems old man Xi is very efficient. It's been less than 10 minutes, and he's already converted such a massive sum into US dollars and successfully transferred it out." Upon hearing this, Xi Liyan shivered, immediately realizing what had happened. She stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes, unable to speak for a long time. The man before her was so terrifying that an uncontrollable, deep chill rose in her heart. Shi Yuan on the other end of the line had also been listening to the conversation at the restaurant. When he heard Shi Lian mention the Shi family's money, goosebumps broke out all over his body as he too realized that something was horribly wrong. Shi Yuan frantically pressed the mute button, took out his phone and dialed his eldest son, Zi Yinian. "Money, where did you transfer the money to?" Hearing his father's frantic and desperate tone, Zi Yinian was instantly stunned. After a long pause, he stammered, "Our account at the Swiss bank." "Check, see if the money is in the account." Zi Yinian panicked as well. He hurriedly had someone bring him a computer and logged into their Swiss bank account to check. At that sight, all the color drained from his face, because not a single cent of the money he had transferred earlier had arrived. Dad, the money isn't there." Zi Yinian's voice trembled, filled with deep terror. Upon hearing Zi Yinian's words, Shi Yuan felt the world turn black, his body went limp, and he collapsed backward. Had it not been for his bodyguards nearby, who were quick-witted enough to catch him, he would have crashed to the floor. "It is over, it is all over." Shi Yuan was so enraged and distressed that he suffered a spike in his blood pressure. When he found out that the Shi family's affairs were being live-streamed, he had already been furious, and it took a lot of medication to stabilize himself. Now hit by this fatal blow, no amount of medicine could help. He no longer had any strength left, and he could barely even walk. Shi Yuan's heart was bleeding. Those $5 billion represented all the liquid capital the Shi family had left to take with them. Everything else was in real estate and fixed assets, which could not be converted to cash in a day or two. Moreover, to convert everything into US dollars in such a short time, they had to go through underground banks, and for such a massive sum required so urgently, the fees were astronomical. To transfer $5 billion, they had charged $1.5 billion, nearly a 30% commission. Now, even if they managed to flee abroad without this money, they would be no better than stray dogs. Was everything you did before just to pave the way for this? In the Yueji restaurant, Shi Lian glared at Chen Luo, asking through gritted teeth. Shi Lian was no fool. Once she learned that Chen Luo had intercepted the Shi family's money, she realized exactly what was happening in an instant. Just as she had anticipated, Chen Luo's goal from the start was to destroy the Shi family. Sending them to prison was enough. He intended to pull them out by the roots. Even if all the core members of the Shi family went to jail, there were still untainted family members left to inherit everything, like Shi Lian herself. With her capability, even if she couldn't stay in the country, she could simply sell off the Shi family assets at a discount, immigrate abroad, and start over elsewhere. Now Chen Luo had created a scenario where the Shi family seemed finished. In their panic, Shi Yuan and the others had no time to devise a strategy. They only wanted to move their funds and flee abroad as quickly as possible. In fact, had she been in Shi Yuan's shoes, she probably would have made the same choice. This was the terrifying part about Chen Luo. He had calculated everything from the start, leaving only one path open for Shi Yuan to choose. And then, while the Shi family was transferring the funds through an underground bank, he used some unknown method to intercept it. Which means Chen Luo had even anticipated which underground bank Shi Yuan would use. Chen Luo smiled faintly. No, there is one step left. As he spoke, Chen Luo used his phone to donate $3 billion from the account, then transferred another $2 billion to a bank account Han Jiwei had opened in the United States years ago. After doing this, he tapped his phone a few more times and played a recording. The assassins from Blood of Blood should not have left Pengcheng yet. Have them send people immediately to take out this night god. First, the night god has a $500 million bounty on his head. Boss, find all the businesses and company shares that can be linked to our Shi family. The moment Shi Lian heard the voice, she knew it was Shi Yuan. And upon hearing the content, her heart sank to rock bottom. She didn't even need to think to guess that this was how Shi Yuan dealt with things once he was backed into a corner. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream weren't as familiar with Shi Yuan's voice as she was, and at first, they were confused. But after all, Shi Yuan had just spoken with Chen Luo. It only took a moment for them to realize that the person speaking was none other than Shi Yuan. The recording was indisputable proof that Shi Yuan had been putting on an act during his conversation with Chen Luo. Hiring assassins, transferring funds to flee, all of this was de facto proof that the crimes the Shi family committed were true. If they were capable of hiring hitmen, what was forcing Han Jiwei's family to serve as their cooks for generations in comparison? In the next moment, all the viewers felt cheated and insulted. They were collectively outraged, and countless people began blasting the Shi family on social media and in the live stream. Chen Luo smiled faintly and spoke to the camera. I will now upload all the evidence of the Shi family's crimes online and submit a copy to the police. As for whether the Shi family members will receive the punishment they deserve, I leave it to the audience to supervise.
Chen Luo casually opened his mailbox, sent the complete files directly to the tip-off address of the Pengcheng police, and simultaneously released the data across numerous platforms. Just as Shi Yuan had boarded the helicopter, hearing Chen Luo's words, his body, which had only just begun to recover, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he collapsed in a faint. Dad, what is wrong with you? Shi Yuan's other sons were terrified out of their wits at this sight and scrambled to check on his condition. Upon closer inspection, everyone's face turned ghastly pale, for Shi Yuan was barely breathing, and it looked as though he was on the verge of death. The entire Shi family was in a panic. It felt as if the sky had collapsed and their main pillar had vanished, leaving them feeling as though the end of the world had arrived. When Chen Luo finished doing all this, he noticed Shi Luyan looking at him with deep, enigmatic eyes. "Is there any point to all of this that you are doing?" Shi Luyan's expression had returned to a calm, watery stillness. "Just as you said, after today you will be reborn again, and everything will return to that New Year's Day. The Shi family will still be the same Shi family. Do you plan on doing it all over again?" Chen Luo laughed and answered with a question. "Miss Ji, have you ever played video games?" Shi Luyan paused for a moment before quickly realizing what he meant. Chen Luo was treating each rebirth as a game. Those who play games also know that the pleasure gained inside is only fleeting, and in reality, nothing is truly achieved. Chen Luo shrugged. "Then what else can I do? I can only keep unlocking achievements within the game to maximize my own pleasure. As I said before, I am not doing this for any noble goal. Ultimately, it is just to keep myself from going insane. Right now, I am playing the role of an urban vigilante, so naturally I must take this identity to its extreme and let this game run wild to the very end." Shi Luyan fell silent. Although Chen Luo was smiling, the intense sense of loneliness in his voice inexplicably made her feel a touch of sympathy. Chen Luo chuckled and tapped his phone a few more times, bringing up the feed from inside the Shi family's helicopter. Shi Yuan had already passed away suddenly, and his sons were wailing around his body in grief as if the world were ending. This scene was, in fact, all part of Chen Luo's calculations. Ever since Shi Yuan reached old age, he had long suffered from high blood pressure. He deliberately created such a massive spectacle, not only to push the Shi family to the brink, but also to use a series of escalating shocks to send Shi Yuan straight to hell. Seeing this, Chen Luo tapped the screen with a calm expression, switching the camera feed once more. The view shifted to a skyscraper rooftop, where a blonde, blue-eyed white man in casual clothes carrying a black case had stopped. He first placed the black case on the ground, then took out a sniper rifle and began assembling it rapidly. Chen Luo watched with a grin and pointed his phone camera toward the computer screen. "Come, let me introduce everyone to the ace assassin of the international criminal organization Blood of Blood, codenamed Lucifer." Not only were the viewers in the live stunned, but even Shi Luyan was wearing an expression of bewilderment, unable to understand why Chen Luo had made such an abrupt leap. However, they quickly realized that the international criminal organization Blood of Blood was the very same assassin group Shi Yuan had previously hired to kill Chen Luo. As soon as they saw the assassin Lucifer assembling his sniper rifle, everyone realized that this was clearly an assassin sent by Blood of Blood to finish Chen Luo off. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to fathom Chen Luo's mindset. He knew his opponent was about to take him out with a sniper rifle, yet he remained as calm as could be, chatting away. Even more shocking was that Chen Luo could observe the other's every move through his phone, clearly having planted cameras at the sniper point in advance. How did he manage that? The viewers in the live stream couldn't comprehend it. It was one thing to know someone was trying to kill you, but to know exactly where they had chosen to do it was mind-boggling. Most people don't know what kind of organization Blood of Blood really is. Even someone at old man size level only knew of their assassination business, but in reality they do far more than that. Chen Luo put his phone away and continued with a smile. Blood of Blood originated in Europe, but how long they have existed is unknown, even to their own members. I spent over a decade tracking them, scouring countless historical texts and even capturing many members for interrogation. I eventually discovered that the earliest records of Blood date back to the Middle Ages in Europe, and they began their activities during the Crusades. In other words, this is a mysterious organization that has been hidden in the shadows of the world for over 1,000 years. Blood of Blood started out as a hitman business, but nowadays they no longer rely on that as their primary source of profit. They say that those who steal countries become princes. Blood of Blood has deep-rooted influence in every nation across the Western world. Their way of making money is to secretly manipulate a country's situation to reap massive windfalls. Take the Dubai debt crisis from some years ago, which caused European stock markets to plummet. They had known the outcome well in advance, and by heavily shorting Dubai's currency, they walked away with over $10 billion in profit. The subsequent Greek debt crisis was something they directly instigated, using the Dubai crisis as a springboard. They continued to short the Greek currency, easily raking in tens of billions of dollars again. When Chen Luo said this, it wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who were dumbstruck. Even Xi Liyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long while. Never mind the ordinary audience. Even Xi Liyan had never imagined that these international financial events were actually being driven by someone behind the scenes. She had originally thought her own perspective was high enough, but after hearing about the terror of this organization, Blood of Blood, she realized how naive she had been. The influence of an organization like Blood of Blood is no longer limited to Europe. Their power likely spans the entire globe. Chen Luo smiled and continued, Blood of Blood is led by 7 giants. No one knows their real names, only their code names, which are taken from famous emperors in European history. For instance, Alexander the Great, Caesar Augustus, Charlemagne, Peter the Great, and so on. Whenever one of the giants dies, the remaining ones jointly select a successor to inherit the name. As Chen Luo reached this point, he suddenly picked up his phone to check the time. Alright, time's up, the educational session is over. The viewers in the live stream had been staring intently at their computer screens, hoping to hear more about Blood of Blood from Chen Luo. Because it was a world they could never reach, their curiosity had been piqued. But now that Chen Luo stopped talking, it left them feeling suspended and immensely frustrated. Xi Liyan checked the time and instantly understood what Chen Luo meant by his time being up. It was only 1 minute away from midnight. If everything Chen Luo said was true, then he only had 1 minute left to live. Chen Luo stood up and walked over to the window ledge, reaching inside his suit jacket to pull out something that looked like a remote control. Let's use this fireworks display as the curtain call for this 10,000th rebirth. With a smile, Chen Luo pressed the button on the remote. Boom, boom. Several violent explosions rang out. To her horror, Xi Liyan saw a violent burst of fire rise from the rooftop of a skyscraper a kilometer away, shooting straight into the sky. Explosions also erupted from above the Rose restaurant, shattering every tempered glass wall of the building. Glass shards rained down from the heights, and a fierce wind rushed in, blowing so hard that Xi Liyan could barely keep her eyes open. After the initial shock, Xi Liyan quickly realized what had happened. No wonder Chen Luo didn't care that a hitman named Lucifer was out there ready to snipe him. He hadn't just set up surveillance cameras, he had also planted remote-controlled explosives. The moment Lucifer set up his sniper rifle to take the shot, Chen Luo detonated the bomb, sending the hitman straight to his death. As for the bombs Chen Luo planted at the Rose restaurant, they clearly weren't meant to kill anyone. They were simply there to shatter the glass. And as for what he intended to do, Xi Liyan could guess that too. Chen Luo was standing at the edge of the glass wall, his white suit flapping violently in the gale. One step forward was an abyss, yet there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he wore a face full of high-spirited smiles. Chen Luo turned and waved at Xi Liyan. When I wake up, perhaps I'll come look for you. Don't go anywhere. After saying this, Chen Luo spread his arms wide and laughed toward the sky. I bloom amidst death, like a brilliant shooting star, leaving the most magnificent trace upon the world. Xi Liyan felt a premonition. Her heart gave a sudden jolt, and she rushed from her seat, trying to grab Chen Luo and pull him back. Xi Liyan didn't know why, even though this man had kidnapped her and destroyed the Xi family before her eyes. She found that deep down, she didn't want to watch this man, with his strange and exotic charm, die in front of her. However, her actions were ultimately too slow. Chen Luo's figure had already tipped backward. When Xi Liyan reached the edge, she saw Chen Luo with his arms wide open toward the sky, as if he were trying to fly. The very last moment before he vanished from her sight, Chen Luo smiled and waved at her, showing no fear of death at all. Xi Liyan was left mesmerized. She bit her lip hard, and even after Chen Luo had finally disappeared, she remained lost in a trance for a long time. It is unknown how much time had passed when Chen Luo slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Appearing before him was not the familiar doctor named Li Hao in a white coat, but an entirely unfamiliar face. Chen Luo suddenly froze, because every time he had been reborn in the past, the scene was always the same doctor's office at the hospital, facing his liver specialist, Li Hao. The words were always, "I regret to tell you that you have liver cancer, and you only have 3 months left. Does your family know? I suggest you be admitted to the hospital for active treatment." Chen Luo had been reborn 10,000 times. He was extremely familiar with this process. But he was not in the doctor's office now, and the person in front of him was not that doctor. "Who gave you the nerve to sleep in my class?" The stranger glared at Chen Luo, reached out, and swung a textbook down toward him. Was it the person who ranked dead last in the class that gave you the nerve? Chen Luo frowned and calmly dodged attack. Chen Luo looked around at his surroundings with shock and uncertainty, only then to be stunned by the realization that he was in a classroom. Inside the classroom, dozens of students in school uniforms were staring right at him, their expressions filled with amusement, mockery, and gloating. Chen Luo felt that this place and these students were somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on where he had seen them before. Chen Luo grew more and more confused. Had he been reborn into a different place this time? The next moment, when Chen Luo caught sight of his own attire, he was instantly stunned. He was wearing a school uniform with the words Longcheng High School written on it. What on earth? Longcheng High School was his alma mater. Although he only attended for 2 years, he experienced the most humiliating moments of his life there and had considered suicide several times, so it was impossible for him to forget this school. What is going on? Chen Luo couldn't help but look down at his body, only to find that although he was thin, he felt completely different from when he was first diagnosed with liver cancer. Simply put, he felt much more energetic and vibrant than back then. Just as Chen Luo was feeling bewildered, he noticed a line written at the front of the classroom: 179 days until the college entrance exam. Chen Luo was deeply shaken. Seeing the stranger furiously swinging the textbook down again, he grabbed the man's hand and asked anxiously, "What year is this?" The man was furious that Chen Luo dared to grab him and shouted, "Let go. Have you lost your mind?" Chen Luo frowned at the man, finding him more and more familiar. A realization struck him. "Are you Wang Aihua?" The students in the classroom widened their eyes in astonishment. Based on past experience, Chen Luo should have been soundly beaten by his homeroom teacher, Wang Aihua, and probably had his parents called in for a lecture. But the Chen Luo in front of them had grabbed the teacher's hand, showed no signs of cowardice, and even called Wang Aihua by his name, his tone carrying a sense of condescension. "You little punk, you're getting more and more lawless." Seeing his right hand held by Chen Luo, Wang Aihua swung his left hand to slap him. Chen Luo impatiently pushed him away, sending Wang Aihua stumbling back and avoiding the slap. After pushing Wang Aihua away, Chen Luo immediately started rummaging through his desk. He was desperate to confirm the timeline and couldn't care less about Wang Aihua. Soon, Chen Luo found an old Nokia 300 mobile phone inside. As he picked up the phone, he quickly checked the date. When he saw the screen displaying September 22, 2008, Chen Luo felt a massive shock, and even the hand holding the phone began to tremble slightly. This day was exactly his 18th birthday. "Impossible, impossible, have I been reborn to the age of 18? Chen Luo murmured too. His voice was very soft, but the classroom was so quiet that everyone heard him. "Pieft!" No one knew who started it, but the entire class burst into uproarious laughter, filled with ridicule and mockery. They all thought Chen Luo had been scared out of his mind to utter such nonsense. Wang Aihua, livid with rage, stepped forward, wanting to continue punishing Chen Luo. But at that moment he noticed Chen Luo laughing suddenly. Staring at the phone screen, Chen Luo broke into loud laughter, laughing and tears streamed down his face. He laughed so loudly, bending over and swaying as if he were insane. "Ha ha, ha ha ha, have I finally escaped those damn 90 days?" As he laughed frantically, Chen Luo hammered on his desk, truly feeling excited to the point of madness. Time had finally started moving. For over 2,000 years, trapped within those 90 days, Chen Luo had broken down several times. He couldn't even die when he wanted to. It felt like the cruelest punishment in the world. Now that he had discovered he was reborn to age 18, Chen Luo felt as though he had escaped a prison and regained his freedom. The students in the classroom and Wang Aihua were all startled by Chen Luo's sudden burst of wild laughter. Because the way Chen Luo looked, as if he had truly gone mad, sent an inexplicable shiver down everyone's spine. Chen Luo laughed for a long time, and mid-laugh, he suddenly seemed to remember something and shuddered all over. "If it was on my birthday, then she is still alive." Chen Luo's body suddenly stiffened, and his head turned bit by bit like a robot toward his desk mate. There sat a girl with a perfect oval face, exquisite and stunning features, a girl of extreme beauty. She radiated an aura of natural grace. Just this temperament alone was not something an ordinary 18-year-old girl would possess. Gu Qinghuan. Chen Luo's heart trembled, overwhelmed by a joy even greater than that of breaking the time loop. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Luo leaned over and pulled the beautiful girl into a hug. "You are still alive, you are still alive." Chen Luo was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. He was terrified that this might just be a dream. In the countless time loops, Chen Luo had done everything he could think of, but Gu Qingguan remained the one eternal regret in his heart. During Chen Luo's junior year of high school, a new girl transferred into his class, the very same girl he was hugging now. Gu Qingguan was so beautiful and had such an intense presence that she made every other girl in the school feel inferior. Most boys were inexplicably nervous in her presence, and since she rarely showed interest in anyone, many suitors were kept at arm's length. From the moment Chen Luo first saw her, he knew he had fallen for her, and she even became his desk mate. However, he was also plunged into deep insecurity. After being desk mates for over half a month, they had barely spoken. At that time, Chen Luo was not as reckless and cynical about life as he was now. What made Chen Luo feel inferior wasn't really Gu Qingguan's excellence, but his own situation. Chen Luo was not a local of Pengcheng. He was born into a rural family in Hubei province. When he was in the 5th grade, his parents moved to Pengcheng for work, leaving him behind with his maternal grandparents. His parents had only junior high diplomas and couldn't find good jobs. They ran a vegetable stall in the Huolong district market, working from dawn till dusk for meager earnings. In the eyes of his grandparents, a grandson from their daughter's side was always an outsider, so they treated Chen Luo like a mere guest. From 5th grade through 9th grade for 5 whole years, he never received a single cent of pocket money. It wasn't that his parents didn't provide it, but after they gave the money to his grandparents never passed it on to him. If his grandparents bought fruits or treats, they would wait until Chen Luo was out before giving them to their own blood relatives. Being separated from his parents at age 10 and enduring a life at his grandparents' house where he was unloved and neglected caused the once cheerful Chen Luo to sink into deep inferiority, making him feel as though his parents had abandoned him. This bitterness lasted for years until high school, when his parents had saved enough money to bring him to Pengcheng. Once in Pengcheng, Chen Luo became even more insecure and for a while completely withdrawn. He couldn't speak Cantonese and had a thick hometown accent, which made him a laughingstock. His classmates would often mock him. Even after Chen Luo worked hard to master Mandarin and shed his accent, it didn't change his status as an outcast in the class. He became a target for bullying, running errands, doing chores for others, getting beaten up, and having his pocket money stolen were common occurrences, as was being humiliated. For instance, during a lab experiment, someone would deliberately spray a fire extinguisher at him over a tiny flame, and when the teacher asked, they would claim Chen Luo had let the fire spread to the desk. When such events became the norm for 2 years, Chen Luo developed clinical depression, and that was until this girl, Gu Qingguan, appeared. Chen Luo still remembers that day standing on the edge of the rooftop. Jumping from the 7th floor might not actually kill you. If you die, it's a clean break. If you don't, you'll likely end up paralyzed, bedridden for the rest of your life, and become a burden on your parents. Chen Luo was startled. He was stunned to hear such words coming from that beautiful, elegant girl. He hadn't actually planned to jump, but hearing Gu Qingguan say that left him feeling both miserable and amused. That was the first time Gu Qingguan had initiated a conversation with him since transferring a month prior. After that, his favorite thing to do in class was to sneak glances at her, and after night study, he would secretly follow her home. Night study usually ended at 9, and although their homes were far apart, he never tired of it, willing to spend an extra hour on the road just to watch over her. To outsiders, he looked like a total perverted stalker, which naturally angered the boys pursuing her, especially since he was such a timid, peripheral figure. One of them, Ni Wei, who bullied him the most, stopped him one night, mocked him, slapped him across the face, and forced him to kneel and call him grandfather. Just as Chen Luo was feeling helpless and terrified, he was shocked to see Gu Qingguan run out of a nearby restaurant carrying a pot of boiling water, splashing it at Ni Wei and his friends. While they were busy scurrying away in panic, Gu Qingguan grabbed Chen Luo's hand and they ran away. Chen Luo still remembers how round and bright the moon was that night. Everything was veiled in a hazy moonlight, filled with a romantic atmosphere. Chen Luo looked blankly at Gu Qingguan pulling him along as they ran, wishing that time could stay frozen in that moment forever. After shaking off Ni Wei and his gang, Gu Qingguan coldly said, "Don't follow me anymore," and walked away without looking back. Chen Luo knew he had fallen completely in love with her from that moment on, but shortly after, he received the devastating news that Gu Qingguan had committed suicide. At that moment, Chen Luo felt as if the whole world had collapsed. Since his parents left, his life had been nothing but suppression. She had been like a sun illuminating his world, and just when he was ready to work hard to become worthy of her, he received the tragic news. It was an absolutely devastating blow to him. After Gu Qingguan died, Chen Luo fell into a downward spiral as if his life had lost all meaning. After that, because he lacked a local residency permit, Chen Luo couldn't take the college entrance exam in Pengcheng. Coupled with the daily bullying he faced at school, he transferred back to his hometown. However, his grades had always been at the bottom, and with his heart no longer in his studies due to the incident with Gu Qingguan, he didn't even meet the threshold for a junior college in his first attempt. He only managed to get into a third-tier university after repeating a year. Then came a few years of aimless drifting, college romances, heartbreaks, graduation, and hunting for jobs. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the age of 29, the year he was diagnosed with cancer. It could be said that besides his parents, no one influenced Chen Luo's life before the age of 29 more than Gu Qingguan. Over the past 2,000 years, Chen Luo had at one point tried to investigate the reason behind Gu Qingguan's suicide. But 11 years had already passed and many leads had gone completely cold. Chen Luo sought out Gu Qingguan's parents, relatives, and friends, and their conclusions were surprisingly consistent. Gu Qingguan did not seem like the type to commit suicide, and she had no reason to do so. However, Gu Qingguan had left a suicide note, and security footage had clearly captured the moment she jumped from the rooftop. Chen Luo had also seen the contents of the note from her parents. It only contained a few brief lines. "There is too much ugliness in this world. I only hope never to be human again in my next life." The impact on Chen Luo's heart when he read those words at the time can only be imagined. Chen Luo didn't know what Gu Qingguan had gone through, but every word revealed a disgust for the world, even a plea not to be reborn as a human. Yet it also betrayed a lingering attachment to life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hoped for a next life at all. It was then that Chen Luo suddenly remembered the day he had intended to jump from the roof himself, and Gu Qingguan was standing there at the edge. It hadn't been a mere coincidence. He feared she had been planning to end her life even then. But at the time, it never crossed his mind, because too, could not believe that such a brilliant and peerless girl would choose suicide. In this very moment, finding out that Gu Qingguan was still alive, the sheer ecstasy in Chen Luo's heart was beyond words. However, Gu Qingguan's face was filled with astonishment and irritation. She had only transferred to this school less than half a month ago and hadn't even spoken a word to her deskmate, effectively treating him as a total stranger. Now a stranger was suddenly embracing her in front of the teacher and the entire class. No matter how well-bred she was, she couldn't tolerate this. "Are you happy?" Gu Qingguan asked with an understated tone. Chen Luo was slightly stunned, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, hugging her even tighter. "Happy, of course I am happy. Whether this is that damned next cycle or if time has truly moved forward, this is the happiest moment I've had in thousands of years." Gu Qingguan stood up abruptly, shoved Chen Luo away, and then with surprising ferocity lifted her foot and kicked him. Caught off guard, Chen Luo stumbled back a few steps before feeling a sharp, stabbing pain in his lower leg where she had struck his muscle, causing him to gasp. But instead of being angry, Chen Luo laughed even harder. Such intense pain proved he wasn't dreaming, but had truly returned to 2008. Gu Qingguan didn't stop after kicking him. She grabbed the books from the desk and began whacking him over the head with a flurry of blows. Chen Luo naturally wouldn't retaliate against her. He blocked the blows with his arms, watching the furious Gu Qingguan and laughing all the while. The students in the classroom were stunned into silence. They hadn't expected Chen Luo to dare hug Gu Qingguan openly, nor had they anticipated that the always graceful Gu Qingguan would erupt in violence. It was the exact opposite of her usual image. "Enough, stop it, both of you." Wang Aihua's exasperated roar echoed through the classroom. Gu Qingguan's movements ceased immediately, as if she realized her behavior just now had been rather unseemly. Her expression quickly returned to normal, and she sat back in her seat with a calm demeanor, as if nothing had happened at all. The students in the room were trembling in fear. Wang Aihua had a poor reputation for frequently using corporal punishment, so most of the students were terrified of him. In 2008, things were far less strict than in the future. Wang Aihua openly accepted gifts from parents, and being petty, he treated those who brought gifts with great favoritism. They not only got better seating but were even exempt from cleaning duties. For those who didn't give gifts, Wang Aihua would find trouble under any excuse, mocking, belittling, and even openly insulting them. Take Chen Luo, for instance. Wang Aihua had just called him a piece of garbage, and it wasn't the first time. Wasn't that parents hadn't reported him, but Wang Aihua had some distant familial connection to the vice principal, so nothing ever came of it. Have you two gone completely lawless? Wang Aihua bellowed in rage, rushing forward a few steps. Ignoring Gu Qingwen, he reached out to grab Chen Luo by the ear. Chen Luo shifted his gaze from Gu Qingwen, glanced at Wang Aihua indifferently, and then swiftly grabbed the man's wrist. With a sharp tug, he yanked Wang Aihua right in front of him. Chen Luo leaned in and whispered a single sentence into Wang Aihua's ear, just like someone sharing a secret. The next second, Wang Aihua's expression changed drastically. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, shoving Chen Luo away and stumbling backward several steps. His eyes filled with fear as he stared intently at Chen Luo, his lips trembling. How could you possibly know about that? The students who had expected the usual scene of punishment were baffled after Chen Luo whispered in Wang Aihua's ear. The man's expression had completely shifted. One moment he was livid, looking like he wanted to devour Chen Luo alive. The next, he looked as if he had heard something terrifying, his face full of panic and dread. The change was as fast as the mask-changing art of Sichuan. Every student was dying of curiosity, wondering what on earth Chen Luo had said to scare him so badly. Even Gu Qingwen looked over with some surprise, unable to suppress her own confusion and curiosity. But Chen Luo's voice had been so quiet that even Gu Qingwen, sitting right next to him, couldn't hear what he had said. Chen Luo looked at Wang Aihua calmly. Teacher Wang, can we continue the lesson now? Wang Aihua's face turned ghastly, shifting between pale and green. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but seeing the students all staring with wide-eyed curiosity, he couldn't manage to utter a single word. Chen Luo smiled and returned to his seat as if no one else was there. Wang Aihua remained frozen in place for a long time, just watching Chen Luo sit down, not daring to provoke him any further. His mind was completely occupied with how Chen Luo could have known that secret, and he had no interest in teaching. You all, just study on your own. To clarify, this is not the next cycle. This is time truly moving forward.
After Wang Aihua left the classroom, he frantically pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Have you told anyone else about us? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line, though she kept her voice very low and sounded surprised. Wang Aihua, are you out of your damn mind? How could I possibly tell anyone else about us? Wang Aihua realized he'd been so flustered that he'd almost lost his senses. The woman on the other end wasn't stupid either. If she mentioned that matter to a third party, it would be handing someone else leverage over her. But one of my students found out about it and told me during my class just now. What? The woman on the other end of the line let out a startled cry, but she quickly seemed to realize something and lowered her voice again. Hold on a second. The woman immediately hung up, and within a few minutes she called Wang Aihua back. What on earth is going on? What did he tell you? Her voice was filled with anxiety and anger. Wang Aihua was still in a complete panic. He had no idea why Chen Luo had suddenly blurted out a secret that only the two of them knew. He knows about Baifang Garden and the million. Hearing this, the woman on the other end of the line began to breathe heavily, and her voice trembled involuntarily. Wang Aihua, what the hell is going on? Explain it to me clearly. How did he find out? I really don't know. Did you ever cross that student? The woman on the other end of the line seemed to have a sudden realization and immediately asked. Wang Aihua was instantly at a loss for words. He had done far more than just offend Chen Luo. Chen Luo's family had never sent him any gifts, and since Chen Luo consistently ranked last in the class, seriously dragging down the class average, Wang Aihua would pick on him at the slightest provocation and frequently subject him to corporal punishment. This wasn't just offending him, it was practically a food. I guess so. Wang Aihua stammered in reply. The woman seemed to know Wang Aihua inside and out. Furious, she snapped, Wang Aihua, you bastard. I've been telling you to tone it down all along. Now look what's happened. That student must have been following you. That's how he found out about Baifang Garden. As she was ranting, the woman suddenly sensed something was off. Wait a minute. If he was just following you, it's not strange that he knows about Baifang Garden. But that million, only heaven and earth know about it. And you and I, how could he possibly know? Wang Aihua was still panicking inside. Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. Could the school have discovered it during an audit? Are you damn brain dead? If the school had found out, you and I would have been in jail by now. The woman unleashed a torrent of abuse on Wang Aihua without holding back, and she kept yelling at him for a full half hour. Wang Aihua meekly took the abuse, not daring to say a word in response. Did he say it in public, or did he tell you in private? The woman seemed to have run out of steam from yelling and finally remembered something, asking again. I'd say it was in private. Wang Aiwa didn't dare say that Chen Luo had told her that secret because he was planning to teach her a lesson again today. Given the circumstances at the time, it certainly counted as a private conversation. That means he's looking to get a cut. Set up a meeting with him tomorrow, and let's probe a little further to see what he's really up to and if he has any evidence. Then let's hurry up and pay the money back. We've made enough already. If something really goes wrong, we'll all end up behind bars. The woman on the other end of the line laughed bitterly in her rage. I told you last month to pay it back. Which son of a witch was so greedy that he wanted to make even more money? Wang Aihua was instantly at a loss for words, because he knew she was talking about him. Don't worry about the money. Right now, find out for me where that student came from and how he found out about that whole thing. Oh, I got it. Wang Aihua hurriedly agreed, then hung up the phone, intending to go find Chen Luo. But when he got back, he found that evening study hall had long since ended, and Chen Luo was, of course, no longer in the classroom. Chen Luo was now strolling leisurely alongside Gu Qingwan. Unlike in his previous life, when he'd sneaked up behind her, he was now striding confidently right beside her, less than a meter away. Gu Qingwan was furious. Ever since Wang Aiwa had left the classroom, that jerk had been staring at her nonstop. In the end, she had to use her textbook to shield her profile just to feel a little better. But even so, Gu Qingwan still seemed to feel Chen Luo's searing gaze, as if it were piercing right through her textbook. She simply couldn't stand it anymore, so she decided to leave class early. But what Gu Qingwan never expected was that this jerk would actually leave class early just to follow her, sticking right behind her the whole time. No matter whether she quickened her pace, broke into a run, or threatened him, Chen Luo doggedly kept up behind her, clinging to her like a leech. She just couldn't shake him off. What on earth do you want? Gu Qinghuan's face was etched with anger, and she couldn't hide her disgust. I want you to fall in love with me. Chen Luo looked Gu Qinghuan straight in the eye, showing no pretense whatsoever, his expression utterly sincere. Gu Qinghuan reacted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. She merely let out a cold snort and turned to walk away. But just as she turned, a strange flicker of emotion flashed across Gu Qinghuan's eyes. Chen Luo's eyes radiated an intense, burning light, a gaze so deep and focused that it stirred a rare flicker of emotion within her. Her stirrings weren't caused by what Chen Luo had said, but rather by her surprise that this classmate sitting right in front of her seemed to have suddenly changed. The Chen Luo of the past exuded an air of timidity. He walked with his head down, never dared to meet her gaze, and didn't even dare to speak to her. However, the moment Wang Aiwa woke him up while he was sleeping in class, Chen Luo seemed like a completely different person. His former timidity and self-doubt vanished without a trace in an instant. In their place was a pride that radiated from within, along with a hint of unbridled audacity, sharp and unyielding like a sword drawn from its sheath. Everything that happened had forced Gu Qinghuan to reevaluate Chen Luo. I'm warning you, if you follow me again, don't blame me for being rude. With her back to Chen Luo, Gu Qinghuan coldly tossed out the warning before continuing on her way. Chen Luo smiled and was just about to follow when he suddenly heard a mocking voice from behind him. You little trash, didn't you hear Miss Gu tell you not to follow her? Don't you understand human speech? Chen Luo's footsteps halted abruptly. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he slowly turned to face the group of students approaching him. Leading the group was none other than Ni Wei, the very person who loved to bully him the most. Although Chen Luo was smiling, a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Ni Wei and his gang, his gaze as sharp as a knife's edge. Over the past 2 years, Ni Wei had bullied him countless times. It was also Ni Wei who had started calling Chen Luo little trash. There had been several times when he'd been so driven to despair that he'd considered taking his own life, all because of this man. Ni Wei's father, Ni Zhaiming, ran a construction company in Hualong District. Although it wasn't much to speak of in Pengcheng as a whole, it held some influence within Hualong District. As a businessman, Ni Zimin was naturally very skilled at navigating social relationships. Although he had many connections with district leaders, he didn't take the school's administrators lightly either. Not only did he give generous gifts to the school's leadership, but he also provided substantial benefits even to people like Wang Aiwa who were not on his level. As a result, whenever Ni Wei got into trouble at school, the matter was swept under the rug whenever possible, and Wang Aiwa often turned a blind eye. Over time, Ni Wei became a school bully. Although Chen Luo didn't speak up about being bullied, he would occasionally come home with a black eye or a bruised face, so his parents naturally noticed something was wrong. They could guess that Chen Luo was definitely being bullied. When they asked him what had happened, Chen Luo wouldn't say because he knew it wouldn't do any good. And that's exactly what happened. When Chen Luo's parents went to the teachers and the principal to raise the issue, not only was nothing done about it, but they were met with nothing but cold stares. When Chen Luo found out, he felt even worse, so every time he was beaten, he shielded his face to keep his parents from noticing anything was wrong. Hey, you little piece of trash. As Ni Wei approached, his face brimming with arrogance, he began to speak, but his words abruptly stopped when he suddenly noticed Chen Luo's icy gaze. From a distance, it had been too dark for him to make out Chen Luo's expression or the look in his eyes. As they drew closer, Ni Wei and the 3 people following him all froze in their tracks. Chen Luo's gaze at that moment was utterly terrifying. It was as an incredibly fearsome prehistoric beast were staring right at them. They felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet straight to their brains, causing their bodies to freeze instantly. Over the past 2,000 years, Chen Luo had killed if not tens of thousands, then certainly several thousand people, and that murderous intent had not faded with the passage of time. Now that Chen Luo had unleashed it in its entirety, there was no way Niwei and his men could withstand it. Gu Qingwen had already walked some distance away. When she heard Niwei's words, she paused briefly before turning to look back. She had witnessed this scene many times before, but since Chen Luo had never put up a fight in the past, she hadn't bothered to intervene. But now a flicker of curiosity stirred within Gu Qingwen. The aura Chen Luo was radiating was completely different from before. Would he really let himself get beaten up like he used to? But as soon as she turned to look, she saw that Niwei and the others had frozen in their tracks, each of them looking as if they'd seen a ghost. Gu Qingwen was taken aback, wondering what could have happened to scare Niwei and the others so much. Driven by curiosity, Gu Qingwen wanted to move a little closer to figure out exactly what happened. Chen Luo strolled leisurely up to Niwei, leaned in close to his ear, and said with a soft chuckle, "You were driving without a license, hit and killed someone, and fled the scene. Your father, Ni Jiaming, arranged for someone else to take the fall. Did you really think that was a flawless plan, that no one else knew about it?" When Niwei heard this, his body jerked suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Chen Luo had found out about this. You. Niwei stared at Chen Luo tongue-tied. He kept stammering "you" for a long time, but couldn't manage to form a single complete sentence. "You want to know how I found out?" Seeing Niwei look over at him with a panicked expression, his eyes brimming with anxiety, he could tell Niwei was desperate to hear the answer. If this matter were to come to light, even with his family's wealth, he'd most likely end up in jail, and that was far more important to him than any punishment he might inflict on Chen Luo. What he wanted to confirm now was just how much Chen Luo knew and whether he had any evidence. Chen Luo smiled faintly and said calmly, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Now slap yourself, don't stop until I tell you to." Though Chen Luo's physical condition was still a bit weak, it was far better than it had been during his battle with cancer. Disciplining Niwei and his crew would be a breeze. However, Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to intervene, or rather, he deemed it beneath him to stoop to the level of someone like Niwei. After speaking, Chen Luo didn't even bother to glance at Niwei again. Instead, he folded his arms behind his back, turned leisurely, and walked toward Gu Qingwen. "If I don't hear a peep within 3 seconds, I'll go to the police station tomorrow to file a report." Niwei's expression turned ashen. He didn't know how much Chen Luo was aware of, but if he actually did as Chen Luo had said at this moment, he might end up at Chen Luo's mercy from then on. Especially since the person standing before him was someone he had once looked down on and bullied. The sudden reversal of the situation was something Niwei simply couldn't accept right away. "Go ahead. Do you think the police are some kind of pushovers? Do you really think they'll believe whatever you tell them?" Niwei shouted at Chen Luo, his voice fierce but his heart trembling. Chen Luo still didn't turn around. He just chuckled softly and spoke again. "July 29, 2008, 11:35 p.m., the intersection of Jiangning Road and Hang Road." Upon hearing this, Niwei's expression froze instantly, and he stared at Chen Luo's receding figure as if he'd seen a ghost. Because the time and place Chen Luo had mentioned matched exactly where and when he had committed the hit and run. Niwei could only recall that it was roughly around 11:00 p.m., but Chen Luo knew even the exact minutes down to the second. Was this guy actually there? But it'd been the dead of night, and that was a quiet, deserted street. He clearly remembered there hadn't been a third person at the scene. How on earth did he know that? Niwei was utterly baffled, his head buzzing. For a moment, he simply couldn't figure it out. "It's been almost 3 seconds. If I still haven't heard a sound, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." Chen Luo still didn't turn around, but his voice was the hint of mock. Niwei's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure whether to trust Chen Luo, but at that moment, under immense psychological pressure, he had already reacted instinctively. Niwei clenched his teeth and raised his hand, slapping himself hard across the face. Smack! When the crisp sound of the slap rang out, Niwei's henchmen and Gu Qingwen all froze in shock. They had been listening to Niwei and Chen Luo's conversation the whole time, but since they hadn't caught the whispered exchange between Chen Luo and Niwei at the beginning, they had no idea what was going on. But they all knew that someone like Niwei, who was used to being arrogant, would never slap himself in the face just because of a few words from Chen Luo. Yet what they could never have imagined was that Niwei had actually started slapping himself in the face. What on earth was going on? Gu Qingwen and her entourage looked just as bewildered. It was as if Chen Luo possessed some uncanny ability. Just a few words were enough to completely subdue someone. It had been the same with Wang Ehua back in the classroom, and now, with Niwei, the same eerie scene was playing out again. However, judging by their expressions and words, Chen Luo must have caught them both in the act of something. Otherwise, these two, who usually bullied Chen Luo the most, wouldn't have undergone such a sudden and drastic change. After Niwei slapped himself across the face several times in a row, the intense pain seemed to snap him back to his senses. His hand froze mid-motion. Even if Chen Luo knew the exact time and location, several months had already passed, and the case had long since been closed. Even the police hadn't been able to find any other leads at the time. Even if Chen Luo went to the police station to report it now, with nothing but his word to back him up, how could the police possibly believe him? Moreover, he had often bullied Chen Luo, and there was intense animosity between them. The police would likely assume Chen Luo was seeking revenge and making false accusations. They probably wouldn't investigate the car accident, but would instead have the school and his parents discipline him. When Ni Wei thought of this, it suddenly dawned on him he realized his mind had been too slow to react, and he'd let Chen Luo scare him. Now, slapping himself in the face in front of his cronies and his crush, Gu Qingguan, was an absolute disgrace. "You don't have any evidence at all, do you?" Chen Luo stopped abruptly, turned around, and laughed heartily at Ni Wei. "Looks like you're not really that stupid after all. After slapping yourself a few times, you've finally come to your senses a little." When he saw Chen Luo stop and turn to look at him, Ni Wei's eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and agony as if he wanted to devour him whole. But even though Ni Wei was furious to the extreme, he dared not make a rash move at that moment. Even without evidence, the fact that Chen Luo somehow knew about this incident had already intimidated Ni Wei. All he wanted to do now was contact his father, Ni Jimin, immediately and tell him what had happened. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth, and he said cheerfully, "I really like that look in your eyes. Keep it up and remember to come find me for revenge." After saying that, Chen Luo didn't spare Ni Wei and the others another glance and continued walking toward Gu Qingguan. "All right, the trash is taken care of, let's go." Gu Qingguan rolled her eyes. The way Chen Luo phrased it made it sound as if she'd been waiting for him, as if he didn't consider her an outsider at all. Gu Qingguan snorted in exasperation, turned and walked away, seemingly too above her station to even acknowledge Chen Luo. Chen Luo strolled leisurely behind her, smiling as he asked, "How can I make you fall in love with me?" Hearing this, Gu Qingguan was utterly speechless. She had plenty of admirers, many of whom went to great romantic lengths to win her over, like laying a path of flowers or unfurling banners. But someone as bizarre as Chen Luo, this was truly the first time she'd ever encountered anyone like him. Not just Gu Qingguan, any girl would be too lazy to answer a question like that. Maybe in the next life. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo didn't seem the least bit discouraged. Instead, he thought about it seriously for a moment. "In my next life, I might not be reborn at 18. Then I'd lose you all over again, so no." Gu Qingguan turned to look at Chen Luo in astonishment. Seeing the earnest expression on his face, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Luo had already claimed during evening study hall that he'd been reborn at 18, and now he was repeating it right in front of her. Had this guy watched too many time travel movies and read too many novels, convincing himself he was crazy, or was he just treating her like a cute little thing? Gu Qingguan couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Chen Luo, so she quickened her pace and walked on ahead. Chen Luo followed behind her unhurriedly, still wearing a broad smile. But after following her for a moment, the smile on Chen Luo's face vanished abruptly. That's because at some point Gu Qingguan had walked into a police station by the roadside. It took Chen Luo only a split second to realize that Gu Qingguan was clearly planning to go find the police. Chen Luo chuckled to himself. He rubbed his nose, thinking that Gu Qingguan was truly the most amusing person he'd ever met. However, this place wasn't far from Gu Qingguan's home, so nothing serious was likely to happen. After thinking it over, Chen Luo decided not to bother the police and immediately turned around to head home. Just as Gu Qingguan was about to step into the police station, she glanced back at Chen Luo. Seeing that he had tactfully turned and walked away, she gave a soft snort and didn't go inside after all. Chen Luo wasn't following Gu Qingguan simply to pester her, rather he wanted to get to know her better. In his previous life, Chen Luo had known Gu Qingguan for less than 3 months, and since he hadn't dared to speak to her first, he knew very little about her. Apart from her name, age, where she lived, and basic information about her family, he was completely unaware of Gu Qingguan's hobbies, what she liked or what she disliked. During those 90 days, he was trapped there after his investigation into Gu Qingguan's cause yielded no results. Chen Luo never dared to touch anything related to her again. His time in captivity had already nearly driven him mad, and recalling Gu Qingguan would undoubtedly double his suffering. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Luo suddenly furrowed his brow. What on earth happened to send me back to 2008 and, by an incredible coincidence, on the very day of my 18th birthday, which is also the time period I most desperately want to change? Trapped in those 90 days, Chen Luo had wondered more than once why this had happened and why it had to be him. God, fate, accursed, Chen Luo had speculated about all sorts of reasons that defied common sense. But none of these could be verified, and they remained the greatest mystery in Chen Luo's heart. Chen Luo carefully retraced his steps. During his 10,000th rebirth, nothing out of the ordinary had happened, nor had he encountered anyone special, so why had the death loop suddenly been broken? Chen Luo pondered this for a moment, and suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him. Could it be that the loop was being manipulated by someone? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Chen Luo found it somewhat amusing. He shook his head as if to convince himself otherwise. Impossible. If someone really were controlling it, wouldn't that person be like a god? Are there even gods in this world? Chen Luo had lived for several thousand years, yet he had never seen any deities. Never mind, I won't think about it. This is a dead end. Chen Luo hadn't been able to figure this out in over 2,000 years, so he certainly wasn't going to figure it out anytime soon. However, now that he had suddenly been reborn at the age of 18, one of the problems that had been troubling him had vanished. Namely, his liver cancer was gone. Chen Luo was absolutely certain he didn't have liver cancer at age 18 because physical exams were required for the college entrance exams. He'd undergone them both the first time and during his retake year, and his health had been perfectly fine both times. In fact, by the time Chen Luo had maxed out his medical skill, he already knew where his cancer had come from. While Chen Luo was still trapped in that worldly prison, he had already traced the source of his liver cancer. By the time he was in college, Chen Luo was already 20 years old, which meant he had contracted the infection between the ages of 20 and 29. There are two primary causes of liver cancer: excessive alcohol consumption and viral hepatitis, which is usually transmitted through contact. Unfortunately, Chen Luo had been exposed to both. Chen Luo himself did not have liver disease, but he had dated a girlfriend during college whose symptoms closely resembled those of a viral hepatitis carrier. For example, she suffered from fatigue, loss of appetite, abdominal distension, and jaundice, but Chen Luo didn't pay attention to it at the time. During the period between college and entering the workforce, Chen Luo's life was quite miserable. He was either a lapdog or a backup option. At work, he was constantly ostracized and bullied, a total loser. Over time, he turned to alcohol for solace and never learned to rein it in. Combined, these factors caused Chen Luo's viral hepatitis to rapidly deteriorate into liver cancer. When Chen Luo finally traced the root cause back to that ex-girlfriend, he did try to get revenge on her, but he soon lost interest because revenge wouldn't change the fact that he'd been trapped for those 90 days. When everything was reset, everything lost its meaning. Now that he's been reborn at 18, at least he's free of that tormenting worry. However, this body was still a bit too frail. Although he stood 1 meters tall, he had very little muscle and looked just like a skinny bamboo pole. Then I'll start working out right now. Chen Luo took off running toward his home. Chen Luo's home was a half-hour walk from school, but since he'd walked all the way with Gu Qingwen, running back took him nearly an hour. Although they called it home, it was actually a house Chen Luo's parents had been renting for over a decade. Since his parents had always sold vegetables at the farmer's market downstairs, living here was very convenient. Plus, since the address had never changed, Chen Luo wasn't worried about forgetting where he lived. By the time he got home, it was already past 11 p.m. Since his parents had to get up at 2:00 a.m. to restock their supplies, they went to bed around 9:00 p.m. every night and caught up on sleep during the day. When Chen Luo opened the door and walked in, he found a birthday cake on the table, along with a birthday card containing 500 yuan. Happy birthday, son. Chen Luo's heart warmed. No matter how many times he was reborn, his parents would always be the ones who cared about and thought of him the most. Chen Luo frowned as he looked around his rented apartment. He felt extremely out of place. Except for the very first few times he'd been reborn, Chen Luo had never been short on money. Even just buying a lottery ticket could earn him enough to last 3 months. As a result, Chen Luo had always enjoyed the best in food, clothing, housing, and transportation, but the conditions of this rented apartment were far too poor. Although it was a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, the living room could only fit a table and a refrigerator. It felt cramped even for a family to sit down and eat together. Chen Luo's room was even more cramped. It could only fit a bed and a desk. There wasn't even room for a chair, so he had to sit on the bed. Moreover, the window in his room was blocked by another building, so he had to turn on the lights even during the day just to see. His parents' room was slightly larger, but it only had room for one additional wardrobe. With the three of them crammed into this space of less than 40 square meters, Chen Luo found it difficult to adjust at first. Looks like I'll have to find the fastest way to make money. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, put the 500 yuan away, took a bite of cake, then placed it in the refrigerator before heading back to his room. As soon as he walked in, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. There was only one word to describe what he saw: doghouse. The space under the bed was a complete mess, crammed with shoes, books covered in a thick layer of dust, and all sorts of random clutter. The bed was just as messy, with 5 or 6 books scattered about. The pillowcase and comforter were both slightly discolored, and his change of clothes were carelessly tossed on top of the bed. Chen Luo sighed. The Chen Luo of the past mightn't have batted an eye at the sight, but now he didn't want to stay in this room for even a moment longer. Chen Luo actually knew why it was like this. At 18, he had given up on himself, didn't care at all about his appearance, and certainly didn't care about his room. Even when his mother Li Yun tidied it up for him, it would quickly revert to its current state. Chen Luo took a deep breath. Alright, I made this mess, so I'll clean it up myself. Chen Luo quickly began tidying up the room while pondering how to make money. Having been reborn 10 years in the past, he naturally had countless ways to make money, but what he wanted was the fast and safest method, one that would quickly improve his parents' living conditions without causing them any worry. The first thing that came to Chen Luo's mind was the lottery. Unfortunately, he could only remember the winning numbers from New Year's Day 2019 through April 1st. As for 2008, he'd never had the time to memorize them. Next was sports betting. He knew the winning teams and scores for every World Cup and European Championship over the years by heart, but the European Championship had just ended, and the next World Cup wasn't until 2010. It wasn't time yet. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the stock market. Although the 2008 global economic crisis was triggered by the US subprime mortgage crisis, China was spared the severe impact of this financial crisis due to factors such as its capital account not yet being fully liberalized, the scale of asset securitization still being in its early stages, and its substantial foreign exchange reserves. In fact, the country even experienced its 8th stock market bull run, which lasted for more than 9 months and didn't end until August 2009. During the bull market, driven by market sentiment and the strong rich-get-richer effect, all investors were extremely optimistic. Everyone wanted to buy stocks, and virtually every stock was on the rise. A playful smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, for he knew exactly where to get the money to buy stocks. What he had told Wang Aiwa that evening was, "Bifanjuan 23-3, embezzlement of 1 million in school funds." This statement was directly linked to this stock market bull run. The story behind it was actually quite simple. Wang Aiwa had been trading stocks for years, and upon noticing this bull market, she persuaded her lover, the school's finance officer, Lu Lai, to embezzle 1 million from the school's funds to invest in the stock market. The two of them were extremely lucky. The stock they bought hit the daily price limit more than a dozen times in just 1 month, causing their original 1 million to skyrocket to over 5 million. However, despite making so much money, the two dared not spend it recklessly after all. It was earned through the embezzlement of public funds, and if anyone with ill intent were to discover it, they would be in serious trouble. So the two spent 2 million to buy an apartment in Baifanyuan, a high-end residential complex in Hualong district, partly as a place for their secret trysts, and partly to hide the remaining several million in cash. As for how Chen Luo found out about this, it was quite simple. The two eventually fell out, and a dispute over the division of the proceeds led to a fatal incident, causing the whole affair to eventually come to light and even make the news. Chen Luo, who was in college at the time, happened to see the news report and found it thoroughly satisfying, so naturally he remembered it. As Chen Luo thought about this, a plan had already taken shape in his mind. With a quick shift in his thoughts, Chen Luo began to consider the next, more pressing issue. Gu Qingguan had committed suicide 2 months after his birthday, which meant he still had 2 months to figure out the reason behind her suicide and save her. Chen Luo felt that his rebirth on the day of his 18th birthday was no coincidence. Perhaps Gu Qingguan was the reason. Moreover, Chen Luo recalled another detail. It was only about a month until Xi Lian was kidnapped by Li Zixuan. Xi Lian had once told him that the date was October 23rd. That incident had caused her immeasurable harm, casting a shadow over her life for more than a decade, something she would never be able to forget. Since it happened just 1 month after Chen Luo's birthday, he had remembered it quite easily. A strange thought surged through Chen Luo's mind. The major events in both girls' lives seemed to have occurred right after his 18th birthday. Moreover, both girls held a special place in Chen Luo's heart. Was it really just a coincidence? As this thought crossed Chen Luo's mind, he couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't intend to dwell on it further. Thinking about this issue would only lead to an endless loop with no answer in sight. Now that he had broken free from that time prison, he had to cherish everything before him. At least he now had a new goal. By the time Chen Luo had finished thinking this through, he had already cleaned the room. The room was only a little over 10 square meters, so it took him less than half an hour to clean it up. Looking at his reborn room, Chen Luo felt inexplicably lighthearted and cheerful. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Chen Luo got out of bed. He found a few pieces of wire and a screwdriver at home, grabbed his backpack and headed out the door. Morning study period started at 7 a.m., and Chen Luo usually left the house at that time, but now he wasn't heading to school for morning study, he was going to Baifang Garden. Chen Luo didn't know where Baifang Garden was, but taxi driver surely did. He hailed a taxi by the roadside and arrived at Baifang Garden 20 minutes later. Although it was a high-end residential complex, since it was a new development, many of the units were still under renovation, and not many residents had moved in yet. As a result, the property management company hadn't even moved in yet, and there weren't even any security cameras installed, so Chen Luo was able to enter the complex without any trouble. After locating Building E, Chen Luo took the elevator straight to the 23rd floor. Chen Luo's purpose in coming here was to retrieve the more than 2 million in cash that Wang Aiwa and Lu Li had stashed there. He dared to walk in so brazenly because he knew Wang Aiwa and Lu Li couldn't possibly be there. Since both of them had their own families, they wouldn't stay here overnight. At this hour, they were surely asleep in their own homes. Even if they had been there, Chen Luo wouldn't have been the least bit intimidated. He held the upper hand over both of them, so he had nothing to fear. Chen Luo could have threatened Wang Aiwa into handing over the money, but he felt it was better to retrieve it himself. First, with such a large sum of money, they would surely be reluctant to part with it. Even if they finally resolved to hand it over, they dragged their feet for ages, and Chen Luo didn't have the patience for that. Second, since it was several million after all, if he pushed them too hard, they might resort to desperate measures like using that money to hire a hitman. Although Chen Luo wasn't afraid, he didn't want to cause a commotion at this critical juncture just for this amount of money. Chen Luo found room 23-3, pulled a few pieces of wire out of his backpack and began fiddling with the keyhole. Even in 2019, places with the strictest security in the world like the Louvre couldn't stop Chen Luo. An ordinary security door was practically wide open to him. In less than 10 seconds, the door's latch clicked open with a crisp sound. Chen Luo pushed the door open and casually closed it behind him. It was a duplex apartment spanning nearly 300 square meters. Even back in 2008, the price per square meter was around 8,000, making it worth over 2 million. Chen Luo clearly remembered property prices in Pengcheng 11 years later. With the subway set to reach this area in the future, prices would at least increase tenfold. Chen Luo glanced around briefly. The apartment was decorated with extreme luxury, surpassing even five-star luxury hotel. These two didn't dare to spend money openly and extravagantly. He suspected they'd secretly poured all their money into this apartment. Chen Luo didn't waste any time. He quickly began searching the room, hoping to find where the money was hidden. But after searching every possible spot where a large amount of cash might be hidden, he found absolutely nothing. That's interesting. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. These two weren't fools. They'd surely anticipated that thieves might break in while they were away for extended periods, so they'd hidden the money extremely well. Chen Luo paused to think for a moment, then resumed his search. For Chen Luo, who had once played the role of an urban thief, as long as the money was in this house, finding it was only a matter of time.
Over 2 million in cash. If simply stacked up, it would be 2 meters high. That's no small amount, and hiding it would require a great deal of space. With this line of thinking, Chen Luo's search became straightforward, and he quickly realized exactly what he was looking for: a secret room. The house had just been renovated. It was likely that Wang Aiwa and Liu Li had had a secret room installed during the renovation. Without giving it much thought, Chen Luo headed straight for the master bedroom. Those two were extremely greedy, otherwise they wouldn't have caused a fatality over this. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of human nature, the most likely scenario was that they'd hidden the money right where they slept. Having it close at hand would give them a sense of security. Chen Luo carefully inspected the 50 to 60 square meter master bedroom and quickly found a clue. The wall at the head of the bed was at a slight angle to the floor, something you'd never notice without a close look. This was because the steel reinforcements used to secure the secret room had created excessive weight, causing the surrounding floor to sink slightly and resulting in a slope of 1 to 5 degrees. Chen Luo smiled. He walked over to that wall, scanned the area, and then zeroed in on the nightstand. He reached behind the nightstand and soon felt a protrusion that resembled a switch. When Chen Luo pressed the switch, a crisp click sounded, and the wall slowly retracted inward, revealing a secret room before his eyes. Chen Luo smiled and immediately stepped inside, where he found 2 massive safes, each standing 1.5 meters tall. Chen Luo wasn't the least bit surprised. He walked over calmly, crouched down, and began examining the safe. It was a combination safe that required both a dial code and a matching key to open, making it extremely secure. But to Chen Luo, it was as if there were no security measures at all. He first turned the dial a few times, listening for the sounds it made. After several attempts, Chen Luo had a pretty good idea of how it worked. He immediately reached in and began turning the dial. In less than a minute, he heard the safe emit a crisp click as it unlocked. Chen Luo then took out a piece of wire and jiggled it inside the keyhole a few times. He then grabbed a screwdriver and forcefully pried at the keyhole, and the safe door swung open with a click. What met Chen Luo's eyes were stacks of bright red banknotes, filling the entire safe from top to bottom. At a glance, there appeared to be at least 1 million. Chen Luo didn't stand on ceremony, placed the backpack he was carrying on his back beneath the safe and shoved all the bills inside in one go. Once his backpack was full, Chen Luo didn't bother opening a second safe. For one thing, he knew his backpack couldn't hold any more. Second, if he took all the money, those two would surely go berserk, which would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Besides, with over 1 million already in hand, Chen Luo could accomplish quite a lot. He didn't need that extra million. Chen Luo didn't linger. He left Baifang Garden immediately. Instead of depositing the money in a bank, he brazenly carried over 1 million back to school. It wasn't that Chen Luo didn't want to deposit it. He simply knew that doing so directly would cause major problems. As someone who looked like a student, suddenly walking into a bank with 1 million to deposit would raise red flags with any bank employee who wasn't completely naive. If they called the police, that would be a huge headache. So, until he had legitimate, legal income, Chen Luo would only deposit a portion into his bank card. He wouldn't rashly deposit the entire amount into the bank. When Chen Luo arrived at school, morning study hall had already begun. Wang Aiwa was in the classroom greeting students, but she seemed completely distracted. Wang Aihua hadn't slept well the previous night because of what Chen Luo had said. When she rushed over early the next morning, she intended to talk to Chen Luo and test how much he actually knew, but he wasn't there. This made Wang Aihua feel a little flustered, causing him to start letting his imagination run wild. Was he late? Could that kid have gone to the police? What if the police show up? Wang Aihua wasn't afraid that Chen Luo would demand a bribe. What he feared most was that Chen Luo would go to the police. Just as he was hesitating over whether to call Chen Luo's parents to sound them out, he noticed Chen Luo walking in with his backpack. Wang Aihua froze for a moment, and a wave of anger welled up inside him for no apparent reason. "Chen Luo, you..." The sound of students reading in the classroom fell silent in an instant, so quiet you could hear a pin drop and all eyes turned toward the classroom door. Chen Luo cast a casual glance at Wang Aihua and said indifferently, "Teacher Wang, is there something you need?" Faced with Chen Luo's indifferent gaze, Wang Aihua's previously fierce expression immediately softened. The words he'd been about to shout were choked back and he stammered, "You, come with me for a moment." The students in the classroom were all stunned. They had expected Wang Aihua to fly into a rage, but the words on the tip of his tongue suddenly turned into a tone of almost pleading negotiation. At that moment, even the slowest among them realized that Wang Aihua must truly have something Chen Luo could use against him. Otherwise, his attitude toward Chen Luo would never have done a complete 180-degree turn. What astonished the students even more was Chen Luo's transformation. Although it had only been a single night, everyone could sense the immense change in him. A faint smile played at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. He didn't refuse. Instead, he immediately turned and followed Wang Aihua out. Chen Luo knew Wang Aihua was bound to come looking for him. There was no way to avoid it, so it was best to come clean. Wang Aihua didn't dare to look for Chen Luo inside the classroom building. Instead, she went straight to the center of the school playground, where there was no one within 100 meters, so she didn't have to worry about being overheard. "So, how did you find out about that?" Wang Aihua had been mulling it over for a long time on her way there, but after much deliberation, she decided to get straight to the point. Chen Luo replied calmly, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Teacher Wang, don't worry about how I found out." Having said that, Chen Luo paid no heed to Wang Aihua's expression. He brought the backpack from behind him to the front, unzipped it, and revealed a stack of bright red banknotes inside. Wang Aihua's eyes widened suddenly. Chen Luo's backpack was stuffed to the brim. It didn't take a genius to figure out it was filled entirely with cash. Where did he get all this money? A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in Wang Aihua's heart. Could this money be his father's? As if he had read his mind, Chen Luo smiled and said, "You're not wrong. This is the money I withdrew from Bifang Yuan." Hearing this, Wang Aihua's eyes nearly shot fire. He instinctively reached out to snatch the money back. Chen Luo, completely unflustered, reached out and gripped Wang Aihua's arm, saying with a half smile, "Teacher Wang, this money is my hush money. Are you sure you want to take it back?" Wang Aihua's heart skipped a beat, and the anger in his eyes vanished instantly. He stared at Chen Luo in shock and disbelief. "How did you get in there and get this money?" Wang Aihua felt as if his heart were bleeding. With just a single glance, he knew there was at least over 1 million in that bag. Although they had made over 5 million, having Chen Luo take 1 million right out from under them like this would be a blow to anyone. But now that Chen Luo had him by the throat, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. "Since I was able to find out what Teacher Wang and Finance Director Lu were up to, that shouldn't be much of a big deal compared to what happened at Bifang Garden, right?" Chen Luo naturally couldn't be bothered to explain himself to Wang Aihua. Besides, he knew full well that the less he explained, the less Wang Aihua would understand his true capabilities and the less likely he'd be to make a move. Sure enough, Wang Aihua's expression shifted slightly a few times. Looking at Chen Luo, she didn't know how to respond for a moment. Before yesterday, Wang Aihua wouldn't have even given Chen Luo a second glance, but since last night she'd found him increasingly hard to read. His entire demeanor and personality had undergone a complete transformation. The Chen Luo standing before her now was no longer the timid, cowardly student she had once known. Even though he was her student, Chen Luo exuded a condescending air of arrogance in her presence. That piercing gaze and aloof smile actually made Wang Aihua feel as if she couldn't catch her breath. You can take this money, but I need to know how you found out about that incident. And I want to know if you or anyone else will ever use this again to blackmail us into giving you money." Although Wang Aihua was a little flustered, she hadn't lost her composure. Even at this critical moment, she still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "I won't tell you the reason, but what I can tell you is that no one else knows about this, and I won't use it to threaten you again. From now on, you go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll mind our own business and leave each other alone." A look of suspicion clearly crossed Wang Aiwa's face. He obviously didn't believe Chen Luo would let the matter rest there. Chen Luo had keen insight. Just by observing Wang Aiwa's expression, he could guess exactly what the man was thinking. First of all, if I were really that greedy, I wouldn't have taken just this million. I would have taken all the money from the other safe as well. Chen Luo pointed to the backpack in front of him, then zipped it back up and slung it over his shoulder. Wang Aihua looked slightly taken aback because what Chen Luo said made sense. If he really wanted more money, he could have taken all the money from Bai Fangyuan without telling Wang Aihua and the others. At most, they would suspect a thief had stolen it. They wouldn't suspect Chen Luo. Second, isn't that distant cousin of yours involved in the underworld in Hualong district? If I ever come after you again to demand money, you could easily call him in to deal with me. As a student, I'm no match for those underworld types. Teacher Wang, I'm sure you've already considered this option last night, haven't you? As soon as Chen Luo brought up this second point, Wang Aihua turned pale with shock because Chen Luo had indeed guessed correctly. He had indeed considered many options last night, and enlisting his distant cousin was one of his backup plans. He just hadn't expected Chen Luo to call him out on it so directly. Wang Aihua was now truly gripped by a mixture of fear and dread. He felt completely at Chen Luo's mercy no matter what he did. It seemed the other man could anticipate his every move. What shocked Wang Aihua even more was that he had never told even his own wife or Lu Li about his distant cousin's involvement in the underworld. He'd found it too embarrassing, so how on earth did Chen Luo find out? Chen Luo knew, of course, because of news reports from the future. When Wang Aihua and Lu Li turned against each other, it was that distant cousin whom Wang Aihua had paid 300,000 to hire who'd Lu Li. This was also why Chen Luo was cautious. If he pushed Wang Aihua too far, the man might actually go so far as to hire a hitman. Although Chen Luo wasn't afraid, he had too much to do in the next 2 months to waste any extra energy on Wang Aihua. Third, I have no evidence regarding that incident. At most, I can report it to the school or the police. If you return the money and find a way to erase the transfer records, you'll be in the clear. Lu, the school's finance director, has plenty of ways to handle this. I don't need to tell you that. Wang Aihua was once again left speechless, because what Chen Luo had described was exactly what Lu Li was currently planning to do. Wang Aihua felt a chill run down his spine. Not only did Chen Luo know about his plan to hire his distant cousin, but now he'd even figured out what Lu Li was up to. It was downright eerie. While Wang Aihua was horrified, he also breathed a sigh of relief, because Chen Luo's methodical presentation of these 3 points had indeed dispelled many of his doubts. Chen Luo noticed the change in Wang Aihua's expression and continued in a calm tone. Teacher Wang, you should be able to rest easy now. However, I have one more condition. Wang Aihua's heart, which had just settled, immediately began to race again. What else do you want to do? Chen Luo laughed heartily and patted Wang Aihua on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's nothing major. I've been pretty busy lately, so I might not be coming to school very often. If other teachers or my parents ask about it, I'll need your help, Teacher Wang. Wang Aihua breathed a slight sigh of relief. Compared to other incidents, this really wasn't a big deal. If other teachers asked, she could simply say that Chen Luo needed to take frequent sick leave to go to the hospital. Okay, I got it. Wang Aihua agreed immediately, completely ignoring the fact that Chen Luo had just patted his shoulder as if he were giving an order to a subordinate. Chen Luo nodded, paying no heed to Wang Aihua's reaction, and turned to walk back toward the classroom. When he returned to the classroom, the sound of students reading fell silent as if someone had pressed the mute button, and the room once again became completely quiet. Every student in the class, except for Gu Qingwen, fixed their gaze on Chen Luo. Most of them looked on with surprise, but the students led by Nai Wei, who had been scolded by Chen Luo the night before, glared at him with pure hostility. Chen Luo ignored those stares and never took this bunch of brats seriously. From the moment he entered the classroom, his eyes had been fixed on only one person. Once Chen Luo reached his seat, he casually tossed his backpack at his feet, then noticed the book Gu Qingwen was holding. Chen Luo looked somewhat surprised, because what Gu Qingwen was holding wasn't a textbook, but a foreign language book, and it wasn't even in English. Meditations. Chen Luo read the title aloud the moment he Gu Qingwen had actually noticed Chen Luo enter long ago, but she had quickly averted her gaze to focus on the book she was reading. But when Chen Luo read the title of her book aloud, she turned around in astonishment and asked, "Vos can Latin? Do you know Latin?" The classroom was deathly quiet at that moment, Though their voices weren't loud, their conversation was exceptionally clear. Everyone heard them, but no one could make out a word of what they were saying. Chen Luo and Gu Qingguan spoke in a language that sounded like English, but their pronunciation was completely different from standard English. One by one, the students' eyes widened as if they were listening to a foreign language. Quia param, I know a little. Chen Luo chuckled. He was actually a bit surprised himself. He wouldn't have been surprised if Gu Qingguan had been reading English books, but Latin was not something the average high school student would be interested in or study. Latin is the equivalent of classical Chinese in Europe. During the Middle Ages, it served as the common language for diplomats and written texts, and it flourished during the period when Europe was under Catholic control. Many of Europe's historic universities still offer Latin courses, but only students in history and literature departments tend to take them. Today, it is used only in the relatively conservative, religious nation of the Vatican, and its former glory has long since faded. However, precisely because of this, Latin has become one of the languages that members of Europe's prestigious aristocratic families must learn, as it is one of the best ways for them to distinguish themselves from the common people, which has also earned it the title of the language of the aristocracy. The Latin original of Meditations that Gu Qingguan was reading was also very famous. It was written by Marcus Aurelius, the only philosopher-emperor in Western history and one of the greatest emperors of the Roman Empire. Chen Luo had no idea that Gu Qingguan was even more astonished than he was. Although Chen Luo had spoken only a few sentences of Latin, his pronunciation was exceptionally pure, almost more standard than that of the very person who had taught her the language. Have vos leger librum hunc? Have you read this book? Gu Qingguan, refusing to believe her ears, asked the question again in Latin. This book embodies two core tenets of Stoicism. First, the insistence on viewing everything in the universe from a holistic perspective. Second, a life in harmony with nature and the ideal. Chen Luo was still speaking Latin. Apart from Gu Qingguan, every student in the class looked completely baffled. Gu Qingguan was finally convinced. Chen Luo really could speak Latin, and judging by his pronunciation and fluency, he was at least as proficient as a native speaker. Gu Qingguan couldn't figure it out. Although she had only transferred to the school at the beginning of the semester, she had heard classmates mention that Chen Luo's grades had consistently been at the bottom of the class since his freshman year of high school. On top of that, he was a migrant student from a family of modest means, something evident from his everyday demeanor and the way he dressed. A family like that would have had Chen Luo study a foreign language, but it would have been English, not Latin. Latin teachers are much harder to find than English teachers, as Latin is considered a less commonly taught language, with very few students studying it, making it dozens of times harder to find a teacher than for English. Even if they did find one, the cost would be beyond what a family like Chen Luo's could afford. However, at that moment, Gu Qingguan noticed something strange happening in the classroom. The entire class was staring over at them with looks of astonishment. Gu Qingguan didn't like this feeling, so she stopped speaking Latin with Chen Luo. Instead, she turned her gaze away with a blank expression and went back to reading Meditations. Chen Luo smiled, but didn't try to strike up a conversation with Gu Qingguan either. Instead, he pulled out his chemistry textbooks from freshman through senior year from his desk and began skimming through them. Although he didn't know Gu Qingguan very well, he knew she wasn't the type to enjoying the center of attention. This was evident from her academic performance. In his previous life, although Gu Qingguan had only been his deskmate for a brief 3 months, her scores were always rather peculiar during the monthly exams. Even in subjects like Chinese, which included essay questions with subjective grading, her scores in every subject fluctuated precisely around 120 points, always placing her in the upper middle range of the class. At first, Chen Luo hadn't given it much thought, but later he realized this was clearly the result of Gu Qingguan deliberately controlling her scores. She knew the answers to all the questions. She simply didn't want to score too high and draw attention to herself. Chen Luo also planned to spend some time improving his own grades, not for any other reason, but simply to bring a smile to his parents' faces. In her previous life, her parents had worried themselves sick over her grades and felt too ashamed to hold their heads up in front of relatives and friends. Eventually, they had nearly given up hope. Whether it was a 4-year university or a vocational college, they just wanted him to get into any college at all. Chen Luo took out his freshman chemistry textbook. His eyes scanned the pages like a scanner, quickly glancing over the first page in just a few seconds before moving on to the second. Speed reading and memorization were the first skills Chen Luo had mastered, and they served as the foundation upon which he built countless other skills and knowledge. After thousands of years of practice, having a photographic memory was a piece of cake for Chen Luo. If he chose to, he could even recite the material backward after just a single glance, without a single mistake. Having majored in the sciences in high school and having won Nobel Prizes in chemistry, biology, and physics, these subjects were as easy for him as a college student tackling kindergarten-level problems. With his vast mental knowledge base as a foundation, Chen Luo spent less than 10 minutes skimming through all his high school chemistry textbooks from his 3 years of high school. After finishing, Chen Luo didn't stop. Instead, he pulled out all the textbooks for the remaining subjects in one go and began flipping through them. At this point, Chen Luo's reading speed could no longer be described as reading, he was simply flipping through the pages. He flipped through them faster and faster. To onlookers, it didn't look like he was reading at all, but rather like a playful performance. At that speed, a normal person simply couldn't make out the content on the pages. The students in the classroom had already shifted their attention away after Chen Luo and Gu Qingguan stopped talking. But at that moment, Chen Luo began rapidly flipping through the books again with a loud rustling sound, instantly drawing their attention back to him. Their faces all wore expressions of exasperation. They all thought Chen Luo was just trying to show off. This little jerk sure knows how to put on a show, doesn't he? I've just learned a new trick, the art of showboating. Haha, isn't he just showing off so much he's making himself look like an idiot? Look at that speed, who's he trying to race? The classroom was instantly filled with snickers and whispers, the mockery plain to see. Only Gu Qingguan's eyes betrayed a look of surprise. Sitting next to Chen Luo, she could clearly sense her deskmate's state of mind. Chen Luo's eyes were darting rapidly, his expression intensely focused. Apart from the textbook in his hands, nothing else existed in his line of sight. Unlike the other students, Gu Qingguan recognized it at a glance. This wasn't the showing off. The others assumed Chen Luo had entered a state of flow. Entering this state completely blocks out external perceptions, making it feel as though time has stopped. Gu Qingguan knew this because she had entered this state herself and had observed her own behavior during moments of flow through video recordings. Precisely because of this, Gu Qingguan felt even more astonished. This state isn't something one can enter casually. Even after countless hours of practice, she herself couldn't easily achieve it. What on earth is up with this guy? By the time Chen Luo had flipped through all the books in one go, morning study hall was nearly over. He took out a pen and paper, jotted down those 2 crucial dates, and began considering which one to tackle first. There were still 2 months until Qingguan's suicide. Although Shi Luoyun's case wasn't as serious as Gu Qingguan's, but being kidnapped and nearly raped had caused Shi Luoyun such deep trauma that it directly affected the rest of her life. Resolving this matter would be a piece of cake for Chen Luo. All he had to do was rescue Shi Luoyun from Lei Zixuan on October 22nd. But Chen Luo had another matter to consider: Qi Yuan. Chen Luo had no connection whatsoever with Shi Luoyun, yet he saved her at a critical moment. Given Qi Yuan's cunning and ruthlessness, he would surely become suspicious. He currently had no power base, no authority, and no influence. Once Qi Yuan set his sights on him, it would become a major headache. Back in 2019, Chen Luo wouldn't have cared at all, because he could act with complete impunity after all. No matter what he did, he'd always return to New Year's Day. But now that he's back in 2008, Chen Luo dares not take such risks lightly. He had finally managed to break free from that temporal prison. What if he died and was sent back to 2019, or simply died right then and there? Death had once been a form of relief for the Chen Luo of the past. But now that time had shifted, and he'd returned to the very moment he'd longed to reach. He was absolutely unwilling to die just like that, or to be trapped in those 90 days all over again. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and decided it was necessary to at least get to know Shi Luoyun before she was kidnapped. That way, rescuing her wouldn't seem so abrupt. Moreover, Chen Luo's desire to rescue Shi Luoyun wasn't merely out of admiration or affection for this intriguing woman. He was also considering the future need to leverage the Shi family's influence. Even 10 years ago, the Shi family was a colossal force, with even greater influence than it held in 2019. By 2019, with the rapid development of the internet and the widespread adoption of smartphones, society had entered an era of an all-encompassing information explosion. Everyone had become a publisher of information. Everyone was a self-media outlet, receiving a massive amount of information every day. Any inappropriate remarks, once recorded and posted online, would immediately cause a huge uproar, so arrogant and brazen statements like "my dad is Li Gang" gradually became less common. Even prominent families like the Shi family have begun to keep a lower profile, doing their best to avoid any possibility of media exposure. However, back in 2008, the Shi family wasn't quite so low-key yet. In his previous life, Shi Liyuan's kidnapping, the ordeals suffered by Li Zixuan's family, and the violent deaths of those thugs were the best examples of this. Although Chen Luo looked down on Shi Yuan's character, he was, like Shi Yuan, a pragmatist. Since the Shi family currently held immense strategic value, he naturally wanted to find a way to exploit it. To put it simply, take Ni Wei, the guy who'd been bullying him all along. His father, Ni Zhaiming, was quite influential in Hualong district, but Shi Yuan could crush him with just a few words. Those people should be useful now. A faint smile suddenly curved Chen Luo's lips as he murmured to himself. Pengcheng was the starting point of Chen Luo's rebirth every time, and his parents had always lived there, so he spent a significant portion of his time in Pengcheng. He knew every major figure here worth mentioning, and was aware of many of their secrets and vulnerabilities. Now that he had returned to 11 years ago, some of these people hadn't yet risen to prominence, while others, like Shi Yuan, had always been major players. He could invest in those who hadn't yet risen to power, and naturally, he could leverage the resources of those who were already major players to achieve his own goals. Chen Luo closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then quickly jotted down a few names on a piece of paper. He tapped them lightly with his pen as his mind raced. What Chen Luo didn't notice, however, was that as he wrote down that row of names, Gu Qingguan's pupils suddenly contracted slightly, and even her expression underwent a subtle shift, as if she recognized those names. But it was only for an instant. Gu Qingguan's expression quickly returned to normal, and she didn't glance at Chen Luo again. With each tap of his pen, Chen Luo crossed out a name. In no time at all, the dozen or so names listed on the paper were whittled down to just 3. The names he had crossed out were not without value. On the contrary, they were all powerful figures with immense influence and potential. It was simply that, for now, Chen Luo had no immediate use for them. The 3 remaining were the ones Chen Luo was currently confident he could control. After finalizing the list, Chen Luo casually scribbled over it until it was completely illegible, then, still uneasy, tore it to shreds and tossed it into the trash can. Just then, the bell signaling the end of morning study period rang. Just as Chen Luo was about to get up to go to the cafeteria for breakfast, a figure hurried over and said to him in a menacing tone, "The revenge you've been waiting for starts today. Get ready to enjoy it." When Chen Luo turned around and saw that it was Ni Wei, he couldn't help but frown. The guy's face was now lit up with a smug grin. He must have something up his sleeve to deal with Chen Luo.
Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo lashed out with a band slap, leaving a bright red handprint on Ni Wei's left cheek. Ni Wei was stunned for a moment, and the students in the classroom who had been getting ready to go out for breakfast were all dumbfounded, almost convinced they were seeing things. After all, it was always Ni Wei who slapped Chen Luo, and Chen Luo would meekly take the beatings and insults without daring to put up the slightest resistance. But now the tables had turned. Had Chen Luo actually slapped Ni Wei in front of everyone? Had he lost his mind? You damn. Ni Wei's face turned bright red. As a teenager, he valued his pride above all else, and being slapped by Chen Luo in front of the entire class was no less painful than being killed. Smack. Before Ni Wei could fly into a rage and lunge at him, Chen Luo, without warning, landed another slap, instantly leaving a red handprint on Ni Wei's right cheek. What do you mean, you? I hate it when people act even more arrogant than I do. A silent dog bites to the death. Ever heard that saying? You haven't even gotten your revenge yet, and you dare to show off right in front of me. Are you brain dead? With every sentence, Chen Luo landed another slap. Ni Wei was so dazed by the barrage that he could only instinctively cover his head to dodge Chen Luo's blows. The classmates watched in stunned silence as Chen Luo, as if scolding his own son, delivered slap after slap to Ni Wei, leaving them all speechless. Their eyes involuntarily turned to Ni Wei's usual henchmen, only to find that they were either averting their gaze as if they hadn't seen anything or had simply left the classroom. These guys had witnessed Chen Luo's fighting skills the night before and knew full well that even if they all attacked him together, they'd still end up getting beaten by him. Instead, they would end up humiliated in front of the entire class just like Ni Wei, so one by one they pretended not to see a thing. At that moment, every student realized something was wrong. If Chen Luo had somehow found something on Wang Aihua to hold over her, causing her such fear, then Ni Wei and his crew's behavior made no sense at all. After all, they were the ones who bullied Chen Luo the most on a daily basis, and just moments ago Ni Wei had clearly been planning to pick a fight with him. How could things have changed so drastically overnight? What on earth had happened to Chen Luo? Chen Luo struck Ni Wei a dozen or so times before stopping. He found it pointless to keep picking on a kid, and besides, he had other things to do and didn't want to waste time on this little brat. Chen Luo picked up his backpack from the ground, slung it over his shoulder, and waved to Gu Qingwen with a smile. "I'll come pick you up tonight," he said. With that, Chen Luo strode off without a second thought for how his classmates or Gu Qingwen might react. After leaving school, Chen Luo first went to the bank to deposit 100,000 into his bank account, then headed straight to the residential complex where Gu Qingwen lived. Gu Qingwen came from a well-off family. Her mother, Yi Luanyu, was a professor at Pengcheng University, and her father, Gu Yitao, ran a hardware manufacturing plant. With such privileged circumstances, they lived in a high-end residential complex. Chen Luo asked the property management specifically if there were any vacant units for rent in the building where Gu Qingwen lived. To his surprise, a unit on the floor above hers had just become available. The owner was a single mother whose son was studying abroad in Australia. Concerned for his well-being, she planned to move to Australia to accompany him. Although the owner wanted to rent out the place, she didn't want to waste her energy worrying about the apartment while she was abroad for the next few years. Therefore, she required a minimum 3-year lease with a 1-month deposit, 1-month rent payment arrangement where 1 month referred to a year's worth of rent. Such stringent conditions meant the apartment had remained vacant for some time. Chen Luo was naturally overjoyed and agreed without a second thought. He had the property management contact the owner's relative who was still in China that very day to come sign the lease. By the afternoon, Chen Luo had already entered room 15-2 in Building C with the keys in hand. He first tossed the backpack full of cash into a random cabinet, then began looking around the apartment. It was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, measuring well over 100 square meters, fully furnished with high-quality furniture and appliances, the kind of place where you could move in with just a suitcase. Of course, it didn't come cheap. The annual rent was 50,000, and with the security deposit, the total came to 100,000. Chen Luo had never been particularly concerned about money, and since it wasn't his own, he naturally didn't feel any qualms about spending it. What he liked most about this apartment was that it was right above Gu Qingwen's place. From his balcony, Chen Luo could see Gu Qingwen's balcony, which meant he could jump over to her place at any time. Chen Luo took this step out of sheer desperation, because 2 months later, Gu Qingwen committed suicide by jumping off the roof of this very building. Chen Luo's plan was simple. Even if he didn't know the reason for Gu Qingwen's suicide by then, he was determined to stop her from jumping to her death right there. After checking out the room, Chen Luo withdrew some cash and headed to a nearby shopping center to buy clothes and makeup supplies. As a teenager, Chen Luo hadn't paid much attention to his appearance. Both his hairstyle and clothing exude an incredibly tacky vibe, the kind of person you'd glance at once but never look at a second time. Chen Luo first got a neat haircut, then bought more than 10 outfits. These included casual wear suitable for his current age group, high-end suits for adults, and even clothing for the elderly, something for every age group. As for makeup supplies, Chen Luo didn't leave a single item out. He even bought wigs and false eyelashes. Chen Luo's purpose in buying all this was simple: to disguise himself. Chen Luo could come and go freely from famous locations around the world, places like the US president's residence, which were heavily guarded and had multiple layers of security. He relies on a combination of countless abilities, such as the ability to forge the fake IDs needed to enter and exit the residence, hacking into the residence's database to add his own information, and bypassing security systems. But the most crucial of these abilities is actually the art of disguise. Chen Luo had mastered the art of disguise to the highest level. Not only could he transform an ugly person into a beauty, but he could also disguise him as a woman or a woman as a man with ease. When he entered the official residence, he even disguised himself as a Caucasian and went completely unnoticed. So even though he was wanted by more than 70 countries, no one knew what Chen Luo really looked like. The reason he was eventually discovered was entirely due to Chen Luo's carelessness. He had underestimated the US government's determination to capture him. When Chen Luo was selling that Lincoln portrait on the black market, he discovered that the US government had long been closely monitoring all black markets. As soon as the Lincoln portrait appeared on the black market, the FBI picked up on the lead, followed the trail to Chen Luo, and exposed his true appearance. Although Chen Luo managed to escape in the end, he could no longer return to his home country through normal channels. Because the FBI knew Chen Luo was an expert in disguise, they conducted thorough head-to-toe inspections of everyone attempting to leave the country, confirming their identities and ensuring they were not in disguise before granting permission to depart. The real reason Chen Luo rented this apartment was to have a convenient place to store props and costumes. His mother, Li Yun, would come by every few days to tidy up his room, and if she saw all that cash and those strange props and costumes, she'd be absolutely terrified or else. Chen Luo planned to meet the 3 bigwigs he'd shortlisted while in disguise. If he went as a student, not only would he lack credibility, but he probably wouldn't even be allowed through their doors. Chen Luo didn't go there right away, however. Instead, he decided to first go and get to know the 18-year-old Xi Lian. Chen Luo knew she attended a prestigious private school, one of those so-called elite schools, where most students came from wealthy families. By this point, Xi Lian had already secured a full scholarship to Harvard, She didn't even need to take the college entrance exam and was simply waiting to enroll directly at Harvard next year. It was easy for Chen Luo to get to know Shi Lian. She simply had to talk about what happened during her high school years and her usual activities. At that time, Shi Lian's favorite pastime was street racing. Shi Lian's biggest hobby in high school was collecting sports cars, a pastime that naturally wasn't something just anyone could afford. But for Shi Lian, this was no problem at all. She had begun studying finance, including stocks and futures, while still in middle school. During her middle school summer break, she had already joined her father's financial firm to learn about business management. By the end of that summer, Shi Lian used the money she had earned to buy her first supercar. Shortly after, in her sophomore year of high school, she received an acceptance letter from Harvard, and both Shi Yuan and her father, Shi Yixian, rewarded her with a supercar each. On her 18th birthday, in addition to receiving 30 million from her family trust fund, Shi Lian also received birthday gifts from several elders in the family, and every single one of them was a sports car. Counting the ones she had purchased with her own investment earnings over the past 2 years, by her 18th birthday, Shi Lian owned more than 20 supercars, enough to drive a different one every day without repeating a single model for an entire month. When Chen Luo heard this, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. This was the gap between the wealthy elite and ordinary people. Others were born at the finish line. They played with different toys, and their life trajectories were completely different. Take Chen Luo in his previous life, for example. He was bullied so badly in high school that he contemplated suicide, and by the age of 30, he had still achieved nothing of note. Shi Lian, on the other hand, had earned his first sports car by the age of 16, and by 29 he had already become the CEO of a publicly traded real estate company. This is what they say: it's not that you should fear those born into better circumstances than you, it's that you should fear those born into better circumstances who work even harder than you do. With so many sports cars, Shi Lian naturally wouldn't let them sit at home gathering dust. Instead, he loved to take them out for a spin. Pengcheng has many mountains, and in the far south lies a mountain called Nanyuan Mountain. Since it isn't a well-known scenic spot, few people ever go there. However, it's a favorite spot among street racers because it features an extremely treacherous winding mountain road with very little traffic even during the day. When the night is deep and quiet, it becomes even more deserted, making it the perfect spot for street racers to hold their races. Shi Lian loved street racing. Whenever he had free time, he would go to Nanyuan Mountain to race, usually with something at stake. It was precisely by tracking down Shi Lian's whereabouts that Li Zixuan had kidnapped her at Nanyuan Mountain all those years ago. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then immediately took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number. "Fat Monkey? Who's this?" A surprised voice came from the other end of the line as the caller ID showed a completely unfamiliar number. Although Fat Monkey had many cell phone numbers, the one Chen Luo was calling from now was a private number known to very few people, one reserved only for clients or influential figures who were extremely important to him. "You're not in a position to know who I am. I need a Yama Tyrannosaurus. If I don't see it within a week, I'll tear your hideout apart." Fat Monkey was instantly startled by these words. If Chen Luo had called from a different number and started off so arrogantly, he would have likely lost his temper and started cursing right away. But now he dared not, because Chen Luo's tone and voice were imbued with a sense of superiority, as if he were floating on a cloud. Fat Monkey had only ever heard that kind of tone and inflection from important clients. Moreover, although Chen Luo had spoken only a few brief sentences, they already revealed that he knew the Fat Monkey very well. The Yamaha Tyrannosaurus is a custom heavyweight motorcycle produced by Yamaha Corporation, set to hit the market next year. Getting one now is something the average person simply doesn't have the clout to pull off. Fat Monkey, however, was the only person in all of Pengcheng capable of securing this bike ahead of schedule because he was in the smuggling business, with his own smuggling networks in Hong Kong, Europe, and the US. His biggest clients were the spoiled second-generation heirs of wealthy families. Back in 2008, foreign sports cars and other novelty items usually took a long time to hit the domestic market. Those wealthy young heirs usually lacked patience and would often pay several times or even dozens of times the price to have someone like Fat Monkey smuggle the goods in ahead of schedule. It was easy for Chen Luo to identify Fat Monkey since he was one of the 3 big shots Chen Luo had written about. This guy's real name was Hao Yaozong, a native of Pengcheng who had been hanging out on the street since his teenage years and had been arrested several times. After his release, he followed his cousin into the smuggling business. At first, he smuggled goods as electronics from Hong Kong into Pengcheng. Hao Yaozong found this too slow a way to make money, so he started taking on jobs for the rich kids from prominent families. Often, a single job from them was enough to keep him afloat for a year. It was during this period that Hao Yaozong made his initial fortune. Later, his smuggling operations expanded significantly, and he successfully cleaned up his image, transforming himself into the CEO of several trading companies with a net worth of tens of billions. Chen Luo was quite close to Hao Yaozong in 2019, though their relationship was purely transactional. Each was simply using the other to their own advantage. For example, that sniper rifle had been brought back into the country through his channels. This gentleman, Hao Yaozong, wasn't sure how to address Chen Luo, but he spoke in an extremely respectful tone. "Sir, I can arrange to get you the Yamaha Tyrannosaurus, but this bike needs to be custom-made. A week's time is simply not enough." Chen Luo coldly cut Hou Yaozong off, saying impatiently, "I know that Shi Hongfei ordered another custom one from you. It'll arrive before National Day. Me that one." Hou Yaozong's expression shifted slightly on the other end of the line. Shi Hongfei was Shi Liyun's cousin, and he had already obtained a custom-made Tyrannosaurus from Hou Yaozong earlier. Apparently, he liked the bike so much that he'd ask Hou Yaozong to order another one. Chen Luo knew this wasn't unusual, but the fact that Hou Yaozong even knew when his shipment would arrive was a bit unbelievable. After all, Hou Yaozong wouldn't go around broadcasting this kind of information. Only he and a few trusted confidants knew about it. Were there spies among those confidants? However, Hou Yaozong knew this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The young master on the other end of the line hadn't hung up yet, and if he angered Chen Luo, who knows in a fit of rage, he might actually come and smash up his own headquarters. By now, Hou Yaozong had tacitly assumed Chen Luo was the son of some wealthy family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so contemptuously when mentioning young Master Xi, nor would he have known that young Master Xi had ordered a second Tyrannosaurus here. Someone like that surely came from a background no less prestigious than young Master Xi. But as Hou Yaozong ran through the major families of Pengcheng in his mind, he couldn't immediately place Chen Luo with any specific family. "Sir, I really can't make that call. You know, young Master Xi's temper, if I don't have a reasonable explanation, he'll definitely break my legs. How you explain it to Shi Hongfei is none of my business, but if I don't see that Tyrannosaurus by National Day, it won't be as simple as just breaking one of your legs." Chen Luo's voice was detached, yet it carried an air of finality that brooked no argument. Hou Yaozong inwardly groaned. The threat in Chen Luo's tone was unmistakable. If he didn't hand over that Bao Long, he might end up with both legs broken or even lose his life. This was practically roasting him over a fire. "Of course, I won't let you come out on the losing end either. Before National Day, Customs and the police will conduct a joint anti-smuggling operation in the Harbor District. You should know what to do." Chen Luo said this in a matter-of-fact tone, then hung up the phone with another word. The Harbor District is a coastal administrative district of Pengcheng and the most critical area for smuggling operations. Hou Yaozong's stronghold was located near Longkou Port in the Harbor District. Chen Luo knew this in advance. In fact, Hou Yaozong had told him so himself during a casual conversation years ago. During the 2008 National Day holiday, Hou Yaozong had evaded that crackdown because a few days before the customs operation, he discovered that one of his subordinates was a police informant. Furious, Hou Yaozong eliminated the informant and immediately moved all his cargo and personnel out of the Harbor District, thereby avoiding this devastating blow. Chen Luo hung up the phone at this point, knowing that the more he said, the more likely he was to slip up. Hanging up now would not only maintain an air of mystery and power, but also give Hou Yaozong plenty of time to let his imagination run wild. Hou Yaozong, on the other end of the line, was genuinely stunned. Even after the call had ended for quite some time, he hadn't yet come to his senses. If anyone else had said that, Hou Yaozong wouldn't have taken it seriously at all. After all, in his line of work, how could one possibly operate without some connections? Without greasing the right palms, you wouldn't even know how you died. However, Hou Yaozong hadn't heard a single whisper about this special operation Chen Luo mentioned. Hou Yaozong's expression shifted several times, and he immediately found a number on his phone and dialed it. "Boss, have you heard anything about this lately?" "What kind of rumors? Don't worry needlessly. If something were really going on, I'd let you know." "Are you sure? Don't jump to conclusions." "All right, I'm busy right now. We'll talk later." Before Hou Yaozong could react, the caller hung up. Hou Yaozong's expression turned grim in an instant, for he had already sensed something was off. The other party had answered without a moment's hesitation. It was clearly a rehearsed response. Telling him to relax was most likely just a ploy to stall him. Hou Yaozong narrowed his eyes. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed another number. "Mouse, head over to Qi Liyuan right away and see if that guy's little lover is still there." "Got it, boss." Less than an hour later, Hou Yaozong's phone rang again. "Boss, that woman isn't here anymore. I checked the surveillance footage in the room she packed her things and left 3 days ago." Veins bulged on Hou Yaozong's hands as he nearly crushed the phone in his grip. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I understand. Notify the guys immediately. Move all the goods out." "Huh? Did something happen?" "Stop damn around. Get on it right now." "Yes, yes." Hearing Hou Yaozong's furious roar, Houzi didn't dare say another word. He hurriedly acknowledged the order and set off to carry it out. "Damning son of a witch." After hanging up the phone, Hou Yaozong, unable to contain his rage, slammed the phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Hou Yaozong's anger wasn't without reason. He'd been funneling a lot of money to that boss on a regular basis, and had even been supporting the boss's mistress. Not only had he bought the mistress an apartment, but the bribes he paid were also funneled directly to her. Hou Yaozong knew the official wouldn't dare take the money directly for fear of leaving evidence, so he deliberately had the mistress collect it. But Hou Yaozong wasn't stupid. When he bought that apartment, he had a plan. He installed surveillance cameras inside. His plan was to capture video evidence of the official's secret trysts with his mistress, just in case. As it turns out, that precaution he took back then has indeed come in handy. "You son of a witch. If you want me dead, I'll send you straight to the 18th circle of hell." The shipment at Longkou port alone was worth nearly 50 million. If you added in the goods he'd smuggled previously, the total would certainly exceed 100 million. In 2008, such a massive sum was punishable by death. It wasn't until the 2011 amendment to the criminal law was passed that the death penalty for ordinary smuggling was abolished. How could Hu Yaozong not realize by now that the other side must have known the authorities were getting serious and could no longer protect him? So he decisively abandoned Hu Yaozong, completely cutting off that contact. After all, the bribe money had never passed through his hands. All he had to do was send his mistress away. Once his anger subsided, Hu Yaozong suddenly felt a chill down his spine and realized he had broken out in a cold sweat from fear. At that moment, Hu Yaozong's awe and gratitude toward Chen Luo reached an unimaginable height. Even that high-ranking official, a figure of considerable ins, couldn't protect him and hadn't even dared to let the slightest hint of the situation slip. Yet Chen Luo had casually shared this information with him. To Chen Luo, it might not have been a big deal, but to Hu Yaozong, it was nothing short of a life-saving favor. The fact that Chen Luo was privy to such strictly confidential information undoubtedly demonstrated the immense power and status he held. Apart from the signs of those prominent families, Hu Yaozong simply couldn't think of anyone else with that much influence. As Hu Yaozong thought this through, he naturally realized who that T-Rex had been given to. Young Master Shi already had one, so he wasn't in a hurry. He could always urge the US to rush another one over at worst. It would just cost a few times more. Compared to his own life, that was nothing, and it would also allow him to curry favor with Chen Luo, this mysterious young master. No matter how he looked at it, the deal was well worth it. Hu Yaozong picked up his phone, intending to call Chen Luo to thank him, but the moment he thought of the other man's status, he put the phone down again. A figure of such stature wouldn't need his thanks. Hu Yaozong could only wait for Chen Luo to contact him first or wait for the T-Rex to arrive so he could fill Chen Luo's request. While Hu Yaozong was lost in his own thoughts, Chen Luo was just about to head to school when he received a call from his mother, Li Yun. "Xiao Luo, a water pipe burst at home. The place is flooded and uninhabitable right now. Go stay at your aunt's house after evening study, I've already let her know." Chen Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. He had sensed something was wrong the moment he heard his mother's tone. Li Yun's voice was laced with exhaustion and panic, a stark contrast to her usual dull tone. "Something's wrong at home." Instead of calling Li Yun out on it, Chen Luo smiled and said, "Mom, I understand. I'll go stay at Auntie's tonight." "Okay. If it gets too late, you can just find a small hotel near school to stay the night. We'll have the house cleaned up by tomorrow." "Okay, Mom. I have class now. Gotta go." Okay, go on then." Chen Luo hung up the phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't know what happened, the fact that Li Yun wouldn't let him come home clearly meant she was aware that things at home weren't going well right now. His parents were well aware that Chen Luo was already in the final countdown to the college entrance exams. They didn't want him to worry, nor did they want anything to distract him from his exams. Chen Luo immediately took out his makeup kit and began quickly transforming his appearance. In less than half an hour, Chen Luo's entire appearance had transformed. He now looked like a man in his early 30s. When he slipped in the high-end suit worth 20,000, Chen Luo's demeanor changed instantly, exuding the aura of a successful professional. Chen Luo glanced in the mirror to make sure there was no trace of his true self left, then immediately turned and left the room, heading toward Huolong Market. By the time he arrived at Huolong Market, it was already past 5 p.m. Since it was dinner time, the market was bustling with people buying groceries. But when Chen Luo arrived at his family's vegetable stall, he found that not only was it closed, but the area outside was also in complete disarray. From the evidence outside, Chen Luo could tell at a glance that it had been vandalized. He even spotted some blood stains on the ground. Chen Luo's heart sank slightly. He was worried the blood belonged to his parents. But Chen Luo took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. Judging by his mother's tone, nothing too serious had happened. Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he walked over to the neighboring vegetable stall, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Sir, I come here every day to buy vegetables. Why is their stall closed today?" The shop owner actually knew Chen Luo since he often came to help out during school breaks. But since Chen Luo was in disguise, the owner didn't recognize him at all and didn't even think in that direction. The vegetable stall owner sighed and said, "Don't even get me started. I don't know who they offended. A bunch of helmeted motorcycle gang members just showed up. They charged in with iron bars and started smashing everything up. The owner got accidentally hurt and has been taken to the hospital." After the owner's wife called the police, she went with them to give a statement. The vegetable stall owner stopped abruptly mid-sentence and looked at Chen Luo with a mixture of fear and alarm. Just as he was speaking, he felt his body suddenly stiffen for no apparent reason. Before he could figure out what was happening, he saw Chen Luo's eyes as if they were glowing, emitting an extremely icy glare. The vegetable stall owner was deeply shaken. That gaze was utterly cold, like that of some ferocious beast, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. "Is the owner seriously injured?" Startled, the vegetable stall owner answered reflexively, "I don't think it's serious. He just got hit on the arm with a stick while trying to stop those people." Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave Huolong Market. A gleam flashed in his eyes as he began to think rapidly. It didn't happen earlier or later, it had to happen on the very second day after his rebirth. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. In just a moment, Chen Luo had narrowed his suspicions down to Wang Aiwa and Ni Wei, but he quickly ruled out Wang Aiwa. Although 1 million was a sum that would make him wince, he held the leverage over Wang Aiwa. Doing something like this would bring him no benefit, it would only enrage Chen Luo. Even if Wang Aiwa were a fool, she wouldn't be that stupid. That left only one possibility, Ni Wei. Chen Luo recalled the words Ni Wei had said to him, "The revenge you've been waiting for starts today. Get ready to enjoy it." At the time, Chen Luo had thought Ni Wei was just posturing and speaking off the cuff, but he never expected that idiot to actually send people to target his parents. Ni Wei certainly had the means to do this. Ni Zhaiming knew people from all walks of life. It would be a piece of cake for him to round up a few thugs to vandalize a vegetable stall. Besides, they weren't afraid of the police. That gang of motorcycle thugs were all wearing helmets, so their true identities were hidden. Back then, unlike in later years when surveillance cameras were everywhere, they'd smash everything and ride off on their motorcycles. The police wouldn't stand a chance of catching them, and the whole thing would just fizzle out. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." A surge of murderous intent welled up inside Chen Luo. If Ni Wei had come after him, Chen Luo wouldn't even have been angry, but daring to lay a hand on his parents, that was crossing a line he wouldn't tolerate. Chen Luo returned to his rented apartment, turned on his computer, and began typing furiously. In no time at all, a surveillance feed appeared on his screen. Chen Luo had lived near Hualong Market for 2 years and knew that while there were no cameras inside the market, there were some at the entrance. Chen Luo had just hacked into the surveillance system of the Hualong Market Management Office. His first priority was to track down that biker gang. First, he had to ensure they received the punishment they deserved. Second, he needed to determine who was behind it all.
For someone like Chen Luo who could hack into any computer in the world, the Hualong Market Management Office's system was practically wide open. It took Chen Luo only a few minutes to retrieve the footage from the entrance security cameras and locate the footage of the motorcycle gang leaving. Chen Luo pressed the pause button and kept zooming in on the footage until he could see clearly. The biker gang had arrived on 3 Suzuki heavy-duty motorcycles with 2 people on each bike. However, surveillance cameras these days were generally of poor quality, with very low resolution. Combined with the fact that both riders were wearing helmets and had their backs to the camera, it was impossible to make out their faces clearly. Chen Luo didn't give up though, and continued to stare at the footage, looking for other details. Although the biker gang's faces were indistinct and each person was dressed differently, they shared one common physical trait. They all had tattoos on their arms. However, not only were these tattoos very blurry, but the surveillance footage only captured partial views of them, making it impossible to identify what they actually depicted. Chen Luo took out some paper and a pen from his desk drawer and sketched the 6 tattoos he had seen. Chen Luo's drawing skills had long been at a master level, so sketching a few tattoos was a breeze. It was as if he was simply copying and pasting, transferring the tattoos from the screen onto the paper. Although the tattoos were blurry, Chen Luo stared at the fragments for a moment, then picked up his pen and began filling in the missing details. Tattooing and painting share some similarities, because the very first step in the tattooing process is design review. This involves observing the design structure, color tones, and spatial hierarchy, a process equivalent to the observation and finalization stages in painting. Chen Luo was highly skilled in painting, so deriving the lines and textures of the tattoos posed no great difficulty for him. With just a single glance, he knew exactly which direction the lines behind these tattoo fragments should take. Moreover, although each tattoo was photographed from a different angle, judging by their structure and color tones, it was clear that all 6 people had the exact same tattoo. With the 6 fragments and Chen Luo's deductions, it took him less than a moment to sketch out a complete tattoo design. As expected, the biker gang's tattoo, which lacked any originality, depicted a dragon. Chen Luo compared the complete dragon tattoo design with the other 5 fragments, and without exception, they all matched perfectly. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh, immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Hao Yaozong again. Hello, this is Hao Yaozong. Hao Yaozong had saved Chen Luo's number just moments ago. Seeing the call come in, he jumped at the sight of it, hurriedly answered, and asked in an extremely respectful tone, "May I ask your name, sir?" "My surname is Chen." "Hello, young Master Chen." Hao Yaozong's mind raced through the possibilities, only to realize that there were no prominent families with the surname Chen in Pengcheng. However, this didn't stop Hao Yaozong from continuing to assume that Chen Luo came from a prominent. China was such a vast country. At his level, he could only interact with the wealthy young masters of Pengcheng. It was impossible for him to recognize every heir to a major family in the country. "I'm looking for a biker gang. They all ride Suzuki heavy motorcycles and have blue dragon tattoos on their arms. Have you heard of them? Hao Yaozong was also a player in the underworld, though his standing was far higher than that of the motorcycle gang members. Not to mention his men and financial resources, Hao Yaozong even had smuggled firearms at his disposal. Hao Yaozong paused for a moment, thought Chen Luo had come to ask about that Yamaha Tyrannosaurus motorcycle, but he hadn't expected him to be inquiring about a group of small-time thugs. But Hao Yaozong quickly pieced things together. Chen Luo had just asked him for a Tyrannus, and now he was immediately inquiring about the thugs riding heavy motorcycles, and his tone carried a chill. There was no doubt that the biker gang had offended Chen Luo in some way. Perhaps it had something to do with the heavy motorcycles, and Chen Luo was now coming to settle the score with them. Hao Yaozong, however, wasn't concerned with the details. He thought for a moment and immediately replied, "There aren't many motorcycle gangs in Pengcheng. Based on the description you gave, it's likely the Qinglong crew. Their boss goes by the nickname Qinglong, so all his men have a blue dragon tattooed on their bodies. Is their territory in Hualong district?" "Yes. Round up all their members. Once you've taken care of them, let me know their address." "Got it, young Master Chen." Without a moment's hesitation, Hao Yaozong agreed immediately. The Qinglong motorcycle gang was nothing more than a bunch of low-level thugs. Hao Yaozong didn't even need to get involved personally to deal with them. He could simply send his men to handle it. After Chen Luo hung up the phone, Hao Yaozong, eager to prove his capabilities, even went so far as to divert some of the personnel who were in the middle of transporting goods and headed straight for the Qinglong motorcycle gang's hideout. Hao Yaozong's men outnumbered the biker gang several times over, and with the surprise attack, the gang members didn't even have time to react before they were knocked down by a barrage of blows. All members of the motorcycle gang, including Qinglong, were arrested. When Chen Luo arrived at the location Hao Yaozong had specified, he found himself by the seaside. All members of the Qinglong motorcycle gang were wearing black hoods, their hands tied behind their backs as they knelt in neat rows on the ground. The moment Hao Yaozong laid eyes on Chen Luo, he knew the man who had arrived was young Master Chen. Although he had never met Chen Luo before, a person's social standing is immediately apparent from their demeanor, gaze, and the way they walk. Not to mention Chen Luo's attire, it was immediately obvious that he was wearing an expensive, high-end suit. Although his stride was slow, it exuded an air of complete control. What convinced Hao Yaozong even more was Chen Luo's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, a quality certainly not possessed by an ordinary person, nor even by the average scion of a wealthy family. It was the first time in his life that Hao Yaozong had encountered someone who exuded such a powerful, intimidating presence. Startled, Hao Yaozong scurried forward with his entourage to greet him. "Hello, young Master Chen." Weighing over 200 jin, Hao Yaozong looked like a ball when he ran. As he scrambled up to Chen Luo and bowed and scraped in greeting, the sight was quite comical. The expressions of Hao Yaozong's men all shifted subtly, for this was the first time they'd seen their boss act like a lapdog. He looked as if he were about to drop to his knees and lick Chen Luo's shoes. Not wanting to be outdone, they hurriedly followed Hao Yaozong's lead, bowing deeply in unison. Chen Luo casually waved his hand, glanced at Hao Yaozong and said indifferently, "How did you know it was me?" Hao Yaozong hadn't been entirely certain at first, but the moment he heard Chen Luo's voice, which sounded exactly the same as it had on the phone, he knew instantly. Hao Yaozong wore a fawning smile so broad that the fat on his face quivered. How many people in this world possess the magnanimity of young Master Chen? "Even if I were blind, I'd still recognize you." Chen Luo looked impassive, showing no reaction whatsoever to Hao Yaozong's flattery. He glanced at the people kneeling on the beach and walked straight over to them. Hao Yaozong hurried to follow behind him. When they reached the group from the Qinglong flyers, he pointed to the man kneeling at the very front and said, "Young Master Chen, this is their leader, Green Worm." Chen Lu paid no mind to Hao Yaozong's nickname. He walked up to Qinglong and reached out to remove the hood from his head. "Who sent you to smash that vegetable stall at Hualong Market this afternoon?" Qinglong was trembling slightly all over with fear. He'd always thought he'd offend some big shot. But no matter how hard he thought about it, he realized he hadn't crossed anyone he couldn't afford to cross recently. Although Qinglong was just a small-time thug, he wasn't exactly naive. He knew full well who he could mess with and who he couldn't afford to cross. When Chen Luo asked that question, not only was Qinglong dumbfounded, but even Hao Yaozong looked utterly stunned. Was all this happening just because someone had smashed a vegetable stall? However, Hao Yaozong quickly regained his composure. Many of these wealthy young heirs had unpredictable tempers. Perhaps Chen Luo had seen them smashing that vegetable stall, simply because he didn't like what he saw, wanted to teach them a lesson. Hao Yaozong had seen plenty of incidents like this and even stranger ones than this. For instance, he knew of a young heir who, while walking down the street, had been glanced at by a passerby who then smiled though the person had meant no harm. But the young heir was in an extremely foul mood at the time and immediately ordered his men to beat the passerby half to death. "I won't ask a second time." Chen Luo's cold tone made King Long jump in fright, and he hurriedly replied, "Yes, I sent the men." But young Master Chen, it was Ni Zhaiming from Hongwei Company who ordered us to do it. If I'd known they were acquainted with you, I wouldn't have dared do it even if my life depended on it. Please spare my life." As King Long spoke, he suddenly began kowtowing repeatedly toward Chen Luo. As someone who moved in those circles, King Long naturally recognized Hao Yaozong and knew exactly what kind of place this was. Whenever Hao Yaozong dealt with his enemies, he would take them to the beach, kill them, stuff their bodies into oil drums, and then use his own smuggling boats to transport them out to the deep sea to be sunk. When King Long's blindfold was removed and he saw a neat row of oil drums lined up along the shore, he wet himself on the spot. He knew exactly what that meant. "Very good, they're all sunk." Chen Luo confirmed his suspicions, without a moment's hesitation, dropped that line and turned to leave. Hao Yaozong didn't seem the least bit surprised by this. It was as if he'd long anticipated Chen Luo would give this order. Hao Yaozong was already extremely adept at handling situations like this. He immediately waved his hand at his men, made a gesture, and then hurriedly followed behind Chen Luo. "Young Master Chen, spare my life. Young Master Chen, I'm still useful. I know some dirt on Ni Zhaiming and some of his dirty secrets." King Long was so terrified his soul seemed to leave his body. In sheer panic he began banging his head violently against the ground. Thud, thud. Chen Luo suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and walked back to King Long. "Go ahead and tell me," he said indifferently. "Whether you live or die depends on whether what you have to say is interesting." By now, King Long had already split his head open, blood mixed with sand, some of it getting into his eyes and some sliding into his mouth, causing him extreme discomfort. But the moment he heard Chen Luo's voice, he clung to it as if it were a lifeline and hastily began recounting the story of Ni Zhaiming. Hao Yaozong's men had already drawn their knives and were holding them to the throats of the dozen or so motorcycle gang members, preparing to slit their throats. Naturally, the biker gang members had also heard Chen Luo's orders, and every one of them was terrified out of their wits. They were all small-time thugs. At most, they bullied ordinary citizens in their daily lives. They'd never seen a spectacle like this before. Some were so terrified they froze in place. Others tried to struggle free and run, only to be kicked to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Still others were so terrified they wet themselves. The pungent smell of urine wafted through the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, just then, Hao Yaozong suddenly waved his hand, and his men immediately sheathed their daggers and fell back. Ni Wei, Ni Zhimin's son, killed someone in a car accident before he even had a driver's license. Yes, I had one of my men take the fall for him. He paid me 500,000. And there was also Ni Zhaiming's mistress. She was seeing a young lover on the side. He hired me to break that young lover's legs. His construction company owed a lot of migrant workers back pay. When they gathered to demand payment from Ni Zhaiming, I was the one who brought men to drive them away. By this point, Chen Luo was actually finding the story rather interesting. To save his own skin, King Long was spilling the beans on everything Ni Zhaiming had done, but by the end it was getting a bit tedious. For example, Ni Zhaiming's wife Lin Yun was also keeping a few young lovers on the side, so King Long had been tasked with having someone keep an eye on her. "Do you have any evidence for what you're saying?" King Long paused for a moment, then hurriedly replied, yes. When he asked me to find someone to take the fall, he paid me in cash. But the guy who took the fall is a brother I'd die for. I can get him to recant his testimony. And as for the guy whose leg was broken, he only guessed that Ni Zhaiming was behind it. But he doesn't know who exactly did it, and he has no evidence. I can get the guys who actually did it to turn themselves in. Chen Luo suddenly waved his hand to interrupt King Long. "Very good. Go turn yourself in at the police station right now and confess everything Ni Zhaiming has done." Hearing this, King Long felt as if a stroke of luck had fallen from the sky. Those crimes weren't major, they weren't minor either. He certainly wouldn't be sentenced to death. If he turned himself in and received credit for cooperating, he'd be out in 10 years at most. If he didn't listen to Chen Luo, he'd die right then and there. Anyone with half a brain knew which choice to make. Yes. As long as young Master Chen spares my dog's life, I'll turn myself in right away right this minute. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh. You may escape the death penalty, but you won't escape punishment. Each of you will have one finger cut off. After speaking, Chen Luo turned to Hao Yaozong and said calmly, "You come with me." Hao Yaozong hurriedly nodded in agreement, then ordered his men. "You heard what young Master Chen said, get to work." The henchmen standing behind the biker gang immediately stepped forward. Working in pairs, they pinned down the bikers' fingers and cut them off without hesitation. Ah. A chorus of agonized screams instantly rang out across the beach. Chen Luo turned a deaf ear to it, his expression not changing in the slightest. Young Master Chen, if we just let that worm go like this, he might make a run for it. Should I send someone to keep an eye on him? Hao Yaozong leaned in behind Chen Luo and said cautiously, "No need. Whether he turns himself in or not, Ni Zhaiming is going to die." As far as Chen Luo was concerned, the moment he learned that Ni Zhaiming had hired Qinglong to injure his father, Ni Zhaiming was as good as dead. Because regardless of whether Qinglong turned himself in or not, Chen Luo intended to kill Ni Zhaiming with his own hands. In fact, he knew full well that based solely on what Qinglong had said, it would at most cause Ni Zhaiming some trouble. It wouldn't even be enough to send him to prison. Based on what Qinglong had told him, a plan quickly took shape in Chen Luo's mind. He no longer needed that vermin Qinglong. The moment Chen Luo uttered those words, Hao Yaozong immediately understood what he meant and fell silent, not daring to say another word. "I'm heading back in my car now. Please drive me into the city." "It's my pleasure. This way, please." Hao Yaozong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon hearing this. He immediately led the way with great deference, then stopped in front of a BMW and opened the door for Chen Luo. In 2008, the streets of Pengcheng were mostly filled with Volkswagens and Toyotas. Sedan sales were still dominated by family cars, and luxury vehicles were nowhere near as common as they would be in later years. To the Longquan Hotel in Hualong District. After getting into the car, Chen Luo gave the driver in the front seat a brief instruction, then turned to look at Hao Yaozong beside him and said calmly, "Have you ever thought about going straight?" Hao Yaozong paused for a moment. He'd been making money through shady dealings for so many years. Although he'd earned a fortune, deep down he still felt a sense of insecurity. He too feared that one day he might wake up to find a bunch of police officers storming in to slap handcuffs on him. It wasn't that people like him didn't want to go straight, it was that they couldn't find a way to clean up their past. Young Master Chen, people like us are already branded. Unless we leave Pengcheng and start over with a new identity, it's very hard to go straight. But if we leave Pengcheng, we'll lose our foothold here. I'll teach you a way. Hao Yaozong was taken aback for a moment, then a surge of elation welled up inside him. Chen Luo was clearly about to teach him how to clear his name and go straight. "Thank you, young Master Chen, for holding me in such high regard. From now on, I'll follow your lead in everything." Hao Yaozong didn't ask whether Chen Luo could help him successfully clean up his record and go straight. Instead, he immediately pledged his loyalty. This was Hao Yaozong's shrewdness. He had guessed that Chen Luo was signaling his intention to recruit him. Otherwise, why would he teaching him any method at all? A faint smile played at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth, but he didn't respond. He knew all too well the character of underworld figures like Hao Yaozong. People like this can only be won over with power and benefits. Their verbal pledges of loyalty shouldn't be taken at face value. Hao Yaozong had now convinced himself he was some wealthy young heir, and since the information Chen Luo had given him had saved his life, he was naturally willing to bow his head and obey. But if he knew that beneath this face lay nothing more than a high school student, he'd probably have someone come and chop him up right now. The method isn't complicated. Since you and your cousin have connections in Hong Kong, obtaining Hong Kong residency shouldn't be a big problem for you. Just change your name when you apply for citizenship. Set up a legitimate company in Hong Kong, run it properly for a while, and then return to Pengcheng as a Hong Kong resident investing in the mainland. You speak Cantonese by then, you'll have shed this excess weight and be posing as a Hong Kong tycoon. Who's going to recognize you? Actually, the biggest problem is the money you're holding onto. It's all dirty money. If you don't find a way to launder it, it'll just rot away in your hands. Hao Yaozong paused for a moment. He was actually already aware of the method Chen Luo had suggested. and the execution wouldn't be particularly difficult. But as Chen Luo had pointed out, the money in his possession was all dirty money. There was simply no way to transfer it out through legitimate channels. Moreover, he didn't dare deposit too much of it in the bank. The amounts were simply too large, and one misstep could trigger the bank's anti-money laundering alerts. If the police investigated, he'd be finished immediately. Most of the money Hao Yaozong was currently smuggling was cash, which he either used to buy real estate or deposited in small, scattered amounts into bank accounts under different IDs. This process is extremely cumbersome. Whenever he needs a large sum of money, it takes a long time to gather the funds. Do you know about online games? Hao Yaozong looked completely taken aback. Chen Luo's train of thought had jumped so abruptly that he couldn't quite keep up. I know a little about them. I used to play Legend back in the day. In 2008, computer penetration rates weren't very high, less than 20% nationwide, and even in an economically developed city like Pengcheng, it was only between 30% and 40%. Hao Yaozong, nearing 40, didn't really know how to use a computer very well. He had just played Legend for a while in the past and spent quite of money on it, becoming a RMB player. Online games are the best way to launder money. Take browser games, for example. What Chen Luo was describing was actually Hao Yaozong's own personal experience from back then. His method of cleaning up and getting out of the underworld was to change his identity, and then perhaps on someone's advice he chose browser games to launder money. Chen Luo wasn't surprised by this. He had witnessed many of the world's dark sides and understood the rules of the underworld. The cultural industry has always been the platform most favored by criminals for money laundering. Take auctions, for example. They carry significant risks and involve high costs, falling into the category of high-end, high-risk money laundering. The film and television industry is also a frontline battleground for such activities. However, because the gaming industry had only recently emerged, its profit model was the most cutting-edge platform, and it was far more subtle and flexible. The cost of running a low-end browser game server can be kept to just a few dozen yuan a month, and a single low-end server can host hundreds, or even thousands of independent game zones. Moreover, there is a real consumer base, and tracking top-up transactions is even cheaper. A single deposit of 10,000 to 20,000 yuan into a browser game won't necessarily be traced back to its source. However, most of those who actually use these tactics for money laundering aren't particularly powerful big players. For example, those at the level of blood don't need to launder the money they earn at all, and they wouldn't even deign to get involved in such low-end schemes. But for Hao Yaozong, it was as if a whole new world had opened up. In this day and age, no one had ever even considered laundering money this way. When Chen Luo finished explaining how browser games operated and the money laundering method, Hao Yaozong was instantly blown away. Young Master Chen, to have come up with this method, you're a genius. I'm completely in awe. Hao Yaozong was overcome with excitement. He looked as if he couldn't wait to get started right away. Chen Luo glanced at him and said calmly, "You'll handle this yourself. There's one more thing I need you to do. Get me some paper and a pen." Hao Yaozong didn't dare delay. He hurriedly searched the car and quickly found a pen and paper to hand over. Chen Luo picked up the pen and swiftly wrote a line of text on the paper, then handed it back. Hao Yaozong respectfully accepted the note, but when he saw what was written on it, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise once more. The note simply read, "St Yan St Hong for St Yaolong. Go to the Pengcheng Stock Exchange and buy these 3 stocks. Remember, use your own clean money. Buy as many as you can. As soon as the price of these stocks increases tenfold, sell them all immediately." Hao Yaozong was dumbfounded. He knew a thing or two about stocks. A stock code beginning with ST means that the listed company's financial or other conditions are abnormal. It serves as a warning to investors that the stock carries investment risks and is a losing stock. Young Master Chen, these stocks. Although Hao Yaozong was deeply impressed by Chen Luo at that moment, he still had some reservations. They'll go up. Chen Luo cut Hao Yaozong off immediately, stating it with absolute certainty. Although Chen Luo didn't remember the gains of every stock from 2008 back in 2019, he had accidentally come across a news article about the 10 stocks with the highest gains in 2008. Without exception, top 3 were all stocks prefixed with ST, and each had skyrocketed more than tenfold before beginning a steady decline toward the end of the year. If there had been only one stock starting with ST, Chen Luo might not have remembered it, But since all three of the top-ranked stocks began with ST, he instantly recognized the pattern. Before arriving, Chen Luo had specifically dug up all the ST prefixed stocks and compared them one by one, which jogged his memory and allowed him to recall the names of those three stocks. This was due to Chen Luo's foresight, but when Hao Yaozong heard this, he was shaken to the core. Naturally, he didn't suspect that Chen Luo was a reincarnated individual. Instead, he immediately thought of insider trading, a common occurrence in the stock market. It's all too common for certain individuals to use their positions to gain advanced knowledge of insider information such as an upcoming corporate restructuring or the launch of a major product and then buy stocks in advance. It goes without saying that those with access to such advanced information are people of immense influence. Yet Chen Luo had just named stocks in one go and all of them had been on a losing streak. One could only imagine the sheer power behind this. However, what raised some doubts in Hao Yaozong's mind was this. Since Chen Luo knew this inside information, why didn't he use his own funds to buy these stocks, but instead asked him to do it? Chen Luo seemed to sense Hao Yaozong's doubts. With a calm expression he continued, "I'm being watched right now. If I put my money into the market, someone would follow suit immediately. People like us have too much capital. Once it enters the stock market, it will cause turmoil. One wrong move could trigger an investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission, leading to endless trouble." It suddenly dawned on Hao Yaozong, no wonder Chen Luo had no entourage with him. It was clearly to shake off any tail. As for why Chen Luo was being watched, it wasn't surprising at all. After all, this had practically become the norm among those wealthy and influential families. It was not uncommon for family members to turn on another in the struggle for power and wealth. Hao Yaozong once again filled in the blanks in his mind, rationalizing yet another suspicious detail about Chen Luo. So that's how it is. By this point, Hao Yaozong had come to fully believe Chen Luo's words. "By the way, I want half of the profits from your stock purchases." Upon hearing this, Hao Yaozong didn't even hesitate. He quickly shook his head and said, "Young Master Chen, you've honored me by sharing such important information with me. How could I possibly accept your money? All the profits naturally belong to you." Chen Luo said calmly, "When I say half, I mean half." Hao Yaozong felt Chen Luo's indifferent gaze sweep over him. He immediately shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Yes, I'll follow your instructions in everything." The main purpose of Chen Luo's visit, aside from handling matters related to the Qinglong Motorcycle gang, was actually the stock deal. The 1 million he had left wouldn't make much of a splash in the stock market. So from the very beginning, he hadn't intended to use that money for stock trading, but rather as working capital for day-to-day expenses such as renting an apartment, buying clothes, and purchasing props. It wasn't that Chen Luo didn't want all the profits, but with someone like Hao Yaozong, unless he was offered sufficient benefits enough to keep him satisfied, he wouldn't willingly submit to being bossed around. As the two were talking, the car had already pulled up outside the Longquan Hotel. "Contact me as soon as that T-Rex arrives." "Yes, young Master Chen." After saying that, Chen Luo opened the car door, got out, and walked to the Longquan Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel. To prevent Hao Yaozong from noticing anything unusual and to keep his address a secret, Chen Luo had booked a room here in advance. Once inside his hotel room, Chen Luo quickly removed his makeup. After restoring his true appearance, he changed into casual clothes and strolled leisurely toward the school. It was exactly the time when his class was getting out of evening study hall. Although Chen Luo still had a lot to do, he never went back on his word. Since he'd promised to pick up Gu Qingwen, he'd set aside everything else, no matter how urgent. Moreover, on the way, Chen Luo could continue refining the plan in his mind and check for any potential loopholes. This was a habit Chen Luo had cultivated over thousands of years. He liked to plan thoroughly before acting, analyzing one the various possible outcomes of each step, as well as the reactions the other party might have. Only after confirming that everything was foolproof would he take action. To others, this might seem like a time-consuming process, but over the course of thousands of years, Chen Luo had honed his logical reasoning skills to the pinnacle of perfection. What would take others days or even months to plan, he could map out in as little as a few minutes or, at most, a few hours.
Chen Luo walked while deep in thought and soon reached the school gate. He didn't go inside, even though he knew full well that Ni Wei was most likely in his classroom at that moment. He had no intention of going in to take revenge on Ni Wei. Chen Luo was very patient. As far as he was concerned, going in now would amount to nothing beating up Ni Wei. Mere physical pain wouldn't satisfy Chen Luo, because there were things in this world far more agonizing than physical pain. Chen Luo glanced at the time, then leaned against the wall and waited. When the bell signaling the end of evening study hall rang, it wasn't long before Chen Luo saw Gu Qingwen walking out of the school. Gu Qingwen had just transferred to the school and didn't have many friends. She was always alone. Take this very moment, for example. The unique aura she exuded was like a blue lotus rising from the mud. Even with so many students leaving school after self-study, she still stood out instantly from the crowd. Students on the street, both boys and girls, all turned to look at Gu Qingwen. Although the school year had only been in session for about 20 days, Gu Qingwen had already become a household name among the entire school community and had rightfully earned the title of campus beauty. This was also the reason Gu Qingwen had no friends. Boys couldn't get close to her, and girls didn't want to. It made them feel inferior. As Gu Qingwen approached the entrance, she noticed Chen Luo. It wasn't that Chen Luo stood out particularly, but his gaze was distinctly different from that of the average student. The students at school, both boys and girls, were very reserved when they looked at her. Whenever Gu Qingwen felt uncomfortable and looked their way, those students would nervously avert their gaze. Chen Luo, however, was the exact opposite. His gaze was intense and passionate, showing no attempt to hide his feelings of attraction. If Gu Qingwen glared at him coldly, Chen Luo would not only fail to flinch, but would instead return her gaze with passionate intensity. This was why Gu Qingwen had no choice but to use her textbook to block Chen Luo's gaze. Even she couldn't bear his intensely aggressive stare. Ever since last night, the most striking thing Gu Qingwen had sensed about Chen Luo was an air of unbridled arrogance. This guy couldn't care less about personal presence or the normal rules of social interaction. He simply did whatever he wanted. As Gu Qingwen walked past Chen Luo, she tried her best to control her gaze, refusing to look at him and choosing to ignore him completely. Is something on your mind? Chen Luo, of course, didn't care about Gu Qingwen's attitude. He followed her at a leisurely pace and suddenly asked. Gu Qingwen shot Chen Luo a sidelong glance but continued to ignore him, walking on as if she hadn't heard a thing. Chen Luo didn't seem to mind in the least. Smiling, he moved closer and quickly took Gu Qingwen in from head to toe. After a moment, Chen Luo asked, looking somewhat taken aback, did a family member die because of you? Gu Qingwen's face turned pale in an instant. She suddenly turned to look at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with panic, dread, and deep anguish. Seeing Gu Qingwen's eyes redden instantly and her face lose all color as she revealed profound sorrow, Chen Luo immediately regretted his words. Chen Luo had realized that this was likely the deepest, most hidden pain within Gu Qingwen. After observing the details of her appearance just now, Chen Luo had drawn a conclusion, unable to hold back, had blurted it out. Gu Qingwen bit her lip tightly, still not uttering a single word, and simply off running. For the first time, Chen Luo felt a twinge of panic, but at the same time, he realized something. Just mentioning that incident caused such strong emotional reaction in Gu Qingwen, it might very well have been the reason she committed suicide. Fearing something might happen to Gu Qingwen, Chen Luo hurriedly ran after her. Gu Qingwen wasn't running toward home. She seemed to have no particular destination in mind, just running forward frantically. Chen Luo kept chasing after her, but as he ran, he realized something. Gu Qingwen's stamina was remarkably good. She had been running for 10 minutes straight and at a fairly fast pace. Chen Luo roughly estimated that they had run at least 3 kilometers, yet Gu Qingwen still showed no signs of stopping. By now, Chen Luo had not only been left far behind, he could barely make out her silhouette anymore, but he was even starting to run out of steam. Running 3 kilometers in 10 minutes was nearly on par with the level of a professional athlete after all. The world record is only a little over 7 minutes. If Chen Luo had the time to train specifically for a while, reaching or even exceeding that level would be no problem at all. But he'd only returned yesterday and hadn't had time to work out yet, so naturally he can keep up with an athlete. What surprised Chen Luo the most was that Gu Qingwen seemed to have many secrets of her own. First, her knowledge of Latin, and now this physique that rivaled that of an athlete. No matter how you look at it, none of this fits the profile of an 18-year-old high school student like Gu Qingwen. Could it be that she too is a reincarnated soul? A sense of absurdity couldn't help but surface in Chen Luo's mind, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed the thought. Although there were many things about Gu Qingwen that defied common sense, all the signs he observed pointed to the fact that she couldn't possibly have had the same experiences he had. Chen Luo chased her for a little while longer, but his stamina finally gave out and he had no choice but to stop and rest. Just as he was gasping for breath, he was surprised to discover that Gu Qingwen had also stopped and was now turning around and heading in his direction. How did you find out about that? Despite having run for so long, Gu Qingwen was only slightly out of breath. By the time she reached Chen Luo's side, her breathing had already returned to normal. As she reached Chen Luo, she cut straight to the chase and asked the question that had been puzzling her all along. Chen Luo took a breath and pointed to a stone bench by the side of the street. Let's sit down and talk. Give me a moment to catch my breath. Gu Qingwen's expression remained cool. She said nothing but walked straight over to the stone bench, sat down, and fixed her gaze on Chen Luo. Seeing Gu Qingwen's expression, Chen Luo stopped his idle chatter. His expression turned serious as well, and he pointed to a cord wrapped around her wrist. You have a linen cord wrapped around your wrist. It's a kind of Thai penance bracelet. Most people who visited Thai Buddhist temples wear one. As the name suggests, a penance bracelet is something sought only by those who feel they have sinned and need to atone. So my first guess is that perhaps you've committed some wrongdoing that has caused you to feel self-reproach and guilt, which is why you've been wearing this penance bracelet all this time. Gu Qingyuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to know about the atonement bracelet. It's something very few people in China are familiar with, and you can't even find information about online. Only those who have been to Thailand and specifically to a Buddhist temple there would know such a thing exists. This penance bracelet is hand-woven from linen and is of excellent quality. It takes a long time to wear through. Judging by the wear on your atonement bracelet and taking into account the wear caused by regular bathing and hand-washing, you've only been wearing it for about 3 months. That means you went to Thailand during the summer break of your sophomore year of high school and received this penance bracelet there. If I'm not mistaken, your parents took you on a summer trip abroad to help you take your mind off things and ease your emotional distress. However, you transferred schools immediately after returning, which suggests that neither the trip nor the prayer bracelet helped ease your emotional distress. If anything, they made you feel even worse. This is evident from the bloodshot eyes and haggard appearance you've shown day after day. That incident has continued to affect you to this very day. I'm really curious now what exactly happened that's affected you for so long? Gu Qingyuan bit her lip tightly, feeling inexplicably startled, because by this point Chen Luo had hit the nail on almost entirely. Instead of answering Chen Luo's question, she asked, "Then how do you know it was a relative of mine and not a friend or classmate?" Chen Luo sighed. Seeing that Gu Qingyuan was unwilling to speak, he didn't press her and simply continued to explain. "Beneath that atonement bracelet, you have a faded heart-shaped tattoo. It's so faded that you wouldn't notice it at all unless you look closely. Judging by how faded it is, it must be at least 10 years old, which means you were probably only about 8 years old at the time. An 8-year-old child's parents would certainly never allow them to get a tattoo, so an adult must have taken you there. Otherwise, the tattoo artist wouldn't have dared to tattoo 2 young children. And your parents must have trusted that person completely, otherwise they wouldn't have let them take you out to play. The most likely possibility is that it was a very close relative of yours." Gu Qingyuan's expression shifted again. Chen Luo had clearly hit the nail on the head. Refusing to accept it, she asked, "Why do you say you too? Couldn't it just be me? That heart isn't broken, it's split in two. Who has the other half? It certainly couldn't be the relative who took you there, and an 8-year-old girl wouldn't get the same heart tattoo as a boy, so it must be a girl your age or close to it. She's very close to you, perhaps even someone you grew up with, closer than a real sister. I'm guessing it's a cousin, either a cousin on your mother's side or your father. And the relative who took you both to get the tattoos, that must be her father, your uncle on your mother's or father's side." When Gu Qingyuan heard this, her face turned as white as snow. Everything Chen Luo had said so far was spot on, and his tone was so confident it was as if he knew for certain that this had happened. But Gu Qingyuan knew there was no way Chen Luo could have known about this. Only 3 people were aware of the tattoo. Even her parents, though they'd been both amused and exasperated when they found out, hadn't made a big deal of it. Over time, they'd forgotten about it and naturally wouldn't have mentioned it to outsiders. Yet Chen Luo had managed to deduce all this just from the penance bracelet she wore on a single tattoo. Was this guy even human? Chen Luo let out a soft sigh and continued, "Before you transferred, you attended First High School, the best public high school in Pengcheng, far superior to Longcheng High School in every way, and even closer to your home than Longcheng High School. There was absolutely no reason for you to transfer to a worse school, which can only mean there was something at that school you couldn't face. Your cousin, whether a cousin or a younger cousin, must have also attended First High School, which is why stepping into that school immediately reminded you of her, and that's why you couldn't continue studying there. Let me take a bold guess. The incident involving her must have happened during your sophomore year of high school, right?" Gu Qingyuan stared at Chen Luo in shock, unable to utter a single word. She simply couldn't fathom how a person's reasoning abilities could be so extraordinary. Gu Qingyuan hadn't revealed a single word, yet Chen Luo seemed to have witnessed it all firsthand, deriving so much from just the few details he'd seen with his own eye. "Who are you exactly?" Gu Qingyuan couldn't understand it. Just yesterday he'd been a timid and cowardly person. How could he have been transformed overnight into a completely different person? "Just as I said, I'm someone who's been reborn. I've come back from the future to the present to save you." Chen Luo laughed heartily and stated this with complete confidence. If there was one person in this world he didn't want to deceive, it was definitely Gu Qingyuan, so instead of making up some flimsy excuse, he told her the truth straight away. Chen Luo knew that even if he told the truth, Gu Qingyuan would most likely not believe him. Sure enough, Gu Qingyuan shot him a cold glance, stood up, and walked away. Chen Luo smiled, immediately stood up, and followed her. Gu Qingyuan didn't try to shoo Chen Luo away again. In fact, she probably knew that even if she tried, he wouldn't leave. Plus, since she was in such a terrible mood at the moment, she simply let Chen Luo follow her. "Can you tell me what happened?" "No." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingyuan coldly refused. "It's fine if you don't tell me. I'll go to First High School and ask around. It shouldn't be too hard to figure out what happened." Actually, Chen Luo wasn't initially certain that the girl was definitely dead, but Gu Qingyuan's emotional reaction was too intense. If she were still alive, Gu Qingyuan would never have reacted this way. If a murder had occurred at the school, the students at First High School would surely know about it. In fact, just by looking through the local news from the past year, they might even be able to figure out what happened. Don't you dare. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingguan immediately glared at Chen Luo, looking as if she wanted to devour him. Seeing Gu Qingguan's expression, Chen Luo knew she was serious. If he provoked her any further at that moment, she would truly lose her temper. Chen Luo suddenly spoke up. We're more fragile than we realize, but at the same time, we're stronger than we imagine. I don't know what you've been through, but if you ever want to talk to someone about it, I'll always be here. Chen Luo knew full well that Gu Qingguan had no friends. That incident, which he still knew nothing about, had been weighing heavily on her heart, and her parents hadn't been able to help much either. If she continued to bottle it up like this, it wouldn't be at all surprising if it led to suicide. But Chen Luo pushed too hard right now to Gu Qingguan. He was still just a stranger, so he could only say so much. Gu Qingguan shot Chen Luo a complicated look, but ultimately said nothing, simply continuing on his way. Chen Luo didn't press Gu Qingguan any further. Anything else he said at that moment would have seemed superfluous. The two walked back in silence. Although the atmosphere was a bit strange, at least it wasn't as awkward as it had been the night before. When they reached the entrance to Gu Qingguan's apartment complex, Chen Luo watched her go up the stairs, waved at her, and only then turned to leave. If Gu Qingguan found out right now that Chen Luo had moved into the apartment building above hers, there was no doubt she'd lose her temper on the spot. Chen Luo had finally managed to close the distance between himself and Gu Qingguan a little. He wasn't foolish enough to let this ruin the rapport they'd built today. Besides, he had other matters to attend to. Chen Luo needed to find out exactly what happened to Gu Qingguan a year ago, as well as how to deal with Ni Zhaiming. While Chen Luo was on her way, she suddenly received a call from her mother, Li Yun. "Xiao Luo, didn't you go to your aunt's house?" Chen Luo knew Li Yun must have called his aunt first to check on him. Upon finding out he hadn't gone, she'd worried about him and immediately called him. He replied with a smile, "Your aunt's place is too far away. I'm afraid I'll be late for morning self-study tomorrow, so I booked a room at a nearby hotel." "All right then." Li Yun was relieved. She continued, "Your dad and I need to go back to our hometown for a while to get our second-generation ID cards and take care of some matters regarding the house. It might take about a week. I left 1,000 yuan in your room. If that's not enough, just give us a call." Chen Luo sighed inwardly. His mother must not have wanted him to see his father injured, so she'd simply chosen to return to their hometown. What Li Yun said wasn't just a random excuse. They'd actually been planning to return to their hometown to take care of these matters for some time. His parents had come to Pengsheng when he was 10 years old. Back then, they still had first-generation ID cards, but now that ID cards had been updated to the second generation, theirs were no longer valid. This had caused a lot of trouble. For example, their bank cards no longer worked, and they had to update to second-generation ID cards to resolve the issue. As for the so-called housing matter, since his parents didn't want to return to the countryside and couldn't afford housing in Pengsheng, they had purchased an apartment in the county seat of their hometown. However, at the time, his eldest uncle back home had used his first-generation ID card to pay the deposit. But when it came time to sign the formal contract with the real estate company, that wouldn't work, because they also required a second-generation ID card. So my parents had long planned to make a trip back home, but since leaving the door unlocked for even a single day meant losing money, they couldn't bear to do it. They haven't even gone back once for the Lunar New Year in all these years, and have kept putting it off until now. This time, my parents took this opportunity to go back and settle the matter. However, this also suggests that my father's injuries aren't too serious. He should recover within a week. Chen Luo also pretended nothing was wrong and smiled, saying, "Mom, I understand. You two haven't had a break during the Lunar New Year for years. Going back this time will give you a chance to rest. Don't worry about me." Li Yun on the other end of the line couldn't help but pause for a moment, because Chen Luo had changed significantly since they left their hometown. Especially during the past 2 years while attending high school in Pengsheng, he had become quite withdrawn. At home, he hardly spoke unless they asked him a question first. They could guess it was because he'd been bullied so much at school. Since Chen Luo wasn't registered as a resident of Pengsheng and couldn't take the college entrance exam there, they could only hope that transferring back to a school in their hometown would help him turn things around. Now, Chen Luo's tone was completely different from before, and it even conveyed a sense of concern for them, something Li Yun had never felt from him before. Okay. As soon as I get back, I'll look into the transfer process for you, and then we'll..." As Li Yun spoke, her tone suddenly grew somber. She thought again of what Chen Luo had gone through at school, experiences that had completely changed her son's personality. "It's all because Mom and Dad aren't capable enough. We've put you through so much hardship." Chen Luo hurried to reassure her, "Mom, I haven't suffered, and I won't suffer in the future. I won't let you suffer either. Our lives will only get better and better from now on." Li Yun almost thought she'd misheard herself. Her usually taciturn son was actually saying these things. Her voice choked up as she replied, "Xiao Luo, as long as you're doing well and can get in good university, your dad and I will be satisfied." Chen Luo let out a quiet sigh in his heart. If he had a choice, he actually wouldn't want to go to college at all, because to him, it was a complete waste of time. But since it was his parents' wish, and it wasn't particularly difficult, Chen Luo didn't mind fulfilling it. "Mom, don't worry. I'll get into a good university." Mom believes in you. All right, Xiao Luo, your dad and I are going to start packing." After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo actually felt that his parents were returning at just the right time. Once he began his revenge against Ni Jiaming, if that guy was backed into a corner, there was a high chance he'd become desperate and lash out at his parents again. Now that they'd returned to their hometown, he wouldn't have to worry about that as much. As Chen Luo thought of this, a cold smile involuntarily spread across his lips. The next morning, Chen Luo first went out to buy a miniature camera, which he then installed in that room at the Longquan Hotel. After installing the camera, Chen Luo left the hotel, hailed a taxi on the street, and headed for Pengcheng One High School. Although Chen Luo had said he was willing to hear Gu Qingguan's account of the incident, he hadn't actually promised not to investigate it further. He was now certain that it was that very incident that had driven Gu Qingguan to commit suicide in his previous life. Unless he got to the bottom of it, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Pengcheng One High School was not only the best high school in the city, but also a provincial key high school, boasting top-tier facilities in both hardware and software. In terms of area alone, the high school division of Pengcheng One High School consists of both an east and a west campus, covering nearly 100,000 square meters, with a library housing 150,000 volumes. The campus comprises a media center, student affairs center, faculty affairs center, arts building, science museum, gymnasium, student dormitories, and more. This infrastructure would rank among the best in the country. Standing at the towering school gate, Chen Luo could see a wall built of reddish-brown marble, on which the words Pengcheng High School were inscribed in large golden characters. Upon entering the school, the first thing one sees is a massive stone slab bearing a quote from a great leader written in bright red clerical script, "Study for the rise of China." Even before stepping inside, he could sense an atmosphere of grandeur and majesty. When Chen Luo entered, it happened to be lunchtime and the campus was bustling with people, but he didn't rashly approach anyone ask for information. If he had just walked up to a random person and asked if they knew anything about Gu Qingguan, he would likely have been taken for a lunatic, and no one would have answered his question. Just as Chen Luo was pondering whom to ask, he suddenly heard a piercing whistling sound cutting through the air from behind him. At the same time, a chorus of startled exclamations rang out. Chen Luo didn't turn around, yet it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He reached back with his left hand and steadily caught the basketball as it flew toward him at high speed. Holding the ball in one hand, Chen Luo turned around calmly and saw a group of students on the outdoor basketball court more than 20 meters away staring at him. However, the students all wore expressions of astonishment because they had clearly seen Chen Luo with his back turned to the basketball just moments before. Just as it looked like he was about to be hit, Chen Luo, as if by some uncanny foresight, caught the ball with a backhand grab. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that a normal person could react so quickly. What surprised them even more was that Chen Luo had caught the ball with just one hand. As everyone knows, catching a ball with one hand is extremely difficult, something most people simply cannot do because it requires not only a sufficiently large palm, but also a certain amount of practice to master. Chen Luo's ability to catch the basketball was only partly due to his reaction time. The main factor was the awareness he'd developed through extensive training in his previous life. Chen Luo had picked up many skills out of boredom. Throwing and shooting were things he had actively sought to learn. Throughout his countless reincarnations, there were many situations where firearms were necessary, and these skills played a crucial role in his survival. Therefore, he had dedicated decades of hard work to mastering them. From ordinary handguns to sniper rifles and even rocket launchers, Chen Luo could achieve a 100% hit rate. Next came archery, darts, and throwing knives, any form of precision throwing, and he could hit the mark every single time. Once he had mastered both firearms and cold weapons to the highest level, a sport like basketball was absolutely no challenge for him. With just a little practice and by mastering the technique of generating power, he could make every shot count. Out of sheer boredom, Chen Luo even tried using playing cards as projectiles, just like in the movie The Gambler. In fact, if playing cards are made from paper of a certain stiffness and are thin enough, they can be used to sever the throat with a single card. Once all of this became effortless, Chen Luo found it tedious and began practicing an even greater challenge, throwing with his eyes closed. To achieve this, he first practiced on stationary targets and eventually moved on to moving targets. After several more years of practice, he had developed the ability to pinpoint the location of objects by sound, much like a blind person. For example, in clay pigeon shooting, the moment a clay target was launched, Chen Luo could determine its position in the air by sound alone and hit it with precision. But what made Chen Luo even more remarkable than a blind person was his ability to roughly identify the nature of an approaching object based on its characteristics. When that basketball flew toward him just now, Chen Luo already knew what it was and in which direction it was coming based on its speed, and the whistling sound it made as it cut through the air, which is why he was able to catch it with such ease. As for catching the ball with one hand, aside from his naturally large palms, he relied on friction gripping the ball by its texture, which allowed him to do so with ease. However, this was a skill he'd only mastered after practicing countless times throughout his reincarnations. Holding the basketball at an angle with one hand, Chen Luo glanced at the scene on the court and immediately understood what was happening. It appeared a game was underway. Students on both sides were wearing First High School's basketball team uniforms, so it was likely some sort of practice game. A group of students was gathered around the sidelines watching. The basketball team must be extremely popular at First High School, otherwise there wouldn't be such a large crowd for just a practice game. Clearly, someone had failed to catch a pass just now, and the basketball had flown out of the court. Wow. Wow, who is that? His reflexes are incredible. Is he on the basketball team too? The students stared in amazement at Chen Luo and began to discuss what they'd just seen. Excuse me, could you throw the ball back? A member of the basketball team ran over. Although he was a bit surprised himself, they were in the middle of a game, so clearly this wasn't the time to satisfy his curiosity. Chen Luo's eyes flashed. He lifted his foot slightly, took a step forward, and made a motion as if he were throwing a baseball, then swung his right arm with all his might. Under the stunned gazes of all the students, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air and swished right through the net. The entire basketball fell silent at first, then erupted into a frenzy of incredulous gasps. Holy crap, what the hell was that? I must be seeing things. That must have been 20 meters away. That's insane, how did he do that? The entire basketball court was stunned by Chen Luo's shot. Even the basketball team's players and coach were momentarily dumbfounded. Unlike the students watching from the sidelines who could only watch the spectacle, the coach and the basketball team players actually understood the game. To make such a precise shot from that distance, even for a professional basketball player, that would be extremely difficult. Just covering that distance of over 20 meters alone is beyond the arm strength of the average student. To put it in perspective, it was as if Chen Luo had shot from the left-end line, the ball had flown across the entire court, and then swished through the right hoop. And to do so with such precision that the ball went right through the net, that's simply not something a student could pull off. He must have just guessed, right? Yeah, it must have been a fluke. It has to be a fluke. The basketball coach stopped paying attention to the game altogether. He suddenly reached out and grabbed a basketball from the sidelines, pushed through the crowd of onlookers, and strode quickly toward Chen Luo. Hey, try shooting one more time. Chen Luo glanced at the coach, whose face was full of anticipation, and smiled. Sorry, I've got things to do. After saying that, Chen Luo turned and walked away leisurely, looking haughty and as if he couldn't be bothered. The coach was taken aback, and the students on the field were all stunned as well. They hadn't expected Chen Luo, who clearly looked like a student, to show such a lack of respect toward the coach. Student, what's your name? Which class are you in? The coach snapped out of it and hurried after him. He was now in a state of intense anxiety, desperate to find out whether Chen Luo was just bluffing or if he really had that kind of skill. If he was just bluffing, that would be one thing, but if he really had that kind of talent, he'd definitely be able to play in professional basketball leagues. If he managed to develop a professional basketball player under his guidance, the reward would be secondary. The honor that would come with it would be immense. But Chen Luo paid no attention and kept walking. The coach wasn't about to give up. He doggedly chased after him and finally stepped right in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked impatient and said, "Coach, I really don't have time for this. Could you please step aside?" The coach stared at Chen Luo. "Sure, as long as you make one more shot, I'll let you go." Chen Luo looked resigned as he took the basketball back from the coach. "Deal? If I make this shot, you'll stop bothering me, right?" "Yeah." Chen Luo grabbed the ball with one hand, ran forward a few steps to build momentum, then lifted his foot again and took a powerful stride forward. It was as if history were repeating itself. The basketball soared high into the air. Everyone on the court, students and basketball team members alike, stared intently at the ball, as if it had completely captivated their attention. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the ball traced a graceful parabola through the air, flying toward the basket more than 20 meters away. Swish! The ball swished through the net. The entire court erupted instantly, with both boys and girls letting out a collective scream and gasp of amazement. So cool, so awesome, so unbelievable. If the first time was just a fluke, then the odds of hitting it again by chance were practically zero.
The coach's eyes were sparkling with excitement. He leaned in close to Chen Luo. "Have you practiced this before?" Chen Luo looked puzzled. "Of course I have. How else would I have made that shot?" The coach asked eagerly, "Student, would you like to join our basketball team?" "No." Chen Luo's reply was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The coach was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Student, our school's basketball team is really strong. We're already competing in the National High School League. If you perform well in the provincial tournament, you'll have a chance to qualify for special admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. And if you win MVP in the finals, you won't even have to take the college entrance exam. You'll be 100% guaranteed special admission. You may be a bit on the slim side, but with a little training to build up your stamina, competing in the Cube A or even the CBA wouldn't be a problem." Fearing the offer might not be enticing enough, the coach rattled off all the benefits in one breath. "But I could get into Tsinghua or Peking University with my eyes closed. Why would I want to play basketball?" The coach was dumbfounded, and the students around him stared wide-eyed as Chen Luo's tone was so arrogant it seemed to reach the heavens. After all, even at a provincial key high school like Pengcheng, over 1,000 students took the college entrance exam last year, yet only 13 were admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University, and 5 of those were through special admission programs. Yet no one had ever been as brazen as Chen Luo, claiming he could get in with his eyes closed. Well then, seeing Chen Luo turn and walk away without a second thought, the coach was momentarily at a loss for how to persuade him. "Hey, wait a minute." The coach hurried after him and blocked Chen Luo's path again. "Student, with talent like yours, it would be such a waste not to play basketball. Just think, if you made it to the CBA, with your talent, you'd definitely shine and become a basketball star." It was no wonder the coach was so eager. There are very few players, even among professional athletes in the CBA, who can make such precise shots from a distance of over 20 meters. This meant that with just a little formal basketball training, Chen Luo would surely excel in the National High School League. Chen Luo, rather exasperated, as if he'd had enough of being pestered by the coach, he suddenly spoke up. "Coach, I'd like to ask you a few things. If you can answer them, I'll consider it." Hearing this, the coach couldn't help but be overjoyed. He immediately nodded and said, "Go ahead. I know everything there is to know about basketball and special recruitment." "Then let's find a quiet place to talk." Without a moment's hesitation, the coach called out to the players on the court, "The scrimmage is over. Everyone, go back and rest." The students and basketball team members exchanged bewildered glances. None of them had expected the coach to actually abandon the entire team just for Chen Luo. The basketball team members, in particular, felt deeply resentful, but with the coach now eagerly trailing after Chen Luo, there was nothing they could do. "If there's anything you want to know, just ask." The coach led Chen Luo all the way into the gym's office and asked with a smile, "Do you know Gu Qingwen, coach?" The coach was taken aback. He'd assumed Chen Luo wanted to ask about basketball, but he never expected the question to be about Gu Qingwen. He was momentarily at a loss. Chen Luo's original goal had been to ask about Gu Qingwen, which was why he'd deliberately made a spectacle of himself on the basketball court. All he needed was to catch their attention. It didn't matter whether it was a student or a coach, and since this coach seemed even more excited than the students, Chen Luo naturally chose him as the person to ask. "You're not from our school?" The coach's expression suddenly turned a bit peculiar. At Pengcheng, no. One high school, it wasn't unusual not to know a teacher or the principal, but very few people didn't know Gu Qingwen. Even freshmen who had just enrolled had heard the name Gu Qingwen. Not to mention that most students in the high school division had moved up from the middle school division, so they almost all knew Gu Qingwen as well. "That's right. I'm from Longcheng High School. I was in the same class as Gu Qingwen. We were even desk mates." Chen Luo wasn't lying. He simply stated his background. "Longcheng High School? Did she transfer there?" The coach looked somewhat taken aback. There were nearly 80 high schools in Pengcheng, and compared to First High School, Longcheng High School was practically a nobody. The coach stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Pointing at Chen Luo, he shook his head and laughed. "I get it, you've got a crush on Gu Qingwen, haven't you? That's why you came here to ask about her." Chen Luo smiled and, with a calm expression, nodded in admission. "She's been in a lot of pain because of what happened at First High School. I don't know exactly what happened, and I haven't been able to comfort her, so I came here to figure it out." The coach fixed his gaze on Chen Luo. He hadn't really taken a good look at him earlier in his haste. Only then did he notice that Chen Luo's gaze was as clear as water, radiating a sense of calm composure, a demeanor completely unlike that of an ordinary student. He suddenly smiled as well. "What if I told you that you could join our basketball team?" Chen Luo replied in surprise, "I already told you I'm from Longcheng High School." "That doesn't matter. I can apply to the school to admit you to know. One high school on a special basis as long as you agree." Chen Luo shook his head and laughed wryly. "Thanks for your kindness, teacher, but there's no need. I really have no interest in basketball." "Do you have any idea how hard it is for students from other high schools to transfer here to know? One high school? What does that have to do with me?" The coach was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Luo did have a point for someone who didn't want to come to First High. This really wasn't very appealing. "Well, what if I just didn't tell you?" "Coach, with so many students at First High, it shouldn't be too hard to find someone else to ask, right?" With that, Chen Luo stood up and started to leave the office. Come back, I'll tell you." The coach called Chen Luo back with a sigh of resignation. "If you go ask those students, they'll just embellish the story and give you a distorted version. It's better if I just tell you myself." "Thank you, coach." The coach sighed, glanced at Chen Luo once more, and then spoke slowly. "What happened to Gu Qingguan isn't actually that complicated. Gu Qingguan and her cousin Lu Yeshi grew up in the same staff housing complex. Their families lived just one building apart, so they've been very close since childhood. Plus, since they were born just a month apart, they were in the same class from kindergarten through high school. Not only were these two girls beautiful, but their academic performance was consistently at the top of their class. Although they were inseparable, spending every day together like Siamese twins, they also competed with each other behind the scenes and supported one another when facing difficulties, making many people envy their relationship. Back then, everyone at first, high school teachers and students alike, knew who they were. But in their sophomore year of high school, something happened that completely changed the course of their lives. Chen Luo's attention snapped into focus, knowing he was about to hear the crucial details. In the year they had just entered their sophomore year, the two of them made plans to climb Pengshan, but something went wrong on the way down. They encountered a serial killer named Edmund who was hiding nearby. Lu Yeshi was captured by him while only Gu Qingguan managed to escape. By the time Gu Qingguan managed to escape and call the police, and the officers arrived, Lu Yeshi had already been... The coach suddenly fell silent at that point. Chen Luo's whole body shuddered. The moment he heard the name Edmund, the serial killer, he realized something. Chen Luo's face instantly darkened. In the blink of an eye, a flood of memories surged through his mind. After piecing all the clues together, he finally understood what had happened. This man named Edmund wasn't a Chinese national, but a psychopathic serial killer from the United States. After committing more than 30 murders in the US, he was hunted down, with no way out, fled to China. Edmund's nickname was the Cross Killer. He specifically targeted underage girls still in school, violently raping, murdering, and dismembering them, then leaving his signature an inverted cross afterward. After fleeing to Pengcheng, he committed 3 crimes but managed to escape each time, causing a sensation throughout the city. Back then in his previous life, Chen Luo was also a sophomore in high school. Even though he paid little attention to the outside world, he had seen the wanted posters for this man on TV and in the newspapers. But at that time, he was struggling with his own personal hardships and didn't pay much attention to the case. What Chen Luo hadn't expected was that Qingguan's cousin would turn out to be the third victim. Although the coach didn't say the rest of what was on his mind, Chen Luo could easily guess what had happened. Knowing that Lu Yeshi, whom she regarded as a sister, had met such a fate, one could only imagine the anguish in Gu Qingguan's heart. Chen Luo could also guess the reason for her self-reproach. It must have been Gu Qingguan's suggestion to go to Pengshan. Gu Qingguan's line of thinking wasn't hard to understand. She must have been thinking that if she hadn't suggested climbing Pengshan, Lu Yeshi wouldn't have met with an accident. Gu Qingguan blamed herself for Lu Yeshi's death and had been tormenting herself over it ever since. Chen Luo's expression suddenly shifted slightly. He noticed his hand trembling ever so slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but because he'd just realized something he found utterly absurd. The reason Chen Luo knew that Lu Yeshi was the third and final victim was that Edmund had died 2 months from now, on a certain day in November. Moreover, his death was excruciatingly gruesome. His limbs and head had been severed using almost the exact same method, and his body was dumped in the middle of nowhere. Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo might not have given it a second thought, but now that he knew what had happened to Lu Yeshi, he sensed something was off. This was because the date of Gu Qingguan's suicide was less than 3 days after Edmund was killed. When Chen Luo considered this alongside Gu Qingguan's superhuman physical strength, his body trembled slightly. Could this be the reason Gu Qingguan took her own life? She enhanced her physical abilities to track down her cousin's killer, avenged her death using the same method, and then, unable to bear the guilt over her cousin's death and the guilt of having taken a life, ultimately took her own life. Chen Luo suddenly jumped up from his chair and bolted out of the office, paying no heed to the coach calling after him. That can't be possible. Chen Luo felt his entire chest fill with a sense of panic that had nowhere to settle. Just as he couldn't imagine Gu Qingguan committing suicide, he also couldn't imagine her killing someone in such a cruel manner. As Chen Luo stumbled out of first high school with his mind in a complete whirl, he suddenly took a few deep breaths to quickly calm himself down. Over thousands of years, he had experienced countless events and had long since learned to face everything with equanimity. Right now, he was clearly letting his concern get the better of him, shattering the unshakable composure he'd always maintained. However, once Chen Luo came to his senses, he regained his composure. As things stood, he had merely connected some seemingly related dots. There was no evidence whatsoever to suggest that Gu Qingguan had killed Edmund all those years ago. And even if Gu Qingguan had killed Edmund, what difference would it make? Chen Luo quickly shook his head. Even if it really had been Gu Qingguan, he wouldn't have thought much of it, nor would it have changed his mind. It is only natural to repay debts with money and pay for murder, with one's life, especially when the victim was a psychopathic murderer like Edmund, who deserved to be torn to pieces 1,000 times over. However, Chen Luo realized he now had one more thing to do: take care of this psychopath ahead of schedule. Regardless of whether Gu Qingguan was responsible for that incident, as long as there was even the slightest possibility that she had committed suicide because of it, Chen Luo would not let her off the hook. By taking out that guy ahead of time, Chen Luo would also be avenging those students who died unjustly and Gu Qingguan. A psychopathic killer was no big deal to Chen Luo, and he remembered the location where the news reports had said the guy was hiding. With that in mind, Chen Luo immediately took out his phone and dialed Hou Yaozong's number. "I'll give you a few addresses. Have your people keep an eye on them. As soon as you spot any white foreigners, contact me immediately." Hou Yaozong didn't dare ask why. He hurriedly Lishanju in Huihai District and Tiantong Garden in Tianfu District. Remember, someone needs to be watching those places 24 hours a day. Got it, young Master Chen. During the final 2 months before that psychopath Edmund was arrested, he had hidden out in a room in one of these 2 residential complexes for a while. However, the news reports didn't specify the apartment numbers, nor did they mention which complex he had hidden in first. In fact, it was already quite a feat that Chen Luo could recall these 2 complexes at all. For now, all he could do was have Hou Yaozong station people outside to lie in wait and see if the guy would show up. There was one mystery in the news reports at the time that remained unsolved even in 2019. The owners of both apartments where Edmund had been hiding had actually gone on trips abroad each for a full month, and only discovered that someone had been living in their homes upon their return. It wasn't until they checked the surveillance footage that they discovered it was that psychopath, Edmund. In their analysis, the police concluded that it was highly likely someone was assisting Edmund behind the scenes, helping him hide at these 2 locations. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Edmund to know with such precision that the owners of both houses were away. However, after the police thoroughly investigated every lead and found no clues, the case was eventually dropped. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo thought for a moment and then rushed back to the Xi'an Mingjia residential complex where Gu Qingguan lived. The first thing he did upon returning was run 5 kilometers on the treadmill in his apartment. He was still a bit too frail. Chen Luo knew he had to start improving his physical fitness right away. Otherwise, if an emergency arose, his lack of stamina would become a real headache. Chen Luo had developed his own exercise regimen. As long as he stuck with it for a while, it would yield noticeable results. He had even developed a potion that could rapidly enhance muscle fibers, but he currently lacked both medical equipment and pharmaceutical resources. It's time to meet the second big shot and sort out the formula and equipment issues. The 3 names Chen Luo had shortlisted were all carefully selected. They were individuals who, at the very least, possessed a certain level of ability and could be of use to him. This was actually quite easy to accomplish. Chen Luo had spent if not 100 years, then certainly several decades in Pengcheng, and he was intimately familiar with every corner of the city. Just like playing a video game, he knew the Pengcheng map like the back of his hand, where the monsters spawned, where the bosses were, and exactly when they appeared. The second person Chen Luo wanted to get to know and gain control over was Jiang Junyan, the chairman of Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals, a company that would later rank among the top 3 in the nation in the biopharmaceutical sector. However, at this point, Jiang Junyan had not yet taken the reins. The current head of Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals was his father, Jiang Mingcheng. Jiang Junyan was currently working within the family business while learning the ropes of management. Back in 2008, Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals wasn't even a major player in Guangdong province, let alone nationwide. In Pengcheng, it barely made it into the top 10. The fact that Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals later rose to become a biopharmaceutical company renowned nationwide and even worldwide can be attributed largely to Jiang Junyan. Jiang Junyan took the helm of Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals in 2008, though the transition was extremely painful. However, Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry to seek out Jiang Junyan just yet. He had another matter to attend to. After finishing his workout, Chen Luo went straight to sleep, and when he woke up it was already past 6 p.m. Chen Luo made a few simple changes to his appearance and then strolled out the door at a leisurely pace. He didn't make any drastic changes. He simply made his original appearance look a bit more mature. Although Chen Luo didn't carry himself like a middle school student, his face was simply too youthful. No matter how you looked at him, he still appeared to be a teenager. After applying a bit of makeup, Chen Luo looked at least 10 years older, appearing to be a young man in his late 20s. Chen Luo hailed a taxi on the street and headed to a place called the Night Encounter Bar. A group of provocatively dressed female waitresses stood at the bar's entrance. Bars these days weren't as reserved as they would be in later eras. Instead, they used rather direct and aggressive tactics to attract customers. Take this scene, for example. These hostesses were all quite attractive, with figures ranging from plump to slender, from tall and graceful to petite and delicate a sight that bore a certain resemblance to women soliciting customers outside ancient brothels. Chen Luo walked up to the entrance. Before the hostess could approach him, he simply said he was looking for someone and walked straight into the bar. The atmosphere inside the bar was no different from that of later eras. Deafening music, a flurry of women and men, a chaotic scene of wild revelry. With the night, alcohol, and dim, hazy lights, everyone here was letting loose, giving free rein to their emotions and instincts. The female waitresses were playing rock, paper, scissors with customers, while the men took the opportunity to grope hands and legs, taking advantage of the darkness. But this was all part of an unspoken understanding. The customer buys the drinks, you get a little something in return, and no one ever calls it out. Given Chen Luo's experience, he was naturally used to all this by now. He strolled leisurely straight toward the bar. When he reached the bar, Chen Luo quickly spotted his target. A woman in her mid-30s, wearing a red dress, was seated at the bar. She had a charming, alluring face, with a pair of fiery red lips that exuded a mature charm. Moreover, she exuded a seductive charm, with a natural allure radiating from her very brow. The attraction emanating from this mature woman was even more alluring than that of a young girl. At that very moment, two men were already seated on either side of her, trying their hardest to catch her attention. Everyone knew full well what their goal was. However, while the two men were secretly competing with each other, the woman showed little interest, staring absently at the dance floor inside the bar. A faint smile played at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth, and he immediately walked in that direction. The woman in the red dress was none other than Ni Wei's mother Lin Yun, the legitimate wife of Ni Zhaiming. At the time, King Long had spilled quite a few secrets about the Ni family, for instance, that Lin was a regular at the Night Encounter Bar, indulging in one-night stands, and, whenever she met a young, good-looking guy she liked, would immediately take him on as her kept man. Although Ni Zhaiming knew about this, he had no control over Lin Yun. This was because Ni Zhaiming and Lin Yun's marriage was essentially a political alliance between their families. The Lin family's influence was no less than that of the Ni family, and in fact, Ni Zhaiming still relied on the Lin family in many ways. However, the two had no emotional foundation. In fact, Lin Yun even disliked Ni Zhaiming to some extent. After giving birth to Ni Wei, she felt as if she had completed some kind of mission and began to let loose completely. There was an unspoken understanding between them. They each did their own thing outside the home, with neither interfering in the other's affairs, and Lin Yun stopped caring for Ni Wei altogether. A major reason Ni Wei turned out the way he did was the lack of a mother's love. Ni Zhaiming had King Long keep an eye on Lin Yun, not out of jealousy or anything like that, but to ensure that her young lovers wouldn't cause any trouble that would bring shame upon him. Although they had no emotional connection and didn't care about each other's affairs, Lin Yun was, after all, Ni Zhaiming's wife in public. If one of those young lovers went around spreading rumors, where would that leave his reputation? When Chen Luo walked up to Lin Yun, he grabbed the man on her left and yanked him off the chair. "This seat is mine." Caught off guard by being yanked to his feet, the man flew into a rage and spun around to glare at Chen Luo. "You damn..." Before he could finish the word bastard, he met Chen Luo's icy gaze. In that moment, he felt a chill rise from within his body, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being, causing him to shudder involuntarily. How terrifying. A thought involuntarily popped into the man's mind. He had never seen such a cold, emotionless gaze before. Especially given the terrifying aura Chen Luo was radiating at that moment, it was as if he were looking at a little chick waiting to be slaughtered. Do you have a problem with that? No. Hearing Chen Luo's indifferent tone, the man shuddered all over and actually turned on his heel and walked away, desperate to escape that suffocating feeling. Lin Yun's fiery red lips parted slightly in surprise. She still hadn't figured out what was going on. That man had clearly been so angry he was about to lash out when Chen Luo pulled him down, so how come the very next second he was so scared he slunk away? Even the man sitting to Lin Yun's left looked taken aback. He hadn't figured out what was going on either. Under the bar's dim lighting and with Chen Luo's back turned to them, they naturally couldn't sense the murderous intent he was deliberately directing at that man. Chen Luo sat casually in his chair, not looking at Lin Yun but instead at the man to her right. Aren't you going to get lost yet? Lin Yun froze for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing and began to eye Chen Luo with interest. Hearing Chen Luo's blunt and undisguised words of contempt, followed by Lin Yun's girlish giggle, the man was instantly enraged. He leaped to his feet, rushed toward Chen Luo in a few strides, and without a word threw a punch at him. But before his fist could reach him, Chen Luo reached behind him, grabbed a liquor bottle from the bar, and smashed it against the man's forehead first. Crash! The bottle shattered on impact, and the man, clutching his head, staggered backward as blood instantly trickled down his forehead. Although the music in the bar was blaring, the sound of the shattering bottle still startled those nearby, and they couldn't help but look up in that direction. Lin Yun, however, showed little change in her expression. If anything, the look of interest on her face grew even stronger. Not only was she unfazed, but most of the bar's patrons who had initially been startled by the noise assumed a look of familiarity once they realized a fight was breaking out. In a place like a bar, when people drink too much, alcohol can easily make them lose their heads, and fights over romantic rivalries happen every day. Not only were the patrons used to it, but even the bar staff and bartenders had grown numb to it. The man had been struck, and everything before his eyes was blurry. He shook his dizzy head, and only then did he slowly begin to feel a little better. But when he felt the blood on his hand, he was instantly overcome with shock and rage. He roared furiously, "You bastard! I'm going to kill you today." The man reached behind his back, pulled out a dagger, and raised it, stabbing viciously toward Chen Luo. Seeing the knife drawn, many people were so frightened that they hurriedly backed away. Even Lin Yun's expression changed. She took a few steps back, clearly not expecting things to escalate to this point. However, although they had moved out of the way, no one ran far off. Instead, they all seemed to relish the spectacle and gathered around to watch from a distance. The reason they still had the leisure to watch the spectacle was that they knew the bar's management wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. These days, no one who runs a bar is an ordinary person, especially not in a bustling down area like this. The people pulling the strings behind the scenes are never simple. Although they didn't know who the real owner of Night Encounter Bar was, anyone who'd ever caused trouble there in the past had never been seen there again. Even when a fatal brawl once occurred here, the bar was closed for just one day before reopening as usual the next. The moment the man pulled out his dagger, a bartender rushed to alert the bar's security staff, commonly known as the bouncers. But before the bouncers could arrive, they saw Chen Luo casually stand up. A hint of contempt flashed across his face, and before the dagger could reach him, his hand had already shot out. Chen Luo's hand was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had somehow ended up in his hand. Next, they saw Chen Luo deliver a kick that struck the man squarely in the abdomen, causing him to let out a scream of pain before tumbling to the ground in a heap. You're as good as dead, you bastard. Do you have any idea who I am? Just you wait." The man crawled painfully to his feet, pointing his finger right at Chen Luo's nose as he roared in fury. He reached into his shirt pocket, pulled out a cell phone, and began flipping through his contacts to dial a number. Just then, a hand reached out and snatched the phone from him. "Friend, do me a favor, let's not make a big deal out of this, okay?" A burly man stepped forward, followed by a group of the bar's security guards. The onlookers, who had been amazed by Chen Luo's skills just moments ago, immediately looked disappointed when they saw the burly man arrive with his entourage. The bar staff had intervened, which meant there wouldn't be any more excitement to watch. But the next moment they were surprised to find that the incident wasn't over yet. "Let go of me, you son of a witch." The man was seething with rage. Having his phone snatched away was driving him nearly mad. "You son of a witch, do you think I won't call my people to come and smash this damn bar to pieces?" "Big talk. I'd like to see just who this big shot is." The burly man stepped forward. When he got a clear look at the man's face, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. He opened his mouth to speak, then immediately let go of the man's hand and forced a smile. "Ahem, Second Master Zhang, it's you. It's all my underlings' fault for not knowing their place. If I'd known you were coming, I would have arranged the best private room for you." In the bar business, there are certain people you simply can't cross, like Zhang Xiaohu standing right in front of him. Although he wasn't a big shot himself, his older brother Zhang Xiaohao was the boss of the underworld in Hualong district. Then there were people like Lin Yun with the Ni and Lin families backing her. No one in Hualong district dared to cross her either. "I'll book your mother." Zhang Xiaohu snatched his phone back and glared at the burly man. "Are you guys going to deal with this bastard yourselves? Or should I call my men to take care of him and this crappy bar of yours once and for all?" Without a moment's hesitation, the burly man ordered his henchmen behind him, "Grab him right now and let Second Master Zhang take out his anger." Hearing this, the dozen or so thugs immediately closed in on Chen Luo, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. The onlookers around them suddenly grew excited again, staring wide-eyed at the scene. At that very moment, because of the burly man's arrival with his men, even more people stopped dancing and gathered around. They didn't even notice when the music had stopped. A smile played on Chen Luo's face as he toyed with the dagger in his hand and actually stepped forward to meet them. Lin Yun had been watching Chen Luo's expression the whole time, but from the very beginning, the man's face had been filled with a carefree smile, exuding an air of composure as if nothing could faze him. Whether facing Zhang Xiaohu's attack or the bar thugs closing in on him, his expression remained nonchalant, as if he didn't take any of them seriously. A glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly stepped in front of Chen Luo, blocking the thugs. "Wait!" Zhang Xiaohu and the burly security chief both rose, unsure what Lin Yun was trying to do by stepping in. The excitement in the onlookers' eyes grew as they realized the spectacle was getting more and more entertaining. All this fighting and brawling, if someone gets killed, it won't do anyone any good. Lin Yun said this, then giggled coquettishly. Who was right and who was wrong just now doesn't matter anymore. Since Second Master Zhang can't swallow his pride, why don't we play a game? Wouldn't it be better to resolve this conflict in a simpler way? The head of security looked utterly flustered. Lin Yun stepping in at this moment was clearly an attempt to take the heat off Chen Luo. He couldn't afford to offend this woman either. Even if the boss showed up, she likely wouldn't cut him any slack. After much deliberation, he leaned over to Zhang Xiaohu and revealed Lin Yun's identity. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted slightly. He was seething inside, but upon learning Lin Yun's identity, he had no choice but to consider the consequences. If he forced the security chief to take action against Chen Luo and the situation escalated to the point where Lin Yun got caught in the crossfire, it would be an extremely troublesome affair, not to mention that the security chief might not even obey his orders. For game. Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened. On learning of Lin Yun's identity, the desire he'd felt had vanished, but he was determined to save face. Lin Yun smiled sweetly as she parted her red lips and said, "Sticking a knife between your fingers." As soon as Lin Yun spoke those words, the onlookers present were all startled. Most people who frequented bars year-round had heard of this game and were well aware of its dangers. Stabbing between the fingers involves spreading one's fingers wide, and then quickly moving a sharp small knife between the 5 finger gaps, stabbing down until someone's finger is pierced. A smug smile suddenly flashed across Zhang Xiaohu's face. People on the streets, of course, knew this game well. Moreover, they often used this game to prove their toughness and see who was the boldest. Zhang Xiaohu had played it before, and he was quite skilled at it. He carried a dagger with him not to stab people at any moment, but because he was good with both the dagger and the game, which is why he liked to carry it. "I'm in." A cold smirk spread across Zhang Xiaohu's face as he turned to look at Chen Luo, his expression brimming with defiance. "You bastard, do you have the guts to play?" Chen Luo chuckled silently. He paid no mind to Zhang Xiaohu, but he did gain a new appreciation for just how malicious Lin Yun really was. Lin Yun wasn't stepping in front of him to protect him, she was simply there to watch the show, eager to see the two men tear each other apart over her. This game originated in the American West of the 18th century, a time when bounty hunters and cowboys ruled the roost. Those cowboys, aside from their marksmanship and a mouth that could spin tales of their prowess to the heavens, also had to possess some hard skills, like knife fighting. Sometimes to show off their courage in front of a girl, since drawing a gun wasn't quite appropriate. Given that no one harbored any deep-seated grudges, cowboys would resort to this kind of one-on-one duel to see whose knife skills were faster. Chen Luo laughed heartily. Since this lovely lady has asked, I'm more than happy to oblige. Hearing Chen Luo's agreement, the bar erupted into a frenzy. The onlookers grew increasingly excited, crowding to the front, afraid of missing out on the spectacle. However, just then, Chen Luo suddenly spoke up again. But since this is a game, there has to be some stakes involved. Zhang Xiaohu let out a sinister chuckle. A wager. The wager is this: if you win, you can walk away unscathed. But if you lose, it won't just be a single finger, it'll be all of them. As soon as Zhang Xiaohu said this, the onlookers gasped one after another. That was way too ruthless. Chen Luo, however, didn't even glance at Zhang Xiaohu. Instead, he turned to Lin Yun with a smile and said, "If I win, you'll spend the night with me. How about that?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yun froze for a moment. It was the first time she'd seen Chen Luo so openly express his desires, especially in front of so many people. Chen Luo completely ignored the people present and paid no heed to their stare. Lin Yun had never met a man so full of raw, untamed passion before, and it gave her a strange, thrilling sensation. Lin Yun suddenly burst out laughing and flashed Chen Luo a flirtatious glance. "Sure, as long as you win, I'll go with you tonight." Hearing this, the onlookers all wore suggestive expressions, though their excitement was even more evident. A showdown like this, fighting fiercely over a woman, was the kind of story that they'd be bragging about for a long time to come. Zhang Xiaohu watched as the two began flirting right in front of him. Anger surged within him, and he snapped, "Stop damn around if you're going to do this. Just get on with it." Seeing that both sides had agreed, the security chief had no reason to stop them and knew he couldn't stop them anyway, so he could only obediently arrange a spot for the two of them. Before long, a table and 2 chairs were cleared in the middle of the dance floor. Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu had already taken their seats across from each other, each holding a sharp dagger. Whether by design or coincidence, the bar's lights suddenly dimmed all at once, and a single beam of light fell on their table, allowing all the onlookers nearby to see exactly what was happening. Those in the back who couldn't see clearly had even climbed onto tables or stood on sofas to get a better view. By now, Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu had placed their hands palm up on the table, waiting for Lin Yun to give the signal to begin. Lin Yun glanced at the two of them, smiled and said softly, "Let's begin." Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Luo drew their daggers almost simultaneously and began stabbing them between their fingers. Thud, thud. A rhythmic, melodic series of sounds rang out as the knife tips pierced the tabletop. The entire bar was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The sound of the impacts was crystal clear. In that moment, the sound seemed to possess a magical quality, drawing the attention of everyone present. They all stared intently at the two men on the stage. Zhang Xiaohu calmly raised and lowered his dagger. He was absolutely certain that it wouldn't be long before he'd witness Chen Luo severing his own finger. The reason Zhang Xiaohu was so confident was that he had spent a long time practicing. This game was all about who was faster and who could stab their finger first. Once force and speed overrode reason, not only would the technique fail to impress, but one could end up with a permanent disability in a matter of minutes. But as long as you mastered the technique and memorized the blade movements and sequence, it was a simple matter of counting accidents were almost impossible before you ran out of strength. Zhang Xiaohu quickly realized something was off. Because Chen Luo's blade speed was on par with his own, not only was Chen Luo not looking at his own palm, but he was actually staring intently at Zhang Xiaohu with great enthusiasm. Zhang Xiaohu felt a slight jolt of alarm. No matter how slow his reactions might be, he realized that his opponent had likely played this game before and appeared to be quite skilled at it. Otherwise, Chen Luo wouldn't be able to stab so calmly without even looking at his palm. Zhang Xiaohu clenched his teeth and immediately sped up his strikes. The sound of thud thud, thud instantly quickened. Chen Luo smiled and, without missing a beat, matched his increased pace. Strangely enough, the speed of Chen Luo's strikes was perfectly in sync with Zhang Xiaohu's. No matter how fast Zhang Xiaohu moved, Chen Luo matched him exactly, even the sounds of their strikes overlapped, as if they had become one. The onlookers grew increasingly excited, especially Lin Yun, who was standing closest and experiencing the action most directly. This sensation testing the limits of one's nerves with sharp metal, with the constant fear that the blade might pierce the back of one's hand at any moment, brought the spectators immense tension and excitement.
Lin Yun's eyes were shining as she looked at Chen Luo. She clearly hadn't expected him to handle this dangerous game so skillfully. Zhang Xiaohu's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. Even an idiot could see that Chen Luo wasn't just a master, he was a master among masters. Zhang Xiaohu seethed with resentment. He couldn't believe that someone he just happened to run into was a master of the knife and one even more skilled than himself. "Aren't you just as fast as me, you bastard? Keep up then!" Zhang Xiaohu roared in anger, and the speed at which he drew his knife at least doubled. If at the start the speed at which he thrust his knife had been like a normal person's walking pace, now was like a jog. However, what Zhang Xiaohu didn't expect was that Chen Luo's dagger also moved in perfect sync at that very moment, and the sound of the blade striking the tabletop quickly merged into a single unified rhythm. By now, the onlookers were completely transfixed. Even at their original pace, they knew they couldn't have kept from stabbing their own fingers for this long. As the two men accelerated, a sensation even more thrilling than before surged through the crowd, causing many to widen their eyes, afraid to miss a single moment. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted repeatedly, and his anger flared up once more. Thud, 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 thud. A rapid series of impacts rang out. It instantly captured everyone's attention, and when they looked over again, Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu's fingers seemed to be performing a lively dance across the table. The knife's speed was no longer that of a person jogging, it was more like someone sprinting at full speed. Chen Luo continued to look at Zhang Xiao with a smile, still not glancing at his own hands, yet managing to keep pace Zhang's speed. At this point, the onlookers also began to notice something was off. First, the two men's expressions formed a stark contrast, and the fact that Chen Luo's gaze never once fell on his own palm made the difference between them immediately apparent. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xiaohu severed his own finger. However, just then Chen Luo suddenly stopped and withdrew the dagger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel elated. He immediately stopped as well, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and said smugly, "You bastard, you lost." Zhang Xiaohu's palms and back were now covered in sweat. His concentration had been so intense moments ago he hadn't dared to let his mind wander for even a second, that he hadn't noticed it until now, when he came to his senses and realized his whole body felt uncomfortably sticky. Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Don't worry. I just think deciding the winner this way is too slow. Let's ramp up the difficulty a bit." Chen Luo's words left everyone stunned. They didn't understand what he... "How about we cover our hands with paper and settle it with a single stab?" Chen Luo quickly cleared up everyone's... Zhang Xiaohu's expression changed instantly. Chen Luo's new rule made the game exponentially more difficult. After all, with a piece of paper covering the palm, it was impossible to judge where to strike by sight. One could only rely on instinct. One wrong move and you'd stab yourself in the hand. This created even greater psychological pressure and made the game far more thrilling. "Why should I? You stopped early, you've already lost. Why should I play along with this?" Zhang Xiaohu immediately snapped back, his harsh tone masking his inner fear. "Wait a minute. When did we ever say that stopping early counts as a loss? Besides, if we really kept going, are you sure I'd lose?" Chen Luo looked at Zhang Xiao with a half-smile and asked casually, "Are you just a coward?" No sooner had Chen Luo finished speaking than the onlookers instantly began booing Zhang Xiaohu, their jeers dripping with sarcasm. The situation had already become crystal clear. If this continued, Zhang Xiaohu was definitely doomed. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned bright red. Facing the contemptuous stares of the crowd, he couldn't take the humiliation any longer and shouted angrily, "Who the hell's afraid? Who's afraid? Who's a coward? Bring it on!" Chen Luo clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let's get started then." Not long after the match began, the security chief's face looked just as grim as Zhang Xiaohu's. After all, if Chen Luo lost, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Xiaohu would just have to deal with the fallout. But if Zhang Xiaohu lost, he'd surely be dragged down with him. When he heard Chen Luo's suggestion, his expression suddenly shifted, and he hurriedly said, "I'll go get some paper." The security chief left quickly and returned just as fast, though by then the lights inside the bar had dimmed slightly and weren't as bright as they had been earlier. When he reached the table, he handed 2 pieces of paper to Chen Luo and Zhang Xiao, respectively. When Chen Luo saw the 2 pieces of paper, a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth, and he cast a thoughtful glance at the security chief. The security chief seemed a bit uneasy. He didn't dare meet Chen Luo's gaze and pretended nothing was amiss as he looked away. There was, of course, a reason for Chen Luo's smile. The 2 pieces of paper were of different thicknesses. If he placed the piece of paper the security captain had given him on the back of his hand, he couldn't see anything beneath it. But the one Zhang Xiaohu had given him was very thin. When placed on his hand, he could faintly make out the back of his hand and his fingers beneath it. But at that moment, the lights dimmed, and since the onlookers were all standing quite a distance away, they couldn't possibly notice this difference, not even Lin Yun, who was right at the table. The security captain had assumed Chen Luo wouldn't notice these details either, but to his surprise, Chen Luo spotted them the very moment the papers were handed out. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, assuming Chen Luo would surely call him out on it and demand that Zhang Xiaohu be given a different sheet of paper. But to his surprise, Chen Luo didn't say a word. Instead, he suddenly stood up and walked over to Lin Yun with a smile on his face. Everyone present was taken aback. Just as they were wondering what Chen Luo was up to, they saw him suddenly reach out, wrap his arm around Lin's waist, and pull her into his embrace. Chen Luo chuckled softly and said, "Beautiful lady, I'd like to borrow something from you." Though caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Lin Yun showed no sign of panic or shyness. Instead, she nestled into his arms with a seductive glance and purred, "What do you want to borrow?" "This." No sooner had Chen Luo finished speaking than Lin Yun suddenly felt a chill on her buttock. Something was missing. The next moment, Chen Luo waved an object in front of Lin Yun. The entire room instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Chen Luo in utter disbelief, unable to utter a word because what was holding in his hand was a pair of Blaze women's panties. You. Lin Yun stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes. Others might not know where they came from, but she knew exactly whose panties these were. Lin Yun's face was a picture of disbelief. She had absolutely no idea how Chen Luo had managed it. Chen Luo grinned mischievously. "He used paper, so I'll just use your panties instead." Everyone was completely baffled at first, then it all clicked. Had Chen Luo actually managed to pull Lin Yun's panties off in that split second? Holy crap! Is this guy crazy? Chen Luo didn't care about Lin Yun's reaction or that of the onlookers. He simply turned around and sat back down in his chair, flashing her a wicked grin. Chen Luo knew full well that Zhang Xiao was about to lose, yet he suddenly changed the rules of the game on the spot, all just to humiliate Lin Yun. This woman, her quest for thrills, was so malicious that she'd go so far as to incite two complete strangers to play such a dangerous game. It simply wouldn't be right not to make her pay a small price for it. Chen Luo had no personal grudge against Zhang Xiaohu. He'd only provoked him earlier to catch Lin Yun's attention. At this point in the game, Lin Yun had already taken notice of him, so there was absolutely no need to let Zhang Xiaohu lose a finger. Besides, if he really did lose a finger, that guy would likely never accept it and would surely find someone to exact revenge. Although Chen Luo wasn't afraid, he had come here with a specific purpose: not to engage in a fight, which is why he called a halt at the last moment. As for how he did it, it was quite simple. While holding her, Chen Luo had already slipped the dagger in his hand inside her clothing and, in an instant, cut through her underwear. Having once been a master thief, Chen Luo could easily take something from someone without anyone noticing. But just as everyone present was still reeling from how Chen Luo had managed to pull this off, Lin Yun suddenly burst out laughing, leaving everyone there stunned once again. Is this woman crazy? Lin Yun really did seem out of her mind. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Chen Luo as if they were glowing. Although Lin Yun felt a bit of shame at first, a sensation that was even more thrilling and exhilarating surged through her. Chen Luo looked over in astonishment and saw that Lin's face had actually turned red. Her legs involuntarily clenched together, and she wore an expression of pure sensual longing. Holy crap, this woman isn't... Chen Luo was instantly speechless. He'd clearly underestimated just how kinky this woman was. Chen Luo figured that if it weren't for all the onlookers, Lin Yun would probably have pounced on him and pinned him down. It really is true that birds of a feather flock together. From Ni Zhaiming and Ni Wei to this Lin Yun, each one was weirder than the last. Chen Luo smiled, quickly averted his gaze, placed Lin Yun's black lace panties in the palm of his hand, and then looked at Zhang Xiao across from him. Let's get this over with quickly. I can see this beauty can't hold back any longer. As soon as Chen Luo said this, the people around them looked at Lin Yun in surprise. At that glance, the men were all taken aback, while the women silently cursed her under their breath, calling her a jerk. When Zhang Xiaohu saw Lin Yun's alluring demeanor at that moment, his heart skipped a beat. But when he noticed her gaze fixed on Chen Luo and unable to look away, a wave of inexplicable anger welled up inside him. Bring it on, who's afraid of whom? By now, Zhang Xiaohu had also realized what was special about the piece of paper the security chief had given him, so he felt a bit more confident. Especially when he saw that Chen Luo's hand was completely obscured by those lace panties with no sign of his palm beneath. His confidence soared even further. Chen Luo, however, laughed heartily, raised the dagger in his hand and plunged it forcefully into his palm. Amid the crowd's gasps, the dagger pierced through the panties and plunged into the table with a clink. Almost immediately, Chen Luo nonchalantly pulled the dagger out. Without giving Zhang Xiaohu a chance to speak, he said with a smile, "This is still too easy. Let's ramp up the difficulty a bit." Everyone present had been taken aback when Chen Luo suddenly stabbed down, but before they could recover from their surprise, she had already pulled the dagger out and it was completely unscathed. Just as they were processing what they'd seen, Chen Luo suddenly said he wanted to increase the difficulty even further, causing everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. At this point, how could the difficulty possibly be increased? Does anyone have a handkerchief or a towel? Anything that can cover my eyes will do. Chen Luo glanced around at the onlookers and asked casually. The moment Chen Luo spoke, the entire crowd erupted in a stir. Everyone immediately understood what he meant by increasing the difficulty. He actually wanted to stab his hand while blindfolded. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned grim in an instant. Chen Luo had essentially backed himself to a corner. Just covering his hand was risky enough even though he could barely make out his fingers through the paper. But if he covered his eyes, what the hell would be the difference between having paper and not? He'd have to rely solely on feel, which would drastically increase the chances of stabbing his fingers or palm. The security chief was also startled. He stared at Chen Luo for a long moment, speechless. He finally understood why Chen Luo hadn't cared at all whether the paper was visible or not. Because Chen Luo had planned all along to play with his eyes covered, the piece of paper was completely irrelevant. As for Lin Yun, her eyes were practically brimming with tears. She moved closer to Chen Luo of her own accord, leaning forward so that the expanse of her white, supple cleavage was right before his eyes. Lin Yun brought her mouth close to Chen Luo's ear and purred, "I've got another piece of lingerie I can lend you, you know." Chen Luo chuckled helplessly. He naturally understood that Lin Yun was referring to the brush he was wearing. He wasn't unfamiliar with seductive women, but when it came to promiscuity, this woman could rival even white women from sexually liberal Western societies. Chen Luo, of course, had no interest in Lin Yun's suggestion. He tilted his head slightly and whispered into her ear, "As for that last piece, I'll be the one to take it off." Lin Yun seemed moved by those words. She was so excited that she actually leaned in, about to kiss Chen Luo. But Chen Luo suddenly reached out, blocking Lin Yun's red lips, and smiled faintly, "Don't rush, we have plenty of time." Far from looking disappointed, Lin Yun seemed even more excited, her face glowing with anticipation. "I have a scarf." Just then, someone from the crowd of onlookers shouted loudly, then pushed their way through the throng, waving a long scarf in their hand. Chen Luo turned to look and saw a heavily made-up girl approaching him. She gazed at him with an adoring expression and handed him her scarf. "Bro, I've got a handkerchief, use mine." "I've got an eye mask." "Bro, I've got a towel." God only knows how these people ended up carrying so many odd and unusual items while out at a nightclub. The onlookers were all thrilled to the extreme. This kind of tense, thrilling scene was something they'd only ever seen on TV and in movies. Witnessing this scene firsthand sent everyone's emotions into a frenzy. It was practically an honor to let Chen Luo use their belongings, and one by one, they pulled out their items as if trying to curry favor. Chen Luo smiled, glanced at the girl who had been the first to rush forward, holding her item aloft, and reached out to take the scarf. The girl was so thrilled she jumped up and down on the spot, letting out a series of excited screams. Chen Luo took the scarf but didn't tie it himself. Instead, he handed it to the security chief. "If I tie it myself, I'm sure you wouldn't feel at ease, so you do it." The security chief was taken aback. The way he looked at Chen Luo was now completely different. First, he'd been thinking only of how to appease Zhang Xiao's anger. But now that the game had reached this point, even someone as clueless as him could tell that Chen Luo was no ordinary person. To be able to play such a dangerous game with a smile, as if it were child's play, that kind of mental fortitude alone was not something an ordinary person could possess. When Chen Luo handed him the scarf, he hesitated for a moment before politely accepting it. The head of security folded the scarf until it was completely opaque. He first did over his own eyes to make sure he couldn't see anything, then handed it to Zhang Xiaohu for inspection. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohu inwardly groaned. He had no idea what was going on. For some inexplicable reason, he'd been dragged into playing this high-stakes game. It seemed as though, from the very beginning, the entire situation had been under Chen Luo's control, and he himself had been forced to go along with against his will. But with so many people watching and being someone who valued his reputation above all else, backing out now would be an absolute disgrace. What if this guy pricks his own hand first? A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Xiaohu's mind. He immediately took the scarf, examined it carefully in his hands, and after confirming it was in order, handed it back to the security chief. Seeing that he had no objections, the security chief walked over, draped the scarf over Chen Luo's eyes, and tied it in a knot at the back of his head. That moment, Chen Luo opened his palm and placed it on the table, then raised the dagger. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the dagger in Chen Luo's hand, then glanced at his palm resting on the table. For a moment, they all held their breath, watching intently, afraid to miss a single detail. Chen Luo raised the dagger and plunged it forcefully into the tabletop. Thud. Before the audience's eyes, the dagger plunged right between his fingers, missing both his fingers and his palm. The onlookers immediately let out a chorus of screams, followed by thunderous applause. But just then, Chen Luo raised the dagger in his hand once more and thrust it down with all his might. The cheers in the venue came to an abrupt halt. They had expected Chen Luo to remove the scarf and let Zhang Xiaohu take over, but to their surprise, he raised the dagger and stabbed down once more. Moreover, Chen Luo's speed was incredible. The moment he thrust the knife down, he lifted again and thrust it down once more. Thud, thud. The dagger in Chen Luo's hand darted rapidly between his fingers, its speed increasing with each strike. If one had to describe it in a single word, it was like the needle of a sewing machine moving at breakneck speed across a piece of fabric. Everyone was left speechless, too stunned to utter a word. At that very moment, they all realized that Chen Luo was clearly playing that game where you stab a dagger through the gaps between your fingers with his eyes closed. How is that even possible? It was nothing short of a miracle. Forget about an ordinary person stabbing like that with their eyes closed. Even if they tried to stab at a wooden board with a dagger at such a fast pace, very few could match Chen Luo's speed. After moving back continuously for at least 3 minutes, Chen Luo still hadn't even grazed his own skin. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Lin Yun, Zhang Xiaohu, the security captain, and the others were all left speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. They could hardly believe their eyes. They stared at Chen Luo as if he were some kind of monster. How could a normal person possibly achieve such a feat? When Chen Luo finally stopped and sheathed his dagger, the entire bar erupted into a deafening roar of cheers, and every gaze fixed on him was filled with admiration and disbelief. Chen Luo removed the scarf from his head, casually flung the dagger, and it embedded itself into the tabletop. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohu across from him and said with a smile, "I don't think we need to continue the contest." Zhang Xiaohu's face had turned the color of a pig's liver. He desperately wanted to muster the courage to say they should continue, but he knew that doing so would not only be humiliating, it might also cost him his fingers. He opened his mouth, intending to hurl a few harsh words, but nothing came out. After speaking, Chen Luo didn't even glance at Zhang Xiaohu. He walked over, wrapped his arm around Lin Yun's waist, and laughed heartily. "Beautiful lady, it's time to get down to business." Lin Yun's eyes were glistening with desire as she cast a seductive glance his way, pressing her entire body against Chen Luo and cooing, "Then what are we waiting for?" As Chen Luo walked out with Lin Yun in his arms, the onlookers parted to make way for them, as if giving a hero a send-off. "My car's over there." As they stepped out of the night encounter bar, Lin Yun, her eyes narrowed seductively, took the initiative to hand her car keys to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled, took the keys, pressed the unlock button, and watched as an Audi in the bar's parking lot beeped. Chen Luo walked over with Lin Yun on his arm. Just as he opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, Lin Yun slipped in after him, plopping down right on his lap, and then eagerly kissed him. Chen Luo was instantly at a loss for words. Was this woman possessed? Didn't she even have the patience to wait? Was she planning to get it on right there in the car? Chen Luo laughed heartily, scooped Lin Yun up in his arms, and tossed her into the passenger seat next to him. "Sweetheart, there's not much room to move around in the car. I've already booked a room at the hotel, no need to rush." "But I just can't wait." Lin Yun refused to give up and lunged at him again. But just then, Chen Luo inserted the key, started the car, shifted into gear, slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and then jerked the steering wheel sharply. The Audi shot forward suddenly, making a 90-degree turn in the parking lot before racing out of the parking space. The tires screeched loudly against the pavement as the car straightened out. In that split second, Chen Luo shifted gears again and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. In a matter of seconds, the Audi had completed the reverse maneuver and accelerated onto the street. Lin Yun hadn't fastened her seatbelt. First, the car made a sharp 90-degree turn, then accelerated violently as it shot out. The immense inertia sent her bouncing back and forth inside the car. She nearly threw up, but finally managed to steady herself by grabbing the armrest beside her. When the car finally burst onto the street, Lin Yun's face was still etched with shock. Everything had happened so fast, but after a brief moment of shock, she finally realized what had taken place. In just a few seconds, Chen Luo had completed the entire sequence of reversing and accelerating. That reaction time and driving skill were far beyond what an ordinary person could possess. Lin Yun looked at Chen Luo with sparkling eyes. "You're really amazing." "That's nothing, I've got plenty more tricks up my sleeve." Chen Luo flashed Lin Yun a mischievous smile. "Well, I want to know right now just how amazing you really are." As she spoke, Lin Yun seemed eager to give it a try, as if she wanted to pick up right where they'd left off. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but admire this woman's wildness. It wasn't that he hadn't played games like this before, but when it came to her, he truly had absolutely no interest. Chen Luo had extremely high standards. When it came to women, he had his own rating system. Only exceptional women like Shi Liyan and Gu Qingwen, the kind who score a perfect 100, could capture his interest. Even when Pengcheng's population surpassed 15 million in 2019, there were no more than 1,000 such women. In other words, 1 in 10,000. Lin Yun was reasonably attractive, and with that bone-deep, flirtatious allure she exuded, she scored no more than 60 points on Chen Luo's rating system, barely a passing grade. But Chen Luo was a clean freak. Given this woman's promiscuity and the fact that she was supporting several young lovers, who knows how many men she'd slept with. Chen Luo laughed heartily and said, "No rush. I've already booked a room at the Longquan Hotel. I promise you I'll be there in 5 minutes." Chen Luo slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car's speed instantly shot up to 100, a serious violation of the 60 speed limit on this downtown road. But Chen Luo didn't think twice about it. Far from being scared, Lin Yun was actually getting even more excited. It was just past 8 p.m., and the streets were still crowded with traffic. Chen Luo suddenly accelerated, weaving in and out of traffic, startling many drivers. Some even rolled down their windows to hurl insults at the Audi. Chen Luo continued to drive recklessly, running through who knows how many red lights along the way, causing chaos on the road. Fortunately, however, the other vehicles on the road weren't traveling very fast, so no accidents occurred. As the number of cars on the road decreased, Chen Luo picked up speed once more and actually arrived at the Longquan Hotel in less than 5 minutes. As soon as the two entered the hotel room, Lin Yun immediately pounced on him, kissing Chen Luo while trying to tear off his clothes. But just then, Chen Luo wrapped his arms around Lin Yun and pressed his hand firmly against the back of her head. Lin Yun, completely lost in the heat of the moment, never expected Chen Luo to attack her so suddenly. Before she even had time to react, everything went black and she lost consciousness, her body going limp in Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo supported Lin Yun as he tossed her onto the bed in the room. He then took several ropes from a drawer and tied her hands into the bed, before taking out a roll of duct tape to seal her mouth shut. Only after finishing this did Chen Luo leisurely take out a set of cleaning tools and begin wiping away his fingerprints from Lin Yun's body. He then returned to the Audi in the parking lot downstairs and wiped down every surface in the car that might have been contaminated with fingerprints. As a master criminal, Chen Luo knew exactly where evidence might be left behind. When he entered this room, except for the moment he brought Lin Yun in, he had always worn gloves and shoe covers, leaving no clues behind. He used a stolen ID to book the hotel room, a presidential suite, and the front desk clerk didn't dare to verify his identity closely. Moreover, when entering and exiting the room, Chen Luo rarely showed his true face. Even when he did go out looking like himself, he wore a hat to conceal his features. Even if they reviewed the surveillance footage afterward, they wouldn't find any clues leading back to him. Not to mention, Chen Luo had no intention of leaving any surveillance footage behind the hotel. He turned on the computer in the hotel room and, in a matter of seconds, hacked into the hotel's surveillance center, directly erasing all the surveillance footage from the past few days without the hotel staff ever noticing. Once everything was taken care of, Chen Luo picked up his phone and made a few calls. After waiting for a while, he put on a glove and pressed down hard on Lyun's philtrum. The next moment, Lin jolted awake. Her eyes widened, and when she saw that her entire body was bound, her expression shifted slightly. But when she saw Chen Luo smiling at her, she actually let out a sigh of relief, and a hint of a smile even appeared in her eyes. In an instant, Chen Luo understood exactly what Lin Yun was thinking. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he reached out and peeled the tape off her mouth. "You bad boy, if you like playing like this, you should have told me sooner. I've got a whip in my car, you know." Lin Yun seemed quite excited. Chen Luo burst out laughing. "Lin Yun, and I mean Miss Lin. Oh wait, I should call you Mrs. Ni. It seems you still haven't quite grasped the situation. Looks like I need to remind you this isn't the kind of kinky game you're used to. This is a real kidnapping." The seductive smile on Lyun's face froze instantly. She stared at Chen Luo in shock, her mind momentarily unable to process what was happening. But Chen Luo had called her by name and title right off the bat. Clearly, he'd known who she was all along. A sudden jolt of fear shot through her. If that were truly the case, then what happened tonight was clearly premeditated. The goal was to deliberately get close to her so she would willingly follow the kidnappers. Lin Yun realized this in an instant, and her face instantly turned pale, filled with panic. "You don't do anything rash. Do you have any idea who I am?" Chen Luo laughed heartily. "The third daughter of Lin Haohai, chairman of the Lin Group, and the wife of Ni Zhaiming, owner of Hongwei Company, am I right?" Lin Yun's expression changed again. The fact that he'd kidnapped her despite knowing her identity meant he wasn't afraid of her connections at all. It was even possible that he'd kidnapped her precisely because he knew her background and knew that the Lin and Ni families were wealthy. What exactly do you want? Do you want money? I have plenty of money, I'll give it to you, as long as you let me go." Lin Yun was starting to panic. Although she enjoyed living it up and seeking thrills, this kind of thrill was truly unbearable. A faint smile played at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth as he said calmly, "Mrs. Ni, it's truly a pity. I'm not here to rob you of your money or take advantage of you. My employer simply wants you dead. What do you suggest we do about that?" Lin Yun's heart sank. Chen Luo's meaning couldn't have been clearer. He was a hired assassin sent specifically to kill her. Who could it be? Several names instantly flashed through Lin Yun's mind, but she quickly dismissed them all. Although she had offended some people, it wasn't as if she'd done anything to warrant being killed. "No matter who hired you to kill me, I'll pay triple the price." Chen Luo impatiently cut Lin Yun off, saying coolly, "Mrs. Ni, please don't waste time with those old cliches. This isn't a movie or a TV show. As assassins, we value our reputation and credibility above all else. Everyone were like you, this line of work would have gone out of business long ago. It would just come down to whoever offers the most money." As he spoke, Chen Luo picked up a dagger from the table, pressed it against Lin Yun's neck, and made a motion as if to slit her throat. Lin Yun was terrified out of her wits. Her face turned almost translucent with fear. Her whole body began to tremble as she screamed, "Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll give you money. I really do have a lot of money." Chen Luo, growing impatient, grabbed some duct tape and sealed Lin Yun's mouth shut. Just as he was about to continue, his cell phone, which he'd left on the table, suddenly rang. Chen Luo sheathed his dagger and reached for the phone. As he did so, whether intentionally or not, the screen flashed into view, revealing the contact name Boss Ni to the panicked Lin Yun. Lin Yun was so terrified she didn't know what to do. Her eyes happened to fall on the contact Boss Ni displayed on Chen Luo's lit-up screen. Lin Yun froze, her face a mask of shock and disbelief, her eyes wide with horror. "Boss Ni, that bastard Ni Zhaiming?" "Boss, your mission is almost complete." Chen Luo answered the call and said lazily, "Huh? Slash her face a few times and cut her down there? Holy crap, boss, do you have that kind of taste?" All right, you're the boss, you call the shots. I've already recorded a video. I'll bring it back to you in a bit so you can enjoy it at your leisure." Just as Chen Luo hung up the phone, he noticed that Lin Yun's face was contorted with grief and fury. The rage in her eyes was practically bursting out, and she kept letting out muffled cries. Even though Chen Luo couldn't make out what Lin Yun was saying, he knew she was most likely cursing.
Chen Luo chuckled, reached out, and peeled the tape off Lin Yun's mouth. Immediately she began cursing furiously. Was it that bastard Ni Zhaiming, that son of a witch, who sent you to kill me? Mrs. Ni, don't get too clever. It wasn't Mr. Nai who wanted you dead. Chen Luo's expression flickered slightly, then he quickly regained his composure, putting on a nonchalant facade. Lin Yun immediately caught the shift in Chen Luo's expression. The more he denied it, the more convinced she became that it was Ni Zhaiming, and the more intense her rage grew. Ni Zhaiming, you son of a witch! I've always kept my distance from you, and I even bore a son for your Ni family, yet you actually tried to kill me. God damn your ancestors for 18 generations. At first, Lin Yun hadn't known who was trying to kill her, but now she was absolutely certain it was Ni Zhaiming, and she immediately flew a rage, hurling insults at him. She couldn't understand why Ni Zhaiming would do this. They'd clearly reached an understanding, and it made her feel strangely furious, to the point that she even forgot her fear. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Mrs. Ni, I suppose I'll have to send you on your way. The anger on Lin Yun's face froze instantly. Only then did she realize that her life was still in Chen Luo's hands. Wait, even if you don't want the money, so many people in the bar saw us leave, and they all know what you look like. If you kill me, the police will definitely catch you very quickly. Chen Luo laughed heartily. You see, that's the interesting part. Everyone who knows you like to hang out in bars and take men back to hotel rooms. You basically never stay at the Ni family home. It's perfectly normal for you to disappear for 10 days or half a month. You left with me tonight, so many people at the bar saw it, and you were the one who asked to go with me. Whether it's the police or the Lin family, they'll all assume you've done what you always do, found a new lover and disappeared off somewhere to have fun. Lin Yun's face went pale in an instant as she realized Chen Luo was telling the truth. But at the same time, she became even more certain that Ni Zhaiming had hired someone to do this. Otherwise, how could this hitman know her so well? If I kill you now and sink your body to the bottom of the ocean, it'll probably take a month before anyone notices you're missing, and by then, I'll be long gone from Pengcheng. It's absolutely perfect. Lin Yun's heart sank to the bottom of her stomach, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. Well, since I'm doomed anyway, could you at least let me die with some peace of mind? Was it really Ni Zhaiming who sent you? Chen Luo smiled. Very well, then let Mrs. Ni die with some peace of mind. That's right, it was your so-called husband, Ni Zhaiming, who sent me to kill you. Upon hearing Chen Luo's definitive answer, the sense of injustice and rage surging within Yun flared up once more, and she began to curse wildly like a shrew. Ni Zhaiming, you son of a witch. You son of a witch with no asshole. You bastard who deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. Even as a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. Lin Yun ranted for a while, then seemed to grow tired of cursing and resigned herself to her fate, though she still looked at Chen Luo with a look of reluctance. Why does he want to kill me? Chen Luo smiled faintly. Let's just make sure Mrs. Ni dies with a clear understanding of why. Because your young lover recorded a video of the two of you together, then sent it to Mr. Nai to extort 10 million. He even threatened that if he didn't pay within a week, he'd post the video online and make your whole family infamous. He even threatened to send the full video to your son, Ni Wei. As you know, Mr. Ni values his reputation above all else. If this were to come to light, how could he possibly continue to operate in Pengcheng? Lin Yun was stunned. She never would have imagined that the young man she was keeping as a kept man would dare to record a video and use it to blackmail Ni Zhaiming. How dare those bastards? But soon Lin Yun realized that those young lovers really were capable of it. They were after money in the first place. What wouldn't they do for money? Lin Yun also realized the impact those videos would have if they were made public. After all, Edison Chen's sex photo scandal had only just erupted at the beginning of the year and was still a hot topic. If another mainland version were to surface, it wouldn't just be the Ni family, even the Lin family would be utterly disgraced. No wonder Ni Zhaiming was so enraged that he wanted to kill her. He even ordered the hitman to record a video of him slashing her face and cutting off parts of her body to vent his hatred. Lin Yun realized this, and a sense of regret welled up inside her. If she'd known it would come to this, she should have exercised more restraint back then. But her hatred for Ni Zhaiming ran even deeper. Even if the video had been recorded, He could have simply discussed it with her and resolved the matter together. Yet Ni Zhaiming showed no regard for any past favors and was determined to kill her outright. After all, Lin Yun had borne Ni Zhaiming a son. This man was simply too ruthless. Lin Yun didn't doubt that Ni Zhaiming was capable of such a thing. Based on her understanding of him, something like this was nothing at all to him. When Chen Luo noticed the change in Lin Yun's expression and gaze, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He knew he'd achieved his goal. One of Lin Yun's young lovers had indeed recorded a video, but knowing that neither the Nai nor the Lin families were to be trifled with, he didn't dare use it to blackmail her for money. His plan was that if Lin Yun ever dumped him, he would use this footage to blackmail her and Ni Zhaiming. However, before that pretty boy could carry out his plan, he was spotted by Qinglong, who had been keeping an eye on him. Qinglong naturally took all the videos, but he was cautious enough not to tell Ni Zhaiming. That's because Qinglong had the same idea in mind. If he ever needed money, he'd use it to blackmail Ni Zhaiming. To prevent Lin Yun from suspecting anything, Qinglong severely threatened that pretty boy, ordering him to stay by Lin Yun's side but forbidding him from recording any more videos or else he'd chop off both his hands. That night, in order to save his own life, Qinglong spilled the beans about the whole affair. When Chen Luo heard about this, a plan quickly formed in his mind, though he didn't fully refine it until yesterday. The first step of this plan was simple: to drive a wedge between the Lin family and Ni Zhaiming. Without the Lin family's support, it would be as if Ni Zhaiming had already had both his arms cut off. Moreover, many of his company's projects would grind to a halt, and he would no longer be as influential in Hualong district as he once was. So all Chen Luo needed to do was convince Lin Yun that Ni Zhaiming intended to kill her, and then let her go. Given this woman's ruthlessness, she would undoubtedly take the most vicious measures to exact revenge on Ni Zhaiming. Moreover, Chen Luo's plan was flawless. As soon as Lin Yun returned, she would immediately search for the compromising video. She would interrogate each of those playboys one by one, and eventually she would discover that the video had been taken by Qinglong. What's even more amusing is that Qinglong has been completely scared out of his wits. After having a finger cut off that night, he didn't turn himself in, nor did he go to Ni Zhaiming. Instead, just as Ho Yozong had predicted, he simply took off. Lin Yun would certainly go after Qinglong to get the video back, but as soon as she looked into it, she'd discover that Qinglong was just a lackey working for Ni Zhaiming. By then, Qinglong would have vanished without a trace. So Lin Yun will assume Ni Zhaiming is behind it all, that he had Qinglong retrieve the video and then made him disappear as well. At this point, Lin Yun would never bother looking for any evidence. She would certainly seek revenge directly against Ni Zhaiming. As for how to let Yun go without leaving a trace, Chen Luo had already laid out his plan long ago. Just then, the shrill wail of police sirens echoed from outside. Upon hearing it, Lin Yun froze for a moment, then her face lit up with joy, and she immediately began shouting, "Help! Help!" Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. Looking panicked, he grabbed the tape from the table and quickly sealed Lin Yun's mouth. He rushed to the window in a few strides and looked down at the street below. A police car pulled up below, and several uniformed officers got out. Two of them began searching the parking lot and quickly spotted the Audi. Immediately afterward, they rushed into the hotel. Chen Luo rushed back into the room in a panic, pulled out a dagger, and made a move as if to slit Lin Yun's throat again. Lin Yun screamed in terror and began struggling violently. She knew the police had arrived the moment she heard the sirens and saw a glimmer of hope, but the killer clearly intended to kill her before the police could reach them. Just as Chen Luo was about to strike the fatal blow, the sound of the door opening suddenly rang out. Chen Luo looked startled, sheathed the knife, and walked to the doorway, peering through the crack into the living room. The presidential suite had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, covering nearly 200 square meters. It was enormous. A group of men armed with metal rods and wearing masks burst in and began searching every corner of the suite. They were highly focused, heading straight for the 3 bedrooms. After they had spread out, Zhang Xiaohu walked in with a sinister expression on his face, followed by a trembling hotel attendant. Seeing this, a silent smile played at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth. He knew that all the arrangements were in place. Chen Luo took a mask out of his pocket, put on a hat that covered most of his face, then yanked the door open and rushed out. The thugs froze for a moment, then realized this must be the man Zhang Xiao was looking for. They immediately raised their metal rods and swung them at Chen Luo. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Luo's eyes as he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the first man's stomach. Chen Luo had long legs, Before the iron bar could come down, his kick had already struck the thug in the stomach. The thug let out a scream, staggered backward, and collided with his companion behind him, causing the iron bar to slip from his grasp. Chen Luo grabbed the iron rod as it fell and swept it horizontally at the men behind him. The men behind him had been knocked back a few steps by the collision with their comrade. Before they could react, Chen Luo struck them with the iron rod. They immediately let out more screams, clutching their heads as they retreated backward. But the hallway was already cramped, and the group instantly collided into a heap. Chen Luo planted his foot on the chest of the first man to fall to the ground, using the momentum to leap over their heads and toward the living room. After landing lightly on the floor, Chen Luo once again hurled the iron rod in his hand at Zhang Xiaohu, who stood there with a look of utter astonishment on his face. Zhang Xiaohu was startled and hurriedly dodged to the side. Taking advantage of the fact that the thugs from the other two rooms hadn't caught up yet, Chen Luo immediately bolted out of the presidential suite. No sooner had he dashed out than Zhang Xiaohu's furious voice rang out from behind him. "What the hell are you standing there for? Go after him, damn it." Chen Luo laughed. When he looked back, he saw a group of thugs wielding iron rods charging frantically after him. Chen Luo laughed heartily and sprinted toward the elevator. Just as he ran past, the elevator doors opened with a ding. Inside stood 3 people, a hotel attendant and 2 uniformed police officers. The moment Chen Luo spotted the police officers inside, he stopped in his tracks and immediately turned to run toward the stairwell. The 2 police officers saw that Chen Luo was masked and wearing a hat, looking panicked as he fled. When they also saw the group behind him chasing after him with iron rods, they knew immediately that something was wrong. "Stop right there." One of the female officers barked the command and immediately gave chase after Chen Luo. 10. The other officer watched as Tang Qin ran off alone, a look of helplessness on his face. He was about to follow her when he noticed that the group of thugs, far from being intimidated by the police, were instead charging forward with even greater ferocity. Seeing that the situation was turning dangerous, the officer immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie and called for backup. "What do you think you're doing? Everyone stop right there." Seeing that the male officer was alone, the thugs completely ignored him and charged straight toward the stairwell entrance. The male officer, alone, didn't dare step in to stop them. With this group armed, going up against them alone would only get him into trouble, so he could only anxiously grab his walkie-talkie and continue calling for backup. Meanwhile, Chen Luo burst out of the stairwell and leaped down toward the bottom in long strides. Instead of descending step by step, he covered 7 or 8 steps at a time. Then, the moment his feet touched the next landing, he used the momentum of his descent to accelerate forward once more. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, Chen Luo planted his foot on the wall to the left of the staircase, cushioned his fall and landed lightly on the landing, then immediately leaped down to the next flight of stairs. Tang Qin, the female police officer who had come chasing after him, was left speechless. Chen Luo's movements were so swift and agile it was clear he'd practiced them countless times. By the time she reached the stairwell entrance, Chen Luo had already leaped beneath the second step. It was just like parkour. Tang Qin knew at a glance that she couldn't possibly catch up to Chen Luo. She snorted coldly but still set off in pursuit. But just as Tang Qin had anticipated, by the time she reached the second step, Chen Luo had already descended 3 flights of stairs. Chen Luo seemed to sense that Tang Qin was following him. He even stopped, looked up and waved at her. That jerk was actually taunting her. What made Tang Qin even more furious was that Chen Luo burst out laughing and tossed off a remark. 80 points for looks and poise. If you count that 36D pair, you might just scrape by with 90. Tang Qin instantly felt a surge of rage welling up inside her. She was so furious she felt like she was going to lose her mind. Her chest heaved, showcasing her perfect figure. "You bastard, stop right there." Tang Qin let out a furious roar and took off in pursuit. Chen Luo laughed heartily and immediately leaped downward once more. Just as Tang Qin had suspected, Chen Luo had indeed participated in extreme sports, and he'd done so while battling cancer. Parkour was just child's play to him. Whether it was free solo rock climbing, aerial surfing, or extreme off-road racing, whatever was the most thrilling, that's what he did. For Chen Luo, perhaps only thrilling activities could keep him from going mad until even the most daring and dangerous ones no longer held any excitement for him. Chen Luo leaped non-stop all the way down from the 15th floor, where the presidential suite was located, and soon left Tang Qin far behind. By this point, he had reached the stairwell on the 6th floor. However, by this point, Chen Luo's stamina was starting to give out. Although his mind and experience were still sharp, his physical strength was failing him. Diving down like that had taken a heavy toll on his stamina. Chen Luo stopped in the stairwell, took a few deep breaths, and let his ragged breathing gradually settle. Chen Luo took off his jacket, turned it inside out and put it back on. This outfit could be worn either way. When worn right side out, it was black, but when turned inside out, it became grey. After putting the jacket on inside out, Chen Luo immediately removed his mask and hat, tucked them inside the jacket, and quickly smoothed his hair. Immediately afterward, Chen Luo nonchalantly pushed open the fire door and walked toward the hotel elevator. Chen Luo calmly pressed the elevator button and waited a moment. Before long, the elevator doors opened. When the elevator doors opened, there were several guests inside, along with the male police officer who had been with Tang Qin. Chen Luo's expression didn't change in the slightest. He walked in with a smile and politely nodded at the police officer standing by the elevator door. The male police officer had been keeping his eyes fixed on the elevator doors the whole time. As soon as Chen Luo stepped inside, he immediately pressed the close button. Looking as if he were in a great hurry, he didn't even give Chen Luo a proper glance. When the elevator reached the 1st floor, the male officer immediately rushed out. Together with the police officers who had come from downstairs to provide backup, dashed to the entrance of the stairwell, intending to block his path. Chen Luo smiled faintly, strolled leisurely out of the elevator, then left the hotel. He hailed a taxi on the street and drove off. To be on the safe side, Chen Luo didn't have the taxi stop directly at the Shuyuan Mingjia residential complex. Instead, he got out a short distance away and walked the rest of the way back. As he passed a stone bridge, Chen Luo took out 2 cell phones. One was a new phone he'd bought that day, and the other belonged to Zhang Xiaohu. He removed the SIM cards, snapped them in half, and then tossed both the phones and the SIMs into the river. Standing on the bridge, Chen Luo reviewed the events of the evening in his mind. Satisfied that he hadn't left any loose ends, he walked back with a sense of relief. Everything that happened tonight, from the police arriving to Zhang Xiaohu rushing over, was actually all part of Chen Luo's carefully orchestrated plan. On the way to the hotel with Lin Yun, Chen Luo had deliberately driven so fast, speeding and running red lights, not to show off, but simply to get the police to come after him. Even if the police didn't notice right away, some drivers on the road were bound to take offense, and most of them would likely call the police. However, this didn't guarantee the police would definitely show up, so Chen Luo had a backup plan. He intended to call the police himself to report his own actions. When he got into a confrontation with Zhang Xiaohu at the bar, he changed his mind at the last minute and chose Zhang Xiaohu as his backup plan instead. When Chen Luo saw the head security guard at the bar addressing Zhang Erai with extreme deference, and upon observing the man's demeanor and the dagger he carried, he guessed that he was most likely a member of the underworld. People like that, for the sake of saving face, usually hold grudges and seek revenge for even the slightest slight. Chen Luo didn't even have to think to know that once he left with Lin Yun, Zhang Xiaohu would surely go crazy looking for him and find a way to get revenge. So Chen Luo took the initiative to send Zhang Xiaohu an anonymous text message from a new phone number he'd bought that day, telling him that he and Lin Yun were staying at the Longquan Hotel and providing the room number. To provoke Zhang Xiaohu, Chen Luo deliberately posed the unconscious Lin Yun in an extremely seductive position, took a photo and sent it over. When Zhang Xiaohu saw the photo, he naturally assumed Chen Luo was humiliating him. This guy had humiliated him once in front of so many people at the bar, and after taking off with that jerk Lin Yun, he'd sent a bed foe to humiliate him a second time. Never mind someone like Zhang Xiaohu, who's a street thug. Any normal person would find this impossible to tolerate. Chen Luo didn't know Zhang Xiaohu personally, but finding out his cell phone number wasn't difficult. Zhang Xiaohu's distinguishing features were extremely distinctive. All it took was asking Ho Yaozong about him to find out his background, and getting his phone number was a piece of cake. In Zhang Xiaohu's temperament, he'd be so blinded by rage the moment he received the message that he wouldn't even stop to wonder how Chen Luo had gotten his number. Chen Luo had timed the call so that Ho Yaozong would dial it at exactly the right moment. But as soon as it connected, he hung up and acted out the scene all by himself. By the time the police and Zhang Xiaohu arrived, Chen Luo had already snatched Zhang Xiaohu's cell phone as he rushed out, leaving not a shred of evidence behind. Chen Luo went to such lengths simply to make this kidnapping and murder scenario seem plausible and airtight, with no loopholes whatsoever. The entire scenario Chen Luo had devised was this. A hitman lured Lin Yun away from the bar, took her to a hotel intending to kill her, but ended up attracting the police while speeding through the city. Furthermore, after offending someone in a love triangle at the bar unbeknownst to him, that person was a member of the underworld. The man brought his men to hunt him down, and by a twist of fate, ended up saving Lin. As for the fact that so many people at the bar had seen him, Chen Luo didn't care in the slightest. That wasn't his true identity anyway. The police wouldn't even come looking for him, because Lin Yun would most likely not call the police, but would instead choose to seek revenge privately. Lin Yun knew full well that the hitman had escaped, and there was no evidence to prove that Ni Jiaming was responsible. Even if they did catch Chen Luo, the hitman, a charge of attempted murder by hire would only result in a few years in prison, which wouldn't satisfy Lin Yun's thirst for vengeance. The reason Chen Luo chose to target Lin Yun was that he had researched her beforehand. She was much like Ni Jiaming, a vindictive, petty person. Anyone who crossed her would face retaliation 10 or 100 times over. Even during that jealousy-fueled altercation at the bar, neither Chen Luo nor Zhang Xiaohu had any prior grudge against her. She deliberately provoked both of them into playing that dangerous game simply for the thrill of it. That's why Chen Luo said, "Birds of a feather flock together." Given Lin Yun's vicious nature, there was no way she would let this matter drop. Not to mention that Chen Luo had sent her a helper. He chose Zhang Xiaohu as Lin Yun's lifesaver for a reason. Zhang Xiaohu had been lusting after Lin Yun's beauty ever since they were at the bar. Lin Yun was naturally flirtatious, and Zhang Xiaohu had just saved her life. Even if his rescue was accidental, she would surely feel an inexplicable sense of gratitude toward him. It was only a matter of time before the two of them got involved. A gangster, combined with the Lin family's wealth, Ni Jiaming would be in for a world of trouble. Chen Luo could even imagine the tactics Lin Yun would use to manipulate Zhang Xiaohu. It would boil down to eliminating Ni Jiaming and using his son, Ni Wei, to gain control of the Ni family's assets. With the Lin family's backing, Lin Yun would then marry Zhang Xiaohu, allowing him to legitimately inherit the Ni family's fortune and perhaps even use it to clean up his criminal record. Chen Luo had already thought this through almost from the moment he learned Zhang Xiaohu's true identity and had made his preparations accordingly. Chen Luo's confidence wasn't blind. Rather, he had laid out his plan based on the personalities of these two individuals and how they would react to certain situations. It was as if Chen Luo had set the stage for them. All they had to do was act according to their true natures. Even if they didn't play out the roles Chen Luo had envisioned, it didn't matter. His sole objective was to drive a wedge between the and Lin families and pit them against each other. As long as that goal was achieved, everything would be fine. With that in mind, Chen Luo strolled leisurely toward the scholar's garden. He actually wanted to pick up Gu Qingguan, but he knew that deliberately seeking her out every day would only annoy her. Chen Luo also needed to look into a few things to prepare for his meeting with Jiang Junyan. By now, Lin Yun had surely escaped the confines of her hotel room. She might not even have gone to the police station yet. Once she returned and caused a huge commotion, Chen Luo would send her another gift. There was a reason Chen Luo had installed a hidden camera in the hotel room. He'd recorded the entire incident, his attempt to kill Lin Yun, and the fact that he'd been acting on Ni Jiaming's orders. This footage would serve as perfect evidence. Now all he had to do was wait quietly for their dramatic showdown to begin. Once they'd fought it out, Chen Luo would deliver the fatal blow. In fact, if Chen Luo were so inclined, he could easily eliminate Ni Jiaming without anyone noticing, staging it as an accident so flawlessly that no one would ever uncover the truth. But kill for the sheer pleasure of it wasn't Chen Luo's style of revenge. What he excelled at was gradually cornering his opponent, making his life more agonizing than death and ensuring he couldn't die. Thinking of the video, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's lips. The video that Qinglong had snatched from Lin Yun's pretty boy lover was right in his hands. Should I send it to Ni Wei for his enjoyment? Chen Luo flashed a malicious grin. Chen Luo felt no remorse whatsoever. That guy had been driving without a license, killed someone, and fled the scene. A person like that was a waste of food just by being alive. Chen Luo strolled leisurely into the rented apartment, then dialed Ho Yaozong's number. Did you find out anything? Young Master Chen, we've found him. Jiang Mingcheng is currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital, and I hear he's on his last legs. Every time he's been on the brink of death, they've managed to pull him through, but I don't think he'll hold on much longer. My people checked with the doctors. It could be as soon as 3 days, or as long as a week. Okay, I got it. Keep a close eye on those 2 apartment complexes. Send more people there, we absolutely can't miss this. Understood. I wouldn't dare take anything you've instructed lightly. Hao Yaozong hurriedly replied respectfully. Young Master Chen, there's one more thing I'd like to report to you. I bought a total of 10 million in those 3 stocks, all using legitimate income that had been laundered earlier. You really are a master strategist. I just bought them this morning, and by the time the market closed this afternoon, they'd already doubled in value. Hao Yaozong's tone was filled with unconcealed excitement and enthusiasm. Doubling in value in just one day, that meant a 10 million profit in an instant. It was faster than robbing a bank. If, as Chen Luo had said, this stock were to rise tenfold, then that 10 million would turn into 100 million. If he'd known stocks were this profitable, why would he have worked so hard smuggling goods, risking being shot? Young Master Chen, I'd like to raise some more money to pour into this. No. Chen Luo interrupted Hao Yaozong coolly, flatly refusing. Your 10 million is already a substantial investment. Pouring in even more money will definitely attract attention. Although Hao Yaozong felt a twinge of regret, he now regarded Chen Luo as a god and dared not disobey him. He could only force a smile and say, "You're right. I was just being greedy. Remember what I said. As soon as it goes up tenfold, sell everything immediately, don't hesitate." Yes, I understand. Hao Yaozong knew full well that by the time the price had risen tenfold, those 3 stocks would likely be on the decline. That would be when the big players came to reap their profits. After Chen Luo hung up the phone, he paused to reflect, mulling over what he needed to do the next day. Before long, he had formulated a plan, then washed up and went to bed. Chen Luo woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. He first ran 5 kilometers on the treadmill, then began a full-body workout. The entire session lasted a full 2 hours. After taking a shower, Chen Luo reapplied his makeup to look like the young Master Chen he would be meeting with Hao Yaozong. Chen Luo hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed straight to the People's Hospital. In his previous life, Jiang Mingcheng had died at the first People's Hospital, and it was shortly after his death that Jiang Junyan began to encounter misfortune. Chen Luo couldn't recall the exact timing, but he knew he had to see Jiang Junyan before those events unfolded and give him a warning. By the time Chen Luo arrived at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the morning, the busiest time of day there. Chen Luo asked someone where the inpatient ward was and headed straight there. The inpatient wing had a total of 29 floors, and Jiang Mingcheng was staying in the VIP section on the top floor. When Chen Luo took the elevator to the 29th floor, the doors had barely opened, and before he could even step out, a little girl leaning on a crutch rushed in, looking flustered. Chen Luo was taken aback. The little girl was probably just over 10 years old. Her right foot was wrapped in a bandage, and she was now standing on one foot, limping as she hurriedly made her way inside. But since she was already having trouble walking, and in her panic her crutch suddenly got caught in the gap between the elevator floors, causing her to stumble and fall sideways. Oh no! The little girl let out a startled cry. With her right foot injured, her crutch had slipped, leaving her with no support. She could only watch helplessly as she lost her balance and began to tumble toward the floor. Chen Luo acted quickly, stepping forward and reaching out to steady her back, just in time to prevent her from falling to the ground. The little girl had already braced herself for a hard fall, but she never expected to be saved at the last moment. She took a moment to compose herself after the scare, then looked up at Chen Luo, a big smile lighting up her face. "Thank you, uncle." As Chen Luo caught the little girl, he had quickly scanned her and noticed the bandage on her foot, already figuring out what was wrong. His gaze shifted slightly, and he suddenly smiled at the little girl. "Little one, are you trying to avoid a shot, or do you just not want to take your medicine?" The little girl chuckled and stuck her tongue out at Chen Luo. "I don't want either. Uncle, let me go." But Chen Luo stopped her in her tracks. Only after the elevator doors closed and began descending did he say with a smile, "You're going to have surgery on that leg soon, aren't you?" Seeing the elevator doors close, the little girl's face instantly fell with disappointment. She glared at Chen Luo and said, "Uncle, you're so mean." Chen Luo burst out laughing. "Where's your hospital room? I'll walk you back." The little girl gave a petulant snort and completely ignored Chen Luo, instead frantically pressing the elevator button over and over while glaring at him, as if she were treating the button as if it were him. Chen Luo, of course, wasn't going to take offense at a little girl's behavior. He actually thought she had quite a bit of personality, though it was obvious she was a little girl who'd been spoiled rotten by her family. Chen Luo smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to find Junyun. This little girl's condition was actually more critical than Jiang Junyun's. If not handled properly, it could be life-threatening, so he decided to wait right where he was. In no time, the second elevator arrived, and the little girl was eager to rush right back inside. But Chen Luo suddenly scooped her up from behind, grabbing her along with her cane, and headed toward the nurse's station. "You let me go. What are you doing?" The little girl let out a startled scream and reached out to grab Chen Luo. Chen Luo turned his head to dodge her frantic grasping. Her arms were too short, and she was much shorter than Chen Luo, so no matter how she tried, she couldn't reach him. She also accidentally aggravated the injury on her right leg, and the sudden pain made her freeze in place. "Yi, what are you doing? Let go of our Yi." Just then, a middle-aged couple rushed over. Seeing Chen Luo holding their daughter, they immediately cried out in shock and anger. Behind them followed a female doctor in a white lab coat. Chen Luo glanced at the couple. Judging by their appearance and the worried expressions on their faces, he could tell they were likely the parents of the little girl Yi. Yi's father was dressed in an expensive suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. It was clear at a glance that he was no ordinary man. Yi's mother was around 40, graceful and elegant, dressed like a lady of high society with a dignified demeanor. Chen Luo took only a brief look before fixing his gaze on the female doctor standing behind them. A faint smile suddenly crossed his face. 90 points. The female doctor looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. Her long hair was pulled back, and she exuded a classical charm. Beneath her white lab coat, she wore a black bodycon skirt and stockings, radiating a mature, intellectual beauty. The female doctor noticed Chen Luo's gaze at that moment. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes. She came into contact with many people at the hospital every day, and although she had long since grown accustomed to such stares, Chen Luo's gaze was far too blatant, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Daddy, mommy, he's picking on me." While Chen Luo was still admiring the female doctor, Yi Xixia, the little girl Yi, had already rushed over to her parents to complain. Yi's parents' expressions immediately changed. Her mother even rushed forward to pry Chen Luo's hand away. "Rong'en, call the police right away." Yi's father, Liu Rong'en, looked stern as he immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. Chen Luo chuckled wryly, set Yi down, and handed her to her mother. Then he said calmly, "Your daughter was trying to sneak out. Since she's about to have surgery, I figured you'd be anxious to find her, so I brought her back." Liu Rong'en and his wife froze, even stopping their attempt to call the police, and the female doctor, Yi Xixia, also looked taken aback. After all, they had indeed only realized she was missing right before Liu Yi was scheduled to undergo surgery. But how did this strange man Chen Luo that? "Did our Yi tell you?" Liu Yi suddenly shouted, "I didn't tell this weird old man. If it weren't for him, I would have run off ages ago." No sooner had the words left Liu Yi's mouth than her expression suddenly changed. She realized she'd let something slip. Liu Rong'en and his wife immediately looked a bit awkward. They knew their daughter's personality inside and out, and the moment she spoke, they knew she was deliberately causing trouble again. "How did you know she was going to have surgery?" Yi Xixia suddenly fixed her gaze on Chen Luo and asked. "Her toes are slightly twisted, her toenails are unevenly worn, and there's a small patch of dark red bruising under the nail of her left big toe, all signs that she frequently engages in strenuous physical activity. And that kind of sport must frequently put pressure on her toes, causing injury. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl really loves playing soccer, doesn't she? Judging by the extent of wear on her toes, is she on the school soccer team?" Yi Xixia and Liu Rong'en and his wife were taken aback once again. They hadn't expected Chen Luo's powers of observation to be so. "Wow, weird uncle, how did you know that?" Liu Yi looked at Chen Luo in amazement, which only served to confirm his speculation. Chen Luo smiled, pointed at Liu Yi's foot and continued, "The skin on this little girl's ankle and the top of her foot is a different shade, and there's still a lingering smell of plaster. Clearly, she has a severe ligament injury and just had her cast removed. I've treated quite a few professional soccer players, so I know this is an anterior cruciate ligament injury that requires surgery to repair. Are you a doctor too?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xixia immediately caught on and looked at Chen Luo in surprise. "I suppose so." Chen Luo was far more than just a doctor. It's no exaggeration to say that not only in 2008, but even in 2019, there wasn't a single doctor in the world who could surpass him. Back when he was treating his own liver cancer, he had mastered every branch of medicine, internal medicine, surgery, even traditional Chinese medicine to the absolute highest level, and had won countless Nobel Prizes in medicine. Chen Luo was unlike ordinary doctors. He had endless time to study and practice. Any surgery an ordinary doctor could perform, Chen Luo could perform to perfection. High-risk surgeries that others dared not attempt, Chen Luo could perform even when his body was extremely weak due to advanced cancer. He had even conducted experiments explicitly prohibited by law, such as vivisection and autopsies on living subjects. However, Chen Luo did have his limits. He only used himself or those vicious criminals as test subjects. The medical expertise he gained in this way far surpassed that of those who had received formal training in hospitals. When he reached a dead end in medical research, he had no choice but to settle for the next best option, researching anti-cancer drugs. He developed numerous medications that delay the onset of cancer and boost physical strength in its terminal stages. Oh, by the way, that book I created, The World, was also written by me, so the protagonist's name and the author's name are the same.
You're the doctor who performed the ligament repair surgery on her, right? After answering, Chen Luo suddenly asked another question. Yi Zixia nodded in confusion, casting a curious glance at Chen Luo before turning to Mr. and Mrs. Liu Rongan and saying, "Mr. Liu, let's take Yi back to prepare for the surgery." When Liu Rongan heard Chen Luo say he was a doctor, he finally understood the whole story and realized Chen Luo wasn't to blame. "I'm sorry, doctor. Our Yi has always been a bit of a troublemaker since she was little. Please don't hold it against her." Liu Rongan gave Chen Luo an apologetic smile and turned to leave with Li Yi. "Daddy, I wasn't being mischievous at all. I'm smart, quick-witted, and brave." Liu Yi called out to Liu Rongan in a huff. Yi's mother gently tapped her on the forehead and said affectionately, yes, you're smart, quick-witted, and brave enough to land yourself in the hospital." Liu Yi gave a petulant huff. "If it weren't for that crucial shot of mine, our school would have lost." "Wait!" Seeing the family about to leave laughing and joking, Chen Luo called out to them again, "That little girl has endocarditis. If she undergoes this ligament repair surgery, she'll die." Liu Rongan and his wife's expression suddenly changed. If Chen Luo had said this earlier, they wouldn't have believed him at all, but his keen eye and medical knowledge had just been proven. Moreover, the consequence Chen Luo described was extremely grave. Undergoing this surgery would lead to Liu Yi's death. Upon hearing this, they immediately turned their attention to Yi Zixia. Compared to Chen Luo, who was still a stranger to them, they trusted Yi Zixia far more. After all, she was the most outstanding and youngest surgical specialist at the First People's Hospital. They'd pulled quite a few strings to get Yi Zixia to perform the surgery. Yi Zixia, however, furrowed her brow and shot Chen Luo a cold glance. "Please do not question my professionalism as a doctor. I conducted the preoperative examination and checked Yi's heart. Her heart shows no murmurs, nor is there any family history of congenital heart defects." "So you only used a stethoscope to perform a simple preliminary examination and didn't conduct a standard test for endocarditis, is that correct? Can you make a definitive diagnosis based on that alone?" Chen Luo's barrage of questions caught Yi Zixia off guard for a moment. Although she had admitted to using only a stethoscope, she was confident in her judgment, a confidence born of her many years of practice and experience. "In most cases." Chen Luo cut Yi Zixia off immediately. "Don't talk about most cases. A child's life is at stake here. If you can make a diagnosis based solely on a stethoscope without performing the standard endocarditis tests, aren't you taking the patient's life far too lightly?" A flash of anger crossed Yi Zixia's face. Her cheeks flushed slightly with indignation. "Then may I ask, Mr. Mysterious Doctor, are you a cardiologist? What gives you the right to diagnose Yi with endocarditis at a glance?" The splinter-like hemorrhage on the little girl's toenail is the most direct evidence of infective endocarditis. This splinter-like pattern is very subtle. Many doctors would mistake it for an injury from playing soccer and wouldn't bother to examine it thoroughly. "I know you're skeptical, but I suggest you perform another echocardiogram on the little girl before the surgery." Yi Zixia was stunned once again, because Chen Luo had actually guessed correctly, although she had noticed the bleeding on Li Yi's toenail. However, since Liu Yi was a member of the school soccer team, she naturally assumed it was simply an injury from playing soccer and didn't consider the possibility that it might be endocarditis. When Liu Rongan and his wife saw Yi Zixia suddenly fall silent, they instantly felt uneasy. "Dr. Yi, why don't we just have Yi undergo the test this doctor mentioned?" Liu Rongan glanced at Yi Zixia's expression and suddenly asked cautiously. Yi Zixia looked up at Chen Luo again. Seeing his composed expression and the aura of extraordinary confidence radiating from him, he didn't seem like the type to make baseless claims. Besides, there didn't seem to be any benefit for him in doing so. Besides, the test wasn't particularly complicated, and the results would be available quickly. "I did notice the blood on Yi's toenail, but I didn't examine it closely. That was an oversight on my part. Let's go ahead with the test. I hope you're right." Yi Xixia gave Chen Luo a look and led Li Rongan's family away. Chen Luo smiled. He actually found Yi Xixia rather intriguing. Most doctors, when questioned in public like that, would likely fly into a rage or even come up with all sorts of excuses to refute the claims. Chen Luo had actually already made up his mind to follow Li Rongan's family. He was determined to stay until he saw Yi undergo the echocardiogram and received the results before leaving. However, Yi Xixia had actually admitted her oversight right away, which showed that she valued the patient's life more than her own pride. There was no need for Chen Luo to go out of his way to follow them for the test. He turned on his heel and immediately headed toward Jiang Mingcheng's hospital room. When he reached the door, he didn't even knock, he simply pushed it open and walked right in. The room was spacious, covering over 100 square meters, fully furnished with a sofa, TV, and other amenities, and staffed by a dedicated nurse. There were several people inside the room at that moment, men and women of varying ages. Chen Luo's gaze swept across the room and immediately landed on Jiang Junyan, and he recognized only Jiang Junyan among them. However, Jiang Junyan was only 32 at the time, more than 10 years younger and in the prime of his life. This was a far cry from the Jiang Junyan of the future, the one confined to a wheelchair with a head full of white hair by his mid-40s, so much so that Chen Luo almost didn't recognize him at first glance. "Who are you?" Everyone in the room looked at Chen Luo with expressions of bewilderment as he entered, for none of them recognized him. "Mr. Jiang Junyan, I'd like to speak with you about Chairman Jiang Mingcheng's will." The moment those words were spoken, the entire hospital room fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Chen Luo in astonishment, sizing him up. Those present in the room at that moment were all the Jiang family's closest relatives, including Jiang Junyan and his wife of his younger brother Jing Jun's, and Jiang Mingcheng's younger brother's family, among others. They all knew full well that Jiang Mingcheng was suffering from brain cancer and that his death was imminent, a matter of days at most, so naturally their primary concern at that moment was Jiang Mingcheng's will. However, before falling into a coma, Jiang Mingcheng had stated that his will would be made public by his appointed attorney after his death, so no one in the room knew what the will contained. "Are you a lawyer from Zhengwei law firm?" Jiang Junyan paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and asked with a puzzled expression. Chen Luo didn't answer, but said calmly, "Please come outside with me for a moment. It's not appropriate to discuss this in front of so many people." Jiang Junyan glanced at the varied expressions on the faces of the people in the room. He hesitated slightly, but eventually followed Chen Luo out of the hospital room and into the hallway. "My father isn't even dead yet. Why are people from your firm already here?" As they left the hospital room, Jiang Junyan had been sizing up Chen Luo. He appeared dignified and commanding, exuding a powerful sense of confidence and an overwhelming presence, clearly not an ordinary person. Jiang Junyan's first impression was that Chen Luo didn't look like a lawyer, he looked more like the owner of a law firm. "After Mr. Jiang Mingcheng's death, the police will come to arrest you on charges of murdering his 2 illegitimate sons." Jiang Junyan froze, his mind going blank for a moment. He couldn't process what he'd heard. Chen Luo's statement had contained far too much information. It seemed he knew exactly when his father would die, and he'd even said the police would come to arrest him. If it hadn't been for that last part about murdering the illegitimate sons, Jiang Junyan would certainly have thought Chen Luo was crazy. After all, the fact that Jiang Mingcheng had 2 illegitimate sons was known only to him and his twin brother, Jiang Jun's. After Jiang Mingcheng was hospitalized with brain cancer, he remained lucid for a time. Knowing his days were numbered, he summoned the 2 brothers to his bedside and revealed a secret that had been hidden for many years. In his youth, Jiang Mingcheng had been a playboy who had had affairs with many women. 2 of them had borne him a son and a daughter, respectively. Although he hadn't been in contact with these 2 illegitimate children over the years, as he neared death, he felt a sense of guilt toward them and wanted to make amends. When Jiang Junyan and his brother first learned of this, they were both stunned and furious, but realizing that Jiang Mingcheng was about to die, they couldn't bring themselves to blame their father. What the 2 brothers couldn't understand, however, was Jiang Mingcheng's proposal to set aside a portion of his estate for those 2 children born out of wedlock. Jiang Mingcheng intended to give them real estate and several million in cash, a colossal sum even in 2008. After Jiang Junyan calmed down and realized this was his father's final wish, he magnanimously agreed. His younger brother Jiang Jun's, however, flatly refused and stormed out in anger on the spot. What pained Jiang Junyan even more was that the next day, his younger brother, still distraught over the matter, fell down the stairs, hit the back of his head and fell into a deep coma. He was admitted to First People's Hospital, where he remains unconscious to this day. How do you know about this?" Jiang Junyan stared at Chen Luo in shock. It was clearly impossible for his father to have told an outsider about such a secret matter. A sudden thought struck him. "Are you the private investigator my father hired?" Jiang Mingcheng had once mentioned that he'd hired a private investigator to look into the current circumstances of those 2 illegitimate children. It was only after discovering that they were both struggling financially that he'd decided to set aside a portion of his estate for them. Chen Luo replied calmly, "Mr. Jiang, you're missing the point. Didn't you hear what I said? You're going to be taken away as a suspect in the murder of your 2 half-siblings. Of course, you've been framed. The real killer in this case is..." Chen Luo glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, but he still walked up to Jiang Junyan, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "The killer is your younger brother, Jiang Jun's." Jiang Junyan was taken aback at first, then his face quickly flushed crimson. He angrily shoved Chen Luo away and shouted, "You're a damn lunatic!" It was no wonder Jiang Junyan had lost his composure. Jiang Junyan and Jiang Jun's were twins who had been inseparable since childhood. Now with his father on the verge of death and his younger brother critically injured and unconscious in the room next door, Jiang Junyan was already at the absolute limit of his emotional endurance, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Now this lunatic had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, first claiming his father was going to die, then saying he'd be arrested by the police, and even alleging that his comatose younger brother had killed their father's two illegitimate sons. No sane person could have put up with that. The pent-up emotions in Jiang Junyan's heart finally erupted. He clenched his fists in rage, clearly unable to restrain his urge to strike Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't seem the least bit bothered. He gave a faint smile. "Remember, the day your legs are broken and no doctor in the world can get you back on your feet, be sure to come find me. Because I'm the only one in this world who can save you. I've already put my phone number in your pocket. Goodbye." Hearing this, Jiang Junyan grew even more furious. Not only had Chen Luo accused his younger brother of murder, but he'd also cursed him to have his legs broken. Overcome with rage, he swung his fist, ready to strike Chen Luo. But just then, the hospital room door suddenly swung open, and a woman called out urgently to Jiang Junyan, "Junyan, Dad's not doing well, come quickly." Jiang Junyan's face turned ashen. He no longer cared about teaching Chen Luo a lesson. He turned and rushed into the hospital room. Chen Luo's eyes flashed. Back when he first met Jiang Junyan, the latter had told him they'd been taken away by the police for questioning right after Jiang Mingcheng's death. He hadn't even been able to attend Jiang Mingcheng's funeral, which had become his greatest regret. And now that Jiang Mingcheng was on the verge of death, that meant the police were about to arrive. Chen Luo suddenly furrowed his brow. How Yaozong had clearly asked the doctor that Jiang Mingcheng had at least 3 days left to live. How could he have died so suddenly? Although no one can predict the course of cancer, the doctor's estimate of such a long time frame surely wasn't without reason. As Chen Luo was pondering this, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He saw Yi Sixia walking toward him from a distance, her face set in a haughty expression. When she noticed Chen Luo looking her way, Yi Sixia quickened her pace a little more, as if she couldn't wait to get ahead of him. Chen Luo paused for a moment. From Yi Sixia's expression, he had already guessed what was going on. Did the echocardiogram not show anything? Before Yi Sixia could speak, Chen Luo beat her to it. Yi Sixia's expression faltered. She had been ready to storm forward with the scan results to prove she was right and Chen Luo was wrong, but she hadn't expected him to have already guessed the outcome. This left Yi Sixia feeling frustrated, as if she'd punched a bag of... Chen Luo had actually guessed long ago why Yi Sixia had come over. This young woman had come specifically to rub it in his face with the test results. There was no way he was going to let her have her way. "Here are the x-rays. Please, Mr. Expert, take a look and tell me if this is endocarditis." Yi Sixia snorted coldly and unceremoniously tossed the x-ray in her hand at Chen Luo. Chen Luo took the film and began examining it. As he looked at it, he couldn't help but furrow his brow because the image truly showed no signs of endocarditis. Chen Luo quickly dismissed the possibility. Based on his first instinct and experience, the likelihood of an error was extremely low. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. "Perform another transesophageal echocardiogram, and I'll be able to confirm she has endocarditis." Yi Sixia was taken aback at first, then snorted derisively. "If you made a mistake, just admit it. What's there to be embarrassed about? The evidence is right here, yet you're still being stubborn. Is saving face really that important to you?" "Oh, I get it. Is it because I'm a woman?" "Ha, you men." Chen Luo stared at Yi Sixia in silence. Glancing at this strong-willed female doctor, he couldn't help but find her somewhat amusing. "Judging by your expression and tone, you've likely faced quite a bit of unfair treatment because or gender like being looked down upon, or even discriminated against by male doctors. Perhaps this attitude began back in medical school and has continued even here at this hospital?" The contemptuous smile on Yi Sixia's face vanished instantly. She stared at Chen Luo in astonishment, wondering how the man before could possibly know these things. "Do you know me?" Yi Sixia looked at him in disbelief. Chen Luo smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he continued, "Taking this a step further, it's highly likely their family is the traditional that favors sons over daughters. Even though you worked hard to become a doctor and the best surgeon at this hospital, you haven't received the recognition and respect you deserve. That's why you feel so many people treat you unfairly because of your gender. Those despicable men aren't interested in the medical skills you're so proud of. They're only after your looks." Yi Sixia's expression suddenly changed. She instinctively took a step back, staring at Chen Luo in shock, momentarily speechless. "Oh, who are you exactly?" Yi Sixia couldn't imagine how a stranger on their very first meeting, after just a few casual exchanges, could seem to know her as if they'd known her for years and deduced the circumstances she'd faced over the years. "Me? Who I am doesn't matter. I'm just a passerby trying to keep you from causing a fatality," Chen Luo said with a smile. "Impossible." Yi Sixia simply couldn't believe what Chen Luo was saying. His deductive abilities were too astonishing to be possessed by an ordinary person. Wait, you aren't the person Xiaofen introduced me to, are you? Yi Xixia suddenly remembered something and stared at Chen Luo in astonishment. Ever since graduating and joining the First People's Hospital, Yi Xixia had been swamped with work every day. For years, she hadn't even time to date. So her best friend Wu Jiafen had offered to set her up with a boyfriend, a young, promising executive who was only 32 this year, just 4 years older than Yi Xixia. Knowing how busy Yi Xixia was with work, Wu Jiafen had arranged for the man to come to the hospital to meet her. Chen Luo matched Wu Jiafen's description perfectly in both age and demeanor, so unable to believe Chen Luo's terrifying deductive abilities, Yi Xixia instinctively assumed her best friend had leaked her personal information to him. Chen Luo laughed heartily. He knew exactly what Yi Xixia was thinking. She simply couldn't accept the fact that he'd seen right through her, so she'd come up with a seemingly reasonable excuse to deceive herself. Chen Luo could also guess what Yi Xixia meant by that person, most likely a blind date introduced by a friend or family member. Impressive, you actually guessed it. No wonder you're a medical student. A playful mood suddenly came over Chen Luo, and he couldn't resist teasing Yi Xixia. Yi Xixia visibly let out a sigh of relief. She believed him without a shred of doubt, as if she felt that was the only reasonable explanation. But soon Yi Xixia shot Chen Luo a surprised look. But Xiaofen said you work at an investment firm. When did you become a doctor? Oh, I used to be in medical school, but I found it too difficult, so I switched to investment management. Chen Luo looked completely at ease, his expression giving nothing away. With Chen Luo's Oscar-worthy acting skills, Yi Xixia couldn't detect a single hint of deception. I see. No wonder you said earlier that you're sort of a doctor. Yi Xixia wore a look of sudden realization as she began to rationalize the inconsistencies on her own. Dr. Yi, regarding Yi's surgery, I still insist on performing a transesophageal echocardiogram. Hearing this, Yi Xixia was instantly snapped out of her earlier state of shock and only then remembered that she still had a surgery to perform. But she wore a puzzled expression. What kind of bizarre blind date had Xiaofen set her up with? He came to the hospital without calling her, pretended not to know her, and started off by trying to intimidate her. Was this person trying to test whether she was a quack? What kind of person is this? Look at this, even now he's trying to boss her around and doubt her judgment. According to Chen Luo, he's nothing more than a medical student at best. What gives him the right to lecture me? Although Yi Xixia felt resentful, he was, after all, a blind date set by her best friend. She couldn't very well refuse him outright. Besides, another checkup wouldn't be a hassle. The results would be ready in 20 minutes at most. Fine. Yi Xixia glanced at Chen Luo. But if the test comes back clear, I'll have the surgery. I won't be free until this afternoon. That's a bit too long. Why don't we just gradual? Chen Luo smiled slightly. No need. I don't have anything else planned today anyway. Just go about your business. Just remember to let me know when you're done. Then I'll go get another checkup. Wait for me in the waiting area. Yi Xixia's reply was equally straightforward. She didn't beat around the bush. She nodded and turned to leave. Just as Yi Xixia was leaving, 3 uniformed police officers led by a nurse passed her and headed toward the ward. Yi Xixia paused, puzzled as to why police officers would be in the VIP ward area. She couldn't help but stop and turn to look at them. At that moment, Chen Luo also wore a peculiar expression as he watched the 3 police officers. The police had appeared just as expected, which meant that what was bound to happen would inevitably happen. But Chen Luo's surprise wasn't about the incident itself. It was because the 3 officers consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman was none other than Tang Qin, the 36D busted woman Chen Luo had encountered the night before. Chen Luo hadn't expected such a coincidence, but didn't panic in the slightest. Last night, Chen Luo had his face covered, so Tang Qin hadn't seen his true appearance at all. Sure enough, when Tang Qin and her 2 companions reached the door to Jiang Mingsheng's hospital room, she merely cast a calm glance at Chen Luo before following the nurse. Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he immediately followed them inside. There, Yi Xixia witnessed the scene and once again looked utterly bewildered, unable to figure out why Chen Luo had suddenly barged into someone else's hospital room. Chen Luo was here for a blind date. If he knew someone in the room, why didn't he tell her just now? Could it be that he saw the police go in, thought there might be a spectacle to watch, and rushed over to be a rubbernecker? Yi Xixia rolled her eyes. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. She hurried over a few steps, ready to drag this unreliable guy back out. That damn woman Xiaofen, what kind of person did she set me up with? Yi Xixia grumbled to herself. She'd actually had a poor impression of Chen Luo from the very beginning. Although he looked like a big shot, what exactly had he done so far? He's a grown man, yet he acts just like a child, loving to gawk at the spectacle. But when Yi Xixia followed him into the hospital room, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Before the police entered, the room had been filled with sobbing. Jiang Junyan was kneeling by the hospital bed, clutching the hand of an elderly man lying there and weeping uncontrollably. When Jiang Junyan returned to the room, Jiang Mingsheng hadn't even managed to finish a single sentence. He simply took Jiang Junyan's hand, mumbled a few articulate words, and then passed away. Just as they were weeping uncontrollably, overcome with grief, a nurse led 3 police officers into the room. The police officers were taken aback by the scene before them, but upon seeing that the ventilator had stopped responding, they immediately realized what happened. However, even though they knew what had happened, they still had to do their duty. One of the male officers pulled out a hand-drawn sketch of a suspect. After a quick comparison, he quickly identified their target. Mr. Jiang Junyan, as you are suspected of involvement in 2 murders, we are taking you in for questioning in accordance with the law. Please come with us. The Jiang family relatives who had been crying in the room froze when the police entered. Even their sobs stopped. They wondered why the police had come. When the police officer accused Jiang Junyan of involvement in the murders, everyone was stunned once again, momentarily unable to believe what was happening. After the officer finished speaking, paying no heed to the reactions of those in the room, he walked straight up to Jiang Junyan, who was still kneeling on the floor, grabbed him, and led him out of the hospital room. Jiang Junyan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He had only just been immersed in the grief of losing his father when the police suddenly appeared and accused him of involvement in a murder, leaving him completely stunned. Wait, I didn't kill anyone. Don't falsely accuse an innocent man. Mr. Jiang Junyan, we wouldn't arrest anyone without evidence. The officer seemed well accustomed to such excuses from suspects. He merely coldly tossed out that remark before leading Jiang Junyan away. Having just lost his father, Jiang Junyan was now being taken away as a murder suspect. It was all too much for him to bear, and he broke down. I'll go with you, but please let me see my dad one last time. Tears streamed down Jiang Junyan's face as he struggled to return to his father's hospital bed. The 2 police officers forcibly dragged him away. Junyan. Jiang Junyan's wife Zhao Wen turned pale with shock. She tried to chase after them but was blocked by Tang Qin. When Jiang Junyan was led to the doorway of the hospital room, he suddenly saw Chen Luo inside as well. His whole body shook violently as he recalled the words Chen Luo had just spoken. After old man Jiang Mingcheng dies, the police will come to arrest you on charges of murdering his 2 illegitimate sons. Jiang Junyan forgot even to struggle. He just stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes, his lips trembling as he stammered, you. Jiang Junyan stammered for a long time but couldn't manage to form a single complete sentence. His mind was a whirlwind of shock, grief, anger, and deep confusion. The jumble of emotions left him utterly at a loss for words. The police, however, had no patience for this and simply grabbed Jiang Junyan and led him out. Chen Luo remained calm and paid no attention to Jiang Junyan. Instead, he walked over to the hospital bed. Chen Luo was actually confident he could help Jiang Junyan clear his name and prevent him from losing his legs, but the man simply didn't trust him at all right now. Unless Jiang Junyan suffered a bit and realized that Chen Luo was his only hope, there was no way to gain control over him. At that moment, the people in the hospital room had not yet recovered from their shock. When they saw Chen Luo approaching, no one questioned his presence, as they still assumed he was the lawyer there to read the will. One of the men, an elderly man who looked to be in his 60s, suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me, lawyer, did you bring the will with you?" The old man's words sounded particularly jarring. Jiang Mingcheng had just died, Jiang Junyan had been taken away, and Jiang Jun's was still unconscious, yet he was already asking about the will. "Second uncle, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Wen's expression changed abruptly. She glared at Jiang Mingi, looking as if she were about to devour him. Jiang Mingi actually regretted asking the question the moment it left his mouth, as his remark seemed extremely inappropriate given the current circumstances. But faced with Zhao Wen's relentless questioning, he showed no sign of guilt. Instead, he replied coldly, "What do you mean? The entire company is in a state of panic right now. With my eldest brother gone, and neither Junyan nor his brother able to handle company affairs, we must, of course, prioritize the greater good and stabilize the company's situation first. You!" Zhao Wen was so furious she was trembling all over. She pointed at Jiang Mingi, unable to speak. Jiang Mingi shot Zhao Wen a cold glance. "What do you mean? You'd better find a lawyer as soon as possible to figure out exactly what happened to Junyan." The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense, and even the grief-stricken emotions from moments before were swept away completely. It wasn't as if Jiang Mingi's family had only recently set their sights on Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals. They'd been eyeing it for quite some time. But the company was built from the ground up by Jiang Mingcheng, who had started with nothing and grown it into a thriving enterprise. Although Jiang Mingi held a small stake, it was actually smaller than the combined shares held by Jiang Junyan and his brother. With Jiang Mingcheng still at the helm, he couldn't stir up much trouble. Now that Jiang Mingcheng's family was on the brink of ruin, if they didn't act now, when would they? Just as Tang Qin reached the door of the hospital room and heard the argument inside, she couldn't help but shake her head silently, feeling a chill run down her spine at the sight of their behavior. However, this was none of her business, and she had no interest in listening to the melodramatic drama of these wealthy people fighting over an inheritance. Just as Tang Qin was about to pull open the door and leave, she suddenly heard a voice from behind her. "Officer, please wait a moment." Chen Luo had been standing by the hospital bed examining Jiang Mingcheng's body. He'd even picked up his hand and wrist to study them closely for a while. In just a moment, a strange look flashed in his eyes. At that very moment, Chen Luo realized why Jiang Mingcheng had died so suddenly, even though the doctor had said he had at least 3 more days to live. Tang Qin paused, stopped in her tracks, and turned to look in Chen Luo's direction. The others in the hospital room were also taken aback, and their gazes all turned to Chen Luo. Mr. Jiang Mingcheng did not die of natural causes, he was murdered. The moment Chen Luo finished speaking, the room fell instantly silent, and everyone stared at him in utter disbelief. But soon, with the exception of Tang Qin and Yi Xixia, who had just entered, everyone's face betrayed an expression of utter disbelief. They all knew that Jiang Mingcheng had less than a week or even less left to live. Who would be so foolish as to go to the trouble of killing him? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xixia froze for a moment before suddenly snapping out of it. She hurried over, about to grab Chen Luo and drag him away. She was genuinely both furious and flustered at that moment. Chen Luo had inexplicably barged into this hospital room just to gawk at the scene. After glancing at the body, he'd immediately called out to the police, claiming the person had been murdered. Is this guy crazy, or has he been watching too much Detective Conan? Chen Luo smiled. You're just in time. You can determine the cause of death, right? Yi Xixia was in no mood to listen to Chen Luo at that moment. After all, this guy was her blind date. If he caused a scene here, she'd end up losing face along with it. I'm sorry, he's a bit... Yi Xixia wasn't sure how to describe Chen Luo at that moment. She couldn't very well call him a lunatic. That'd only make things even more awkward. Tang Qin furrowed her delicate brows, glancing from Chen Luo to Yi Xixia, her face full of puzzlement as she wondered what exactly the relationship between these two was. However, she didn't leave right away. Instead, she looked at Chen Luo and asked, "How do you know he was murdered?" Tang Qin actually wanted to hear Chen Luo's explanation. If it made no sense, she certainly wouldn't waste any time. Dr. Yi, could you please explain the cause of Mr. Jiang Mingcheng's death? Yi Xixia felt a headache coming on. She just wanted to get as far away from here as possible, but Chen Luo seemed determined not to leave, making her want to turn on her heel and walk out. But as she saw everyone's gaze turn toward her, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Mingcheng's body. There's a small blue dot on the elderly gentleman's head, just below his hairline. This is a marker used to guide chemotherapy, indicating that deceased had brain cancer. There are blood clots on his body, but this is a common complication of cancer. The blood clots caused a pulmonary embolism, which ultimately led to the elderly gentleman's death from heart failure. This was a natural death, not murder. Yi Xixia didn't know Jiang Mingcheng's family, nor did she know what illness he had suffered from, but as a professional doctor, her competence was beyond question. She was able to determine the cause of Jiang Mingcheng's death at a glance. As soon as Yi Xixia spoke, everyone else in the ward turned to look at Chen Luo with puzzled expressions. Since Yi Xixia, doctor, had concluded it was a natural death, the fact that Chen Luo, a stranger of unknown background, claimed Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered began to stir discontent, and even some anger among the Jiang family members. Jiang Mingyi spoke up immediately, asking bluntly, "Are you actually a lawyer at Zhengwei law firm?" Chen Luo didn't even glance at him, however. Instead, he walked over to the hospital bed, grabbed Jiang Mingcheng's finger, and held it up for Yi Xixia to see. Take a closer look at this spot. Yi Xixia paused in surprise. She leaned in closer and only then noticed a blood clot on Jiang Mingcheng's finger, covering half of it. Death from heart failure is the apparent cause, but it was actually caused by adrenaline. While Yi Xixia was examining it, Chen Luo spoke up again to explain. Yi Xixia, however, frowned. Cardiovascular complications resulting from cancer treatment have always existed. It's not uncommon for patients with early-stage cancer to be cured of their cancer only to die of heart disease. The elderly gentleman must have developed cardiovascular complications during treatment. Adrenaline is a standard medication for treating heart disease. What's the problem with that? That's true, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you add the blood stain on his finger to the picture, that's where the problem lies. Yi Xixia furrowed her brow even deeper. This is localized blood loss tissue necrosis caused by vasoconstriction in the elbow joint. It might have been triggered by the adrenaline injected into his arm. That's the interesting part. You've overlooked a very important factor. Adrenaline is generally only administered during an acute episode. If the hormone had been administered only during cardiac arrest, it wouldn't have caused localized ischemia after his heart had stopped. Yi Xixia's expression suddenly changed. Realizing something, she exclaimed, "Are you saying that someone deliberately injected this elderly gentleman with epinephrine when his heart was perfectly healthy?" The conversation between Yi Xixia and Chen Luo was straightforward and easy to follow. Even those present with no medical knowledge could understand it. The blood stain on Jiang Mingcheng's finger was caused by heart failure resulting from an adrenaline injection administered when he was not experiencing a heart attack. Members of the Jiang family wore a variety of expressions. Some were filled with suspicion, others looked shocked and bewildered, and still others wore cold, indifferent faces, seemingly unconcerned with how Jiang Mingcheng had actually died. But at that moment, no one interrupted, not even Jiang Mingyi, who had been aggressively grilling Chen Luo, fell silent, his face filled with astonishment. After listening to the two men's conversation and glancing at Yi Xixia's expression, Tang Qin also realized something was amiss. Just as she was about to speak up, Yi Xixia suddenly spoke again. "Wait a minute. Adrenaline takes effect very quickly. It works immediately after injection. Did anyone just give this elderly gentleman an injection?" Yi Xixia's final question, however, was directed at the members of Jiang family present. The Jiang family members all looked taken aback, but quickly shook their heads. "No, we were all here for the 10 or so minutes before our eldest brother passed away, and no one gave him an injection." Jiang Mingyi shot Chen Luo a cold glance and suddenly spoke up. At that moment, everyone in the rooming Tang Qin turned their attention back to Chen Luo, waiting to see how he would explain himself. There were as many as 10 Jiang family members present, and they all had their own conflicts with one another. If one of them had indeed administered the injection, they would never have lied to cover for another. Chen Luo smiled faintly. So that means none of you were here a dozen or so minutes ago, is that right? The Jiang family members were taken aback at first, then strange expressions appeared on all their faces. About 20 minutes ago, a masked janitor came in and said they needed to disinfect the ward, asking us to step out for a moment. Zhao Wen suddenly shuddered and spoke in surprise. The Jiang family members all paled, their minds racing back to what just happened. Putting all these pieces together, could it be that Jiang Mingcheng really was murdered? Chen Luo pointed calmly at the IV line still attached to Jiang Mingcheng's wrist. The killer laced the intravenous injection with adrenaline and then slowed the infusion pump's rate. That gave him at least 10 or so minutes to make a clean getaway before the patient died. Yi Xixia's expression changed again. This time, even Tang Qin walked over to examine the rate displayed on the infusion pump. The infusion pump was set to 40 milliliters per hour, just basic nutrients, glucose, and water. There's absolutely no reason it would need to be set below 100 milliliters. Yi Xixia stared at the number displayed on the infusion pump and was instantly stunned. Upon hearing Yi Xixia's explanation, Tang Qin immediately caught on as well. Combining the two of their analyses from earlier with what the Jiang family members had said, it was now virtually certain Jiang Mingcheng had indeed been murdered.
Of course, if this policewoman still doesn't believe me, we can perform an autopsy. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Xixia's wrist, startling her so much that she didn't quite understand what he was doing. Yi Xixia was still stunned by Chen Luo's deductive skills that she was speechless, so much so that she didn't even react when he grabbed her wrist. Chen Luo rolled up the sleeve covering her wrist and glanced at the time on his watch. But 10 more minutes have passed since then. The suspect must have gotten far away by now, we probably won't be able to catch him. Having said that, Chen Luo suddenly changed the subject, smiling at Yi Xixia as he said, don't you still have your checkup and surgery to go through? Let's go. Paying no heed to the stunned onlookers in the ward, Chen Luo casually took Yi Xixia's hand and walked toward the door. Yi Xixia was a bit dazed. It wasn't until Chen Luo had led her out of the ward by the hand that she suddenly snapped out of it. Her face flushing, she yanked her hand away from his. How could you do that? Yi Xixia's mind was now filled with surprise, confusion, and a touch of embarrassed annoyance. Chen Luo had clearly done it on purpose just now, seizing the opportunity to take her hand. Oh my gosh, what kind of man takes a girl's hand on very first blind date? Yi Xixia's emotions were in a complete whirl, but for some reason she didn't feel any aversion. Instead, she was suddenly filled with even more curiosity about the man standing before her. Chen Luo laughed heartily, completely unfazed, showing not a trace of embarrassment. He even took another step forward, forcing Yi Xixia to take several steps back until she bumped into the wall behind her. That's just how I am. Does that surprise you? Or has it piqued your curiosity? Do you want to know how I did that? Yi Xixia's eyes widened. She was practically at her wit's end. It wasn't that she'd never been on a blind date, nor that no one had ever pursued her, but every suitor had been polite and gone out of their way to showcase their best qualities, afraid of leaving a bad impression. But this was the first time Yi Xixia had ever met someone like Chen Luo, someone who would say such things so brazenly on their very first meeting. What she found even more unbearable was that Chen Luo was openly acting as if he were about to pin her against the wall right there in the hospital hallway. Yi Xixia hurriedly stepped aside to avoid Chen Luo, saying breathlessly, "I'm going to check on Yi. Bye." Watching Yi Xixia's flustered reaction, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. He found this young doctor truly adorable. On the surface, she appeared arrogant and competitive, but deep down she was a vulnerable and shy young woman. She simply used this facade to protect herself from getting hurt. Chen Luo saw right through her facade and couldn't help but want to tease her. He found her shy and flustered expression quite amusing. No sooner had Yi Xixia run off than the ward door swung open. Tang Qin stepped out of the room. Her gaze wandered and she suddenly looked at Chen Luo with a puzzled expression. "Haven't we met somewhere before?" Chen Luo remained impassive. "You're such a beautiful police officer. If we'd met before, I'm sure I'd remember." Chen Luo quickly ran through the events in his mind. He was certain he hadn't left any clues behind at the hotel last night. First of all, the disguise he'd worn yesterday was different from the one he was wearing today. Even when he'd taken off his mask to get into the elevator, he'd stood in a blind spot on the surveillance camera, so his face hadn't been captured at all. Moreover, when speaking last night, Chen Luo had altered his voice. He hadn't used his natural tone. He had long considered the issue of his voice. For instance, in his current role as young Master Chen, he used a mature, steady tone. When he was teasing Tang Qin yesterday, he used yet another voice, young and playful, which was completely different from the one he's using now. This would be extremely difficult for the average person, but for Chen Luo, it posed no problem at all. Not only had Chen Luo honed his acting skills to the level of an Academy Award-winning actor, but he had also worked as a voice actor, reaching the pinnacle of his craft and was capable of perfectly imitating all kinds of voices. Chen Luo had even recreated the content of the essay, The Art of Vocal Imitation, from his middle school textbook, the one where the performer uses various sounds to realistically simulate a series of rhythmic, continuous scenes from daily life. After just a moment's thought, Chen Luo knew exactly where the problem lay. Although Tang Qin hadn't been able to recognize Chen Luo by his appearance or voice last night, a person's gaze doesn't change easily. He had locked eyes with Tang Qin at the time, and she must have retained some impression of him. That was why she remembered him. It seems I'll have to adjust my gaze from now on as well. Chen Luo realized where the problem lay, and he also knew how to solve it. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but for highly skilled actors, no matter what role they play, they can bring it to life precisely because they can delve into the character's inner world and convey it through their performance. At that level, both their gaze and demeanor naturally adjust accordingly. It wasn't difficult for Chen Luo to achieve this. The main issue was that, over the course of thousands of years, he had developed a carefree, unrestrained, and impulsive personality, and he simply couldn't be bothered to adjust himself just to play someone else. Tang Qin stared at Chen Luo for a few moments, feeling a sense of familiarity yet unable to recall where she had seen him before. However, she didn't dwell on it and simply asked, "What's your relationship with the Jiang family? How did you end up there? And why did they think you were a lawyer?" Faced with Tang Qin's barrage of questions, Chen Luo merely smiled. "I'm just a bystander who came to check out the commotion. I just happened to stumble upon some clues." "Officer, instead of suspecting me here, why don't you check the hospital's surveillance footage first? You might just find a picture of the suspect." Before Tang Qin could react, Chen Luo had already strided away. Tang Qin watched Chen Luo's receding figure. She opened her mouth to call after him, but couldn't think of a reason to do so. After all, Chen Luo had a point. The suspect had just left, and if the security cameras had captured him and revealed his movements, they might still be able to catch him. Although there were quite a few suspicious points about Chen Luo, she had just asked the Jiang family members, and they confirmed that Chen Luo had arrived after janitor. Moreover, Tang Qin had never seen a murderer return to the crime scene to voluntarily confess to the murder. As Tang Qin hurried toward the hospital's surveillance room, she called the police station to report what had happened and requested that a medical examiner be sent to perform a post-mortem examination. By this point, Tang Qin had already realized that this was likely a major case. Jiang Mingcheng's son had just been taken away on 2 counts of murder, and now Jiang Mingcheng himself had suddenly been murdered, even though he was terminally ill with brain cancer and his death was inevitable. Why couldn't the killer wait even a few more days? Why was he so desperate to see him dead? Chen Luo found a seat in the waiting area and settled in, leisurely waiting for Yixixia's test results. He actually knew who the killer was, and he knew why the killer was so eager to see Jiang Mingcheng dead. However, Chen Luo needed the killer to carry out the rest of their plan, so he wasn't in a hurry to expose them. A faint smile played at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. If all went as expected, Jiang Junyan would be contacting him very soon. At that very moment, in an interrogation room at the Hualong precinct, a police officer was questioning Jiang Junyan. "Where were you on the evening of September 5th? Jiang Junyan had already regained his composure. Upon hearing the officer's question, he thought carefully for a moment, but because so much time had passed, he simply couldn't recall it right away. "It's been too long, I don't remember." The interrogating officer gave a cold laugh. "You're not forgetting, you're just pretending to forget, aren't you?" Jiang Junyan furrowed his brow and replied calmly, "In that case, officer, do you remember what you were doing on September 5th? The officer was taken aback by the question, but he quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "You need to understand the situation here. We're the ones asking you questions, not the other way around." "I've already answered you. Been too long. I don't remember, officer. Don't you even have a memory that short?" Jiang Junyan knew full well that he had never killed anyone. After his initial panic, he had regained his composure and wasn't in the least bit intimidated by the officer's attitude. With his experience, he could naturally see right through the tactics these police officers were using. It was nothing more than the good cop, bad cop routine they were trying to make him show signs of guilt. The police officer nearly choked on his words. Jiang Junyan had actually made it this far, yet he still acted as if he feared nothing under the sun. The officer slammed his fist on the table and demanded again, "If you can't remember what happened on the 5th, then where were you on the evening of September 25 days ago? Surely you remember that, don't you?" Jiang Junyan paused for a moment, but quickly replied, "This past week I've been handling some business at the office during the day, going to the hospital in the afternoon, and returning home to rest at night." "Very well. So where were you at 10 p.m. on September 20th? Jiang Junyan didn't hesitate. He answered quickly, "After I left the hospital, I was feeling very down because of what happened to my father and younger brother. So I sat in a nearby park for a while. I must have left around 11 p.m. Did anyone see you?" Jiang Junyan shook his head. "No, it was too late. There was hardly anyone left in the park." "So there's no one who can confirm you were in the park?" When Jiang Junyan heard this, he realized where the problem lay. The police officer had asked about 2 consecutive time points, both in the evening, and inquired whether anyone could corroborate his presence, which meant the 2 murder cases they were referring to must have occurred at precisely those times. After the police officer finished speaking, he took out 2 photos and placed them in front of Jiang Junyan. "Do you recognize them?" Jiang Junyan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his expression changed in an instant. The police officer had been watching Jiang Junyan's expression ever since he produced the photos, and when he saw the change in his face, he immediately broke into a smile. "Looks like you do recognize them." Jiang Junyan knew them all too well. These 2 were none other than Jiang Mingcheng's 2 illegitimate children, one his half-brother and the other his half-sister. When Jiang Mingcheng had told Jiang Junyan and his brother about them, he'd given them these 2 people's personal information. But what shocked Jiang Junyan wasn't that, it was the memory of what Chen Luo had said, that he would be taken away for the murder of his father's 2 illegitimate children. At first, Jiang Junyan had clung to a sliver of hope perhaps Chen Luo was just talking nonsense. But now, seeing their photos, even if he were as foolish as could be, he realized that these 2 were truly dead. How did Chen Luo know about this in advance? Could it be that Chen Luo had set him up? But Jiang Junyan quickly dismissed that as implausible. If Chen Luo had intended to frame him, why would he go out of his way to tell him? Moreover, Chen Luo's prediction was incredibly precise. The police had indeed taken him here right after his father's death. How did Chen Luo know the exact time of his father's death and that the police would arrive at that very moment? That's practically foresight. Who on earth is that mysterious person? Jiang Junyan was so stunned for a moment that he even forgot to answer the police officer's question. "What's the matter, lost for words?" Jiang Junyan was jolted back to his senses by the officer's voice. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "I know them. They're my half-brother and half-sister." The police officer suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Junyan. "So, do you know that they're dead?" Although Jiang Junyan had expected this, hearing the news from the police officer's mouth still sent a pang through his heart, and his expression immediately darkened. "This footage was captured by a security camera near your half-brother's house. Do you recognize this person?" The police officer slid another photo across the table toward Jiang Junyan and pointed to a person in the image. The moment Jiang Junyan took the photo, his whole body shuddered. Although the person in the photo was wearing a hat that obscured half his face, and the dim evening lighting made it hard to make out his general features. But Jiang Junyan recognized him at a glance. The person in the photo was himself. Yet Jiang Junyan knew full well that it wasn't him, it was his younger brother Jiang Jun's. Jiang Junyan saw the timestamp on the photo, exactly 12:07 a.m. on September 5, 2008. How could that be? His younger brother Jiang Jun's was clearly in a deep coma and had been lying motionless in a hospital bed for a month. "That's my younger brother Jiang Jun's." "Haha, I knew you'd say that." The police officer gave a cold laugh. "Your brother has been in a deep coma for a month after an accidental fall. We've verified this with Jiang Jun's attending physician at the hospital. There's no way he could have woken up during that time. Furthermore, we found your fingerprints on both victims, and an eyewitness saw you leaving the victim's home and provided this sketch otherwise. How do you think we tracked you down? The evidence is now irrefutable, but we still want to give you a chance to confess voluntarily. If you come clean now, we'll consider it a mitigating factor." Jiang Junyun's face turned ashen. No wonder the police had brought him here directly. This evidence was virtually irrefutable, and any attempt to defend himself would be futile. Jiang Junyun's heart sank to the depths of despair. Just as he was on the verge of giving up hope, he suddenly thought of Chen Luo's figure and the words she had spoken. "The killer is your younger brother, Jiang Jun's." Could it really be his younger brother who did it, and then framed him? When this thought flashed through Jiang Junyun's mind, he truly felt on the verge of breaking down. No matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't fathom why his younger brother would do such a thing. Jiang Junyun and his younger brother were twins. They had been inseparable since childhood, and thanks to the special bond between twins, they could sometimes even sense each other's thoughts. That was until college, when his younger brother was sent to study abroad in country D. When he returned 4 years later, they were no longer as close as before, and they could no longer sense each other's thoughts. Jiang Junyun could even sense that his younger brother was distancing himself from him, and gradually he realized where the problem lay. While Jiang Jun's was abroad, Jiang Junyun had been learning management under Jiang Mingcheng's guidance, who was already grooming him to be his successor. At first, Jiang Junyun didn't think much of it, because he assumed his father Jiang Mingcheng valued his younger brother, Jiang Jun's, a little more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him abroad to study while keeping him in the country. Even Jiang Jun's himself believed this to be the case. But when Jiang Jun's returned to China, although Jiang Mingcheng brought him into the company, he didn't entrust him with any major responsibilities. Instead, he made him start from the very bottom. Jiang Junyun, on the other hand, became Jiang Mingcheng's right-hand man and began overseeing many of Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals' key operations. It seemed that from that point on, the two of them grew even more distant. But Jiang Junyun could never have imagined that his younger brother, Jiang Jun's, would kill 2 half-siblings and frame him for the crimes. Jiang Junyun could surmise that his younger brother might have been motivated by the family fortune, but he simply could not understand or accept it. Yet at this very moment, all signs pointed to the strong possibility that his younger brother was indeed the culprit. Who else in the world could look exactly like him and so easily obtain his fingerprints to frame him? But what Jiang Junyun found most baffling was, how had Jiang Jun's managed to do it? He was clearly in a deep coma and unable to move. This wasn't just the assessment of a doctor at the First People's Hospital. After Jiang Jun's fell into a coma, Jiang Junyun spared no expense in bringing in brain specialists from across the country and even from abroad to Pengcheng for a consultation. Their conclusions were surprisingly unanimous: a deep coma. Since the human brain is an extremely complex organ and research in this field remains limited, it was impossible to determine whether he would ever wake up. Jiang Jun's had killed 2 people in a row. He had to sneak out of the hospital, commit the murders, and then return to lie back down and continue pretending to be in a coma. How could he possibly have kept this hidden from the hospital's doctors and nurses? Jiang Jun's had actually pulled it off, which meant this had become a perfect murder and frame-up. He had virtually no chance of turning the tables. Jiang Junyun suddenly thought of something and frantically began rummaging through his pockets. Soon he found a note in the inner pocket of his suit jacket. "I need to contact my lawyer." Meanwhile, at People's Hospital, Chen Luo spread his arms wide and rested them on the back of a long sofa in the lounge area. Then, crossing one leg over the other, he took over the entire sofa with an almost domineering and arrogant air. There were other people in the lounge, and every other seat was taken, yet no one dared to sit where he was, making the scene look extremely bizarre. When Yi Sixia walked over and saw this, she couldn't help but roll her eye. Yi Sixia was at a loss for words. This guy seemed to exude an "I'm the greatest in the world" aura wherever he went. Even she felt like giving him a good beating just from seeing him. She really had no idea how he'd managed to survive this long without getting beaten to death. However, at that moment, Yi Sixia's heart was filled with gratitude toward Chen Luo, mixed with even more curiosity. Because the results of the second test were in, Liu Yi really did have endocarditis. Endocarditis can cause embolisms in the lower extremities and cerebral arteries, among other circulatory arteries, which generally wouldn't pose a major problem. However, if ligament repair surgery were performed while ignoring the impact of endocarditis, it could lead to post-operative deep vein thrombosis in the lower limbs or pulmonary embolism conditions with an extremely high likelihood of being fatal. Moreover, the post-operative reaction would be extremely rapid, leaving no time even for emergency resuscitation. If Yi Xixia truly disregards Chen Luo's advice and insists on proceeding with the ligament repair surgery, the probability of Li Yi's death is as high as 99%. If Liu Yi were to die, not only would Yi Xixia's career be ruined, but the Liu family would likely not let the matter rest. Moreover, if a 10-year-old girl were to die because of her own negligence, Yi Xixia would never be able to live with herself for the rest of her life. So at this very moment, Yi Xixia's gratitude toward Chen Luo was beyond measure. Yi Xixia's curiosity was also at its peak at that moment. If Chen Luo had truly dropped out of medical school, how could he have diagnosed Liu Yi's endocarditis at a glance? And what happened earlier in Jiang Mingcheng's hospital room, that level of judgment was simply not what one would expect from someone who had abandoned medicine for so many years. To possess that level of experience and judgment requires extensive, repeated practice and hands-on experience. Moreover, medical knowledge advances every day. If one fails to keep up with the latest developments for even a short time, they'll fall behind. It's already noon. Let me treat you to lunch. Yi Xixia suppressed her curiosity and decided to treat Chen Luo to a meal to properly thank him and, while they were at it, satisfy her curiosity over lunch. Sure, where's the priciest place around here? Chen Luo laughed heartily and asked Yi Xixia with a smile. Yi Xixia stared at Chen Luo speechless. She had never met such an eccentric blind date before. She'd offered to treat him to a meal, yet he hadn't even bothered to be polite. Instead, he'd gone straight to asking where the most expensive place was. However, Yi Xixia wasn't actually upset. She just felt that Chen Luo had an elusive quality about him that made her want to get to know him even more. There's a Western-style restaurant nearby. I suppose that's the most expensive one. Chen Luo smiled, leaned in close to Yi Xixia and said, "Let's go then." Yi Xixia thought Chen Luo was going to take her hand, so she instinctively took a step back in fright. "What's wrong? Am I that scary?" When she noticed Chen Luo looking at her with a smirk, Yi Xixia suddenly realized this jerk was deliberately teasing her. Yi Xixia's face flushed slightly. She glared at Chen Luo in annoyance and said sternly, "Yeah, you're scarier than a hooligan. Stay away from me." Chen Luo burst out laughing. "That won't do. I haven't had steak in ages, and today I'm definitely going to treat myself to a hearty meal at your expense." Yi Xixia sighed in resignation, then immediately followed Chen Luo into the elevator, headed down to the parking garage, and drove off toward their destination. Upon entering the Western-style restaurant called Zhen, Chen Luo's first impression was very favorable. The French plane trees lining the entrance gave the restaurant an elegant and distinctive look, while the interior decor was comfortable and inviting, exuding an exotic charm. Every corner of the restaurant had been meticulously arranged. The beautiful lighting fixtures and cozy throw pillows ensured that diners never felt the stiffness often associated with Western restaurants. As a result, the place was exceptionally busy. Even though it was still mealtime, the restaurant was practically full. When Chen Luo and Yi Xixia walked in, there happened to be just one last empty table left, which saved them the trouble of waiting in line. Once you're done reading, go ahead and click Request Next Chapter, so I can see how many people are following this story. Ha. After sitting down, Chen Luo glanced around the restaurant. When the waitress brought over the menu, he didn't even wait for her to speak before blurting out, "Never mind. Just bring us your most expensive steak." Chen Luo deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around them, who turned to look. Yi Xixia was once again taken aback by Chen Luo's nouveau rich demeanor. When she noticed everyone around them staring in astonishment, her face flushed with embarrassment. She wanted nothing more than to get up and leave immediately, pretending she didn't know this jerk. Yi Xixia raised a hand to shield her face, not wanting to meet those strange stares. But she soon realized that Chen Luo was watching her with an amused expression, his eyes full of laughter, and she instantly caught on. That jerk did this on purpose. He just wanted to make a fool of her. Yi Xixia felt both ashamed and furious. She wanted nothing more than to punch Chen Luo in the face, but with so many people watching in public, she couldn't bring herself to go that far. But Yi Xixia couldn't let it go. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and stomped down hard on Chen Luo's foot, which was tucked under the table. As if he'd anticipated it, Chen Luo calmly pulled his foot back. Not only did Yi Xixia miss, but she almost sprained her own ankle from the force of the kick. A hint of a smile flitted across Chen Luo's face, but he paid no attention to Yi Xixia. Instead, he turned to the waiter, who was struggling to suppress a smile, and said, "Another bottle of Latour, please." The waiter paused for a moment. "Sir, we have several varieties of Latour here. The 90 vintage, the most expensive one." Chen Luo replied without a moment's hesitation. The waitress barely managed to hold back her laughter. She cleared her throat and said, "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." Yi Sixia, having failed in her first attempt, heard Chen Luo order another bottle of 1990 later, and her heart immediately began to ache. Chateau Latour is one of the so-called 5 great chateaux of Bordeaux's left bank. The wines produced by this estate are full-bodied, robust, and exceptionally age-worthy. Few other wines can rival them, which is why it is known as the King of Bordeaux. Of course, the price is also quite steep. Today, a bottle of 1990 Latour is estimated to cost over 10,000. In 2008, 10,000 yuan was roughly equivalent to about 25,000 yuan in 2019. Yi Sixia's monthly salary is currently just over 10,000, and that's after working herself to the bone and putting in endless overtime. When Chen Luo arrived, he said he'd fleece her. She thought he was joking, but it turns out this jerk really does see her as a cash cow. Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Sixia's eyes, Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Look at that, I just helped you eliminate a massive potential problem, and you can't even bring yourself to part with this little bit of money. Haha, of course I'm willing to pay. What's there to be stingy about?" Yi Sixia sneered coldly, her face expressionless. As she spoke, she was actually seething with rage inside. If any other man had acted this way, Yi Sixia would have made up an excuse to leave long ago. There's no way she'd have put up with it this long. But for some reason, even though she found this man utterly detestable, she just didn't want to leave. "Do you always speak so recklessly, without the slightest regard for other people's feelings?" Chen Luo chuckled helplessly. "Life is short. If I were always worrying about other people's feelings, wouldn't that make life so exhausting?" Yi Sixia glanced at Chen Luo. The man sitting across from her was her complete opposite. She was too competitive and cared too much about what others thought, which was why she worked so hard to prove herself. Yet it was precisely this kind of person, someone so different from her, who exuded a peculiar charm that made one involuntarily want to draw closer. Just as Yi Sixia fell silent for a moment, the waitress returned and held up a bottle of red wine for both of them to see. "Sir, would this be all right?" Chen Luo had tasted countless wines and had once worked as a professional sommelier. Just by glancing at the packaging and the label, he could tell whether it was genuine or not. Most Western-style restaurants, in pursuit of profit, often pass off inferior wines as fine ones, especially in this day and age, when such practices are all too common. However, to Chen Luo's surprise, this wine was actually genuine. Chen Luo merely glanced at it, nodded and pointed to a table not far away, saying, "Send it over to them." Yi Sixia and the waiter both froze for a moment, looking in the direction Chen Luo was pointing, puzzled. There, a man and a woman were dining and chatting, sitting very close together, with sweet smiles on their faces. They were clearly a couple. "Are you out of your mind? You ordered the most expensive bottle of red wine just to give it away?" Yi Sixia was instantly upset. It was one thing for this jerk to rip her off, but he wasn't even going to drink it himself. He was actually going to give it away. They're about to propose. It's such a wonderful occasion, of course I want to be there to witness it. Chen Luo smiled faintly and motioned for the waitress to bring the wine over. "Wait a minute, how do you know he's going to propose?" The waitress was also a bit curious. How did Chen Luo know that the people at the next table were about to propose? She'd actually hesitated about bringing the drink over when she heard Yi Sixia lose her temper, but when Yi Sixia called out to her, she stopped anyway, because she too was curious to know why. That young man's suit shows some wear from dry cleaning. It's probably his only one, so he must have saved it for this very special moment. When I sat down just now, I noticed he looked very nervous, constantly reaching into his suit's inner pocket, as if checking to see if something valuable was still inside. He's about to propose, so I want to give them this most expensive bottle of wine to celebrate, or to mourn. Both Yi Sixia and the waitress were taken aback. Chen Luo had only just sat down and was still several meters away, yet he'd managed to deduce all of this in an instant. The waitress instinctively thought it impossible, but Yi Sixia, having witnessed Chen Luo's formidable deductive skills, didn't dismiss it outright. Instead, she looked over carefully as well. After a moment, Yi Sixia seemed to have noticed something as well. She nodded at the waitress. "Bring it over. When you bring it over, don't mention that it's from us. And don't mention the price. Just say that your restaurant is sending it as a special gift to congratulate them." The waitress was taken aback again upon hearing this, but she quickly caught on. Then, filled with a sense of wonder and curiosity, she took the bottle of red wine and walked over. Just as the waitress was about to reach them, the young man, amid her astonished gaze, suddenly pulled a ring box from his pocket and dropped to one knee in front of his girlfriend. "Ting Ting, will you marry me?" The other guests quickly noticed the scene, all turning to look in their direction and realizing what was happening. Smiles spread across the guests' faces, mostly expressions of goodwill and congratulations, while others cheered and shouted encouragement. "Say yes, say yes." The girl named Ting Ting's face was filled with surprise and excitement. Tears welled up in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly, saying, "I will." The waitress was completely dumbfounded. She stood there holding the bottle of red wine for half a moment before she finally snapped out of it. She first glanced back at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with astonishment, before composing herself and walking over to the table. Fortunately, the waitress hadn't forgotten Chen Luo's instructions. She smiled and said it was a congratulatory gift from the restaurant. The couple's faces lit up with delight, and they kept thanking the waitress profusely. The other diners couldn't help but look surprised as well. They hadn't expected the restaurant to be so thoughtful. They quietly took note of it, and quite a few even began wondering if they should consider proposing here themselves. "Aren't you the one who never considers other people's feelings? Why didn't you let that waitress reveal the price and that it was from us?" Chen Luo looked at Yi Sixia with a smile. Not caring about others' feelings depends on the person and the situation. That young man was clearly not well off, yet he still chose such an expensive Western restaurant to propose. Obviously, he holds his girlfriend in very high regard. Oh wait, it's clear he holds his fiancée in very high regard. If I, a complete stranger, were to send over a bottle of expensive wine, it would only give him a lot of unnecessary ideas and might even dampen the courage he'd finally mustered to propose. Sixia stared at Chen Luo for a moment. She really had no idea what kind of person this man in front of her actually was. His medical knowledge and that formidable deductive ability were astonishing, yet he also exuded a brazen and unrestrained manner. You might think Chen Luo was arrogant, yet he was also capable of considering others' perspectives and thinking through such subtle details. "Did you really not graduate from medical school?" Yi Sixia fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked a question she'd been curious about for a long time. "Of course not. I never received a diploma, nor do I have a medical license." Chen Luo wasn't lying. Although he had studied for many years at world-renowned medical schools, he simply didn't need a degree or a diploma. As for a medical license, he could easily forge one on the spot, one so convincing it would pass as genuine and even show up in the system, so there was absolutely no need to go through the trouble of taking an exam. That's impossible. If you haven't practiced medicine for so long, how could you diagnose their symptoms at a glance? Yi Sixia didn't believe a word of it. She even suspected that Chen Luo might be practicing medicine illegally without a license. This wasn't impossible. Yi Sixia knew of many people without medical licenses who ran clinics or treated conditions for the wealthy and powerful that were too sensitive to be handled in a hospital, such as injuries resulting from domestic violence. Maybe I'm just one of those so-called geniuses. I pick things up instantly, and they work the moment I put them into practice. Chen Luo laughed heartily, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Watching Chen Luo's arrogant demeanor, Yi Sixia was instantly at a loss for words. She said irritably, "You just make stuff up on the spot?" A smirk played at the corners of Chen Luo's mouth as he said to Yi Sixia, "Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. Name any piece of knowledge or skill. If I can't learn it or do it, I'll run bare from here all the way to the hospital." Yi Sixia stared at Chen Luo in utter astonishment, unsure whether this guy was just confident or so arrogant he'd lost his mind. How could he even make such a bold claim? "You said it. Don't go back on your word if you lose, okay?" Yi Sixia immediately wore a defiant expression, glaring intently at Chen Luo. "I've always been a man of my word. I'll never go back on my promise." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "But there's a penalty if I lose. What if I win?" Yi Sixia snorted derisively. "You're actually thinking about winning after making a condition like that? What if I do win?" Chen Luo didn't answer. Instead, he continued with a smile, posing another question. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Sixia snapped, "If you win, I'll do whatever you tell me to do." "It's a deal." Chen Luo clapped his hands and burst into laughter. looking at Yi Sixia and saying, "Here's the deal. I'll give you another perk. I don't need you to do anything else, just have me do one thing you ask and you'll give me a kiss until you're convinced." Yi Sixia's face flushed suddenly and she spat out, "You rascal. I am a scoundrel, so are you in or out?" Chen Luo adopted "I'm a scoundrel, so what?" attitude, then leaned forward toward Yi Sixia. Yi Sixia was startled again. She hurriedly pulled her hands back from the table and shifted her body slightly backward, as if trying to maintain a safe distance from Chen Luo. Fine, I'll agree. Like I'm afraid of you. You're bound to lose anyway." Chen Luo turned to the waitress from earlier and said, "You heard everything we were just saying, didn't you?" The waitress blushed, looking a bit embarrassed. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to realize she'd been eavesdropping the whole time. Ever since she'd brought over the red wine a moment ago, she hadn't had much else to do, so she'd been listening in intentionally or not from nearby. After all, this was the first time she'd met someone as remarkable as Chen Luo, someone who could figure out so much just from a single glance. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation." Chen Luo waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm not blaming you. I just want you to be a witness, so no one goes back on their word and profits from it. Don't you agree?" Although Chen Luo was speaking to the waitress, his eyes were fixed on Yi Sixia. The implication was crystal clear. He suspected she might go back on her word. Yi Sixia was instantly amused. "Fine, then let's see who ends up going back on their word." Chen Luo smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. "Well then, let's get started." Yi Sixia paused for a moment upon hearing this, as she couldn't immediately think of a skill to demonstrate. However, when she heard the sound of piano music drifting from the Western-style restaurant, Yi Sixia's eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing to the piano in the center of the restaurant, she said, "That's it. Name a piece." Chen Luo chuckled silently and spoke directly. Yi Sixia was taken aback. Judging by the calm and composed expression on Chen Luo's face, she could tell he most likely knew how to play the piano. Yi Sixia couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Judging by Chen Luo's demeanor, she should have realized his family was well off. It wouldn't be surprising if he played the piano. However, Yi Sixia quickly regained her composure. After all, Chen Luo was being so arrogant as to actually let her choose the piece. Although Yi Sixia didn't play the piano, she knew that some pieces weren't something just anyone could play. Wait a minute. Yi Sixia took out her phone, opened her browser, and typed the hardest piano pieces in the world into the search engine. Yi Sixia quickly spotted a search result, and she smiled, saying in a defiant tone, "Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3.
Chen Luo looked at Yi Sixia with a half smile and asked, "Are you sure?" Yi Sixia felt inexplicably flustered under Chen Luo's gaze. For some reason, the expression on his face seemed to suggest she'd made the wrong choice. The third concerto has 3 movements in total and lasts nearly 40 minutes. I don't have that much time to waste here. How about I pick something even more challenging for you? Chen Luo smiled and continued, "Have you seen The Piano Player?" Yi Sixia paused for a moment. The film was extremely famous. It told the legendary story of an abandoned infant named 1900 who discovered the piano aboard an ocean liner and went on to become a master pianist. The film was released worldwide in 1998. Although it wasn't shown in theaters in China, it had long been available for download and viewing online. Yi Sixia was of course familiar with the film. She loved it dearly and had watched it over and over again. Most people might forget the details of the plot over time, but she knew she'd remember the climactic piano duel scene even 7 or 8 years later. You actually know how to play that 4-hand piano piece?" Yi Sixia's eyes suddenly widened as she stared at Chen Luo, her voice even stuttering slightly. 4-hand piano duet is a performance style in which 2 people play together on the same piano, requiring perfect coordination between the 2 to pull it off. The reason the piano duel scene in The Piano Player left the entire audience in awe was precisely because the protagonist, 1900, performed a 4-hand piano piece which normally requires 2 people all by himself. Moreover, he played it entirely on the black keys, that is, using only semitones, a master-level technique in piano performance. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "So, shall we go with this one?" Yi Sixia was taken aback for a moment. Although she didn't know much about piano pieces, even her common sense told her that performing a 4-hand piece solo was far more difficult than playing the Piano Concerto No. 3. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, without waiting for Yi Sixia's reply, he stood up and smiled at the waitress. "Could you get me a cigarette, please?" The waitress had been listening the whole time, and when she realized Chen Luo wanted to perform the 4-hand piece from The Piano Player on the Sea, she was stunned once again. However, unlike Yi Sixia, she had witnessed Chen Luo's abilities at the hospital. Although she had her doubts, she didn't think it was entirely impossible. But the waitress, for her part, didn't believe it for a second. She'd seen that movie too. That level of piano technique was something only a master pianist could pull off. It was simply impossible for an ordinary person. When she heard what Chen Luo said, she was actually quite skeptical and even harbored a bit of a let's see how this plays out attitude. All right, sir. Chen Luo walked slowly over to the piano and sat down. At that moment, the surrounding guests had no idea what was happening. When they saw Chen Luo sit down, they assumed the restaurant's pianist had come to perform and didn't pay it much mind. Yi Xixia, however, had already risen from her seat and walked over to the piano, staring intently at Chen Luo's hands. Even the waitress, after getting a cigarette from a male colleague, hurried over as quickly as she could. As a result, the gazes of the surrounding guests were inevitably drawn to them. Mainly because Yi Xixia was so beautiful and had such a stunning figure. Standing there so conspicuously, it was almost impossible not to notice her. When they saw that both women were staring at Chen Luo, they too turned their gaze over in surprise, trying to figure out what was going on. The next moment, they suddenly heard a rapid piano melody begin to play. For a time, Chen Luo had been obsessed with recreating those mind-boggling or eye-popping scenes from movies such as the explosive driving stunts in the Fast and Furious series. Or take the thrilling action sequences from the James Bond and Mission Impossible franchise. He could recreate them exactly as they appeared on screen. Even though many of these were created with special effects, the fact that they existed justified their existence, and Chen Luo had plenty of time and energy to pull them off. Naturally, he didn't pass up the chance to recreate the classic piano duel scene from The Legend of 1900. At first, Yi Xixia and the restaurant's patrons didn't quite grasp what was happening, but they soon began to appreciate the nuances. The music began to ebb and flow like wild beasts, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes high, sometimes low, full of charm. Chen Luo's slender fingers seemed to take flight as they darted and danced across the black keys, moving so fast that it was almost impossible to follow with the eye. Yi Xixia and the waitress could hardly believe their eyes. Chen Luo's fingers were so fast that they created an optical illusion, making it seem as though 4 hands were actually dancing across the keys. Yi Xixia was speechless, staring intently at Chen Luo's hands without taking her eyes off them for a single moment. It was just the beginning, but one glance at Chen Luo's fingers was enough for Yi Xixia to know that this man was truly capable of a 4-hand piano duet. Moreover, she could tell from the piece Chen Luo was now playing that it was none other than Flight of the Bumblebee, the very piece the protagonist had played in the movie. At that very moment, the cheerful rhythm gave way to an even more soaring melody. A single piano actually evoked the feeling of a symphony. The stirring, impassioned notes surged toward them like crashing waves, leaving everyone in awe. Even someone who knew nothing about piano music could easily sense the dynamic energy of Flight of the Bumblebee in the music. The crowd fell into complete silence. Not a single person made a sound, and all that could be heard was the increasingly passionate piano music echoing throughout the hall. Before long, all the diners in the restaurant couldn't help but stand up and gather around Chen Luo. It wasn't just them, even the restaurant staff and guests who had just walked in were irresistibly drawn toward the piano by the music. Flight of the Bumblebee is characterized by the perpetual motion style, which refers to instrumental pieces played with rapid notes, a type of composition that maintains a rapid tempo from beginning to end. From the very beginning, this music foreshadowed the piece's intense momentum and tense atmosphere through a powerful, staccato prelude. Chen Luo's performance brought this momentum and emotion to a fever pitch. Under the powerful melody, the audience felt their blood boil, eager to shout out loud yet afraid of interrupting this utterly brilliant performance. Bang! Just as everyone was immersed in this storm-like performance, feeling as if they couldn't breathe, Chen Luo's fingers struck the keys with force, bringing the final melody to a close. The hall remained deathly silent. Not a single person made a sound, save for the creak of his chair as he stood up. Chen Luo took a slight breath. Such an intense performance had taken a severe toll on his stamina. In just a moment, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Chen Luo glanced back and saw countless pairs of eyes fixed intently on him. He didn't know when it had happened, but the area around him was now packed with people. One by one, they stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes, their expressions brimming with admiration, astonishment, and disbelief, a veritable kaleidoscope of emotions. Who said I was going to play the third piano concerto? Of course I'm gonna break the mold. Chen Luo smiled faintly, walked up to the waitress who was standing there frozen in shock, reached out, and took the cigarette from her, then walked back to the piano. The crowd hadn't yet snapped out of their daze and had no idea what Chen Luo was up to. The next moment, they saw Chen Luo lift the piano lid and place the cigarette on the strings inside. Soon, a wisp of smoke began to rise. Amid the crowd's stunned expressions as if they'd seen a ghost, the cigarette caught fire. The Western-style restaurant fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Some people's mouths hung wide open for a long moment. They couldn't close them, almost convinced they were seeing things. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the piano knows that to heat the strings enough to light a cigarette, one must play at a speed beyond the limits, heating the steel wires connecting the keys to the tuning pins to have any chance of igniting a cigarette. Achieving this isn't simply a matter of frantically pounding the keys. It requires the rhythm and speed of the performance to reach the pinnacle of mastery, keeping the strings continuously heated so that they remain hot even after the playing stops. Only then can a cigarette be lit. That's incredible. My goodness, how on earth did he do that? Do we have such an amazing piano master in our country now? Wait a minute, I feel like I've seen this scene before. Yeah, I feel like I've heard this piece somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. I remember now, it's the most iconic scene from the movie, The Piano Player. Wow, I remember it too! Can someone actually pull that off? Once someone realized what was happening, all the onlookers in the room suddenly remembered. Immediately, the entire restaurant erupted in thunderous applause and screams, and the way they looked at Chen Luo was as if they were gazing upon an idol or a god. Chen Luo walked up to Yi Xixia, cigarette in hand, and asked with a smile, "Want a smoke?" Yi Xixia was still in a daze at that moment. Hearing Chen Luo's question, she could only shake her head reflexively, completely at a loss for words. Yi Xixia was utterly stunned. She never would have imagined that Chen Luo's piano skills could actually reach the level shown in that movie's scene. Was this man really, as he claimed, able to pick up any skill instantly and master it on the spot? Impossible! How could such a person even exist in this world? Dr. Ye, it's time to settle the bet. After handing the cigarette to the waitress, Chen Luo leaned in close to Yi Xixia again. Upon hearing this, Yi Xixia was taken aback at first, then her face quickly flushed red because she knew exactly what Chen Luo meant. A look of conflict and regret immediately spread across Yi Xixia's face. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to win in the first place, so she'd agreed without a second thought. But who would have thought Chen Luo would actually pull it off, leaving her in a real bind? Now, in the middle of a crowd with so many people watching, Yi Xixia didn't have the courage to kiss Chen Luo. But if she broke her promise, that jerk would most likely knot her off the hook. Yi Xixia bit her red lips tightly and stammered, Can we change the terms? Chen Luo laughed heartily. He found Yi Xixia's flustered and shy demeanor the most amusing thing of all, so was no way he was going to change the terms at a time like this. Of course, no. When Yi Xixia heard Chen Luo's first two words, her heart sank. She thought he might, just like when he proposed to that couple, take her current situation into consideration. But that jerk actually did a complete about-face, and what was even worse was he had a mischievous grin plastered all over his face. He was clearly teasing her. Yi Xixia was practically biting her lip to the point of drawing blood. Knowing there was no way to avoid it, she could only hesitantly move closer to Chen Luo. At that moment, the guests around them were all staring at them with wide eyes. They hadn't heard about the bet between Chen Luo and Yi Xixia, so they were all curious to see what the two of them were up to. When they saw Yi Xixia, as if her life depended on it, close her eyes and quickly lean in to plant a kiss on Chen Luo's cheek, they all immediately began cheering and jeering. The guests clapped and screamed, making Yi Xixia's face turn as red as if it were stained with blood. She just wanted to run as far away as possible. When Yi Xixia leaned in to kiss him, Chen Luo didn't force a French kiss like he had with Shi Liyan, because he knew full well that Shi Liyan and Yi Xixia were not the same kind of woman. Shi Liyan was the kind of woman who was extremely assertive, both in appearance and personality. Even with her fear of men, she was still capable of overcoming her psychological barriers for the greater good and kissing a man. Yi Xixia, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. She masked her true self with arrogance, but deep down she was a very shy woman, and it was obvious she had never been in a relationship before. For a woman like her, kissing him on the cheek in front of so many people was already pushing her limits. If he really forced it into a French kiss, she simply wouldn't be able to handle it. Do you want to keep going? Chen Luo asked Yi Xixia with a smile. Yi Xixia was feeling flustered at that moment, and with so many people watching, she just wanted to escape their gaze. She certainly had no mind to continue the wager with Chen Luo. Just as Yi Xixia was about to refuse, her cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Xixia breathed a sigh of relief. This call couldn't have come at a better time. Sorry, I have to take this call. Holding her phone, Yi Xixia walked toward the exit. The guests parted to make a path for her pass. Chen Luo smiled, returned to their original table, and then waved to the waitress. Hello, sir. How may I help you? The waitress' gaze toward Chen Luo had completely changed by now. Her eyes sparkled as if they were filled with stars. Chen Luo smiled. Please bring the check. Sure, please wait a moment. The waitress eagerly brought over the POS machine, swiped Chen Luo's card, and had him enter his PIN and sign. But when she returned with the receipt, there was an extra phone number on it. Chen Luo just smiled when he saw it. He didn't say anything, but simply tucked the receipt away. He did admire her courage, though seeing that his date was Yi Xixia, she still went so far as to leave him her phone number. A moment later, the two steaks Chen Luo had ordered were brought to the table, and just then, Yi Xixia finished her phone call and walked back in. But when Yi Xixia walked in, her face was flushed with anger and embarrassment. She strode in with a sense of urgency, her high heels clicking loudly as if she were seething with rage. Yi Xixia strode over to Chen Luo in a few quick steps and demanded angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Chen Luo ignored the anger on Yi Xixia's face and laughed heartily. Looks like I've been found out. Was that your friend Xiao Fen who just called you? Seeing Chen Luo beaming and acting as if nothing had happened, Yi Xixia was so furious she felt like her lungs were about to explode. Chen Luo's guess was spot on. It was indeed Wu Xiaofen who had just called. When Luo Kai, the blind date, arrived at the hospital and couldn't find Yi Xixia, he called Wu Xiaofen to ask for her contact information so he could confirm the time and place of their meeting. But when Wu Xiaofan revealed this, Yi Xixia was completely baffled. She'd always thought Chen Luo was Luo Kai, so how could another person suddenly appear out of nowhere? Once the two of them explained the situation to each other, everything became clear. Chen Luo had been impersonating the blind date. When Wu Xiaofan learned that Chen Luo had also ordered the most expensive wine and steak, she immediately said she would call the police to have him arrested. But Yi Xixia stopped Wu Xiaofan because regardless of whether Chen Luo was the real blind date or not, the fact remained that he had helped her. Yi Xixia didn't care about the money, but she simply couldn't stand that jerk flirting with her like that and seeming to enjoy it no less. Seeing Yi Xixia's eyes widen with fury, her gaze so intense it seemed she wanted to devour him, Chen Luo laughed heartily, stood up, and walked over to her. "I told you from the start that I was just a passerby. It was you who insisted on treating me as your blind date, wasn't it?" Yi Xixia was instantly at a loss for words. She opened her mouth but couldn't get a single syllable out. She recalled what had happened at the hospital. It was indeed her own wishful thinking that Chen Luo had come for a blind date, and she'd even been afraid he wouldn't admit it. In fact, this was a normal human reaction. Most people are reluctant to admit that they've been seen through at first glance. Chen Luo's deductive skills were terrifying, so terrifying that Yi Xixia felt compelled to come up with a plausible excuse to explain herself. But you could have explained. Why didn't you say anything?" Yi Xixia's momentum faltered for a moment, but she quickly raised her voice in a loud protest, deliberately speaking louder to appear righteous. The surrounding guests had already been watching their table because of Chen Luo's stunning performance. When they saw Yi Xixia shouting angrily, they all turned their gaze back in surprise. Just a moment ago, the two of them were all lovey-dovey. How could they be arguing now? Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with amusement as he took another step forward and said, "Because I think you're adorable, and I'm interested in you." The look of anger on Yi Xixia's face froze for a moment, then quickly gave way to a blush. She never expected Chen Luo to say something so bluntly. It wasn't as if Yi Xixia had never been confessed to before, but she'd never felt as flustered as she did at that very moment. Her mind was a tangled mess, and she had no idea what to do. You jerk, I don't believe a word of your nonsense." Seeing Chen Luo closing in on her step by step, getting closer and closer, Yi Xixia immediately panicked. She hurriedly turned and ran out of the Western-style restaurant without even finishing her meal. "Hey, aren't you going to pay the bill?" Chen Luo burst out laughing and coughed her Yi Xixia trigger. Yi Xixia had just placed her hand on the doorknob when she heard Chen Luo's voice. Only then did she remember that she was treating him to dinner. Her body froze and she silently turned around and walked back toward the cash register. Chen Luo watched as Yi Xixia, her face a mix of panic, shyness, and embarrassment, walked back silently like a doormat. He couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly burst out laughing. Without waiting for Yi Xixia to react, Chen Luo walked straight over, took her hand, and led her out. Yi Xixia was bewildered once again. It wasn't until Chen Luo had led her out of the Western-style restaurant that she finally realized what was happening, and she hurriedly pulled her hand away from his. "What are you doing? We haven't paid the bill yet." Yi Xixia forced herself to stay calm and turned to head back into the restaurant. "We didn't even eat. Why should we pay? We're just going to eat for free today." Chen Luo laughed heartily, grabbed Yi Xixia's hand, and headed toward car. "No way! What if the restaurant calls the police to arrest us? You're shameless. I can't afford to lose face like this." Yi Xixia struggled again, trying to go back. Seeing how serious she looked, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh again. "Silly girl, I've already paid the bill. Otherwise, why wouldn't the restaurant staff have come running after us?" Yi Xixia froze for a moment, then realized he was right. But that jerk, had he just deliberately called her back to pay the bill just to make fun of her? As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Xixia seethed with rage once more and kicked out at Chen Luo's leg. "That's pretty brutal. You're wearing high heels, you know." Chen Luo dodged it with ease, grinning and winking at Yi Xixia. Yi Xixia, having missed Chen Luo, turned her face away and walked back into the restaurant. "Hey, what are you going back there for?" "To get takeout." Chen Luo paused for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly burst out laughing again. This woman wasn't just cute, she was also incredibly down to earth. Yi Xixia was too shy to sit back down now. She'd already eaten in front of so many people, so she simply decided to take the leftovers to go. Chen Luo didn't follow her. He waited until Yi Xixia returned with the takeout box before getting into the car and heading back to the hospital. In the car, Yi Xixia kept a straight face and said nothing. It wasn't until they were almost at the hospital that she asked, feigning nonchalance, "What's your name? And what exactly do you do?" "My name is Chen Luo. I'm a reincarnated person. To put it simply, I died in 2019 and then came back to life, returning to 2008. I hope that makes sense." Upon hearing this, Yi Xixia immediately rolled her eyes. She glared at Chen Luo exasperatedly and snorted coldly, "Himp, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Who cares anyway?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xixia suddenly spoke up again. Your name is Yi Xixia. You're 28 years old, a graduate of Peking Union Medical College Hospital, the best medical school in the country and currently the top surgeon at the First People's Hospital. How do you know that?" "Take a guess." Chen Luo watched Yi Xixia, who was driving with amusement, and said with a smile, Yi Sixia really felt like she'd seen a ghost. Could this jerk actually figure that out? Seeing Yi Sixia's expression, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh again. You really are adorably clueless. I asked a nurse when you went to get little girl her second checkup. Yi Sixia nearly choked on her words at Chen Luo's remark. Just as she was about to fire back, her phone rang. Chen Luo picked up his phone and glanced at it, a faint smile curving his lips. She's finally calling. Chen Luo's phone number were both brand new. He'd only given them to Jiang Jian. Hello, Miss Zhao. Chen Luo answered the call and spoke immediately. Zhao Wen, on the other end of the line, was taken aback. For a moment, she couldn't figure out how Chen Luo knew it was her calling. You know me? You have my number? Jiang Junyan is currently in custody and can't make calls. Since you're the person he trusts most, Miss Zhao, it's only natural that be the one to call. Chen Luo smiled slightly and offered a casual explanation. However, Chen Luo did indeed know Zhao Wen, not now, but back 2019. After Jiang Junyan suffered a series of misfortunes and lost both his legs, Zhao Wen had remained by his side the entire time. Even when Jiang Junyan took over Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals and faced several crises that nearly led to bankruptcy, Zhao Wen never abandoned him, standing by his side through every hardship. Zhao Wen played an indispensable role in Jiang Junyan's success in growing and expanding Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals. She was exactly what people often refer to as the woman behind a successful man. As a result, the couple's relationship has always been harmonious and blissful, a rarity even among the wealthy elite. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wen quickly snapped back to reality. She recalled the words she had exchanged with Jiang Junyan when they met at the police station. Perhaps only that person can save me. Contact him as soon as possible after you leave. Zhao Wen asked Jiang Junyan who Chen Luo was, but he said he didn't know, only telling her that it was the person who had come to find him in the hospital room. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wen immediately knew who Jiang Junyan was referring to. In the hospital room, Chen Luo had determined at a single glance that Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered, a conclusion later confirmed by the coroner's autopsy. A man that naturally left a profound impression on Zhao Wen, one she would find hard to forget anytime soon. However, with Jiang Mingcheng's recent death, one of the Jiang brothers in jail and the other in a coma, those aligned with Jiang Mingyi were growing restless. Whether at Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals or within the Jiang family itself, everyone was on edge, which made Zhao Wen hesitant to trust a stranger of mysterious origins. But Jiang Junyan dispelled her doubts with a single sentence. How bad could he really be? Given the current situation, that was indeed the case. If Jiang Junyan were convicted, he would almost certainly face the death penalty. Money lost can be earned back, but once a person is gone, everything is truly lost. As long as Chen Luo could save Jiang Junyan, she would gladly trade the entire family's fortune for it. Since you know who I am, you should know why I'm calling. Zhao Wen remained quite calm and showed no signs of urgency, because she knew that the more desperate she appeared, the more the other party might try to extort an exorbitant price. Chen Luo smiled. He actually had quite a bit of admiration for this woman. Very good. I like people who get straight to the point. To save us both time, I'll lay out my terms right away. I can clear Jiang Junyan of suspicion. Once he's released, I want unrestricted access to Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals biolab at all times, and you'll be responsible for supplying any medications I need. Zhao Wen was taken aback by this. She had expected Chen Luo to ask for money or more onerous terms, such as a stake in the company. But the fact that Chen Luo was asking for access to Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals' biological laboratory had her somewhat baffled. But soon, a chill ran down Zhao Wen's spine. You aren't a drug dealer, are you? It wasn't surprising that Zhao Wen would think this. It wasn't uncommon for drug traffickers to set up biological laboratories to manufacture drugs. Chen Luo chuckled wryly. Don't worry, Miss Zhao. I can assure you I won't use your lab for anything illegal, nor will I conduct any unlawful experiments. I just want to conduct some drug research and development. When the time comes, I'll provide you with a list of the drugs, and you can have the R&D staff at Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals or other experts analyze them. Zhao Wen immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her greatest fear had been that Chen Luo would engage in any illegal or unethical activities. If word got out, there was no way the Jiang family could avoid being implicated. In that case, I'll agree on Junyan's behalf. Very good. Take out a notepad and write down this address. Please wait a moment. Zhao Wen's heart skipped a beat. Although she didn't know what Chen Luo was about to say, she suspected this was likely the key to saving Jiang Junyan. Unit 301, Building 36, Faixin Village, Datong Street, Tianfu District. The person living there is named Xu Xianyang. He's a stalker and voyeur. While he was stalking and secretly photographing women, he accidentally captured Jiang Junyan in his shots. Those photos are the key evidence that will clear him of suspicion. Find him and Jiang Junyan will be cleared of suspicion. Zhao Wen was stunned. One of Jiang Junyan's biggest problems right now was establishing an alibi, and digital cameras display the time when a photo is taken. Since Chen Luo said these photos could clear Jiang Junyan's name, that meant the time Xianyang took the photos must have been exactly when the victim died, which would give Jiang Junyan an alibi. But what shocked Zhao Wen even more was, how did Chen Luo know this? It was likely not even Xu Xianyang himself had realized this, let alone that it could mean the difference between life and death for someone. Remember, first have someone keep an eye on him. Wait 3 days before telling the police. Say you only found out about this after receiving an anonymous call. Zhao Wen was taken aback once more. She was itching to call the police right then and there, have Xu Xiangyang arrested, and clear Jiang Junyan's name, but Chen Luo insisted she wait 3 days, something she simply couldn't understand. Why? Don't ask why. I said 3 days, so it's 3 is not a day more, not a day less, otherwise you'll face the consequences. Chen Luo offered no explanation and continued in a matter-of-fact tone, that's it. In 3 days, when Jiang Junyan is released, have him contact me. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, without even waiting for Zhao Wen to react, he hung up the phone. Hello. Zhao Wen stared blankly at disconnected call, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She didn't doubt what Chen Luo had said, because whether Xu Xiangyang had taken that photo or not, she'd find out as soon as she tracked him down. But why did Chen Luo insist she wait 3 days before reporting it to the police? Could there be some hidden reason behind this? Zhao Wen hesitated for a long time, but in the end she chose to trust Chen Luo. First, Chen Luo's demonstrated competence and the overwhelming confidence he exuded when speaking left her with no reason to doubt him. Second, she was too afraid that something unexpected might happen, preventing Jiang Junyan from clearing his name, and with only 3 days to go, she could afford to wait. Meanwhile, inside the car, Yi Xixia stared at Chen Luo in astonishment. Was that Jiang Junyan who was taken away by the police at the hospital just now? Is he the one you're after? Yi Xixia had actually been listening the whole time, and Chen Luo hadn't gone out of his way to hide anything from her. Although she hadn't heard Zhao Wen's voice on the other end of the line, she had heard Chen Luo's words loud and clear. Yi Xixia wasn't stupid. After hearing what Chen Luo had said and connecting it to what had just happened at the hospital, she immediately figured out why Chen Luo had come to the hospital. Chen Luo glanced at Yi Xixia with a smile and gave her a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive, you figured that out. If she'd heard this before meeting Chen Luo, Yi Xixia might have taken it as a compliment, but the phrase sounded strangely familiar, making her feel incredibly uneasy. Yi Xixia thought it over and immediately remembered where she'd heard it before. Wasn't that exactly what this jerk had said back when she'd mistakenly thought Chen Luo was her blind date? Yi Xixia was practically going crazy. That jerk always seemed to find a way to drive her up the wall with just one sentence, and he clearly never got tired of it. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Yi Xixia repeated this to herself several times in her mind, and it took her quite a while to calm down. How did you know that stalker and paparazzo had photographed Jiang Junyan? Although Yi Xixia didn't know what Jiang Junyan had done wrong, it was clear that Chen Luo had known all along that he was innocent, which was why he'd arrived at the hospital early, intending to use this information to strike a deal with him. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I'm a reincarnated person, I already know what's going to happen in the future. What's so strange about that?" In fact, Chen Luo had heard about this directly from Jiang Junyan himself back in 2019. In his previous life, Jiang Junyan had been arrested as a suspect. The evidence against him was overwhelming, and he was just waiting for his trial to begin. Faced with that overwhelming evidence, even his lawyer had told him he could only hope for a suspended death sentence, advising Jiang Junyan to prepare himself mentally. But where there's a will, there's a way. Just 3 days after he was locked up, the Hualong precinct received a report. A young woman called the police, reporting that a stalker had been following her and secretly filming her for some time. Officers from the Hualong precinct responded to the call and apprehended the man on the spot, while Xu Xiangyang was once again following and secretly photographing her. Then, while searching his camera for evidence, they discovered by sheer coincidence that Jiang Junyan had unexpectedly appeared in one of the photo sets. Xu Xiangyang confirmed that the location where that set of photos was taken was indeed the park Jiang Junyan had mentioned. Upon comparing the timestamps on the photos, they matched the exact time the second victim was killed. Moreover, that park was over an hour's drive from the crime scene. Unless Jiang Junyan could clone himself, it would have been impossible for him to commit the crime. But an even greater coincidence was that, inside Xu Xiangyang's camera, they also found proof of Jiang Junyan's alibi for the first case. Xu Xiangyang always followed single women at night, and as luck would have it, just before the first murder took place, he was tailing Jiang Junyan's half-sister. At that very time, Jiang Junyan had gone to meet this half-sister to get to know her better, and that's when Xu Xiangyang photographed him. When Jiang Junyan told the police he couldn't remember because too much time had passed, it wasn't that he truly couldn't recall, it was because he knew that once he mentioned this incident, no amount of explaining would clear his name. The reason why the photo served as proof of Jiang Junyan's alibi was quite simple. Xu Xiangyang observed the two meeting and talking for a while before they parted ways shortly before the crime occurred. He then followed Jiang Junyan's half-sister to her home but did not see Jiang Junyan appear there. Based on Xu Xiangyang's testimony, the police reviewed surveillance footage near the location where Jiang Junyan and his sister had met. Sure enough, they discovered Jiang Junyan's movements, confirming that he had no opportunity to commit the crime. Furthermore, the faces in the surveillance footage were unclear and the clothing didn't match what Jiang Junyan was wearing at the time, so Jiang Junyan was cleared of suspicion. The reason Chen Luo insisted that Zhao Wen wait 3 days before reporting the incident to the police was to keep events on their original course. If Jiang Junyan had been released early, Chen Luo didn't know if it might trigger a butterfly effect, causing subsequent events to take a different turn. However, while Chen Luo was aware of these details, Yi Xixia was not. When she heard him say this, she assumed he was just spouting nonsense again. Yi Xixia snorted derisively. Since you're a reincarnated person, tell me what are tomorrow's lottery numbers. Chen Luo chuckled, helplessly, and countered, if you were transported back to 1998, would you know the lottery numbers for that year? Yi Xixia paused for a moment, then retorted defiantly, then how can you prove you're from 2019? Chen Luo smiled and suddenly asked, how much do you still need for the down payment on your house? Yi Xixia froze on the spot. With a look of astonishment on her face, she exclaimed, how did you know that? Chen Luo laughed heartily. The first thing that came to your mind when I asked you to prove I'm a reincarnated person was the lottery. That shows you're really short on money right now, and the shortfall is huge, so much so that you feel the only way to solve it is by winning the lottery. Otherwise, you wouldn't have instinctively thought of winning the lottery. Moreover, this issue has surely been troubling you for a long time and causing you great distress. The bloodshot eyes are proof that you've been having trouble sleeping for quite some time. Given your income as a doctor, probably between 10,000 and 20,000 a month, the only thing that could leave you short on money would be something quite expensive. You've already bought a car, so the most likely candidate is a house. Yi Xixia was speechless. She almost didn't dare speak to Chen Luo anymore. This jerk was downright terrifying. He could deduce so much information just from something she'd said without thinking. How do you know I don't need the money for something else? Does it have to be a house? Yi Xixia still looked defiant as she glared at Chen Luo. Chen Luo pointed to the back seat of Yi Xixia's car and said with a smile, silly girl, you've got several real estate flyers sitting right there. How could it be hard to guess? With a personality as strong-willed as yours, you'd definitely refuse to borrow money from others or even ask your family for it. If I'm not mistaken, you've been through a lot at home, haven't you? Buying a house is partly to prove your capabilities and partly so you can move out and live on your own. Yi Xixia's heart skipped a beat. She never would have imagined Chen Luo would understand her so well. In just half a day, he'd completely figured her out. Hey, silly girl, keep your eyes on the road. I don't want to die because of you. Seeing that Yi Xixia had zoned out and was about to miss the turn without reacting, Chen Luo hurriedly reached out and placed his hand on the steering wheel, steering the car back on course. Only then did Yi Xixia snap out of it and regain control of the steering wheel. Of those real estate developments, by Yulong Huafu, a subway line will run through there in 5 years, and by 2019, the price will at least tenfold. Chen Luo smiled and continued, I don't know the lottery numbers, but I'll tell you 3 stocks, buy as much as you can afford. But remember one thing, as soon as the price quintuples, sell everything immediately. Got it?
Yi Xixia turned her head in astonishment more. Because Chen Luo's tone and expression didn't sound like he was joking, it was as if he were stating a fact that was bound to happen. Are you serious? Yi Xixia shot Chen Luo a look of utter bewilderment. You wanted me to prove whether I'm a reincarnated person, right? Go ahead and buy those stocks I mentioned. Not only will you earn enough for a down payment, but you'll also verify if what I said is true, killing birds with one stone. Isn't that great? If you don't believe me, you can start by buying just a little. Once you've made some money, you can invest more. Chen Luo looked at Yi Xixia with a smile. He knew full well that even if Yi Xixia ended up buying the stocks and they went up, she still wouldn't believe he was a reincarnated person. After all, it was a bull market, and the overall market was on the rise. It was simply a matter of which stocks would rise more and which would rise less. Even if Yi Xixia made money, she'd assume he had inside information and would certainly never believe Chen Luo's story. Yi Xixia paused for a moment, then said with a dismissive air, I don't have the spare cash to buy stocks. What if I lose money? When would I ever be able to save up enough for a down payment? I'll write down the stock name for you. It's up to you whether you buy it or not, but don't say I didn't warn you. After saying that, Chen Luo began rummaging through the car looking for a pen and paper. Before long, he found a pen and paper in the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat. He jotted down the names of the 3 ST prefixed stocks he'd mentioned to Ho Yaozong, then slipped the note into Yi Xixia's bag. That's all I can do to help you. The rest is up to you. Yi Xixia glanced at Chen Luo, unsure whether to believe him or dismiss this as yet another one of his tricks. Ever since he'd shown up, Chen Luo had been getting on her nerves and was always trying to get physical with her, yet, strangely enough, every time she got angry, her anger would fade for no apparent reason before long. What if he was tricking her into buying stocks just to mess with her again? Well, maybe I'll buy one to test it out, just invest a little money. If I lose money, I'll beat that bastard to a pulp. While Yi Xixia was wrestling with these conflicting thoughts, the car had already pulled into the hospital parking lot. As the two got out of the car and approached the hospital building, a man in a black suit suddenly walked over and asked with a puzzled look, "Are you to Yi Xixia?" Yi Sixia glanced at the man in the suit in surprise. Who are you? Hello, I'm Luo Kai. I'm here on behalf of Xiao Fen. Luo Kai was all smiles. After introducing himself, he reached out to shake Yi Sixia's hand. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly stepped in ahead of her and took Luo Kai's hand. Hello, I'm her boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. The smile on Luo Kai's face froze instantly. He looked at Yi Sixia in astonishment. Dr. Yi, what's going on here? Yi Sixia was just as baffled. She stared at Chen Luo with wide eyes, realizing she had underestimated just how shameless he could be. It was one thing that he'd taken advantage of the situation to hold her hand twice before, but now he was actually claiming to be her boyfriend right in front of her real blind date. Yi Sixia had never met anyone so shameless in her entire life. Before Yi Sixia could say a word, Chen Luo, still holding Luo Kai's hand, smoothly moved his fingers to feel his pulse. Your pulse is racing, and your breathing rate has clearly increased. In just this short time, you've been blinking frequently and your gaze has been wandering, signs that you're having trouble concentrating. Your suit is baggy yet it's new, which suggests you've lost a significant amount of weight recently, but you haven't had time to buy new clothes yet. Sixia, do you know what these symptoms indicate? Chen Luo suddenly turned to Yi Sixia and asked with a smile. Yi Sixia was at her wit's end. It was bad enough that Chen Luo had introduced her as his girlfriend, but before she'd even had a chance to explain, this guy had already started diagnosing people. Yi Sixia was in no mood to figure out what the symptoms were. She just wanted to get out of this awkward situation as quickly as possible. This is a stimulant reaction that sets in shortly after using meth. Chen Luo calmly withdrew his hand and glanced at Luo Kai. Maybe you're hiding drugs in your pocket right now? After Chen Luo finished speaking, both Yi Sixia and Luo Kai was in shock. Yi Sixia never expected her blind date to be a drug user. She couldn't help but take a closer look at Luo Kai. As she looked, Yi Sixia realized that Luo Kai's behavior was exactly like that of a drug user. If she hadn't been observing closely, she almost wouldn't noticed. What the hell are you talking about? Luo Kai, who had been so polite just moments ago, flew into a rage and started yelling, pointing his finger right at Chen Luo's nose. Chen Luo smiled faintly. To see if I'm talking nonsense, why don't you take out what's in your right pocket and let's have a look? The anger on Luo Kai's face suddenly froze, but he quickly erupted with even greater fury. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to? Ah! Chen Luo suddenly reached out and grabbed Luo Kai's wrist. With a slight tug, he twisted his arm behind his back, causing Luo Kai to howl in pain. Chen Luo reached into the right pocket of Luo Kai's pants and pulled out a small clear plastic bag containing white powder. Yi Sixia's expression changed drastically now they had both the evidence and the suspect. Yi Sixia was instantly furious. She never expected Wu Xiaofen to introduce someone like this to her. She glared angrily at Luo Kai, then turned and walked straight into the hospital, refusing even to acknowledge Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled and didn't take it to heart. He casually tossed Luo Kai aside and walked over to the trash can. Give it back, you son of a witch! Once freed, Luo Kai paid no attention to Yi Sixia's reaction whatsoever. Instead, he immediately lunged at Chen Luo in a fit of rage, trying to snatch the bag of drugs back. Chen Luo flashed Luo Kai an amused smile, then opened the bag of drugs right in front of him and dumped the entire contents into the trash can. Seeing this, Luo Kai flew into a rage and swung his fist at Chen Luo. Chen Luo frowned, seized Luo Kai's hand and shoved him hard toward the trash can. Trash belongs with trash. Thud. Luo Kai slammed his head into the trash can with a sharp thud, then fell to the ground, unable to get up for quite some time. Chen Luo didn't even glance at him. He simply turned and walked back into the hospital. Yi Sixia had already gone inside by then, but when she heard the sounds of a scuffle and a loud crash from outside, she was startled. For some reason, Yi Sixia actually felt a twinge of worry for Chen Luo and hurriedly turned around to go back and see what was happening. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo strolled in leisurely, waving at her with a smile. It's all right, let's go. Seeing that Chen Luo was unscathed, Yi Sixia breathed a slight sigh of relief, but she didn't let it show. Instead, she snorted coldly and turned to walk away. Yi Sixia's haughty demeanor made Chen Luo chuckle involuntarily, and he set off again. However, instead of following Yi Sixia, Chen Luo headed toward the hospital building. He was going to meet the mastermind behind this and the series of subsequent schemes, Jiang Jun's. When Yi Sixia saw that Chen Luo hadn't followed her, but had instead headed toward the inpatient building, she couldn't help but pause in surprise. Chen Luo had been acting as if he intended to pester her the whole time, so she instinctively assumed he'd keep following her. Now that she saw him suddenly walk away, she thought he might be upset. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" Watching Chen Luo walk farther and farther away, Yi Sixia glanced at the takeout box in her hand and suddenly called out to him. Chen Luo waved at Yi Sixia and said in a lazy tone, "No, thanks. I've got some things to take care of." Yi Sixia froze for a moment. Seeing that Chen Luo didn't even look back, she was instantly exasperated. Without another thought for him, she stormed off toward her own office. Yi Sixia actually had a lot of work to do as well. Liu Yi's ligament repair surgery couldn't go ahead. Her endocarditis had to be treated first. But she wasn't a cardiologist, so she needed to consult with the relevant departments at the hospital. It had already been quite a struggle to carve out time for lunch with Chen Luo that day. Chen Luo once again strolled leisurely back to the VIP floor of the inpatient wing. On the way, he sent a text message to Zhao Wen, asking her to send him Jiang Jun's room number. Although Zhao Wen didn't know what Chen Luo was planning to do, she had already come to see him as her last hope, so without asking for an explanation, she simply replied with the room number. When Chen Luo found the room using the number, he glanced around and suddenly smiled. "This is interesting." Jiang Jun's room had clearly been deliberately arranged. Turning right upon exiting led directly to an emergency exit, allowing him to head straight down the stairwell, and it was situated right in a blind spot of the security cameras. As Chen Luo pushed open the door and stepped inside, a female nurse was in the room helping Jiang Jun wash himself. "Who are you?" The nurse couldn't help but look surprised when she saw someone enter. "I'm Jiang Jun's friend." Chen Luo smiled, walked over to the bed and took a closer look at Jiang Jun's lying there. Perhaps due to his prolonged confinement to bed, Jiang Jun's complexion was unusually pale and he looked very frail. The nurse paused for a moment, but quickly smiled. "So you're Mr. Jiang's friend. Since he's been hospitalized, very few friends have come to visit him. Is that so?" Chen Luo replied casually, then said with a smile, "I'm a doctor myself. May I examine him?" The nurse looked at Chen Luo in surprise. "You're a doctor?" She took in Chen Luo's demeanor and appearance, and the calm, confident tone in his voice made her believe him without hesitation. "Of course. However, Mr. Jiang's family has already consulted many doctors from both here and abroad, and none have been able to determine the cause of his prolonged coma." Chen Luo smiled but said nothing. Instead, he grabbed Jiang Jun's right hand, lifted it up, and then, just as he was pulling it toward his head, suddenly let go. Smack! Jiang Jun's right hand fell naturally, striking his own face with a sharp crack. The nurse's eyes widened instantly as she stared at Chen Luo in shock. What are you doing?" As if he'd anticipated this, Chen Luo immediately reached out to lift Jiang Jun's eyelids and explained, "This is called the pseudo-coma test. You position his hand above his face, then let go. If his hand hits his own face as it falls, he's truly unconscious. However, this isn't hard to fake." After checking Jiang Jun's pupils, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Chen Luo's mouth. "Just as I thought. While the pseudo-coma test can be faked, breathing and pupil reactions cannot be feigned. Jiang Jun's had indeed fallen into a genuine coma, though it had been achieved with the help of professionals." Having confirmed his suspicion, Chen Luo suddenly laughed and turned to walk out of the ward. Just as Chen Luo turned to leave, a female doctor in a white lab coat pushed open the ward door and walked in. "Who are you?" The female doctor looked at Chen Luo in surprise and asked, somewhat puzzled. Chen Luo gave the female doctor a rather amused look and, instead of answering, asked, "Are you Dr. Yan?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yan was even more surprised, wondering how Chen Luo knew who she was. "That's me, who are you?" Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Oh, I heard Dr. Yu is very beautiful, so I made a special trip just to see you." With that, Chen Luo strode off, leaving Yu Yan looking utterly baffled and the female nurse completely dumbfounded. In the future, less than 3 days after Jiang Junyan was cleared of all charges, he was involved in a car accident. But for some reason, Jiang Junyan was incredibly late. The driver and secretary in the car were both killed, but Jiang Junyan was the only one to survive. Although he survived, the spinal fracture caused by the accident compressed his nerves, leaving him partially paralyzed from the waist down and confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Seeing that he had failed to kill Jiang Junyan on 2 occasions, Jiang Jun's, unwilling to accept defeat, plotted several more assassination attempts. Strangely enough, these assassination attempts all mysteriously failed at the last moment. Jiang Jun's secretly poisoned Jiang Junyan, but Jiang Junyan was rushed to the hospital in time and saved. On the day the brake lines on Jiang Junyan's car were cut, the driver for some unknown reason suddenly decided on a whim to have the vehicle inspected, and the sabotage was discovered just in time. From then on, Jiang Junyan realized that someone was deliberately trying to kill him. He began to exercise extreme caution, leaving Jiang Jun's with no further opportunities to strike. At first, Jiang Junyan suspected his second uncle, Jiang Mingyi. But when Jiang Jun's was suddenly arrested by the police, the truth of the matter finally came to light. It turned out that when Jiang Jun's learned Jiang Mingcheng intended to divide the inheritance among his two illegitimate sons, he had already formed a murderous intent. He planned to kill all the heirs, including Jiang Junyan, and take the entire estate for himself. So he turned to his mistress, Yu Yan, feigned a fall and injury, and then took a barbiturate that would induce unconsciousness. Yu Yan, who was a doctor at the People's Hospital, helped him swap out the brain CT scans. Combined with the effects of the medication, this deceived all the doctors who examined him. Jiang Jun's had arranged for someone to keep an eye on Jiang Junyan long before this, and while Jiang Junyan was feigning unconsciousness, that person was in contact with Yu Yan. When Yu Yan learned that Jiang Junyan had gone to find his half-sister, she immediately realized this was a golden opportunity and promptly administered a drug to wake Jiang Jun's. After committing the murder, Jiang Jun's left Jiang Junyan's fingerprints at the scene and deliberately allowed someone to see his face before returning to the hospital to continue feigning unconsciousness. The same pattern repeated with the second victim. As soon as Yu Yan spotted an opportunity, she woke Jiang Jun's up and framed Jiang Junyan for the crime. As for how he was eventually caught, that's quite interesting, because Jiang Jun's and Yu Yan had become bitter enemies. The reason Yu Yan agreed to do these things for Jiang Jun's was that he had promised that, once he obtained the entire inheritance, he would divorce his first wife and marry her. However, despite trying every possible means, Jiang Jun's failed to eliminate Jiang Junyan and secured only a small portion of the shares. Since he needed to rely on his wife's family's influence to consolidate his position at Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals, the matter was naturally delayed time and again. Yu Yan, however, could not wait any longer. She took decisive action and filed for divorce first. But after waiting 2 years, Jiang Jun's still refused to finalize the divorce, making up all sorts of excuses to fob her off. Yu Yan had already been taking enormous risks by going along with Jiang Jun's schemes. She lived in constant fear every day and felt utterly insecure. Therefore, she desperately needed to tie herself to Jiang Jun's through marriage to gain some sense of security. Jiang Jun's continued to refuse the divorce. As time went on, Yu Yan completely lost her patience and issued him an ultimatum. If he didn't agree to the divorce, she would go down fighting. Jiang Jun's was the kind of man who could cold-bloodedly kill even his own father and siblings. In his eyes, Yu Yan was nothing more than a tool, something to be used and then discarded. Yu Yan's threat was effectively the death knell for herself. However, Yu Yan knew Jiang Jun's all too well. When she issued her ultimatum, she had also left herself a backup plan. Yu Yan gathered evidence of Jiang Jun's crimes and recorded video footage of all the criminal acts, entrusting them to a trusted friend for safekeeping. Yu Yan told that friend that if she ever died, they should hand over the evidence to the police. Before long, Yu Yan died in an accident. The evidence reached the police, Jiang Jun's was arrested, and the matter was finally brought to a close. Chen Luo had just examined Jiang Jun's body to determine whether he had indeed killed Jiang Mingcheng. Upon examination, Chen Luo knew immediately that his hypothesis was correct. The effects of barbiturates vary depending on the dose. From low to high doses, they produce sedation, hypnotic effects, anticonvulsant effects, and central nervous system depression respectively. However, it goes without saying that this drug has side effects. An overdose primarily causes central nervous system depression and significantly affects the respiratory, cardiovascular, and digestive systems. Jiang Jun's had been feigning unconsciousness for the past month, during which time he had been taking barbiturates continuously, leading to an overdose and even symptoms of poisoning. If he continued to feign unconsciousness, his body would not be able to hold out. His half-brother and half-sister had already been eliminated, and his plot to frame Jiang Junyan had succeeded. The sooner Jiang Mingcheng died, the sooner he could wake up to inherit the estate. Jiang Mingcheng was going to die sooner or later anyway. It made no difference whether it happened sooner or later, but Jiang Jun's couldn't wait another day, so he decided to send his father on his way a little earlier. Jiang Mingcheng was already on the brink of death at any moment. Even if he died suddenly, no one would suspect murder. If Chen Luo were willing, he could expose Jiang Jun's and Yuan right now and send them to prison, but these two still had some news to him. In reality, Chen Luo was waiting for Jiang Jun's to strike at Jiang Junyan again. When that happened, he would rescue Jiang Junyan and then offer him enormous benefits. It wouldn't be difficult to control Jiang Junyan after that. Chen Luo possessed numerous drug formulas he had developed himself. To name just one, the muscle-building drug he was currently working on was the only one of its kind in the world. Ordinary muscle-building supplements, while capable of increasing muscle fiber mass, all come with extremely severe side effects. The one Chen Luo planned to make for his own use, of course, would have absolutely no side effects. This single drug alone holds immense market potential. Furthermore, Chen Luo had also looked to various anti-cancer drugs. It's no exaggeration to say that if he were to release all the drug formulas he possessed, Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals could instantly become the global leader in biopharmaceuticals. Chen Luo was now debating whether to prevent the car accident from happening or to wait until after Jiang Junyan was injured and then save him. The partial paralysis of Jiang Junyan's lower body from that car accident under current medical conditions can only be treated through surgery to restore the diameter of the spinal canal, allowing nerves to pass through smoothly and creating favorable conditions for the recovery of nerve function. It cannot actually restore the nerves themselves. Chen Luo's surgical skills are beyond question. Whether in the present or in the future, no one in the world can surpass him. Moreover, Chen Luo possessed medication capable of restoring damaged and paralyzed nerves, so he had absolute confidence that he could help Jiang Junyan walk again. After weighing his options carefully for a moment, Chen Luo ultimately decided to prevent the car accident. At first, he had indeed planned to let Jiang Junyan sink into despair before intervening. That way, Jiang Junyan and his wife would naturally be more grateful to him and easier to control. But Chen Luo considered another issue. Jiang Junyan and his wife enjoyed an excellent reputation in the future. They were spoken of with great praise both by the general public and among business leaders. The reason was simple. After Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals went public, Jiang Junyan and his wife gradually stepped back from the company, handing it over to professional managers and choosing to devote the rest of their lives to charitable causes. They built bridges and roads in impoverished areas, donated to schools, and provided assistance to the elderly and orphans, and they didn't just delegate these tasks to others, they carried them out personally. This is one of the reasons Chen Luo admires them. Since a simple reminder from him could spare Jiang Junyan some hardship, why not do it? Although the results might be slightly less effective, it would still make a difference. Having made up his mind, Chen Luo wasted no time and quickly left the hospital, returning to his rented apartment. He worked out for 2 hours, rested for a while, and then began to consider another matter: how to give the money to his parents in a reasonable and legal manner. It wouldn't be long before he could get his hands on the money Hou Yaozong had invested in the stock market. Even if he took only half, it would still amount to nearly 50 million. This was an astronomical sum for his parents. If he told them he'd earned it through stock trading, they'd likely be terrified and wouldn't believe him at all. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, but soon came up with a preliminary plan. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to hand over the money personally, but he could have someone else do it. Hou Yaozong was a man of the underworld, so it wasn't advisable for him to have too much contact with Chen Luo's parents, but Jiang Junyan didn't have that problem. Once Chen Luo had saved Jiang Junyan, he could use him as an intermediary to deliver the money to his parents. It wouldn't be hard to come up with a plausible reason such as royalty payments for a drug formula, or claiming he'd saved Jiang Junyan's life in an act of heroism. As long as he could secure a portion of legitimate income first, Chen Luo would find a way to make that money grow exponentially, ensuring his parents would never have to worry about money again. Chen Luo mulled it over several times. Satisfied that there were no issues, he immediately took a shower to wash away the sweat and body odor, then headed for Longcheng High School. Not having seen Gu Qingguan for 2 days had made Chen Luo a little eager to see her. By the time Chen Luo arrived at school, it was already evening study hall. Teacher hadn't arrived yet, and most of the students were reading on their own. When they noticed Chen Luo walk in, the classroom grew eerily quiet. Whenever Chen Luo appeared in the classroom, it was as if he naturally silenced the room and drew everyone's attention. Chen Luo paid no attention to any of this. He simply strolled leisurely to his seat and glanced at Gu Qingguan sitting next to him. To Chen Luo's surprise, Gu Qingguan was asleep with her head on the desk and hadn't noticed his arrival. As far as Chen Luo could recall, he had never seen Gu Qingguan fall asleep during class, not even during lunch break. Gu Qingguan's head rested on her arm. Though only half her face was visible, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. She seemed very tired and was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that class had already begun. The classroom lights shone on Gu Qingguan's flawless, snow-white face, seeming to cast a halo around her. Combined with her sweet sleeping expression, she looked just like Sleeping Beauty from a fairy tale. Chen Luo suddenly felt a flutter in his heart. Throughout his countless reincarnations, Ziluan was the only one who had ever made him feel this way. But with each successive rebirth and the passage of time, that feeling had gradually faded. Over the course of more than 2,000 years, Chen Luo had learned to navigate the sea of women without getting attached, to indulge his desires without letting his heart get involved. Chen Luo knew full well that no matter how much he liked someone, no matter how intense his feelings, they could not withstand the erosion of time. Yet at this very moment, upon seeing Gu Qingguan, Chen Luo could not suppress the surge of excitement welling up within him once more. He could no longer recall how many years it had been since he'd felt this way. In that instant, Chen Luo was suddenly overcome by an impulse to freeze time forever in that moment. Chen Luo was lost in thought as he gazed at Gu Qingguan, but suddenly noticed her eyelids twitch slightly. It looked as if she was about to open her eyes. Chen Luo quickly grabbed a textbook from the desk and placed it over Gu Qingguan's head to block the light shining down from above. When Chen Luo saw Gu Qingguan's reaction, he knew it was because the classroom lights were too bright, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Once Chen Luo had blocked the light, Gu Qingguan's eyes, which had been slightly open, closed again, and she sank back into a deep sleep. The students around them had already been glancing this way from time to time. Chen Luo's transformation over the past few days had been so striking that they couldn't help but pay close attention to his every move. Chen Luo had skipped school for 2 consecutive days. Not only did their homeroom teacher Wang Aihua not ask about him, but neither did any of the other teachers. It was as if he didn't exist. Today, the moment Chen Luo appeared, he inexplicably struck this pose, leaving them all dumbfounded. Those in the distance didn't know what was going on, but the students sitting in front of and behind Chen Luo immediately understood the situation. They all stared in bewilderment for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening. Chen Luo was shielding Gu Qingguan from the light so she could keep sleeping. Is that even a thing? Just then, Wang Aihua walked in holding her textbook and headed straight for the podium, completely oblivious to what was happening in the classroom. The monthly exam is next week, so you all... Wang Aihua had barely gotten this far when he suddenly felt a gaze fixed on him, making him feel as if he had a thorn in his back. He looked over in surprise and saw Chen Luo holding up a textbook, staring at him impassively. Wang Aihua froze, momentarily unable to comprehend what was happening. You guys... Chen Luo furrowed his brow, raised a finger to his lips, and made a shushing gesture. The meaning was crystal clear. He wanted Wang Aihua to shut up. Wang Aihua froze in place, looking at Chen Luo, feeling at a loss, wondering if he'd done something to offend him again. The students in the classroom were all dumbfounded, almost thinking they were seeing things. The situation before them was clear. Chen Luo was arrogantly gesturing for Wang Aihua to be quiet, yet Wang Aihua stood there like a student who'd done something wrong, still unaware of what she'd actually done. The classmates felt as if their worldview had been shattered. They simply couldn't comprehend what they were witnessing. Once Wang Aihua fell silent, Chen Luo turned his gaze back to Gu Qingguan, as if she were the only person left in the entire world. At that very moment, every student in the class, boys and girls alike, was on the verge of exclaiming, "Oh my God!" Anyone with eyes could see that Chen Luo had told Wang Aihua to be quiet so he wouldn't disturb Gu Qingguan's sleep. Wang Aihua froze for a moment. Once he realized what happened, he felt his face grow hot with a sense of shame. He realized that, for some reason, he seemed to instinctively fear Chen Luo. It wasn't just that Chen Luo held something over them. Ever since that night, Chen Luo's gaze had made him feel uneasy. It was clearly not the kind of look a student should have. Ahem, go study on your own. As if trying to save face, Wang Aihua cleared his throat, then turned and left the classroom rather hastily. However, when he spoke those words, his voice was very soft, as if he were afraid of upsetting Chen Luo. Chen Luo never once looked up at the blackboard again. He quietly and intently gazed at Gu Qingguan's profile, silently vowing to himself, "In this life I will never allow anyone to hurt you." Chen Luo stared at Gu Qingguan, completely oblivious to everything around him. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Luo suddenly pulled a blank sheet of scrap paper and a pencil from inside his desk. With one hand shielding Gu Qingguan from the light above, Chen Luo picked up the pencil with the other and began to draw. His hand moved with incredible speed, his pencil dancing across the paper as if it were flying. The classroom was unusually quiet that moment. The only sound was the scratching of the pencil against the paper. Having witnessed how Chen Luo had made Wang Aihua back down with just a single gesture and a glance, the students for some reason didn't dare make too much noise, so much so that the sound of Chen Luo drawing could be heard throughout the entire classroom. But one person wasn't having it. Ni Wei suddenly stood up and strode toward Chen Luo. Ni Wei had been looking to pick a fight with Chen Luo for the past few days, but when he discovered Chen Luo had suddenly stopped coming to school, he naturally assumed the Qinglong motorcycle gang had scared the guy off. But the moment Chen Luo showed up today, he once again drew the entire class's attention, and Ni Wei was, of course, seething with anger. Chen Luo heard footsteps behind him. Judging by the heavy, hurried sound, he didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Chen Luo calmly took out his phone, opened Q, and sent a short edited video to Ni Wei's QQ. "I've got a little gift for you. Check your phone, then make your choice." Chen Luo turned his head to glance at Ni Wei, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. While Chen Luo was speaking, Ni Wei had already slipped his hand into his pocket, where a palm-sized stun gun was tucked away. After being beaten to a pulp by Chen Luo twice in a row, he'd learned his lesson and knew to carry a weapon. When he heard Chen Luo's words, Ni Wei couldn't help but freeze, his hand coming to a halt. In the past, he would have assumed Chen Luo was just bluffing, but after getting the short end of the stick twice in a row, he'd developed a bit of a mental block. Then, upon seeing the amused look in Chen Luo's eyes, a sense of foreboding instantly washed over him, and he hurriedly pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. The moment he looked at it, Ni Wei's pupils suddenly dilated and he froze in place. Although the 2008 version of mobile QQ could send video files, this was still the 2G era. Internet speeds were painfully slow. Combined with the limitations of mobile phones, the files that could be received weren't very large. The short video sent to Ni Wei had been compressed and edited multiple times by Chen Luo, reducing its size to less than 3 MB, though the resolution and duration had naturally been significantly reduced as a result. Now it was less of a short video and more like a GIF. Even so, it didn't prevent Ni Wei from recognizing who the female lead in that short video was. That's because the GIF clearly showed Lin Yun's face from the front. She was wearing a mesmerizing expression, while engaged in intense physical activity. In an instant, Ni Wei felt a rush of blood surge to his head, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. He staggered a few steps and nearly fainted on the spot. His mind was now filled with anger, shock, shame, and deep fear. He couldn't believe the content of this GF, and what puzzled him even more was why Chen Luo had it in the first place. It must be fake, it's been doctored. Ni Wei clenched his phone so tightly that it creaked unpleasantly under the pressure. His classmates all stared wide-eyed. Since the GF Chen Luo had sent was silent, they had no idea what Chen Luo had sent Ni Wei that had made him shake with rage. "You damn..." "Shut up." Chen Luo spat out the 2 words coldly. "Say one more word, and I'll send this GF to everyone in the class." Upon hearing this, Ni Wei jolted, his face turning ashen. In an instant he had clearly realized the consequences of Chen Luo's threat. Although Lin Yun had never set foot on campus, Ni Wei had plenty of sycophants in the class. They'd all been to the Ni family home to hang out, and on a few occasions they'd even met Lin Yun. If this GF was sent out, combined with Ni Wei's reaction, they'd likely figure out who the girl in it was right away. At that point, Ni Wei wouldn't just be unable to get by at school, he probably wouldn't even dare step outside his front door. When Ni Wei saw his classmates staring at his phone like a bunch of nosy kids, he immediately felt like a thief. He quickly tucked his phone away, then, without uttering a word, rushed out of the classroom. Ni Wei was in no mood for class right now. He just wanted to find his dad, Ni Zhiming, to sort this out. Ni Wei rushed out of the classroom, found a deserted corner, turned on his phone, and wanted to double-check whether that person was indeed his mother, Lin Yun. But when Ni Wei opened QQ again and found the photo Chen Luo had sent him, he froze once more. At some point, the GF had changed to a raised middle finger, with the 2 characters "idiot" written below it. For a moment, Ni Wei couldn't process it. Had he just hallucinated, or was his vision playing tricks on him? Just as Ni Wei was bewildered, another message popped up in the chat window. You're not seeing things. I can send it to you again anytime for your viewing pleasure. Now get as far away as you can, I don't want to see you today. Ni Wei was speechless. He didn't know why the GF's content had suddenly changed, nor could he understand how Chen Luo knew he'd open it again and why she'd sent the message so soon after he'd seen it. But he knew this was a threat from Chen Luo. If he didn't disappear immediately, he feared that GF would be spread until the whole school knew about it. Ni Wei's expression shifted several times in quick succession. Not daring to return to the classroom, he left the school immediately, knowing that Chen Luo might actually follow through on his threat. How could Chen Luo possibly fail to anticipate what a brat like Ni Wei would do? Once he got his hands on that GF, he'd surely check its authenticity right away and then go to Ni Zhaiming for help. The fact that Ni Wei was still at school and had the nerve to come looking for trouble meant that Lin Yun was still preparing her move and hadn't yet completely severed ties with Ni Zhaiming. But that wasn't surprising after all. It had been less than 2 days. Lin Yun was most likely brewing something big, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. If that GF were to leak, Ni Zhaiming would definitely come knocking on Chen Luo's door to demand an explanation of its origin, which would cause some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Ni Zhaiming would most likely go confront Lin Yun. If that woman found out the video had fallen into someone else's hands, she might turn on him first. So Chen Luo added something to the GIF. Once it finished playing the first time, it would be immediately overwritten by the next image, making it invisible the next time it was opened. Without the image, there would be no evidence, and even if Ni Wei went to Ni Zhaiming, the latter wouldn't believe him. Not to mention Chen Luo Ni Wei wouldn't be able to bring himself to say it. Telling his father that he'd seen his mother's racy photos was something no normal person could bring themselves to say. With just one sentence, Chen Luo had scared off Ni Wei, the class bully who had always acted like he owned the place and once again stunned the entire class. Just the day before yesterday, Chen Luo was ready to throw a punch, and now all it takes is a few words. The classroom fell silent again in an instant, and everyone became cautious, afraid of disturbing Gu Qingguan's sleep. Chen Luo's attention was once again focused on Gu Qingguan. He remained in the same pose, holding his textbook aloft while his left hand continued to work on the sketch. With no interruptions this time, he worked at a rapid pace. As his pen danced swiftly across the paper, Gu Qingguan's sleeping figure came to life on the page. The student sitting behind Chen Luo had actually been staring at the drawing paper ever since he started sketching. While others couldn't see what Chen Luo was doing, they could see it perfectly clearly. When they saw Chen Luo sketch Gu Qingguan onto the paper, the two students behind him were instantly stunned. Anyone who looked at that sketch could instantly recognize it as Gu Qingguan. From her features to her attire, Chen Luo had captured every detail perfectly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes that this was a sketch, they would have suspected it was a photograph taken with a camera. What was even more astonishing was that while drawing this sketch, Chen Luo grew a bit tired from holding up his textbook to shield Gu Qingguan from the light, so he switched arms several times, alternating between his left and right hands as he drew. Whether using his left or right hand, his speed wasn't affected in the slightest. On the contrary, his work became even more delicate and refined. How is that possible? The two classmates behind him stared at the sketch with their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Wang Aihua and Ni Wei were one thing, but when did Chen Luo not only learn to speak those incomprehensible foreign languages but also develop such incredible artistic talent? What on earth was going on? The two of them felt as if they'd seen a ghost. How could one person change so drastically? Chen Luo looked at the finished sketch in his hand, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. While drawing just now, he had fallen into a state of deep immersion. The piece was exceptionally well executed. Although the paper and pencils meant it wasn't his best piece, it was the one he was most satisfied with. Capturing this moment on paper is, in a way, like freezing time. Regarding updates, since I'm not a full-time writer, 3 chapters a day is just the right pace. Any more than that and the quality would suffer. As you've seen, the protagonist is a jack of all trades, but I'm not. I have to do research, and sometimes it takes me several hours to write a single chapter, so for now, 3 updates a day is all I can manage.